Chapter 721. Almost at the same time, there was a crisp sound of porcelain falling to the ground. He shuddered and instinctively looked behind him. Yin Junyo did not know, when he was standing not far from him, with countless violent thoughts in his eyes. The pressure from him almost made him unable to breathe. Immortal. Immortal venerable. His face changed drastically, and his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Yin Junyo waved his hand, and the hairpin in the jade-robed man's hand flew back to Yin Junyo's hand, as if it suddenly came to life. The man in the jade robe didn't even dare to struggle, he just knelt on the ground, trying to keep his voice calm. My little fairy meets the immortal lord. Please go with me. Yin Junyo snorted coldly. Just you? The man in the jade robe trembled slightly, and said unwillingly, the ghost cultivator went against the will of heaven, turned the world upside down and returned to the human world, and carried a dragon bone to give birth to a dragon fetus. All of these are against the will of heaven. If the immortal lord doesn't cooperate well, I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, a beam of dazzling red light directly hit the body of the man in the jade robe. The man in the jade robe looked at him in horror. Immortal venerable. List all the things that have not happened here one by one, and your master will settle the accounts. For the sake of our acquaintance, I will allow a wisp of your soul to go back and report to the heavenly Tao, telling him that since you have come to invite someone, you should meet me openly. If you use such despicable means again, I don't mind breaking up the spirits of the other 3 spirits in his body again. Yin Junyo's tone was the same as usual, but the man in the jade robe could hear that immortal venerable Ming Zhang was going to get serious. A dull pain in his chest that made it difficult for him to breathe prompted him to spit out a mouthful of green liquid. After spitting out blood, his true form was vaguely visible. It was a high-quality jade pen holder. The material was exactly the same as Changju. He turned into a blue stream of light with unwilling eyes and flew away. Yin Junyo took the opportunity to raise his sleeves, and the stream of light was instantly annihilated, leaving only a firefly-sized spot of light that disappeared into the night. Then, he cut his fingertips with a dagger, skillfully pinched the seal with his hands, and dripped 2 drops of blood on the hairpin. The hairpin immediately hung in the air, and a complex array of patterns immediately appeared under the hairpin. Changju slowly changed from a hairpin back to a human form. The moment Changju landed, Yin Junyo's terrifying aura disappeared, his face immediately turned gray, with a bright bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, and he staggered and fell on Changju. Master! After a while, Yin Junyo stood up again, with an unstable breath, wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth with his sleeves, and whispered to Changju as if nothing had happened, don't let her know. Master! Seeing Yin Junyo like this, Changju felt a surge of uncomfortable emotions in his heart, his eyes were sore and swollen, and he couldn't lift his spirits. The sky was bright. Xiangjila opened her eyes, and saw Yin Junyo sitting by the bed, staring at her intently. She sat up in surprise and joy. Junyo, when did you come back? While speaking, she had already put her arms around his neck, and hung on his neck. Before washing, she pecked at his face like a woodpecker. Woo woo woo, silly Junyo, you don't know how much people miss you, you just write 2 letters back. The letter guard said that if you are the only one to deliver the letter to them, they can't find you at all. What are you busy with? I can help you too. Yin Junyo obediently let her pester him, and kiss him non-stop, and when she slowed down, he reached out, and pulled her away. After staring at her for a long time, he found that she was normal, and then he spoke slowly, I came back last night, and you were already asleep at that time, so I didn't wake you up. You can't solve what I want to do. You just need to take good care of your body, and don't put yourself in danger, which is the greatest help to me. He answered her questions one by one in an orderly manner. Hearing his words, Xiangjila especially straightened his chest and said proudly, this is natural, I am very obedient. Really? Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows and lengthened the tail tone, obviously not believing her. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xianyan, Chunshou, Dongren and others. Xiangjila was afraid that he didn't believe it, and listed several witnesses for him. Andy Jean said that pregnant women should walk more after the pregnancy is obvious, so that the baby can come out of the belly more easily. I walk every day now, and I dare not be lazy at all. And the little woman in front of him was chattering in front of him, and she had no intention of stopping unless he interrupted her. Yin Junyo stood up, walked to the ear chamber, and washed her face with a towel. Okay, wash up first, and I take you for a walk nearby later. I wanted to protest that his hand was too strong, but when I heard that they could take a walk nearby, Xiangjila even forgot to protest, his fox eyes sparkled. Really? You have time to accompany me? Yin Junyo nodded. Xiangjila confirmed with him again in disbelief. All day? Yan Zhenyu nodded again. Okay. Xiangjila immediately turned over and was about to get out of bed, but Yan Zhenyu immediately reached out and pulled him back. Be careful, don't be so impatient all the time. TSK, silly Zhenyu, you are really getting more and more nagging now. You were not like this before. Xiangjila looked at him with disdain. Yan Zhenyu raised his eyebrows. Not to be outdone, Xiangjila also swore to me before that she would be afraid of foreigners, but now she is becoming more and more lawless. After this sentence, Xiangjila suddenly lost his temper. TSK, silly Zhenyu is really. You always have to talk about such a boring topic. Isn't being afraid of foreigners to coax him? Now that he has the man and the baby, he can just spoil him from time to time. Why is he afraid of foreigners? Doesn't she have any face? Chapter 722. Biling Street. After more than a month of rectification, there are obviously fewer refugees on the street than before. There are hawkers hawking their wares on both sides of the street. There are not many people buying things, so the street is not crowded. Yan Zhenyu held Xiangjila's hand and let her touch and look here and there curiously. Along the way, the two of them heard some rumors about Biling Street being haunted from time to time. Some people even openly sold peace and security charms on the street. Xiangjila felt bored after watching for a while, so he took Yan Zhenyu's hand and walked towards the quiet street. Since the flood, people here seem to like to associate some bad things with ghosts and gods. In a newly opened and relatively quiet tea house, Xiangjila and Yan Zhenyu chose a window seat and watched the scattered people coming and going on the street. Do you believe it? Yan Zhenyu carefully replaced the warm tea in front of her with water. What do you believe? Xiangjila's eyes were still on the street, and he casually picked up the teacup and took a sip. Ghosts and gods. Yes, I believe in them. Not only do I believe in ghosts and gods, but I also believe in things beyond my cognition. As long as someone tells me, I will choose to believe them after careful consideration. Xiangjila put down the teacup again, turned his head and looked at him again. Xiao-san, Chongju and the bracelet I am wearing now, aren't they all things beyond other people's cognition? Not to mention other things. Even my return is more or less related to such things. Why shouldn't I believe it? Looking at her opening and closing her mouth to express her opinions and views, Yan Zhenyu was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth slowly raised a shallow arc. Yes, why shouldn't I believe it? As for ghosts and gods or things beyond her cognition, she had experienced more than him before. Xiangjila. What? Xiangjila was hungry again, and was struggling with the not-so-delicate pastries on the table. When she heard the person in front of her calling her, she immediately looked up, with a mouthful of chestnut cake in her mouth and some pastry crumbs on the corner of her mouth. Yan Zhenyu slowly extended his slender fingers and gently rubbed the corner of her mouth, wiping away the pastry crumbs at the corner of her mouth, and smiled at her gently. You're already a mother. Why do you still eat like a child? Jun Nu rarely smiled like this before, and rarely spoke to her in such a gentle tone. In a trance, Xiangjila seemed to see the shadow of another person in Yan Zhenyu. Before she could react, the next sentence spoken by the person in front of her instantly shattered all the beautiful fantasies in her heart. I've heard a saying that whether a child is smart or not depends on whether the mother is smart or not. Don't pass your stupidity on to my child when the time comes. Hearing this, Xiangjila lost all her mood. She stuffed her mouth with cakes again, venting all her dissatisfaction on the chestnut cakes in her mouth. As expected, she couldn't expect to hear any good words from the stupid Zhenyu. Stupid man, he said that she was more important than the child, but when she really had a child, the focus was still on the child. As expected, what a man said in bed was bullshit. In the evening, after a day of shopping and eating, Xiangjila was already tired and fell asleep on Yan Zhenyu's back. After returning to the Jin mansion, Yan Zhenyu carefully put her back on the bed. When he looked at her, his eyes were filled with tenderness. His slender fingers outlined the contours of her face again and again, as if he wanted to engrave her appearance in his heart forever. Take good care of yourself when I'm not around, understand? His voice was breathy, and if you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't hear the choking in his voice at all. In a blink of an eye, he saw her slightly bulging belly, closed his eyes, stretched out his hand to cover her lower abdomen through her clothes, and groped for a long time before his hand stopped on the right side of her lower abdomen. Plop, plop. After closing his eyes, his senses were obviously more sensitive than when he opened his eyes. Just by the sound of this steady heartbeat, he could feel how full the vitality of the little guy was in his mother's body. Yan Zhenyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes slightly red, and whispered, "Stinky boy, Don't bully your mother too hard. As soon as the voice fell, Yan Zhenyu felt that his hand covering her belly seemed to be gently touched by something. Yan Zhenyu was stunned, and gently rubbed the place where the little thing touched him just now. Changju heard the noise of Yan Zhenyu coming back, and immediately came to Xiangjila's house. Not long after, Yan Zhenyu also came out of the house. The dragon eye has been sealed, and soon, everything in Da Huang will return to normal. Similarly, I have dispersed Tiandao's 2 spiritual consciousnesses and 1 immortal servant. Tiandao's body will soon catch up, and I will deal with him then. What you and Shan Shui have to do is to protect her, and the child will. If an accident really happens, I just want her to be safe at all costs. Hearing that Yan Zhenyu did not call himself this master this time, Changju was silent for a while, and hesitantly said, "Young master." Yan Zhenyu emphasized again seriously, "I just want your mistress to be safe." "Yes." Sensing his anger, Changju immediately lowered his eyes respectfully. In the second half of the night, Xiangjila had nightmares again and again. In the dream, she saw Zhenyu covered in blood and swallowed by a huge sea snake. That was when she was close to giving birth, and because her belly was too big, she couldn't run at all. No matter how hard she chased him, no matter how she cried heartbreakingly, she just couldn't catch up. When she woke up and opened her eyes, her face was already covered with tears. She immediately looked around in horror. When she saw him sitting up safely and comforting herself, the uneasy heart hanging in the air gradually calmed down. "What's wrong?" Yan Zhenyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with his sleeves and hugged her in his arms comfortingly. Xiangjila grabbed his collar tightly and shook his head. "Zhenyu, I'm very nervous. Don't run around anymore. Stay with me until I give birth to the baby, okay?" She knew that her request was unreasonable, but if she was too sensible, she would lose Zhenyu. She would rather she was unreasonable all the time. Yan Zhenyu's breath was slightly choked. Feeling her body getting more and more tense, he reached out and gently brushed her back, and said truthfully, "I'm going to leave for the East China Sea." "East China Sea? The water is nearby." Xiangjila immediately sat up straight and looked at him in panic. "So suddenly?" "Yeah." Yan Zhenyu nodded slightly and hugged her again. Before, Sangzi had been eyeing it covetously, and Chushan was watching over there. At night, there was news that Sangzi had already started to take action. This time, Sangzi led the troops, Duanmuyu, who had retired from the court 10 years ago. Duanmuyu? Xiangjila frowned. Whether in the past life or this life, it was the first time Xiangjila heard this name. Chapter 723. Finding that she was doubtful, Yan Zhenyu patiently explained, "The relationship between Duanmuyu and the current King Sangzi is the same as the relationship between me and Yan Beiki. We are both uncle and nephew. But the biggest difference between Duanmuyu and me is that he does not have to be regent to protect himself, and he also has the heartfelt respect of King Sangzi." Xiangjila said without hesitation, "Since Duanmuyu has been away from the court for 10 years, this time he led the army. The news from Chushan is that Duanmuyu led his own soldiers, and now he is 80 miles above the sea, confronting the army stationed in the East China Sea." At this point, Yan Zhenyu lowered his eyes and looked at her, his eyes full of seriousness. "Lulu, this is the kingdom of the Yin family. But now the great phoenix has been torn apart. What can you do to defend the East China Sea?" Xiangjila was anxious, and even spoke with a crying tone. "Zhenyu, wait for me to give birth to the child, and we will face the difficulties together, okay?" "No, you don't have to wait for me to give birth to the child. I can still put on armor and go into battle now." "It's too late." Yan Zhenyu pulled her, who wanted to get out of bed, and shook his head. "Lulu, I told you the truth not to let you stop my decision, but to make you promise me to take good care of yourself and the child and wait for me to come back." Xiangjila refused with red eyes. "I don't want it." Yan Zhenyu stretched out his hand to cover her hair, and said with a little pampering, "Be good, don't make trouble." It's like this again and again. Every time she didn't follow his arrangements, he always did this, making it impossible for her to refuse. "I don't want it, I don't want it." Xiangjila shook her head emotionally, opened his hand, and grabbed his arm tightly with both hands, threatening viciously, "Yan Zhenyu, if you really dare to go to the East China Sea, I will." Lily Yan Zhenyu held her hands in his hands, and said with force, "I was able to pacify Saibei in 3 years, and I can reunite Da Huang in 3 years, believe me." Hearing Yan Zhenyu's words, Xiangjila finally calmed down a little. She raised her eyes to look into his eyes, trying to find a flaw in his eyes. Yan Zhenyu looked at her calmly, his tone softer than before. "I am looking forward to the safe birth of our child. If you really want to help me, be obedient, take good care of yourself, And don't distract me, okay? I heard from the ministers in the court that disciplining children is very time-consuming. When the child is born, I will discipline him, and you just need to be yourself. He said. He will discipline the child in the future? Yin Junyuo's last affirmative words were like a reassurance pill, which dispelled a lot of the anxiety in Xiangjila's heart. Are you sure you won't lie to me? She confirmed with him again and again. Yin Junyuo smiled slightly, and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks with his fingertips. You have always been the only one who broke my promise to me. When have I ever broken my promise to you? I don't care anyway, Xiangjila insisted, adding, naval warfare is not as good as land warfare. You must come back safely. If you can't win, just run away. I just want my husband to come back safely. I don't need a hero who stands tall and has a brilliant record. I will. Yin Junyuo kissed her forehead with his lips covered. Also, I think you must have some misunderstanding about me. When have you ever seen me behave like a hero? Heroic behavior? This sentence immediately brought Xiangjila back to reality. After thinking for a long time, she sniffed and answered truthfully, it seems not. Silly Junyuo's hobbies are strange, and have nothing to do with people. His behavior, in the martial arts world, is definitely a big devil that everyone wants to cut a few times. Yin Junyuo set off for the East China Sea the next day. Before leaving, Xiangjila was still reluctant to push Changju in front of him. How about you take Changju with you? Without thinking, Yin Junyuo directly refused. No need. I feel more at ease with Changju by your side. Xiangjila frowned, but before. Weren't you struck by lightning every day? Before she finished speaking, Yin Junyuo once again held her arm solemnly and looked at her Lele. From the strength of his hands, Xiangjila realized that he was really worried. He just started talking, and before he continued, she nodded quickly. I know, I will take good care of the baby. Not only will Changju stay with me, I will also let Jilin Guard follow me, and when I go out, no matter what Chunshou and the others are busy with, I will bring someone with me, okay? This promise was comprehensive, and Yin Junyuo couldn't shake his head even if he wanted to. Well, wait until I come back. Okay. After Yin Junyuo left, Xiangjila simply put the things he had to do in secret on the surface. On the third day after Yin Junyuo left, people from Nanling reported that the Ro River had dried up overnight. Xiangjila's expression changed, and he immediately set off for a trip to the Ro River. Ro River. Large and small boats were stranded on the riverbed, and the air was filled with a stench of rotting dead fish and shrimp. Many ragged people knelt by the river and asked the gods not to let drought come again just after the flood. The messenger who delivered the message to Xiangjila explained, his voice full of surprise. In fact, the water level of Ro River has dropped a lot in the past few days, but our people have never felt anything unusual until yesterday, when we found that Ro River had quietly bottomed out. When I handed you the letter, the soil of the riverbed was still wet. I didn't expect. Xiangjila's eyes were fixed on the scene in front of her. From the time she received the news that Ro River had dried up to the time she rushed to Ro River, it was only half a day. The wet soil of the riverbed had already cracked. This speed. It's like a person dying, like a light going out. After this thought came to her mind, Xiangjila couldn't help but shudder. Why would she have such an idea? Princess, let's go back. Chunshou reminded. There were many dead fish on the dry riverbed, and many vultures gathered around the dead fish. In addition, the sound of people kneeling and praying was endless. The whole atmosphere seemed extremely depressing. Even in broad daylight, it looked particularly creepy. Xiangjila glanced at the people kneeling by the river and asked Chunshou, how far is the pond you mentioned from Bailing? Chunshou glanced at Xiangjila's belly, which was not too obvious, and hesitated. If you take a carriage, it will take at least a day without slowing down. Princess, I'm afraid that your current body. Chunshou didn't say anything more. Xiangjila could guess what she wanted to say. Don't worry, I promised the prince that I would take good care of myself, and I will definitely take good care of myself. After saying that, she glanced at the sky. It's getting late. Let's go back first, and then set off to the pond tomorrow to check it out. Princess, do you suspect that the pond has dried up? Xiangjila looked at the dried up Ro River solemnly, pursed his lips, frowned and said in a deep voice, it's possible, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. Her intuition told her, if it's really just the pond that's dried up, everything will be fine. Chapter 724. Early the next morning, Xiangjila led Chunshou and Chungjue to the water pond. Behind them, there were two Qilin guards dressed as servants. According to the estimated time, they would reach the water pond at least in the evening of the same day. Considering that it was unsafe to go to those places in the dark sky, Chuncho directly suggested, "Princess, how about we find a place to stay first and go up the mountain tomorrow?" "Okay." After getting Xiangjila's approval, one of the Qilin guards went to arrange accommodation. Chuncho took Xiangjila to order some food at the inn. As soon as they sat down, they heard people at the next table talking. "I told you, once Longmu Lake loses its spiritual energy, no matter how much water there is, it will just be dead water and can no longer flow. Look, the Ro River has dried up." A middle-aged man in coarse cloth rolled up his sleeves rudely to wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, and then put 2 peanuts in his mouth. The companion sitting next to him quickly put a large piece of meat in his bowl, and said in a warning voice, "Drinking and eating meat can't stop you from eating, right?" "I'm serious. Don't think I'm joking." The middle-aged man widened his eyes. Now Longmu Lake has become stagnant water. "I'm afraid that soon another disaster will come from heaven." The companion sneered disapprovingly, and put another piece of meat in his bowl. "You are really not afraid of death? You dare to make such a rumor at this critical moment?" The middle-aged man's face flushed red, as if he was insulted by not getting the recognition of his companions. "Whether it is a rumor or not, we will see." Okay, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Drink. The companion stuffed a small bottle of open wine into his hand, like coaxing a child. "Sir, the food is here, please enjoy." As the waiter brought the food, the 2 people who were discussing on the side also changed the topic. Only then did Xiangjila focus on the food brought by the waiter. Chuncho looked at her worriedly, and the latter reached out and patted Chuncho's hand, smiling slightly. "Eat first." It was night. Everything was silent. In the guest room, Xiangjila felt upset and couldn't sleep. Gongging number 3 seemed to sense something and established a connection with her in his consciousness. "Little ghost cultivator, are you worried?" Xiangjila turned over and sat up, looking at Chuncho, who was sleeping on the floor, and Chungjua, who got up because he sensed her movement. "I was thinking, if the Ro River really dried up because the pool had no spiritual energy, does that mean that the drought in the last life happened because Jun Nua was gone? After all, in the last life, a drought occurred in Da Huang the 2nd year after Yin Junyo died. During the drought, the Ro River dried up the fastest. If the Ro River is connected to the pond, and the pond is the dragon's eye as the people said, and as Gongging number 3 said, Junyuo's true body in the original world is an ancient blue dragon, so does the pond become dead water mean? The dragon's eyes are dead and can't see anything. This swimming dragon is blind and can no longer swim. Thinking of this, Xiangjila stretched out his hands to cover his face and rubbed it, and told Gongging number 3 the truth about his assassin's mood. Xiao 3, I always feel very uneasy. Hearing Xiangjila's words, Gongging number 3 choked slightly at first, and then comforted him. Little ghost cultivator, don't think too much, it may be a coincidence. Xiangjila got out of bed quietly, and walked to the window. The half-hanging moon outside the window was covered with a thin layer of mist, looking weird and hazy. She looked towards the direction of the pond, and listened with bated breath. In the silence, the feeling of blockage in her heart became more and more obvious. She continued to communicate with Gongging number 3 in her mind. No, I'm sure I'm not thinking too much. Once is a coincidence, it can't be a coincidence twice. These days, since the turmoil in Da Huang began, she has always had an illusion that is not an illusion. All the bad things are directed at Junyo alone. East China Sea. After handing the letter to Yin Junyo, Chu Shan went to the commander's mansion to meet with Zhao Jie, the commander of the East China Sea Navy. Lord Chu. Seeing Chu Shan, Zhao Jie, who was already in a state of panic due to the approach of his hometown army, seemed to have seen a rescuer. He strode forward and gave Chu Shan a hug, almost jumping on him, and giving him a koala hug. Chu Shan tried to maintain his majestic image, nodded to Zhao Jie, and looked at Zhao Jie directly. Commander Zhao, how many people do we have left now? Hearing this, Zhao Jie's face turned pale, and he said in embarrassment, if it's just garrison, we have more than enough people, but once we really have to face the hometown army that is good at water battles on the sea, I'm afraid. I'm afraid? Chu Shan obviously didn't want to hear this word. He frowned and said, the court allocates regular funds for the arming of warships in the East China Sea every year. Although it is not as good as other borders, it should not be so weak that it can't even resist Sangdong, right? Hearing this, Zhao Jie sighed. The East China Sea has always been like the Nanling and Bailing, mainly engaged in business. Families with male children don't have to worry about food and clothing. How can they bear to let their children suffer such hardships or even die? Therefore, the source of our elite soldiers depends on the arrangements of the court. Rely on the court's arrangement? That means the criminals who are sent here every year. Dahuang has always been strict with military commanders, especially those who once held military power. Therefore, as long as they commit crimes, they are basically executed directly, and civil officials are sent to various borders according to the severity of the crime, or do hard labor, or join the army to do miscellaneous work. Now the East China Sea Navy has deceived the subordinates, and sent criminals to the army, to use them directly as soldiers. You are really bold. Chu Shan glared at Zhao Jia with a fake smile. The imposing aura without anger instantly made Zhao Jia's legs go weak, and he knelt on the ground. He used his knees as a support point, and moved step by step to Chu Shan's legs, and pulled his sleeves. Master Chu, I invited you this time just to ask for your help. I don't want to die yet. Master Chu. Chu Shan was unmoved. Then what you told me before, that your army and the Sangzi Navy were facing each other on the sea, was it all a lie? Zhao Jia turned his head away guiltily. Master Chu, I really didn't mean to lie. Before Zhao Jia finished speaking, Chu Shan smashed the table beside him with his palm, stood up and sneered, Zhao Jia, you are really brave. If you have any excuses, you can explain to the prince when he arrives. Prince? This time, Zhao Jia's voice trembled. Prince personally came. Chu Shan raised his eyebrows and smiled. What else do you think? Zhao Jia's mind was blank in an instant. He thought? What did he think? What could he think? He had always thought that there were disasters everywhere in Dahuang, and the prince was providing disaster relief. Otherwise, how could he have the courage to tell Commander Chu so much? People's minds work very fast before they die, and Zhao Jia is no exception. Soon, he found a reason to atone for his crime. Chu. Lord Chu, I forgot to tell you something. What is it? Chu Shan mercilessly pried open Zhao Jia's hands that were holding his thighs. Zhao Jia didn't care whether he could cling to Chu Shan's thighs, and hurriedly said, just yesterday evening, a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman came to see me, claiming that his master could make the decision for Sangzi, provided that we agreed to negotiate peace with them. As soon as Zhao Jia's words came out, the impatient expression on Chu Shan's face froze. Chapter 725. Longmu Lake is surrounded by gentle slopes, just as Chun Chou said. Therefore, Xiang Jila did not feel too tired all the way there. The group of people soon arrived at the edge of Longmu Lake. Standing at the top of the gentle slope, Xiang Jila looked at the deep pool in the middle of the gentle slope, and saw that the water level of the deep pool was still dropping. The water that should have been clear was turbid, and had a faint odor. The consequences of no spiritual energy were exactly as she had guessed. Chun Chou thought Xiang Jila would go to the deep pool to check it out personally, and even thought of some words of persuasion, but she didn't expect Xiang Jila to walk back without saying a word after taking a look at the deep pool. She hurriedly followed him and asked in confusion, Princess, what are you doing? Xiang Jila waved his hand nonchalantly. The smell is a bit strong, different from what I imagined. I don't want to stay. Chun Chou thought she was emotional, so she immediately shut up. On the way back, Xiang Jila suddenly asked Chun Chou, is the escort agency planning to open a branch in Bailing? A trace of surprise flashed across Chun Chou's eyes, and then he nodded. My subordinates and Xian Yin are planning to talk to you about this in the next 2 days. Are you planning to move to a bigger place this time? Xiang Jila continued to ask. Although he didn't understand Xiang Jila's intention of asking these questions, Chun Chou still answered readily, yes, affected by the flood, many wealthy businessmen sold the flooded manors at a low price. What my subordinates want to do is to repair those flooded manors, and expand the scope of the manors, to use them as the general escort agency. After all, there are many people now, and a bigger place will always be more convenient. Xiang Jila nodded and said, no need to repair, just build a new one. Build a new one? Chun Chou thought he had heard wrongly. Please ask those refugees who can't get food to work. Xiang Jila relied on his memory and integrated the content about people's livelihood from one section of China's Millennium Chronicle into the current situation, and tried to implement it. Every day, after the escort agency is built, if they are honest and willing to stay, we will make arrangements according to the actual situation. The strong refugees will be arranged at our reserve camp for training, and the women with quick hands and feet will be asked to do rough work in the escort agency. Those who don't want to stay will be paid according to their actual working days, and let them go back to live. If they are found to be greedy and sly, they will be driven away and no longer employed. Hearing Xiang Jila's organized arrangement, Chun Chou agreed at first, but soon she felt it was inappropriate. But Princess, refugees have always been arranged by the government. In this way, we will definitely disrupt the government's arrangements. Hearing Chun Chou's words, Xiang Jila's mouth curled up in a mocking arc, The so-called arrangement of the government is nothing more than to let them have enough food and not starve to death, but the rest of the time, these people are idle. Over time, some people will definitely get restless and want to make trouble. I'm afraid those people are used to having food served to them and are unwilling to. Then we will only accept those who are willing. Xiang Jila glanced at Chun Chou with a sharp look, and Chun Chou immediately shut up and listened to Xiang Jila's words obediently. Those who don't want to be accepted are troublemakers. How can we be so careless to waste time on those troublemakers, who have no use value? After saying this, Xiang Jila obviously lost his patience. Chun Chou lowered her eyes and said, yes. Then Xiang Jila explained some details about the arrangement of refugees, and Chun Chou agreed to them one by one. She then leaned against the inner wall of the carriage, and closed her eyes to rest. Gonggong number 3 listened to Xiang Jila's arrangement in the space, and roughly guessed her intention. Little ghost, do you want to be the master of the people now? Xiang Jila replied, Little 3, in my last life in the original world, in addition to Xiang Shi's obstruction, the bigger reason was that I killed too many people, and could not enter the reincarnation. Although I know that the chances of doing so are slim, if from now on, I do my best to do something that benefits the people, then can I accumulate some virtue for Jun Nuo and the child. In the future, will I never encounter things like the original world again? At the very least, even if something really happened, it wouldn't cause too much trouble for Jun Nuo. Gonggong number 3 was silent. It didn't dare to tell Xiang Jila that the judgment of good and bad in such matters was entirely up to heaven. Heaven said that if you were guilty, and if you were innocent, you were innocent, no matter what you did or how much effort you made. Dong Hai. Under Zhao Jia's arrangement, Chu Shan successfully met the middle-aged man who was looking for Zhao Jia. This time, the middle-aged man respectfully brought another middle-aged man. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, Chu Shan's eyes first flashed with surprise, followed by endless anger. Mo Yud, you took great pains to get close to the Jin mansion, just because you are a native of Sang? Faced with Chu Shan's questioning, Mo Yud smiled bitterly. Mr. Chu, this is a long story. Whether you believe it or not, my idea is the same as yours. I don't want a war to happen. Chapter 726. Chu Shan curled his lips in sarcasm. It's a long story. It can't cover up the fact that you, a native of Sang, came to Da Huang with bad intentions. If I'm not mistaken, you probably even have a fake name, Mo Yud? Mo Yud lowered his eyes and remained silent. Chu Shan sneered. I don't think I need to say anything else to someone who has to hide his identity and name. After saying that, he pretended to get up and leave. Mr. Chu, please stay. Mo Yud raised his hand and called Chu Shan, seeming to have made up his mind, and gritted his teeth and said, I thought that since I'm here, Mr. Chu should know my true identity. No! Chu Shan quickly went through all the possibilities. He felt uneasy, but tried to keep his tone calm, and decided to name the people he thought might be possible one by one. Duanmayu. Mo Yud's face froze slightly. He soon bowed to Chu Shan with admiration. You are worthy of being the confidant of the Regent Prince of Da Huang, and you guessed it right at once. Is it really Duanmayu? How can he guess correctly even if he guesses blindly? Chu Shan had doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He sat down again. It's interesting that a prince of a country went to Da Huang to do business. He looked at Mo Yud with an unpredictable expression, saying a double entendre. Mo Yud ignored his doubts and twitched his lips. Sangzi is different from the other 5 countries in the Central Plains. It is surrounded by water and lacks other materials. Therefore, I am doing business in Da Huang, more or less to give the people of Sangzi more choices. So what you mean now is, whether you believe it or not, for me, doing business in Da Huang is just out of interest. I don't want to fight with Da Huang, so our starting point and ultimate goal are the same. At this point, Mo Yud raised his eyes to Chu Shan's eyes. His eyes were full of determination. To put it more directly, your military strength in Dong Hai is too weak. If I really want to take over Dong Hai, there is no need to come to see you. On the surface, this is indeed the case. But why do you think I will believe you? Mr. Chu, you have no choice, right? Besides, Mo Yud smiled with emotions in his eyes. I like Da Huang, and there are people in Da Huang that I care about. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and it was already midsummer. Xiang Jila's winter clothes had long been replaced by light summer clothes. Her clothes were thin, and her belly, which had been more than 6 months pregnant, was much more obvious than before. The establishment of the intelligence network provided her with a lot of convenience. The war on the other side of the East China Sea was still stalemated, and the main forces of the fragmented Da Huang were still following Yan Junyuo's lead, which made Xiang Jila feel relieved. Because Yin Junyo would send a letter back every half a month to ensure her safety and told her to take good care of her pregnancy and not to run around. She tried her best not to let herself be affected by external affairs and tried to make herself happy physically and mentally. When she encountered troubles, she would handle them herself if she was in a good mood and let Chuncho and the others handle them if she was in a bad mood. Looking at all the people, she, who should have handled the most affairs, suddenly became the one with the least time. Xiangjila's method of making the refugees' energy work in a useful place gave Qin Buku a good example to learn from. After seeing that the Qingwan escort agency with a large area was built in just 2 months, he enthusiastically invited local gentry from the 5 states and 16 counties to hold a banquet. No one knows what happened at the banquet. Many people only know that after the banquet, the 5 states and 16 counties in the south seemed to come alive overnight. The gentry in various places either needed to rebuild their mansions or repair their ancestral halls. For a time, most of the idle manpower at home was put to use. Coupled with the intervention of the court and Qin Buku's governance, the lives of the people in the 5 states and 16 counties in the south gradually got back on track. The business of Qingwan Escort Agency was also restored due to the activeness of the wealthy gentry. It is worth mentioning that with the addition of the Willing Alliance, most of the escort leaders were famous in the martial arts world, so both the mountain bandits and the thieves had to give the escort agency some face. As for the other people who retired from the escort agency, Xiangjila asked Xian Yanchunchu to arrange them in the manor named Qingwan, which was built almost at the same time as the Qingwan escort agency. After all the tests were passed, the escort masters who had received the Qingwan order in the escort agency would teach them according to their aptitude and arrange appropriate tasks for them according to their abilities. Before, Mo Yud intended to promote the Qingwan escort agency. These days, his business has gradually moved closer to ours, which has allowed us to pick up a lot of loopholes. The situation in the East China Sea seems to be stalemate, but in the past few months, except for the blockade of the coastal ports, other problems have not had much impact on the lives of the people. The weather was sunny, and the breeze was warm. Chuncho sat in the pavilion and reported recent events to Xiangjila. Speaking of the following, Chuncho lowered his voice and leaned close to Xiangjila's ear and whispered, Dongren got to know many big companies that specialize in carbon fire for forging weapons because of Mo Yud's promotion. The intelligence network that extended outwards found that there is an iron mine in the northwest that has not yet been mined. If we do it secretly, it will not be a problem for us to forge weapons for ourselves. Xiangjila's eyes flashed, and he twisted the handkerchief in his hand, and didn't say anything else. I was saying, I can't find him anywhere, so he's here again. Jin Yu's voice interrupted Xiangjila and Chun Chao's conversation. Mo Chi hired a private school teacher to teach literacy in Jin's house. Jin Yu stole a half day of leisure, worried that Xiangjila would be bored, so she followed the servant's instructions to find Xiangjila. When she came, Chun Cho just stood up beside Xiangjila. Xiangjila changed his deep look just now, and after Jin Yu sat down, he smiled and teased, Hey, Aunt Jean, we just mentioned that Boss Missouri. These days, Donghai's business is thanks to the care of Boss Missouri. He almost carved the 5 big words I'm for Jin Yu on his face. You dare to say that you have nothing to do with him? Hearing Xiangjila's teasing, Jin Yu blushed, and then pretended to be calm and said, What can I have with him? At most, there is Shuqi's relationship. There was some anger in her tone. That person has been in Donghai for 3 or 4 months, and he hasn't even sent a letter back. It is estimated that he has been enjoying it for a long time. TSK Xiangjila said with a sour expression, Look at your frivolous little appearance. Jin Yu glared at her in anger, You are getting more and more unruly. Auntie came to you with good intentions, and you squeeze Auntie like this? Feeling that Jin Yu seemed to be really resistant to Mo Yud, Xiangjila immediately reached out and took her arm, smiling softly, Okay, Auntie, don't be angry, don't be angry. No one will take your place if you get angry, I promise. There will never be a next time. Originally, she was angry because Mo Yud had no news after he left, but seeing Xiangjila's little look, Jin Yu immediately forgot why she was angry, and lovingly reached out and pinched her nose. Xiangjila immediately wrinkled her nose playfully and protested, What's wrong with me? Chapter 727. Just as she and Jin Yu were laughing and joking, Dongren came in a hurry. Princess, Xi has brought back an urgent report. Urgent report? Seeing the anxious look on Dongren's face, Jin Yu stopped laughing and joking with Xiangjila very tactfully. Xiao Qi has probably learned to read almost everything by now. I go see her first. After Jin Yu left, Dongren handed the wax-sealed letter in her hand to Xiangjila. There's something unusual going on in Saibei. Xi and she wanted to hand the letter to the prince, but the prince and Chushan are not here now. Saibei, hasn't Lin Bufan been handling Saibei's affairs well? Let me see. Xiang Jila reached out and took the letter handed over by Dongren. After reading the contents, her face immediately darkened. The Ying family is a prominent family in Xixia. Unless necessary, they will basically not appear in front of people. Now his secret guards have gone to Saibei to stir up trouble. I think there must be something in Saibei that is worth making them crazy. Sheng Wanche, that bastard, actually wants to turn against us. The war in the East China Sea is getting intense now. The prince and Chushan are definitely too busy to be there, and Uncle Li and the governor of Qingzhou need to stay where they are and wait for orders. Xiang Jila murmured as he analyzed the current situation for now. Realizing that he almost let the cat out of the bag, Xiang Jila immediately pursed his lips. I'm a little tired. I want to go back to my room to rest first. Chun Chou and Dongren looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. The princess is tired at this time. Seeing that Xiang Jila really got up and left, the two of them followed him obediently. It was not until Xiang Jila returned to his room and really rested that the two began to communicate with each other in confusion. Do you think it is possible that the princess is planning to do something secretly? Dongren frowned. Chun Chou looked at the room and thought of Xiang Jila's obviously pregnant belly and murmured, now the princess's body is getting heavier. I'm afraid she wants to do something, but she is powerless. Dongren moved his lips, and the words on his lips finally became, I hope so. There is a problem in Saibei, Lin Bufan. I don't know how he is. Inside the room, Xiang Jila heard that Dongren and Chun Chou had left, and immediately lifted the thin blanket to cover herself and slipped into the space. In the space, the saplings on the functional soil had grown fruits the size of watermelons, and the fruit was covered with a layer of milky white light as warm as white jade. Because the light was too strong, Xiang Jila could only vaguely see the actual size of the fruit through the outline of the fruit, and could not see the things inside at all. She went to the fruit as a routine, and reached out to touch the halo on the edge of the fruit. The baby in her belly seemed to sense movement, and kicked her twice, as if telling her, don't touch me, I'm always here. Seeing her thin summer clothes move twice, because of the movement of the little guy in her belly, Xiang Jila slowly smiled, and put her hand that was reaching for the fruit back on her bulging belly. Feeling her mother's touch, the little guy in her belly suddenly became much more gentle, and even the force of kicking her was reduced. Gongging number 3 flapped its little wings, and came to Xiang Jila. Little ghost cultivator, why are you here so early today? Didn't you always come in before going to bed at night? Seeing Gongging number 3, Xiang Jila did not change his movements, turned his head and asked casually, can you send me to Saibei right now? Gongging number 3 pounced slowly in front of her, looked her belly up and down, and said in embarrassment, of course, I can, but Saibei is nearly 10,000 miles away from here. After moving there instantly, I have to stay there for more than 5 days before I can use it again. Little ghost cultivator you are now. Gongging number 3 was in a dilemma, and Xiang Jila was also entangled. My belly is big, and it is really inconvenient to do things. The distance is too far, and I have to stay for more than 5 days. If it was in the past, it would be fine, but now? She looked down at her belly, that was about to be 7 months old again. TSK, I still have to report to Chun Chou and the others, otherwise once they find out that she is missing, they will pass the news to Junyuo when they are worried, which will not be worth the loss. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but weakly asked Gongging number 3, can you take more people with your teleportation? If it doesn't work, she can bring Dongren or Chun Chou. Bring more people? Gongging number 3 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little ghost, do you think I'm a carriage? Bring as many as you want? Xiang Jila shut up obediently. Saibei. Midsummer is here, but Saibei is not as dry as in previous years. All thanks to the earthquake at the end of last year, that made the Saibei army love and hate. Due to the earthquake, many people were killed and injured when the Saibei army went to assist the surrounding government offices to evacuate the people, and their strength was greatly affected. Because of the earthquake, a crack was created in the Buzhou mountain. The snow and water on the mountain slowly formed a waterfall along the crack. The waterfall formed a floodplain under the mountain due to inertia. The snow and water on the floodplain flowed downward due to inertia, breaking the loose surface sand and flowing to the northern desert, bringing vitality to the people in the northern desert. At night, the northern desert. After a fierce fight, there were residual flames everywhere. Lin Bufan panted and looked at the soldiers and dead soldiers lying on the ground. I hope Chiosi can take Qin Pei away smoothly this time. Including this time, He has lost count of how many assassinations he has encountered since the beginning of the year. At first, he thought that the assassinations were all aimed at him, until the beginning of February, when Chiosi went to Saibei to ask Qin to leave. After Qin left, those assassinations also left with him. Why can he be so sure? Because Chiosi and Qin had just left Saibei not long ago, and returned because of assassination. And it was precisely because of that assassination that he discovered that Ying's hand was involved. Almost all the assassins of Qin were from the Ying family. As Xixiao was involved, Northern Qi had some signs of doing something. He immediately asked Xian Shi to deliver a letter to the prince in the south. Not long after the letter was delivered, Qin was targeted by two different groups of people again. Both parties seemed to have a common goal, to keep Qin in the northern frontier forever. Originally, he didn't care much about Qin, but after seeing that the assassins focused their attention on Qin, even if he had a good temper and no curiosity, he had to ask Qin a soul-searching question: who the hell did you offend? Chapter 728. At that time, Qin was being dragged around by Chiosi without mercy. He was busy escaping and said in embarrassment, "If I had known, I wouldn't have been chased all the time." Looking at Qin embarrassed appearance, it really didn't seem like he was pretending. In addition, Chiosi was determined to take Qin back to the south, so he could more or less guess that Qin must be a key link in the hands of the prince or princess, so he could only protect him at all costs, lest he really die in the northern frontier accidentally. This time, he and Chiosi had discussed it. Before other forces could attack Qin, they would sneak in. The plan seemed to be successful. His people led away a large group of secret guards, who wanted to assassinate Qin and let Chiosi take Qin away in the opposite direction. According to estimates, his letter should have been delivered. I don't know what instructions the prince can give him by then. The neighing of horses behind him brought Lin Bufan back to his senses immediately. Several soldiers in armor rushed to him from different directions and reported, "General Lin, everything is normal." Lin Bufan nodded, got on his horse and said, "Go back." After saying that, he rode his horse to the front. When he was about to return to the Saibei camp, he ran into two people who he thought would never appear here. Especially when he saw that the person was obviously pregnant, he was so surprised that he almost fell off the horse. Princess? After Xiang Jila and the Winter Ninja who followed Xiang Jila were settled, it was almost dawn. Xiang Jila was exhausted because of his double body. Even though Lin Bufan had too many doubts, he couldn't openly ask Xiang Jila too many questions. He could only pull Dongrun, who was also shocked and had not recovered, out of the house after Xiang Jila rested. After making sure that the distance was far enough to not disturb Xiang Jila's rest, Lin Bufan scolded Dongrun. "How did you and the princess get here? The princess is pregnant now, and you are still fooling around with her. If the prince knows, will you still be alive?" Dongrun was still frightened by Xiang Jila's teleportation outside the Saibei camp. Now she saw the person she loved so much, and before she could ask a few questions, the other party was not only unhappy to see her, but also spoke harshly to her. All of a sudden, all the grievances came to her mind. She lowered her head and tried to make her tone calm. "It was my recklessness. Please punish me, General." He was now worried about the head on her neck, but she could still act like nothing happened. Lin Bufan was almost angry and laughed. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Bufan tried to calm himself down and slowed down his tone. "The Saibei is different these days. Tomorrow, you take a day off. I arrange for someone to send you back the day after tomorrow. Don't let the princess mess around at this critical moment." He didn't say a word that he should have said when they met. Dongrun bowed his head again and said, "Yes, Dongrun will try his best to persuade the princess." Lin Bufan told her to have a good rest, and then turned and left. The temperature difference between Saibei at night and during the day was huge. Dongrun couldn't help shivering when the night wind blew. At this moment, she felt that all her enthusiasm had cooled down. All the topics she talked about with the princess when she came here suddenly became a joke half an hour ago. Xiang Jila found Dongrun and Chuncho and told them about his plan. At that time, the two immediately objected. "Just kidding. A pregnant woman running around with a bulging belly is shocking enough, and the person running around with a bulging belly is the princess. If there is any accident, it is not a matter of one life or another, but the consequence of corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. I'm not here to ask for your opinions, but to tell you what I'm going to do." Xiang Jila said firmly, "If you want to follow me, I take one of you with me. If not, I go alone." Chuncho and Dongrun looked at each other, and were both in trouble. Chuncho advised, "Princess, from here to Saibei, Not to mention that the bumpy carriage is very dangerous for you now, in terms of the distance. Even if Chushan rides a horse, it will take nearly a month to get there at full speed. If you take a carriage that stops and starts, it will take 3 to 5 months along the way. Maybe the young master will come out before you get to Saibei. Dongren nodded in agreement. Princess, you should stay here quietly. So what you mean is that you won't come with me? Xiangjila refused to listen, and didn't want to say anything else. He turned around and left. Chuncho knew that Xiangjila had the experience of turning a living person into a living person before, and she also understood how much she valued Yan Zhenyu. She thought that she wouldn't joke with the child, so after knowing that persuasion was ineffective, she immediately changed her words. Who will the princess take this time? Xiangjila turned around again with a smile. Who do you want me to take? She was asking Chuncho, but her eyes were on Dongren. Chuncho looked at Dongren ambiguously. Dongren's disguise technique was taught by Lin Bufan. Why not take Dongren with you this time? Xiangjila nodded in agreement, and then asked Dongren, what do you think? When Xiangjila showed that he wanted to take her to Saibei, Dongren's eyes lit up. But considering Xiangjila's physical condition, she hesitated again. Princess, how about we? Okay, I take Dongren with me this time. Xiangjila dragged her over and said goodbye to Chuncho, asking Chuncho to arrange the next things and help her reply to Yan Zhenyu's letter as a routine. Seeing that Dongren was still absent-minded while packing, Xiangjila stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, we will be back soon. In this world, except Zhenyu, no one cares more about my child than me. Okay. At this time, Dongren was suffering from her inner torment. On the one hand, she was excited to go to Saibei to see Lin Bufan, and on the other hand, after seeing Xiangjila, all her excitement turned into self-blame. The princess needs protection the most now. She actually has such thoughts. She deserves death. Dongren? Xiangjila called from behind, and Dongren quickly came back to her senses. Princess? I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Xiangjila smiled and stuffed a small stack of banknotes into her hands, and asked her to keep it close to her body for future use. Why, you know you are about to meet Lin Bufan, so you were too happy? The little thought was exposed, and Dongren immediately turned her head away with a red face. No, no. Chapter 729. It has been 3 or 4 years since you learned the art of disguise from Lin Bufan in your teens, and officially served the prince. Xiangjila seemed to chat with her unintentionally. Dongren's face was slightly hot, and he whispered him, the nanny who checked the physical condition of the Dark Guard camp said that my bone structure is very good and suitable for shaping various forms. So the prince arranged for General Lin to take me with him and teach me the art of disguise. Oh! Xiangjila deliberately prolonged the tail sound of oh and winked at her. Then it's really a waste of talent to put you by my side. After all, Yan Zhenyu asked her to bring Dongren to her because she could disguise herself. But now she often uses him for other purposes. Isn't it a waste of talent? Hearing the teasing in Xiangjila's words, Dongren's face turned redder. It is my honor to be able to help the princess all the time. Dongren. Xiangjila chuckled and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder again. If you really like it, try your best. What if it really works? Princess? Dongren looked up at the mistress in front of him without knowing why. Xiangjila's eyes were slightly hot, and he smiled at her. You are all good subordinates loyal to the prince. I hope that within my ability, you can all find your own happiness, no matter what you choose in the future. Chushan and Chuncho, Lin Bufan and Dongren really. If she hadn't been bored a few days ago, and paid special attention to the things around her, she wouldn't have discovered that Dongren was that person. The soldier who was unknown in the previous life, but was in danger countless times to bring her back the enemy's situation. She didn't have much impression of Dongren before. Firstly, she always thought that soldier was a man. Secondly, when in Kyoto, Dongren's behavior was very decent, which was not much similar to the casualness in the previous life. She found that Dongren's behavior overlapped with that soldier's. It was the little action of pinching the corner of Dongren's clothes after he brought back the letter and turned away a few days ago. Inexplicably, the despair of Lin Bufan in the previous life was very similar to the feeling she had from time to time now. She remembered that in the last battle before Lin Bufan's death, the soldier dragged his body with his right hand torn off and held his breath to bring back the information. After the soldier died, she had keenly noticed the change in Lin Bufan's aura. At that moment, she saw the despair in Lin Bufan. But at that time, she only thought that Lin Bufan had a very good relationship with his subordinates, and never thought that there was such a connection between them. She was really too happy in the past 2 years of this life. She was so happy that she almost forgot the tragedy of the previous life. If the problem in the Northwest was not dealt with earlier, I am afraid that it would be even more difficult when Jun Nuo came back. She couldn't guarantee that she could solve the problem of Xixia Yingshi, but she could still give Shang Wanche, that untrustworthy bastard, a warning. Affected by the backache in the middle and late stages of pregnancy, Xiangjila's sleep was not deep. She woke up after 2 hours of shallow sleep, because she was awakened by the urge to urinate. Dongren stayed by her side all the time, and when he heard the noise, he immediately stood up and helped her. Xiangjila blocked it with her backhand and smiled. I'm not that weak. After solving the toilet problem, she winked at Dongren ambiguously. Did you see Lin Bufan? Dongren's face turned pale, and he nodded gently. I saw it. Then he changed the subject directly. Princess, you haven't told me what happened last night. Xiangjila made a silent expression to her, and lowered his voice. This is a secret between us, otherwise how do you think I would have the courage to go out so far? Dongren just smiled slightly, turned around and went out of the house to prepare water for Xiangjila to wash. Xiangjila stretched out his hand to support his waist and sat back on the bed, and started to communicate with Gongjing number 3, Dog Xiao 3. Can you do it? Why is this teleportation more tiring than the last time? Gongjing number 3 replied, you can't really blame me for this. The younger master is more active in the later stages of life. You'd better keep your energy up, otherwise you have a hard time when the time comes. As if responding to Gongjing number 3's words, Xiangjila felt his belly tighten, and then the clothes covering his belly moved a few times. This was the little guy doing boxing inside. Xiangjila instinctively reached out to cover the place where the clothes moved just now, and the smile on his mouth slowly deepened. Little 3. What? My little baby said he doesn't believe your nonsense. Gongjing number 3. Nonsense, my young master is not as boring as you. The huge sand ridge protruding from the vast yellow sand is the border between Ningxiu and the border. South of the border, there is still a large expanse of yellow sand, and behind the yellow sand is the Danxia Mountains with peaks and ridges. A ragged team is moving slowly and aimlessly towards the Danxia Mountains. Chiosi was in a mess, and with difficulty supported Qin Pei, who was also in a mess and holding his chest, and mixed into the refugees. After countless crowds and struggles, and the difficulty of being almost trampled to death, Chiosi finally entered a winding and rugged canyon corridor with the refugees at dark. Until they found a slightly recessed secret corner, the two people who were already exhausted fell to the ground and sat together. Qin Pei leaned against Chiosi's back, breathing weakly. I didn't expect that I could die in Miss Chio's arms. It is really a blessing in my late life. Why are you saying this now? Chiosi sat down and took a breath for a while, then took out a palm-sized bag from her arms, which was full of crushed herbs. She opened Qin Pei's collar, took out a handful of herbs from it, and covered the wound on Qin Pei's chest that was still bleeding. I saved you only because you didn't betray my master. Don't think too much. Chapter 730. Because of her sudden force, Qin Pei coughed a few times with a pale face and explained in a low voice, 1. I will not betray your master, because the lifeblood of our Qin family is connected to the fortune of your master, and we will prosper together and suffer together. So even if you kill me, I will never do anything to hurt your master. Chiosi lowered her eyelids and asked softly, so in fact, you said you were working for my master, but in fact you were also using my master? Qin Pei leaned weakly on her neck and said intermittently, I am struggling inside now, because in this situation, if I deny that I used your master and show my loyalty, I will be able to easily win your heart. But I know that it is not kind to do so. Because once you and I have determined that the other party is our future partner, then cheating is definitely the greatest disrespect to each other. I don't want this to become a rift between you and me. So, I can only prepare to be pushed away by Miss Chiu. I tell you the truth, the princess and I just get what we need. At the same time, my sense of responsibility towards you has never changed. Miss Chiu, even if you don't want to admit it, you are destined to be entangled with me until death in this life. You can't escape. How can you say it so openly after taking advantage of others? And you said a lot of specious words, like this to confuse her mind. Chiosi pushed him away mercilessly, and her eyes, which were always cold, seemed to be burning with 2 jumping flames. Qin Pei, you. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Pei lost his balance and fell on his back because she pushed him too hard. After hearing what Chiosi said to him, he sat up again crookedly and said intermittently, everything I said came from my heart. Chiosi gritted her teeth and asked, is there only people you can use in your heart? Including me, you are just responsible for it? No, being responsible does not require sacrificing your lifelong happiness. Qin Pei moved back with great effort, leaned against the wall in the corner, coughed twice, and continued, "My feelings for you have always been sincere, and I will never use you or do anything to hurt you." Again. That sounds nice. Chiosi tried to keep her composure, moved to the other side, without leaving any trace, and took some herbs to cover the wounds on her calf and left hand. The secret guards chased her too hard, and she also had several knife wounds on her back. If Qin hadn't pushed her away and got a knife in the chest, I'm afraid her injuries would be even more serious than they are now. Because her left hand was injured, her right hand could not reach her back, so she could only try to put the few remaining herbs on the wall and rub them against her back. Qin wanted to get closer to take the herbs from her hand, but she told him to block him with his hand. "Don't come over. I dare not show my back to someone like you, lest you stab me with a knife." Qin smiled bitterly, lifted a corner of his robe, and put the dagger hidden in his calf into her hand. "This dagger is my last retreat, like my lifeline. If Miss Chiu doesn't trust me, use this dagger to deepen my wound. I believe that under this situation, if you want to take my life, it will be easy." At this moment, Qin eyes were like a wolf staring at its prey. Chiosi's eyes trembled slightly, and she was inexplicably a little scared. She instinctively retreated, but Qin pressed on, pulled her hand, and stuffed the dagger into Chiosi's hand. "Miss Chiu, I have handed my body, my heart, and my life to you. Do you want it or not?" Because of the wound on his body, his hands were very cold, and the strength of holding her hand was not strong, but facing his burning eyes, Chiosi's mind was blank, and she could not say anything else or make any other movements except the repeated "why." Qin patiently explained, "I said, my sincerity towards you is not just to be responsible for you." Now, Chiosi finally found her voice. After experiencing the turmoil of thoughts, her impression of Qin now completely remained on the last time they walked together. "Didn't you say that you would not bother me again?" Qin choked when his soul was asked by Chiosi. The heat in his eyes was almost washed away by embarrassment. He did something he would never want to do in the past. He sighed exaggeratedly, said in a funny tone, and said truthfully, "At that time, I wanted to play hard to get and let Miss Chiu pay more attention to me, but I didn't know that I could never catch Miss Chiu again after letting her go." Miss Chiu was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running so fast that she couldn't even find the reins. "You are the horse." Chiosi's gloom was suddenly dispersed by Qin words. Her eyes were red, and her voice was choked. "Qin, you are really annoying sometimes." Although he didn't know why he was annoying, Qin still lowered his head humbly. "It's my fault. Don't say it clearly, and always let people guess." "Is it fun?" "It's boring." Qin shook his head, quietly waiting for Chiosi to give him the next round of judgment. Chiosi was silent for a long time before she said slowly, "The princess allowed me to make my own decision on marriage. It's just getting married anyway. If you are willing to marry me, then I will marry you." "Okay." Qin heard it clearly, and responded straightforwardly. "But I want to be with you for the rest of my life. If you can't do it." Hearing this, Qin eyes were like a spring, warm and clear. "Qin will not let Chiosi down, and will only hold hands with you for the rest of my life." And at this moment, Qin ecstasy in his chest could no longer be suppressed. He was always calm, but now he had lost his patience in front of the girl he loved. "You say?" Chiosi's eyes locked with his. "I will be loyal to the princess all my life, if you dare to betray me." "No, we are destined to be together. I will follow my wife wherever you are. I will be there." Without waiting for Chiosi to finish her words, Qin stuffed the dagger into Chiosi's hand again, fearing that she would regret it. "If you don't trust me, then you keep this dagger. Everything I promised you will be valid for life." Chiosi stared at him for a long time, so long that Qin thought that everything that happened just now was just an illusion of his wishful thinking. The ecstasy in his heart slowly condensed and settled, and even the dagger he handed to her was slowly put down. Just as he was about to take back the dagger, a slender hand stained with blood and the scent of herbs covered the back of his hand, then moved from the back of his hand to the palm, took the dagger representing his lifeblood from his palm, and held it in his hand. Qin seemed to be alive again, with a strange figure flowing through his body. He tried hard to suppress his urge to hold her in his arms, and said with a burning gaze, "From now on, I am yours." Chapter 731. His gaze seemed to have warmed, burning Chiosi's face red. She turned away shyly and faced Qin. "You helped me cover the wound on my back with herbs." Qin did it obediently. Because of excitement, his hands were still shaking. The vast moonlight was scattered in the canyon, and the refugees were either gathered in groups or sleeping separately. Only the two people who were still sitting in the corner had an ambiguous and warm atmosphere between them. After a while, Qin felt that Qiuxi's back had stopped bleeding, and then he asked softly, "Qiuxi, is your real name Qiuxi?" In his opinion, Qiuxi should not be her real name. After all, most of the maids and servants in the rich and powerful families were given names. Qiuxi's eyes trembled slightly, and then she lowered her head. "I am an orphan and have no real name. Qiuxi is a good name." Qin hurriedly comforted her and told Qiuxi what he was thinking. "But this name can be called by everyone. It makes me look too unspecial. I want to give you a nickname that only I can call you. What do you think?" "A nickname that only he can call you?" Facing his cautious and careful eyes, Qiuxi felt a tingling sensation in her heart, and her previous coldness completely disappeared. She hesitated and refused. "No. No need?" "Yes, Qiuxi, I want to be the most special one in your heart." Before Qiuxi could speak, Qin continued, "I don't mean to compete with your master for favor, I just... This timid look. This aggrieved tone. Qiuxi turned her face away, and said softly with red ears, Then you can choose it, only you can call it." "Really?" Qin looked flattered. Qiuxi nodded. "Really, you can only choose one." Okay. Qin smiled like a fool at this moment. If Xiongjiu was here, he would definitely suspect that his young master was someone else's fake. Qin didn't care about that. Although he was embarrassed today, he could get the beauty back, and no one could stop him from being a fool. He first looked up at the sky, and then looked down at the ground. When he saw the bright moon in the sky, his eyes lit up. "Oh right, the jade rabbit climbed the ladder to heaven, the golden toad won the laurel, the master of the moon palace in the myth is Chang'e. Chang'e stole the elixir from the queen mother of Yaoqi when she flew to the moon. How about I call you Yao Yao from now on?" When he turned his head to look at Qiuxi, he happened to see Qiuxi's eyes suddenly turned away when she met his. Even though the night covered her shyness, Qin could still feel the tension of the people around him. He slowly reached out and held her hand. His heartbeat gradually accelerated, and he called out in a low voice, "Yao Yao." Qiuxi's body stiffened, and she felt a sense of dryness running from her ears to her spine. She blushed and responded softly, Qin leaned on her shoulder tentatively, and called again, "Yao Yao." Qiuxi slowly relaxed and responded, This time, she responded more naturally than last time. The two sat together leaning against each other. That night, Qin called Qiuxi Yao all night, and Qiuxi also responded to him all night. The next day, the two followed the refugees south again. Qiuxi supported Qin in the crowd. "Now that you are being targeted, where should we go next?" Qin raised his eyes, and looked coldly at the rising sun in the sky. When he turned to look at Qiuxi, there was a little more warmth in his eyes. "Let's follow the refugees first. Things are not over yet." Qiuxi's eyes darkened. "What do you mean?" Qin glanced at the refugees passing by them, met her eyes, and nodded seriously. East China Sea. The navy of Dahuang versus the navy of Sangzi. The atmosphere between the two armies was as tense as an arrow about to be released from a bow. The long-standing tension was about to explode. Chu Shan, who was standing behind Yan Zhenyu, looked at Duanmuyu opposite him, and Duanmuyu shook his head at him imperceptibly. Behind Duanmuyu stood another burly middle-aged man holding a black iron meteor hammer. The middle-aged man had blue eyes, red hair, white skin, and a high and red nose. Even though he was wearing the armor of the Sangzi Navy, he was still particularly eye-catching among a group of black-haired soldiers and generals. This strange-looking middle-aged man is none other than Wu Shilu, the most respected military commander of the current Sangzi king Duanmukai. Yan Zhenyu once deliberately inquired about Wu Shilu and tried to understand everything about him, but he knew very little. He only knew that Wu Shilu was once a hegemon on the sea and had great experience in sea warfare. Later, because Duanmukai saved his life, he was willing to become a fierce general under Duanmukai. He made many contributions to protecting Sangzi and developing maritime hegemony in Sangzi. As for the current attitude of Sangzi king towards Wu Shilu, it has basically reached the point where even if everyone says that Wu Shilu will rebel against Sangzi king is willing to hand over the entire Sangzi navy to him. This time, Wu Shilu personally led the Sangzi navy to assist Duanmuyu. Just looking at the excellent equipment of the Sangzi navy is enough to show Duanmukai's attention to Duanmuyu. Compared to Duanmuyu's confident aura, the Dahuang navy on Chu Shan's side has begun to show signs of retreating. After all, they are not the people brought by Yan Zhenyu, and they lack the unstoppable aura. On the other hand, Yan Zhenyu's expression did not change at all, and he was indifferent to the restlessness of the navy behind him, as if those who wanted to retreat were just ordinary passers-by A, B, and C. When Chu Shan met Duanmuyu, He directly told him Duan Muyu's thoughts. At first, Yan Zhenyuo still had doubts about Duan Muyu's attitude, until Chu Shan told him that Duan Muyu was emoyed. His attitude immediately reversed, and he agreed to cooperate with Duan Muyu without a moment's hesitation. Didn't the prince say that he was afraid that Duan Muyu would surrender falsely? Faced with Chu Shan's question, Yan Zhenyuo just curled his lips meaningfully. If that person is emoyed, it's another matter. After confirming the cooperation with Duan Muyu, the cooperation of the two armies was seamless. According to the plan, both sides only need to fight back and forth with as little casualties as possible, and then use up all the food in the water granary and go home. And the initial plan was indeed developing in this direction. Unexpectedly, King Zhangzi made a mistake at this time. He asked Wu Shirlu to bring the navy to reinforce, which disrupted the original plans of both sides. Due to the geographical factors of Dahuang, the Dahuang army has always been good at plain encirclement warfare and large-scale roundabout assault warfare. For water battles, most of the generals' experience comes from military books or their own experience on plains. Seeing that Wu Shirlu's army was quickly and skillfully spreading out to surround Yan Zhenyuo's army, Chu Shan immediately stepped forward. He was blocked by Yan Zhenyuo with his hand. "Your Highness?" Chu Shan looked at Yan Zhenyuo in confusion, as if he didn't understand why he wanted to stop him. Yan Zhenyuo's eyes were always on the clear sky, no hurry. This was the first time Wu Shirlu met Yan Zhenyuo. Yan Zhenyuo deliberately restrained his power. Wu Shirlu only regarded him as an ordinary general, and even his tone was a little more contemptuous. "Is there no one left in Dahuang? You, a young boy, are coming to fight?" He spoke in a very poor Central Plains dialect. If you don't listen carefully, you can't understand what he said. But Chu Shan understood. Having been with Yan Zhenyuo for more than 10 years, Chu Shan couldn't stand hearing others belittle Yan Zhenyuo. He retorted on the spot, "We are not fighting to see who is older. Besides, you are older than my master except for your age." As soon as these words came out, both sides fell into a strange silence. The navy of Dahuang was confused. Is this what we can hear? On the other hand, the navy of Zhangzi looked at Chu Shan with sympathy, as if telling Chu Shan, "You are dead." Chapter 732. The whole hometown knows that General Wu Shirlu is good in every way. The only bad thing is that he didn't know how to control himself when he was young, got a hidden disease, and then became invincible. Sure enough, Wu Shirlu was stunned for a moment, and immediately put himself in the other person's shoes, thinking that the other party was just laughing at him. His blue eyes instantly climbed up a layer of scarlet, and the corners of his mouth curled up a cruel smile. "Okay, very good, then I will take your lives myself, and see if you are big in every way." Duan Muyu didn't even have time to hold back Wu Shirlu, who had lost his mind because of anger. Wu Shirlu had already swung the meteor hammer in his hand, flew up, and threw it straight to the position where Yan Zhenyuo was standing. The confrontation between the two sides began with Wu Shirlu's hammer. The huge hole trembled violently, and the splint where Yan Zhenyuo was standing had already broken, and a big pit had been formed. Wu Shirlu looked carefully, but there was no figure of Yan Zhenyuo in front of him. On the other hand, the bow that he had just hit quickly lost its balance due to the cracks in the splint and water. The navy of Dahuang quickly became a mess. Wu Shirlu had come from the sea after all, so these imbalances were just a small matter for him. His eyes quickly swept across the surrounding scenes, trying to find Yan Zhenyuo as quickly as possible. Yan Zhenyuo had already sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao, and when Wu Shirlu launched an attack on him, he took advantage of the chaos and turned over and entered the water. Under the deep water. As Yan Zhenyuo gradually went deeper into the water, a light blue barrier net was slowly opening. Above the water, the sky, which was clear just a moment ago, was suddenly covered with dark clouds and strong winds. The sea surface was turbulent due to the strong winds. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for the Zhangzi army and the Dahuang army, which were already fighting in full swing. Soldiers from both sides fell into the water, like dumplings due to the surging waves. Wu Shirlu, who was so arrogant just now, was chased and hit by the thunder, as if he had violated the law of heaven. His face changed drastically, and he fled everywhere. After realizing that he could not escape, his reckless courage caused his irritable temper to ignite instantly. He looked up and glared at the dark clouds with lightning and thunder. "Damn it, you think I'm easy to bully, right?" In a rush of energy, he flew and landed steadily on another warship. When a new round of thunderstorms fell, he swung his heavy meteor hammer to block the thunderstorm. The lightning and the hammer touched, and the eyes of the people who were fighting were brightened at the same time. Wu Shirlu used his life as a price to set off a gorgeous fireworks display for everyone. Almost at the same time when Wu Shirlu turned into charcoal and fell into the water, Yan Zhenyuo, who was closing his eyes, and forming seals with his hands, quickly overflowed with a touch of bright red from the corners of his mouth in the underwater barrier. On the water's surface. Seeing Wu Shilu being chopped into charcoal and falling into the water, Duan Muyu immediately exclaimed, "General Wu Shi." Chu Shan took the opportunity to shout, "The commander is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Someone said, "Beyond the dark clouds, there is still a clear sky." The Sangzi army, that did not want to surrender, and the Dahuang army, that did not want to fight anymore tacitly stopped fighting and fled to the dark clouds. Chu Shan was separated from Yan Zhenyu when Wu Shilu took action. Since the march, they have acted separately more than once or twice, so he trusts his own prince very much. However, when the army withdrew to the clear sea, he found something wrong. Where is the prince? He looked around in fear. Where was his prince among the crowd? Saibei. Because Lin Bufan had persuaded Xiang Jila earnestly for several days, Xiang Jila remained unmoved. In order to prevent Xiang Jila from encountering any accidents when she approached the Saibei camp, Lin Bufan could only find a house in the residential area for Xiang Jila to settle down. On the day Xiang Jila was settled down, Lin Bufan hurried back to the camp because of an emergency in the army, leaving only some soldiers in regular clothes to help with some daily heavy items. One of the soldiers who was arranging the tables and chairs caught Xiang Jila's attention. "Dongren, look at that guy. The calluses between the index and middle fingers of his right hand are particularly heavy." What caught her attention was not only the calluses on the soldier's fingers, but also the calluses on his palms, where the calluses were not obvious. She quietly reminded Dongren. Dongren retreated silently. Xiang Jila's eyes fell on the other soldiers again. Without exception, the weapons used by other soldiers on the battlefield were spears or machetes. Due to the force problem, the calluses covered the entire palm. The palms were thick and rough. Not only were the fingers bloated and rough, but there was also a thick layer of calluses on the palms. It is enough to explain. That person is not a soldier in the army, but a person who is extremely good at using hidden weapons. Not long after, Xiang Jila settled down, and Dongren also came back. "Princess, that person secretly marked behind our house." Xiang Jila's eyes flashed a cold light. "It seems that someone already knows that I am here. Lin Bufan should still be handling other affairs in the camp. You go quietly and tell Lin Bufan about this matter and ask him to come." "Yes." Chapter 733. Dongren quietly followed the soldiers to the Saibei camp after they left. When she arrived at the camp, Lin Bufan had just finished his work and was about to rush to Xiang Jila. When she told Lin Bufan about Xiang Jila's guests, Lin Bufan followed her to Xiang Jila's residence without saying a word, and once again persuaded Xiang Jila earnestly, "Princess, it's not that I don't want you to stay here, but your current situation is true." "How true is it?" Xiang Jila sat on the chair with her arms folded across her chest and glanced at him. "Is it because I am here to hinder you from doing your work and affect your performance? Or are you hiding something from the prince and afraid that I will find out?" "Princess, you know that this is not what I mean." Lin Bufan's tone was full of helplessness. "As for the assassins who infiltrated the army, I have already grasped the whereabouts and destinations of some of them. As for the assassin, who can use hidden weapons mentioned by the princess, I will also send my confidants to investigate strictly. However, in this situation, I can check once, twice, and countless times, but there is only one princess. If something unexpected really happens, I will never be able to explain to the prince." Xiang Jila turned a deaf ear to his persuasion and said bluntly, "Shi Xiaoying's hand has reached the northern camp. Northern Qi is ready to move. Jiangyo and Hainan are in turmoil, and the crops in the northern area are all unharvested. Are you sure you can handle it all by yourself?" Hearing Xiang Jila's words, Lin Bufan suddenly raised his eyes and looked at her. "Princess, princess. Didn't he ask the whole army to keep it a secret? How did she know?" Xiang Jila stood up and walked to him, curling his lips and laughing. "You and I know how important Saibei is to the prince. As far as Dahuang is concerned, only Saibei is the place where the prince can trust his back the most. Now that the prince is pacifying the East China Sea, isn't it our job to guard the prince's backyard well? It's necessary to guard it well. But if the prince really knew that the princess had to stay here with a bulging belly, the prince would definitely kill him immediately." "Princess." Lin Bufan's lips moved again, and he wanted to continue persuading. Xiang Jila didn't intend to listen to these words that kept going back and forth like a wheel. When the prince pacified many nomadic tribes at the border of Shisai, it gave Jiangyo a great opportunity. If he had known this, our prince might as well have taken the Haina tribe into his pocket to suppress Jiangyo. "General Lin, what do you think?" At this moment, Lin Bufan clearly saw the calculation hidden in the woman's eyes. He shook his mind. Thinking of the current predicament, he lowered his head. I think this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Take a long-term view? Xiangjila snorted coldly. Do you know that Da Huang is now surrounded by enemies? Xixia and Beiki are eyeing it covetously? If we don't use the enemy's strength to fight the enemy, it is only a matter of time before the northern frontier is in chaos. The chaos in the northern frontier is exactly what he is most worried about. But at present, the so-called time and place are not at all. Even if he has a lot of tricks, he can only make choices. Facing Xiangjila's eyes, Lin Bufan lowered his head with guilt but said firmly, I will protect the northern frontier. Protect the northern frontier? Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. Lin Bufan, I found that the people around the prince, including the prince himself, have a characteristic. Characteristic? I hope the princess can teach me. Lin Bufan blurted out without knowing why. Thinking of a stupid man who didn't listen. Xiangjila sneered, you are all the same, you are stubborn, you think you are a man, you should take on everything, and you don't even ask the woman behind you whether she is willing to let you fight alone. Xiangjila's words were taken for granted, and Lin Bufan was confused when he heard it. The woman behind him? Princess, are you talking about the prince? No, the princess said you. Does it include Chushan? If it means the prince and Chushan, then it makes sense. After all, he has only been in the northern frontier for a few years, and Chushan has already started a family. At that time, the boy even sent someone to send him a jar of Southern Daughter's red wine, saying that it was to compensate him for not drinking his wedding wine, so that he could have a chance to return to Kyoto and get drunk together. As for him, he is alone. Where is the woman behind him? Feeling that it was none of his business, Lin Bufan spoke again, Princess. Okay, no need for princess. Xiangjila waved his hand disapprovingly. I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. As for the prince, as long as I am safe, the prince will definitely not say anything else. Now, let's see how to lure these spies out, and catch them all in one fell swoop. In the evening, Lin Bufan and Xiangjila finalized a series of strategies to implement. Okay, let's proceed according to the plan. Dongren, I'm tired. You can send Lin Bufan off. After Xiangjila finished speaking, he didn't even look at the subtle expressions on the two people's faces, and went back to his room with his hands on his waist. After entering the room, Xiangjila secretly listened to the movements around for a while, and after confirming that there were no other strange breaths around except the soldiers arranged by Lin Bufan to protect her in the dark, he flashed into the space. Changju was brought back to the space when Xiangjila came to Saibei, and he didn't encounter any other special things when he came to Saibei, so Xiangjila didn't let him go out. At this time, he was performing somersaults for the ball of light on the sapling that had grown a lot by the functional soil. Gonging number 3 was counting for Changju. Xiangjila's mouth twitched, and he felt that this one person, one egg, and one fruit was boring enough. Not to mention, seeing how fluently Changju was doing somersaults, the little guy also loved to do somersaults and punch in her belly recently. Maybe he was led astray by Changju. Gonging number 3 was the first to discover Xiangjila entering the space. He flew to Xiangjila's hand with a flutter. Little ghost cultivator, why are you here so early today? Xiangjila reached out and caught it. I have something to ask you. Ask? While Gonging number 3 was talking, Changju also came over. Ghost cultivator, are you here? Xiangjila smiled and touched Changju's head. This time the feeling was different. Xiangjila widened her fox eyes and looked at Changju. After looking left and right, she was surprised to tell her discovery. Has your hair grown longer? I feel like you have grown taller too. Changju rarely grinned shyly. The master said, accompany, grow up together with the little master. TSK, Xiangjila said to Changju sourly, your master now only has your little master in his heart and eyes. No. Changju immediately retorted, and without any hesitation, he spoke well of Yan Junyo in front of Xiangjila. Xiangjila didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'm not so stingy. Save your strength for somersaults. After receiving Xiangjila's forgiveness, Changju cheered and immediately jumped back to the front of the functional soil. This time, he performed the backbend juggling for the light group. Xiangjila watched for a long time before turning to look at Gonging number 3. Northern Qi and Saibei are less than 10,000 miles apart. If I go from here to Northern Qi, do I have to stay for 5 days? Gonging number 3 thought for a moment. If it's within 5,000 miles, I can go back and forth on the same day, but I might be more tired. Chapter 734. Then, what if it's not a round trip on the same day? Xiangjila asked. It was okay for her to be tired before, But now that she has 2 bodies, she has to pay more attention. 2 days. Okay, I understand. With a rough estimate in mind, Xiangjila cultivated his feelings with a light ball on the tree, and then left the space. After Xiangjila left the space, Gongjing No. 3 and Changju breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. However, before they could completely relax, they heard a click sound, and Gongjing No. 3's fine steel egg body immediately broke a crack, and this time the crack also revealed a part of the mechanical structure in the egg body, and the small wings that were originally fluttering in the air immediately disappeared. Gongjing No. 3 also fell heavily to the ground. Changjue, who was not far away, saw this and immediately ran to Gongjing No. 3 and picked it up. Bird, why is it cracked again? Is it the master again? Stone! Gongjing No. 3 called Changjue with a warning. Seeing that Changjue did not continue to speak, he ordered intermittently as if the power was about to go out. Put me back to the groove in the corner of the warehouse last time. There is the last new shell there. Okay. Dongren received Xiangjila's order to send Lin Bufan away. The two walked side by side for a while. When they were about to separate, Lin Bufan thought for a moment and decided to start with Dongren to persuade Xiangjila. The princess is really making trouble now. Why don't you persuade her? The princess is not a person who makes trouble. Because the communication between the two of them these days has no boundaries as in Kyoto, Dongren rarely expressed her views as casually as a friend chatting. Lin Bufan looked at her in surprise. Even you agree that the princess should stay? I think the princess is right. And the princess is not a person without sense of propriety. Dongren nodded. If there is any danger, I will protect the princess even if I have to sacrifice my life. Please rest assured, General. I will protect the princess even if I have to sacrifice my life? What does she think of herself? Dongren, do you know what you are saying? The moment Dongren said this, Lin Bufan, who was recognized as the best-tempered person in the army, could no longer hold back his good temper. He reached out and grabbed Dongren's wrist, looking at her coldly. Do you know what the situation is like in Saibei now? What if princess? Do you think you are still qualified to exchange your life for someone else's? It has been at least 6 years since Dongren was arranged to learn from Lin Bufan. Although he is not as patient with her as others, he will never be as stern as he is today. Besides, everything Lin Bufan said was already considered when she followed Xiangjila here. The master did not listen to the advice. Since they had to obey the master's arrangements in everything, she had already made up her mind to sacrifice her life for the master when she followed the master to Saibei. But when these words came out of Lin Bufan's mouth, the feeling was completely changed. I know whether I am qualified or not, so don't worry about it, General Lin. I don't want to worry about you. Feeling that she was about to break free from his hand, Lin Bufan tightened his grip on her wrist and almost yelled in front of her, but the current situation is so special, and you still let her do whatever she wants. If she really has an accident, you can't explain to the prince even if you die 10,000 times. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if you die, just don't let me and my brothers in Saibei suffer. The merciless rebukes were extremely harsh. Dongren's eyes were red, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. So General Lin is worried about this. She smiled slowly and assured Lin Bufan word by word. Please rest assured, General Lin, even if I am cut into pieces, I will not let the princess fall into danger, and I will not let you and your brothers in Saibei suffer. Death is not enough, you also need to be cut into pieces. Lin Bufan's eyelids twitched violently. In fact, he regretted what he said just now. Seeing Dongren's red eyes, and struggling again, he was even more irritated and his tone became even worse. I taught you the art of disguise. After all, I am also your nominal master. Can you really not implicate me if you say so? Feeling as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp, Dongren shook it several times but failed to get it free. He could only turn his head away and not look at him. He was such a good-tempered person, but he was always so irritable to her. Even if his tone was a little better to her, she wouldn't be so sad. She stood there motionless, without responding to his words or struggling. Realizing his own loss of composure, Lin Bufan quickly let go of her hand and slowed down his tone. You go back first, I take care of this matter, you can persuade the princess. She's been pregnant for at least a few months now. I send someone to send you back after this matter is settled. Dongren suppressed the bitterness in his throat and tried to calm his tone. You and I both know the princess's temperament. If she was the kind of person who could listen to others' advice, there wouldn't be any entanglement between you and me here. After saying that, she raised her head to hide the last few tears in her eyes. When she met Lin Bufan's eyes again, she had returned to her usual reservedness. It was Dongren who lost his composure just now. I hope General Lin will not take such a small matter to heart. Dongren listened to General Lin's advice. It was just to persuade the princess to be stubborn, so Dongren could only do his best. Lin Bufan saw that the distance between the two of them had finally narrowed over the past few days, but in the blink of an eye, they became distant again. A nameless anger was rising in his heart, but he didn't understand what he was angry about, so he could only purse his lips and leave quickly. For the next few days, a terrible low pressure was lingering in the Saibai camp. General Lin, who was always known for his mild temper, seemed to be particularly irritable these days. He was just like some middle-aged women who were having menstrual problems. But men also have menstrual problems. Do they have menstrual problems? This question should probably be answered by asking middle-aged women who are about to have menstrual problems. Anyway, these days, the vanguard deputy generals of the Saibai army only knew that they should not mess with General Lin. In the big tent, Lin Bufan's confidant Ping'an was reporting to Lin Bufan on the investigation of these days. General, this is the record of Qin Shou's entry and exit of the tent these days. In addition to the day when he was arranged to help the princess carry heavy objects, he also went out on the grounds of diarrhea and sending letters home, but he came back quickly. Nothing wrong was found. Lin Bufan looked carefully at the pile of crooked notes in his hand, and his tone became a little more impatient. Ping'an was stunned. No. Lin Bufan threw the scattered notes casually on the desk. It was counter-detected. It would be strange if anything wrong was found. Hearing this, Ping'an's honest face suddenly showed an unbelievable look. Counter-detected? This is impossible? The scouts he sent out to investigate were all well known in the army. If they could all be counter-detected then. Lin Bufan looked at the figure standing guard outside the tent, made a gesture to silence him, and winked at him. The failure is due to your incompetence. Ping'an understood, and immediately raised his voice. General, I don't agree. What do you mean by failure is due to our incompetence? We have been working so hard for the past few days, because of what you asked us to do. No matter how bad your mood is, you can't use us as a punching bag, right? Chapter 735. That day, the quarrel between Lin Bufan and Ping'an Xiafeng was a hot topic in the Saibai camp. It was not until the next day that Xiang Zila heard about it. What is Lin Bufan up to? Why didn't he tell her about this kind of thing right away? Xiang Zila frowned and muttered to herself as she paced around the room. Dongren lowered his eyes. I don't know. Maybe General Lin has his own thoughts. Xiang Zila nodded. That's true. Lin Bufan's ability is absolutely beyond doubt. Otherwise, Jun Nu would not have ignored everyone's opposition, and sent an imperial decree to the north to transfer Lin Bufan from deputy general to general when the Great Phoenix was in turmoil. Xiang Zila's intuition told him that Lin Bufan must have a backup plan. Therefore, all day long, Xiang Zila waited for Lin Bufan to come or send someone to pass her a letter to tell her that the plan had changed. However, until the sun gradually began to move westward, there was no sign of Lin Bufan, and no one was sent to bring even a word. A guess was vaguely formed in Xiang Zila's mind. She called Dongren and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing Xiang Zila's plan, Dongren first looked at Xiang Zila's belly with worry, then hesitated and said, Princess, just do as I tell you. Xiang Zila's eyes were full of seriousness. After Dongren left, Gongjing No. 3's voice sounded in Xiang Zila's consciousness. Little ghost cultivator, the aura around you is not right. Dongren followed Xiang Zila's instructions and left the residential area. He first walked around the North Territory market that was about to disperse, handed something to Lin Bufan's sentry point at the market, and then rode a horse away from the sentry point. Since the sentry point looked like an ordinary, simple stall for exchanging horseshoes, so to outsiders, Dongren paid money to the sentry point to borrow a horse. After Dongren left on horseback, 2 foreign merchants in the North Territory market, who had closed their stalls and were wearing strange clothes, also rode camels and left the market. Not long after the foreign merchants left, a vigorous black horse quickly raised its hooves and left behind the simple stall. At night, without Dongren by his side, Xiang Zila had many inconveniences with his bulging belly, but he was not to the point where he could not take care of himself. After washing up after dinner, Xiang Zila held her waist and began to walk in the small courtyard in front of the house. This was an exercise she had to do every day before going to bed after Yan Zhenyue went to Donghai, because Li Yu told her that walking more when the belly was showing and the baby was healthy would be very beneficial for the baby to come out of her belly after full term. During the day, Xiang Zila was reminded by Gongjing No. 3 that every step she took, she paid attention to the changes in the scene around her, holding her breath and paying attention to the movements around her. It seemed like a leisurely stroll, but in fact only she knew how thrilling this walk was. When she passed by a persimmon tree in front of the yard again, she suddenly felt her belly tighten. Xiangjila clearly felt that the child kicked her hard a few times. Thinking of what Gongging No. 3 said to her, her heart skipped a beat, and the hair on her body stood up. Gongging No. 3's reminder suddenly rang in her mind. Little ghost cultivator, pay attention. Xiangjila held her breath, quietly paying attention to the movements around her, and pretended to casually reach out her hand to her belly to comfort her. Be good, your back hurts, and you can't sit for long. A light blue halo accompanied by a thunderbolt fell on Xiangjila's head, and a green light shot out from Xiangjila's bracelet to resist the thunderbolts. Xiangjila immediately took advantage of the gap of a breath to quickly flash into the space. Almost at the same time, the green light gave up the resistance, and the thunderbolt fell where she had just stood, leaving a charred-deep pit. In the space, Changju was shaken away and spit out a large mouthful of dark green blood. The emperor's green collar not only turned gray and black, but also cracked. The little boy who used to bully Gongging No. 3 and act like a spoiled child with Xiangjila seemed to have grown up at the moment of vomiting blood. He still looked the same, but his eyebrows were filled with a kind of detachment and calmness rarely seen in adults. He slowly stood up from the ground, slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a little anger flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Tao. Xiangjila was still in shock, and hurried to Changju and looked at him nervously. Xiaoju, how do you feel? Your collar is broken. Can it be repaired? Familiar breath, familiar voice. Changju quickly turned back to look at the person who came. When he saw the person in front of him with an obvious belly, his eyes froze, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. He instinctively wanted to reach out and cover Xiangjila's belly, but when he saw his chubby hand, he immediately retracted it as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly shook his head. You stay here. After saying that, he turned into a green light and left the space. Xiangjila was about to catch up, but was stopped by Gongging No. 3, little ghost cultivator. Look at the halo on the little master. Is it getting thinner? Gongging No. 3 called out, and Xiangjila immediately turned his attention to the small ball of light. Is it? No. Really? Maybe I saw it wrong. Gongging No. 3 laughed. Xiangjila was not so easily fooled, and his deep eyes locked on Gongging No. 3. When did Xiaoju actually enter and exit the space by himself? Are you hiding something from me again? Chapter 736. No, how could it be? Don't think about it. Gongging No. 3 denied it repeatedly. Xiangjila didn't intend to let it go so easily. Just when it was caught off guard, he was about to go out. In a flash, Changju was beaten back, and he put his hand on his chest, with dark green blood on the corner of his mouth, looking at Xiangjila pitifully. Ghost cultivator. Changju is in pain. This tune. It's obviously Changju's original form. What about just now? Thinking about that momentum, and the entanglement of him wanting to put his hand on her belly. While thinking, feeling that Changju was still looking at him pitifully, Xiangjila immediately helped him up, took out the handkerchief he carried with him to wipe the blood on the corner of Changju's mouth, and asked casually, can you enter and exit the space freely now? When asking questions, Xiangjila was holding Changju's arm, so she clearly felt that Changju's arm tensed up at that moment. With the answer in mind, Xiangjila decided not to ask these two guys who were deliberately hiding things. Xiao 3, is it still thundering outside? Hearing that he was called, Gongging 3 immediately perked up. No, the lightning just now was probably an accident. Would a simple accident be marked with a barrier early on? I remembered that Gongging No. 3 had said something like the aura around her is not right. It seems that there is a barrier when he reminded himself during the day. Xiangjila looked at Changju deeply, and then curled his lips meaningfully at Gongging No. 3. If there is no problem outside, I will go out first. Back outside again. As soon as Xiangjila landed, he saw the charred and messy ground. From Changju forcibly leaving the space to being beaten back, the whole process took only half a cup of tea, and there was such a battle situation, which was enough to show how powerful the thunderstorm just now was. No wonder there was a barrier. If there was no barrier, I am afraid that many people would be scared. Knowing that she could not solve these supercognitive things, and that she had other things to do, Xiangjila tried to get rid of the doubts in her heart. She turned around and was about to go back to the house. Just as she took the first step back to the house, a strange sound came from behind her. She was prepared and curled her lips slightly, and quickly moved a few steps to the side. A sharp dart immediately embedded into the earth wall, not far in front of her. Then a sharp palm wind whistled. Xiangjila's mind changed, and a long black whip immediately appeared in his hand. Since she showed her pregnancy, she has been keeping the long whip in her space, so that she can use it at any time when she encounters danger. She whipped it like a snake, and even though she was pregnant, her murderous aura was still undiminished when she faced the enemy. The black-clothed man who attacked her was obviously surprised that she could still be so agile with her belly. What's more terrible is that this woman did not attack according to common sense. Even though he was agile, he was at a disadvantage under Xiangzila's step-by-step pressure. He barely dodged Xiangzila's long whip again. He knew he couldn't win, so he looked up to the sky and let out a wolf howl. The wolf howl was halfway through, and the sound stopped abruptly. Xiangzila took the opportunity to wrap his neck around the long whip and slashed it with the gun tip at the end of the whip. Unfortunately, when the black-clothed man howled, the other black-clothed men who were waiting in the dark heard the signal and quickly gathered to where Xiangzila was. Together with the black-clothed men, an elite team from Saibei gathered to Xiangzila's side. The other side. Winter Ninja left the simple stall and was delayed for some time on the way to Saibei camp because she got lost. She was successfully intercepted when she passed a ruin left after the earthquake. She was intercepted by the two foreign merchants who left the market on camels. At this time, the two merchants were still wearing the foreign clothes, but the camels under their crotches had long turned into fast horses. It was obvious that they came prepared to prevent Winter Ninja from contacting Saibei camp. In the ruins, under the vast moonlight, three people with different positions only need to look at each other, and they can fight like they are risking their lives. Seeing that two big men are at a disadvantage against a little woman, one of the merchants was angry and attacked the place that the woman cared about most. In a fight, the merchant made a feint, and when the Winter Ninja swung his sword to block, he swung his right hand to grab the Winter Ninja face at the cost of injuring his left hand. The moment he touched the Winter Ninja face, his fingertips felt a sharp pain, and the nail crevices were immediately filled with some strange things. When he looked at the man whose face he had scratched again, there were several clear fingerprints on his face. Not only was there no blood under the fingerprints, but there was also another part of the face with a completely different color from that on the face. Face change? The merchant exclaimed. As soon as the exclamation came out, the surroundings suddenly burst into flames. Winter Ninja unexpectedly and quickly blocked the martial arts of the two people, and the soldiers who followed quickly subdued the two merchants. After removing the chins of the two merchants so that the soldiers could search for the poison sacs hidden between their teeth, Winter Ninja stretched his muscles and bones to restore his original height, and skillfully removed the rough human skin on his face, revealing his original face. The two of them widened their eyes in shock. How could it be Lin Bufan? At this time, the real Dongren came forward from the crowd holding a torch and walked to Lin Bufan's side. Deputy General Ping has also been dealt with. The net has been closed successfully. Half an hour later, Xiangzila's residence was surrounded by the Saibei army in armor. 12 bronze oil lamps were lit in the house at the same time, illuminating her small house as bright as day. A large group of black-clothed men tied up and plainclothes soldiers, who had taken off their armor, knelt all the way from the house to the yard outside. At first glance, there were dozens of people. Xiangzila sat on the main seat with his hands on his waist, looking at Lin Bufan beside him. Are they all here? Lin Bufan looked meaningfully at the two people kneeling in the middle of the crowd, their faces painted black and wearing plain clothes without armor. The famous Ying family's young master Ying Yuan and Shisha's national teacher Chao Feng are also among them. Even if they are not all here, the remaining remnants will have little chance of turning the tables. Hearing about Ying Yuan, Xiangzila's eyebrows slightly frowned. Ying Yuan, is that the one from Shisha Ying family? Lin Bufan nodded. No one would have thought that the Ying family, after all, was a century-old family in Shisha, would eventually fall to the point of colluding with the Shisha national master and sneaking into our Saibei army after the fall of the Ouyang family. Xiangzila raised his eyebrows. This is... The Ouyang family fell, so the Ying family also fell? She had heard Jun Nua mention before that Shinmachi seemed to be doing something in Shisha. And she seemed to have heard before that Shinmachi wanted to settle some accounts with Ouyang Yao. This is interesting. Xiangzila's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and then his eyes swept over the captives in front of him one by one. Finally, he fixed on the two people kneeling in the middle of the crowd, with dark and unnatural faces. Chapter 737. Just as she was about to speak, Gonging No. 3's reminder immediately rang in her mind. Little ghost cultivator, someone here has used your birthday as a lucky charm. Chong Ju is still seriously injured and cannot cast a barrier for you. You'd better avoid it. Xiangzila retracted her gaze and called Dongren. She whispered something in Dongren's ear. After Dongren nodded, Xiangzila said to Lin Bufan, you can handle these people. I'm a little tired, so I won't get involved. Thinking that Xiang Jila was finally willing to consider his actual situation, Lin Bufan happily agreed to her arrangement. Among the kneeling crowd, one of the young men whose identity was guessed by Xiang Jila and whose face was painted black had a flash of regret in his eyes after hearing Xiang Jila say tired, no involvement, and other words. After returning to the room, Xiang Jila rubbed his waist and half leaned on the bed. The little guy in the belly seemed to have rested. Xiang Jila stretched out her hand to cover her belly, and could even feel him gently swallowing and spitting out amniotic fluid. The corners of her mouth slowly raised a smile, and she had a little more expectation for the appearance of the little guy after he came out. I saw it clearly just now. In the middle of the crowd, the man with a black face painted up in black had bad intentions. I guessed that was Chao Feng, who knew how to win by witchcraft. She communicated with Gongjing number 3 directly in her mind, and she didn't even bother to enter the space. After all, she just said the word tired to Lin Bufan, and it wasn't just talk, she was really tired. She didn't feel anything when she was fighting with the man in black, but once she relaxed, she could instantly feel the sourness of falling asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. If her belly hadn't allowed her to lie flat, she would have been lying on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. TSK, the little ghost has become a lot smarter after getting pregnant. Gongjing number 3 joked. Then, its tone quickly returned to seriousness, but he has your birth date, which is indeed a problem. I can clearly feel that there is an evil spirit in him, and it is directed at you. Birth date, this is what Xiang Jila cares about most. How could he have my birth date? She first muttered to herself, and soon she guessed roughly, it must be that bastard Xiang Shi, who has been obsessed with Xixia for the past few decades. I married Jun Nua, how could he sit still? It's just... Why did he come for me? Xiang Jila frowned. I don't know what feng shui is. If Qin Pei was here, he might be able to explain it to me. It doesn't make much sense to explain it now. Hearing Xiang Jila's words, Gongjing number 3 said, if I hadn't reminded you just now, I'm afraid that with your habits, you would definitely let those two people come forward. Xiang Jila didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement with Gongjing number 3's statement. Gongjing number 3 continued, in fact, from the evil spirit that wanted to linger around you, you can tell that his evil magic is basically complete, and he is only one step away. Fortunately, you have been cautious since you came here, and you can take care of yourself, so you have reduced the contact between others and you. Otherwise, if that person really has the opportunity to touch you and take your hair or nails, the consequences will be disastrous. You mean, if my hair or nails are taken, then his magic to harm me will succeed? That's right. After receiving Gongjing number 3's affirmative answer, Xiang Jila lowered his eyes. In this way, the Xixia State Master will definitely find a chance to see me again. But, speaking of which, she didn't have time to think about it just now, but now that she thinks about it, she finds many unreasonable things. The most obvious one is the Ying family has been a hidden family for 100 years, and it can be regarded as a model of Xixia nobles. Even the Ouyang royal family has always respected him. How could he fall just like that? Even if Shinmachi is so capable, and he really takes control of Xixia, it will take more than a few months to overthrow these centuries-old clans that have been intertwined. Little Ghost Cultivator, do you think it is possible that... Gongjing number 3 just started talking, and Xiang Jila immediately understood, I think so too. Ying Yun's strength as the head of the Ying family is unquestionable. But once this head of the family not only fails to lead the clan members to a smooth road, but leads them to a dead end, then, no matter how capable this person is, he will inevitably be pushed out as a shield. It seems that Shinmachi's stirring up trouble in Xixia, this time is inseparable from the help of someone behind the scenes. This person. Could it be Jun Newell? Because the Xixia National Master knew that Jun Newell was cooperating with Shinmachi behind the scenes, so he wanted to use this evil magic to harm her to achieve the purpose of controlling Jun Newell. That makes sense. But, if it was really Shinmachi who took over Xixia, then why did he take action against Dahuang Saibei? At the same time, at the bottom of the East China Sea, inside the light blue barrier, there is a palace that is the same as the one Yin Zhenyo has in his immortal palace in the main world. On the cushion in the center of the palace, Yin Zhenyo was enveloped by a ball of light blue light, and his whole body was as gentle as jade, with a glowing light. Suddenly, his aura surged, and the ball of light vibrated a few times. The young man who was controlling the ball of light opened his eyes quickly, and a bit of fear flashed across his calm eyes. After the ball of light vibrated, Yin Zhenyo slowly opened his eyelids, and unexpectedly stretched out his hand, and waved it, and a red light hit the young man domineeringly. The young man turned over, and barely avoided the red light. The red light hit a pillar, and the pillar was instantly shattered into powder. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another red light hit him firmly. The man groaned and swallowed the blood in his throat. Yin Junyo looked at the man and said in a cold voice, "How dare you lie to me?" There was disappointment in his tone. The young man was wearing a white robe. His black hair was half tied up with a hairband of the same color as his robe. His eyebrows were a bit ruffian, his eyes were sharp, and when he looked at people seriously, he looked more sincere than anyone in the world. He was Tian Dao, who had followed Meng Zhang all the way from the main world. At this time, Tian Dao was covering his chest with his hands, looking at Yin Junyo with sincere eyes. "Meng Zhang, you and I have been friends for hundreds of thousands of years, and you actually doubt me because of a woman?" Ignoring Tian Dao's sincere eyes and earnest tone, Yin Junyo sneered, "If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid you would have succeeded. Why doubt?" Hearing Yin Junyo's words, Tian Dao knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he simply stopped pretending. "No wonder your strength has dropped so much. No wonder she can get pregnant in this life. You even gave her the last remaining piece of dragon bone as dragon marrow. Do you know that you shouldn't have suffered these disasters? That Ghost Cultivator doesn't deserve it at all." Chapter 738. This is my business, my things. I give it to whoever I want. Whether it is worthy or not is not up to you to decide. Yin Junyo returned to his previous indifference. "You followed me from hundreds of years ago. Just for the blue dragon spirit in my body, now I use the spirit as a price to exchange for everything I have in this world. Heaven, you are not at a loss. Meng Zhang, wake up. All your fate with the Ghost Cultivator ended after you experienced the love tribulation in your previous life. The God of Destiny also clearly stated in the Book of Destiny that you can't have children. After you successfully pass the tribulation, the Ghost Cultivator will betray you, and you won't have a good ending in your life." "No good ending?" Yin Junyo sneered. In her previous life, the God of Destiny also wrote in the Book of Destiny that she would die at the age of 82. So why did she die at the age of 23? The Book of Destiny also stated that although she looked haggard and thin when she died, she had no scars. So why did her right face look so disfigured when she died? The Simingbo even said that she was cowardly and had been doing nothing all her life. After the death of the regent, she quickly fell from a noble lady to an ignorant village woman. She hid in the mountains and lived on people's charity or picking wild fruits. After her death, her body was exposed in the wilderness, and no one collected it. But what happened? She was obviously not a very smart person, but she managed to carve out a bloody path for herself with her tenacity. I think the rules set by you, the heavenly Tao, are just like this, which further proves the rule that man can conquer nature in the mortal world. After several questions about Yin Junyo's ridicule, Tian Dao's expression suddenly darkened. Women should not do what men can do. She defied the will of heaven and changed her fate, reversing yin and yang, so I punished her at that time. Punishment? Yin Junyo chuckled softly, not wanting to say anything more to him, and closed his eyes again. I wanted to calm down and refine my spirit as soon as possible, but I didn't expect that when I closed my eyes, I would see the appearance of a little woman who was already pregnant. When he was fighting against Tian Dao, he recognized it as a civilian house in Saibei at a glance. At that time, he was thinking, she is still restless even with a big belly. When he returns, he will definitely give her a good scolding. But at that time, he was so angry that he didn't know how to control himself and used too much force. Changju couldn't bear the strong power of his consciousness and was bounced back into space, which made him not even have the chance to see the little woman again. But now that he thinks about it, it must be that there was turmoil in Saibei that made her run this way. Thinking of her slender limbs and her cheeks not as round as before with a big belly, Yin Junyo suddenly remembered that when she was still pregnant, a stupid woman shamelessly scolded him for despising her. Silly woman. On the surface, she looked dumber than anyone else, but in reality, she was just hiding her incompetence and quietly handling the matters that he didn't have time to handle. When he saw that she endured the hardships of pregnancy and had to run to Saibei for him, Yin Junyo's heart softened immediately, and all his desire to scold her disappeared. He just wanted to return to her side as soon as possible and not let her worry too much. Tian Dao, who was standing by, could not see the changes in Yin Junyo's expression, but through the changes in his aura, he could more or less guess his mood, which was nothing more than thinking about that damn Ghost Cultivator. Not a loss? Is it the spirit he wants? Is it just this spirit he wants? Tian Dao clenched his fists and looked at Yin Junyo with an increasingly fiery look. Hundreds of years ago, I couldn't save you. Hundreds of years later, I will never let Ghost Cultivators become a stumbling block for you again. The sky was bright. The morning sun slowly rose from the horizon. The sea was calm. One after another, search and rescue ships set off from around the huge warship. Chu Shan stood at the bow, frowning as he watched waves of searching soldiers coming and going. Commander Chu, we don't have much food left. If we don't return, I'm afraid. The soldier who came to explain the situation to Chu Shan didn't finish his words. Anyone could guess what he was going to say next. It has been almost a month since the prince disappeared in the last battle. The soldiers have begun to show signs of fatigue because of the day and night search, and the food is beginning to run out. If they continue to waste time. Got it, retreat. Chu Shan spoke hoarsely. His eyes fell on the calm sea with reluctance. Another day is about to pass. The last search boat returned. Chu Shan's eyes lit up slightly, and he stepped forward anxiously. How? The soldier in charge of the search and rescue shook his head dejectedly. Still nothing. Chu Shan's fists were clenched so hard that they made a click sound, and finally he could only calmly order, go down. After the search and rescue soldiers withdrew, Chu Shan's confidant stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Xi is here. Chu Shan's body stiffened slightly. What is supposed to come will always come. In the cabin. Xi bowed respectfully to Chu Shan. Commander Chu. Chu Shan nodded slightly. How is the princess? Chun Chou said that the princess went to the farm in Nanling to take care of her pregnancy recently, and will not return to Bailing for a while. Do you need to bring a letter to the princess? Chu Shan thought about it secretly. He turned around and took out a wax-sealed letter from the desk and handed it to Xi. Hand it over. Don't say anything you shouldn't say when handing it over. Yes. After Xi left, Chu Shan's expression became more and more solemn. In order to be prepared for the possibility that he might be too busy to assure the princess of his safety, the prince had written a few more letters and asked him to send someone to deliver them to the princess on time. Now there are only 2 letters left by the prince. Even if he delays, if there is no news from the prince in a month or 2, I am afraid that I can no longer hide it. Not long after, another soldier came to report. Commander Chu, there is a guest. Chu Shan came back to his senses. Please come in. Guest was the code that Chu Shan had agreed with his confidant. Refers to Duanmuyu and his party. After getting Chu Shan's approval, Duanmuyu soon appeared alone in the cabin. Seeing Chu Shan, he asked directly, Still no news? Seeing the nervous and concerned look, if you don't know, you might think he lost his son. Chu Shan sighed and shook his head. The surrounding area is constantly expanding. Duanmuyu pursed his lips and thought for a moment, and continued, If it doesn't work, I will also send some people to help you privately. My people are familiar with water, and some surrounding islands. Maybe your master has drifted to that isolated island, and is waiting for our people to rescue him. I hope so. This time, Chu Shan did not refuse Duanmuyu's kindness, thank you. Duanmuyu nodded and told him roughly what Duanmukai replied after he sent the letter back to him. The death of Wu Shirlu seems to have destroyed our king's ambition. Our king agreed to a ceasefire, and I will set off to return to my hometown soon. Okay, have a safe trip, thanks to your help. Chu Shan spoke gratefully. In fact, helping is not in vain. Duanmuyu put his hand on his lips and coughed twice in embarrassment. When we return to Bailing, if you see Jinyu, please tell her that I can't go back for the time being, and I am doing business with Sangzi and Dahai, so that she won't think too much. So, Lord Duanmuyu. Halfway through his words, Chu Shan slowly smiled bitterly. It's really unpredictable, just like I didn't expect that the war between us would end in this way. Duanmuyu reached out and patted Chu Shan's shoulder without staying for too long. Chapter 739. Until Duanmuyu left, Chu Shan could no longer hide the fatigue on his face, and he rubbed his brows tiredly. The army was about to return to the shore. If he couldn't find the prince again, he felt like he was going crazy. If he knew that the prince would disappear in the water, he would rather die than let the prince get close to the East China Sea. Duanmuyu returned to his warship. Before he had time to change his clothes, his confidant came back with a secret letter. Master, the spy delivered the letter. Duanmuyu took the secret letter, and the expression on his face changed from relaxed at first to solemn, and finally turned into a sigh. I'm afraid it will be a Hongmen banquet when I go back this time. That's right, he thought this would be a famous battle for his beloved general to take down Da Huang Donghai, but he didn't expect that this beloved general could not last more than 1 round and turned into a piece of charcoal. How could he be willing? Sai Bei. After several days and nights of torture, Lin Bufan delivered a thick stack of confessions to Xiang Zhila in the evening of the 4th day. Princess, Zhao Feng wants to see you. Lin Bufan said hesitantly while Xiang Zhila was reading the confession. He said that he must talk to you face to face. No. Without a second thought, Xiang Zhila refused directly. Yes. Xiangjila refused straightforwardly, and Lin Bufan agreed even more straightforwardly. This attitude? Xiangjila suddenly became curious. Why don't you ask me why I don't want to see you? Lin Bufan smiled slightly. Princess, you always have your own calculations and thoughts when doing things. I thought you were just fooling around before, but I never thought that you really solved a lot of urgent problems for me. I am not an ungrateful person. I have offended you before, and I hope you will forgive me. This time, the nails of the Saibei army were pulled out, and Ying Yun and Chao Feng were captured alive unexpectedly, thanks to the tacit understanding between the princess and him. Since he sent someone to pass the news to her that day, he had sent people to wait at the North Territory market and made arrangements. He knew that there were always eyes of Shixia in the North Territory market. But he did not rush to uproot those people at once, but pulled out those eyes one by one inadvertently, like cannibalizing and swallowing, leaving the two with the strongest ability and the most difficult to deal with. The princess had thought that she would have to wait until dark to guess his intentions after learning about him, but she didn't expect that in the evening. Not long after he completed his deployment, she saw Dongyin coming. Dongyin followed the princess's instructions, so she didn't know what the princess was up to. Fortunately, she was loyal and willing to obey, so when he briefly told her about his future plans and proposed to swap identities with her, Dongyin did what he told her without saying a word. Therefore, he got lost outside the North Territory market to delay time and lead the two merchants into the encirclement he had arranged. While Dongren was dealing with the two merchants, he quickly arranged for Ping'an to go to Xiangjila's residence to reinforce and capture all the suspicious people who had been closely watched in the army before. In general, the implementation of the plan was much smoother than he and the princess expected. At the moment when Dongren said that the net was successfully closed, he seemed to understand why the prince was so obsessed with the princess. To put it bluntly, the princess is the kind of woman who looks useless, but actually has more tricks than anyone else. On the other hand, the prince looks strong, but in fact he is the kind of person who is more ruthless than you, and I will give you charity if you are weak. When he meets a woman like the princess, who doesn't look very smart, his vigilance becomes lower, and he is in trouble. He said nothing. Not knowing Lin Bufan's inner thoughts, Xiangjila laughed and scolded, Come on, no matter how nice your words are, you might as well take some practical actions and cooperate with me to resolve the crisis in Saibei. Don't chase me away at every turn. After saying that, she looked down at the confessions in her hand again, and her eyes were fixed on one of the confessions. She first took out the confession, then looked at the other confessions carefully, and made sure that there was nothing wrong with the other confessions. Then she handed the remaining confessions back to Lin Bufan, and raised the confession she took out to Lin Bufan. I keep this confession first. Lin Bufan recognized the confession with a particularly large pool of blood. Did the princess find any clues? If he remembered correctly, this confession probably said that Ying Yun and Chao Feng had reached a consensus with the king of Northern Qi, what conveniences the king of Northern Qi provided them, and what benefits they gave to the king of Northern Qi after the success. It seemed to also involve the issue of hometown. I study it further. After Xiangjila answered Lin Bufan's question ambiguously, he casually changed the subject. Has Dongren come to see you these days? Lin Bufan paused slightly after taking the confession, his eyes full of confusion. What does she want to do with her subordinates? Seeing Lin Bufan's expression, Xiangjila guessed that Dongren must not have confessed to him yet, so he didn't say anything else, just smiled. If that person must see me, then you can ask Dongren to disguise himself as me and try to trick him. However, Dongren has disguised himself as me more than once or twice. More importantly, Dongren's body shape is similar to mine. As long as the belly is realistic enough, there will be no big problem. Yes. By the way, Chao Feng, after meeting Dongren, you'd better find someone to keep a close eye on him. He must have some unspeakable secrets if he's so anxious to see me. Xiangjila reminded. Yes. Okay, you should cooperate with Dongren on other details. Xiangjila rubbed his waist and said, I'm tired and need to rest. Yes. Dongren was basically responsible for Xiangjila's daily life during the days he settled down in the residential house. There is a bare old tree trunk 10 feet away from the front yard of the house. Next to the old tree trunk is a well with a diameter of about 1 meter, which is a public well for the surrounding villagers. Lin Bufan placed Xiangjila here because it is convenient to get water here. When Lin Bufan found Dongren, Dongren was drawing water from the well. He saw her fill the bucket with swift hands and feet, but she lost her balance when drawing water. He hurried forward to help her, and took over the burden on her shoulders, and carried it on his own shoulders. General Lin? Dongren looked at the man in front of him a little flattered. Lin Bufan said him, without any intention of returning the burden to Dongren. The 2 full buckets of water on his shoulders were like 2 balls of cotton, without any effort. Dongren didn't say anything else. The 2 walked in silence. Halfway through the journey, Lin Bufan spoke first. I just made some arrangements with the princess. The princess wants you to disguise yourself as her, and go with me to see Chao Feng, and ask some questions. Okay. Dongren never hesitated to follow Xiangjila's orders. After a brief conversation, the 2 fell into a strange silence again. They felt like they had walked for half a day for a short distance of 10 feet. Dongren secretly looked up at Lin Bufan twice, but Lin Bufan ignored him. When they were about to reach Xiangjila's residence, Lin Bufan secretly glanced at Dongren from the corner of his eye. Chapter 740. I suddenly remembered the conversation between Ping'an and me 2 days ago. General, you are obviously in a much better mood these 2 days than the previous 2 days. Did you encounter something happy? Or, you can tell me about it, and make me happy too. In the camp, Ping'an handed the sorted interrogation documents to Lin Bufan, and did not forget to make a few jokes with him. Are you in a better mood? Lin Bufan touched his face and frowned. Why, my mood is reflected on my face. Ping'an smiled. It's just a feeling. People around can feel whether a person is in a good mood or not. General, you don't know that your face a few days ago was as black as ink, as if someone owed you millions of taels of silver and didn't return it. Now you look much better. Looks much better? What do you mean it looks much better now? When has he ever been in a bad mood? It's simply inexplicable. Lin Bufan's face darkened, and he casually sent Ping'an away. However, if Ping'an hadn't told him, he really wouldn't have noticed. He was in a bad mood a few days ago, but this bad and depressed mood seemed to have been washed away on the day the operation was completed. Even he didn't understand why. Until today, when he saw Dong Shinobi, he didn't know why. After knowing that the princess stayed here and cooperated with him tacitly, he always felt that he should apologize to Dong Shinobi for his rudeness a few days ago. But, after all, he also cares about Dong Shinobi. Doesn't an apology mean that all the faults are his? He was not the kind of person who cared about small details. It was just in front of Dongren. He just wanted to save some face. Even he couldn't explain why. Okay, we're here now. Let me handle the rest. Thanks, General Lin. Dongren's voice interrupted Lin Bufan's messy thoughts. Lin Bufan came back to his senses immediately. No need. Since you're here, I help you get the water into the water tank. Faced with Lin Bufan's insistence, Dongren couldn't refuse again and again, so he had to shut up and acquiesce. After the water tank was covered again, Lin Bufan could no longer find an excuse to stay, so he said to Dongren, since we have just agreed, you should come tomorrow. Chao Feng is not like ordinary people. It will take some effort and time to get information from him. The implication was that Dongren should see how to make arrangements. Okay. Dongren still responded straightforwardly, thanked him again, and turned to go into the house. Didn't you feel reluctant? Didn't you have anything to say to him? Lin Bufan was a little disappointed. He claimed to be clear-headed, but this time, he didn't even know what he was disappointed about. He could only call her again instinctively, Dongren. Dongren stopped and turned around. General? Meeting her clear eyes, Lin Bufan suddenly had a little phlegm stuck in his throat. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice and tone normal. Last time, I was impatient. Last time? General, do you still remember the last quarrel between the two? Dongren's heart sank, and he immediately lowered his head. I don't remember it anymore, General. Don't take it to heart. Forgot? So soon? The corner of Lin Bufan's heart called disappointment expanded again. Dongren, you don't care how much I am with you. He wanted to call Dongren again, but he felt lost, and he didn't even know why he wanted to call her. The thousands of words he wanted to say to Dongren finally turned into a hum. Xiangjila had heard the two people's movements in the room a long time ago, and thought that the two would have some new progress, but TSK, why are the people around Silly Junyuo so stupid? They are not like Silly Junyuo at all. After complaining, Xiangjila set his sights on the confession, taken from Lin Bufan again. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. Sangzi Shixia. Zhai Jioma. At night, Xiangjila slept very restlessly. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted into a ball, and even the thin blanket covering her body was pulled into deep wrinkles by her. On the beach, broken armor was everywhere, and a broken great phoenix flag was washed up on the sea. Yin Junyuo, covered in blood, held Xiangjila's hands, and in his narrow eyes was an emotion that she could not understand at all. Lei, be obedient, give birth to the child and raise him up. Xiangjila shook his head desperately. Yin Junyuo, you said that you would discipline the child, And you would not break your promise to me, so you must not get into trouble. Yin Zhenyu wanted to smile at her, but the injury on his body was too severe. Just as he was about to raise his mouth, blood could not be restrained from sliding down from the corner of his mouth. Xiangjila frantically wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it off. His vision was getting more and more blurred. Xiangjila reached out randomly to wipe away the tears in his eyes, and said stubbornly, I don't care, Yin Zhenyu, you must do what you promised me. You can't die, you must not die, do you hear me? Yin Zhenyu, you can't die. On the simple wooden bed, Xiangjila opened his eyes in horror, sweating profusely, his heart pounding. When she came to her senses, and saw everything in front of her, she remembered that she was now in Saibei. She reached out to cover her face again and rubbed it. There is no sea in the northern part of the Great Wall. But the feeling in the dream is too real. Her belly tightened, and Xiangjila covered her belly soothingly. Are you worried about your father too? As if she understood what Xiangjila said, the little guy in her belly kicked her again. Xiangjila murmured, in that case, let's go to the East China Sea after we solve the problem here. Among the 5 countries in the Central Plains, except for Sangzi, which is surrounded by the sea on all sides, only the East China Sea of Dahuang is half surrounded by the sea. That beach. She didn't feel sleepy in the second half of the night. She leaned against the bed with her eyes open, watching the sky gradually turn white. When Dongren came to help her get up and wash, she pretended to be relaxed and sent Dongren to Lin Bufan. Before Dongren left, she did not forget to wink at Dongren ambiguously. I am creating conditions for you. Quickly conquer Lin Bufan's elm head and achieve the right result. Dongren blushed and lowered her head. Princess, your subordinate. Without giving Dongren any chance to hesitate, Xiangjila put his hand on her shoulder and encouraged her. Okay, don't think about whether your status is worthy or not. If you really love each other, your status is not a problem here. Besides, Chuncho and Chushan are good examples, aren't they? You should do your best. Dongren was touched, but still looked at Xiangjila's belly with concern. Princess, if you want to get Chao Feng, your subordinate probably won't be able to come back these days. Are you really okay alone? Chapter 741. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Xiangjila nodded vigorously. Besides, Lin Bufan has arranged people to protect me, so it's okay. With Xiangjila's repeated assurances, Dongren finally set off with peace of mind. Not long after Dongren left, the uncle who lived not far from her and specialized in making candied haws passed by her house carrying a rack of candied haws, and selling them as usual. Before, Xiangjila had been busy with the matter of spies infiltrating the Saibei army, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Today, perhaps influenced by the dream, Xiangjila suddenly remembered that Changju was injured a few days ago, and has not yet fully recovered. She specifically called the uncle selling candied haws, and bought 2 candied haws. After flashing into the space, 1 person and 1 egg are still enthusiastic. After a few days of recuperation, the cracks on Changju's collar have been repaired, but the color has not yet recovered, so his little face is still very pale. Xiangjila immediately handed the 2 candied haws to 1 person and 1 egg with a smile. Here, you've worked hard these days, I treat you to a meal. Gongging number 3 protested immediately. Wow, how can I eat? Little ghost cultivator, you're bullying me. Changju took it curiously, put the candied haws to his nose and smelled it, then looked at Xiangjila. What is this? Before Xiangjila could speak, Gongging number 3 spoke first. This is a candied haws, sure too, you try it, it's delicious. When in Bailing, because of Jin Yu's love for him, Changju had eaten many delicious cakes in Jin's mansion, but it was the first time he saw candied haws. The reason was simple. At that time, Bailing was still under reconstruction, and the people did not have the leisure time and spare money to buy snacks. Without demand, there was naturally no trade. Because of the existence of the North Territory Market in the northern part of the Saibei area, there is never a shortage of special snacks from all over Dahuang. The uncle who sells candied haws carries candied haws to the North Territory Market to sell. Worried that Gongging number 3's words are unreliable, Changju looked at Xiangjila again. Ghost cultivator. Xiangjila nodded. Yes, it's delicious, you will know after you try it. After getting Xiangjila's assurance, Changju tentatively stretched out his tongue to lick the candied haws. The sweet taste spread in his mouth. Changju's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his mouth and bit off a whole candied haws. With a crunch, he bit the hard candy wrapped on the surface of the candied haws into his mouth, and the sour taste of hawthorn quickly spread in his mouth. It was the first time he tasted the sour taste, and Changju shuddered, but his little mouth was still chewing. While eating, He did not forget to thank Xiangjila, Ghost Cultivator. It's delicious, Ju likes it. Hearing Changju say like, Xiangjila was stunned at first, and then smiled. It was obvious that she did not expect Changju to like it so much. If you like it, I will bring you another one when I see that uncle next time. As soon as she finished speaking, another candied Haws seemed to have life and flew into Changju's hands. Changju and Xiangjila looked at Gongjing number 3 at the same time. Gongjing number 3 pretended to be deep and cleared his throat, turned his face away. I can't eat this thing, it's a waste to give it to the stone. Changju chewed the candied Haws, looked at Xiangjila, then looked at Gongjing number 3, then stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the functional soil, and the candied Haws immediately flew to the functional soil and was inserted next to the sapling. Ju only needs to eat one, and leave the remaining one for the little master to eat when he comes out. Xiangjila didn't know whether to laugh or cry from now on. It will take at least 3 months for him to come out. No, he will have to grow up after he comes out, and he will have to be at least 3 years old before he can eat the candied Haws. It will be more than 3 years, and it will be spoiled by then. A red light quickly hit the candied Haws, and Gongjing number 3 looked at Changju. It's okay, it won't go bad, and the little master can eat it when he comes out. Changju immediately took Gongjing number 3 and kissed its eggshell with his little mouth covered with sugar residue. Ju likes birds the most. Gongjing number 3's eggshell immediately became sticky. It broke free from Changju's claws and flew aside. Don't give me that. Changjua didn't give up and caught up with Gongjing number 3, kissing it until it became sticky. After the two of them had been playing for a while, Xiangjila called Changjua and Gongjing number 3 back and told Gongjing number 3 about his plan. Gongjing number 3 hesitated for a moment. So urgent? Xiangjila looked at it in confusion. It's been half a month. Are you in a hurry? You can use it once every 5 days, so it shouldn't be urgent. Changju, who was still playing, stopped when he heard the conversation between Xiangjila and Gongjing number 3. He instinctively looked at Gongjing number 3, with a strange look in his eyes. Gongjing number 3 laughed dryly. I am so happy that I don't know how time passes. I always feel that time will never run away. Happy? Xiangjila suddenly remembered that he and the egg had a mess just now. He thought that Gongjing number 3 and Changju had always been harmonious in the space, so he waved his hand and said, It's okay. Just be happy at ordinary times, and be reliable at critical moments. Hearing this, Gongjing number 3 laughed dryly again, and used his spiritual power to send her to the palace of Northern Qi. The moment Xiangjila left, Gongjing number 3's wings obviously became ethereal. Changju immediately caught it before it fell to the ground, and his young face was no longer innocent as when Xiangjila was there. When you were in seclusion before, the master helped you to come out early, and also established a coexistence relationship with you. Now you are seriously damaged, and I think the master is in trouble. Otherwise, tell the ghost cultivator the truth. She is already 7 months pregnant, and her heart has always been bad, so she shouldn't worry too much. Gongjing number 3's machine eyes flashed, and his tone was solemn. Plus, this kind of thing is beyond her ability, and speaking it out will only cause her trouble, and it won't help much. Outside the space. With the experience of teleporting several times before. This time, Xiangjila's landing was obviously more stable than before. After arriving at the Northern Qi Palace, based on his previous impression, Xiangjila quickly found the imperial study under the cover of Gongjing number 3. At this time, the eunuch chief was still persuading Shangwanche. Your Majesty, please forgive me for saying so much. You haven't set foot in the harem for several months. You didn't select many beauties in the selection of beauties in the spring. This? Shangwanche buried his head in the memorials on the desk, and didn't even raise his head. I know what's going on. As for the queen, just tell her that I've been busy with state affairs recently, and have no time to set foot in the harem. Please ask her to take care of the harem affairs. Yes. Not long after the eunuch chief left, he felt someone approaching him quietly. Shangwanche raised his head impatiently from the pile of memorials. I said, It's you? When he saw the person in front of him, his eyes lit up first, and then when he saw her bulging belly, he immediately widened his eyes, and all his enthusiasm seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. Are you pregnant? Chapter 742. Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. Why can't I have a child? Shangwanche frowned, feeling that everything in front of him was not real. He quickly reached out and pinched his thigh, feeling obvious pain, and then he reacted. You. Why are you here? Why am I here, don't you know? Xiangjila held her waist, and slowly walked in front of him. The corners of her mouth, which were always used to convey various emotions, did not rise this time, enough to show how angry she was in her heart. Do you still remember what you said to me when I left Beiki? When Shang Wanqi met her gaze, his eyes trembled at first, then regained their firmness, and looked at Xiang Jila with a burning gaze. As long as I am in power, Northern Qi will never invade Da Huang. Xiang Jila curled his lips and sneered. Are you sure you can do it now? Why not? Shang Wanqi asked back. You know what you did. While speaking, Xiang Jila reached behind his back, changed his mind, turned his wrist, and the long whip mercilessly wrapped around Shang Wanqi's neck. Because of anger, the long whip swept across the imperial desk, knocking down a large pile of memorials. The guards outside the imperial study heard the movement in the room and hurried forward to ask. Your Majesty, is there something wrong? The force on his neck loosened a little. Shang Wanqi looked at Xiang Jila deeply, and said to the outside in a normal tone, Nothing, no need to come in. Yes. After the guards retreated, Shang Wanqi's eyes fell on the long whip wrapped around his neck. With a helpless look, I'm cooperating so much. Xiang Jila retracted his whip and spoke in a slightly slower tone. Let me ask you, Xixia and Sangzi, are you involved in this? Shang Wanqi lowered his eyes, and remained silent. Sangzi, did you cooperate with me to invade the East China Sea of Da Huang? Xiang Jila asked again. Shang Wanqi was silent again. Ing Yun and Chao Feng's people sneaked into the Saibei camp. Was it your handiwork? Shang Wanqi still didn't speak. Reason Xiang Jila looked at him coldly, and said slowly, Give me a reason not to kill you. Kill him? Shang Wanqi finally reacted, and he hurriedly explained. Xiang Jila, whether you believe it or not, I just handed a letter to Sangzi telling him about the situation in Da Huang at that time. I didn't know why Xixia wanted to attack the Saibei camp. The subsequent developments were beyond my expectations. If I participated in instigating Sangzi's actions at the beginning, then I was basically a bystander afterwards. I didn't even know. What do you not even know? Xiang Jila held a long whip in her hand, but her eyes were fixed on Shang Wanqi's face, paying attention to the changes in his expression. It seemed that if he dared to hide anything from her, her long whip would wrap around his neck without hesitation. Shang Wanqi smiled bitterly. I didn't even know that Xixia was taken down by your King Pingnan of Da Huang a few months ago. Oyenyi has now become a stray dog, busy taking back Xixia, and has no time to spare to do anything to Da Huang. As for Sangzi. At this point, Shang Wanqi took a recently opened letter from the desk and walked to Xiang Jila to open it. A month ago, Sangzi fought against Da Huang, and the main general Wu Shirlu died in the battle. Sangzi withdrew his troops not long ago. Xiang Jila was immediately attracted by the line on the letter of credence. In the Battle of the East China Sea, our commander was killed. Yan Zhenyu fell into the water and disappeared, and his life or death is unknown. The clear words falling into the water and missing, his life or death is unknown, were like a thunderbolt from the sky, which made her dizzy. Her eyes went dark, and she almost couldn't breathe. Soon, she calmed down, thinking that she had seen it wrong, and widened her eyes again, reaching out to pull the whole letter of credence over. Shang Wanqi knew that she had never been gentle, and he was not annoyed by her behavior. He continued, You know, I can't be your enemy. When did the letter from the country arrive? She interrupted Shang Wanqi excitedly, and spoke with a trembling voice. Shang Wanqi finally noticed that something was wrong with her and asked hurriedly, What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Xiang Jila grabbed his collar, and pulled him to almost his usual level. His eyes were red, and his whole body exuded a terrifying coldness. He squeezed out each word from his mouth. His voice was extremely hoarse. I said, When did the letter from the country arrive? Because of fear in her heart, her hand holding his collar was still shaking slightly. In Shang Wanqi's eyes, Xiang Jila was a madman who could sneer at a powerful opponent even when being chased by him, and could even kill the opponent at the last moment. When had he ever seen her panic like this? He couldn't even think that she would do such a thing. After his collar was lifted up, he stammered, Morning. After the court was dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes blurred, and the beauty who was holding his collar just now had disappeared. The letter of credence fell to the ground with a pop. Shang Wanqi, still in shock, sat on the ground in a mess. If it weren't for the familiar pain in his neck, he would have thought it was just a dream. His eyes accidentally swept across the fallen letter of credence, and he picked it up in surprise, and read it over and over again. What's going on? The content I saw was clearly not like this. Come here. Chapter 743. In space. Xiang Jila hurriedly found Gongjing number 3. Little 3, hurry. Help me teleport to the East China Sea. Chang Ju's hand holding Gongjing number 3 trembled and comforted him. Ghost Cultivator, calm down. Xiangjila's eyes moved from Gongjing number 3 to Changju. Do you know that too? Changju looked innocent. No what? Xiangjila stopped pretending and said everything he had guessed in his heart. Ro River dried up and Lungmu Lake became a pool of stagnant water. In fact, you knew that Jun Nua was in trouble at that time, right? That Heavenly Tao still refuses to let Jun Nua go, right? Jun Nua had been unlucky before and was chased by thunderbolts. His life or death in the East China Sea was unknown. This is also related to Heavenly Tao, right? Ghost Cultivator, it's not like that. Changju wanted to explain, but Xiangjila simply couldn't listen to any explanation. His eyes were fixed on Gongjing number 3, Xiao 3. I want to go find him. Do you allow me or not? If you don't allow me, I will go out and ride my horse to the East China Sea by myself. As she said this, she really pretended to leave the space. Little Ghost Xiao, it's not what you think. Gongjing number 3 hurriedly blocked her way. Xiangjila was not willing to listen to Gongjing number 3's words that seemed to appease her. You always thought that I would drag Jun Nua down, so you hid everything from me. In your eyes, no matter in the past life or this life, I am just a burden that will only drag Jun Nua back, right? Little Ghost Xiao, we never thought you were a burden. Facing Xiangjila's scarlet eyes, Gongjing number 3's voice became smaller and smaller. Just when Xiangjila's patience was about to run out, and she wanted to reach out and push Gongjing number 3 away, Gongjing number 3 seemed to have made a great decision. It fluttered its translucent wings and landed on Xiangjila's hand and looked at her. Okay, as long as you promise me that you will be obedient and not let yourself have too much emotional ups and downs, then I will send you to the East China Sea. Bird. Changju called Gongjing number 3 loudly, with a strong warning. Gongjing number 3 ignored him and explained to Xiangjila, Little Ghost Cultivator, we have known you for hundreds of years since the original world. You get along with us with your heart, and we can all feel it. So we have never regarded you as a burden or a stumbling block. The Master is important to you, and similarly, you are important to the Master and to us. So please promise me that no matter what happens, you will face it with strength, okay? Xiangjila, whose mind was completely blank, only heard that Gongjing number 3 wanted to send him to the East China Sea, and nodded randomly, okay, I promise you. The Huang East China Sea. Because Xiangjila had instructed Chunshou to let Xianyan share a small part of the power with Diguchanda before going to Saibei, so that he could pay more attention to the escort agency. Not long after Xianyan did so, he encountered Dong Ren's northward journey. So Xianyan happened to take over Dong Ren's work, and he had basically been in the East China Sea for more than a month. After hearing the news that Chu Shan had returned from the sea, Chunshou also rushed from Bailing to Donghai. Not long after meeting Xianyan, the two met the person they never dreamed of meeting on the streets of Donghai. Wang. Master? The person walking against the crowd in the crowd, isn't that Xiangjila? If people are similar, it's impossible that even their pregnant bellies are similar. However, the man didn't seem to notice the two of them, and quickly rushed out of the city. Because Chu Shan had returned, the streets were already full of people who came to greet him, waiting for the army to return to the city. There were so many people that Chunshou and Xianyan lost track of the person. Xianyan made a prompt decision. You wait for Chu Shan here. After meeting up with Chu Shan, let him lead people to find me along the mark I left. Chunshou nodded in tacit understanding. The two of them acted separately. Outside the city. Little Guixiu, you still have a stomach, don't run like this. Gongjing number 3 kept persuading, but Xiangjila didn't listen at all. Little 3, I'm not dazzled, and I didn't see it wrong. That person is Jun Nua. He is still injured. He ran away when he saw me because he was afraid that I would worry. Gongjing number 3 said anxiously, wouldn't it be faster if you go into the space first and let Changju chase? That makes sense. Xiangjila stopped walking, took a few deep breaths, and slipped into the space. People near the East China Sea gathered on the street, and the carriages could not pass at all. Gongjing number 3 also did not allow her to ride a horse. Apart from her 2 legs, she was so anxious that she could not think of anything else she could use now. After entering the space, she began to feel a tight pain in her stomach. Changju quickly brought her a stool. Ghost Cultivator, sit down. Xiangjila didn't sit down, but half squatted down, looking at the person in front of him with burning eyes. Xiaoju, you will help me, right? Changju looked at Xiangjila without blinking, and after a long while, he slowly nodded. Help. At this time, Xiangjila had almost lost her mind. The nightmare of her previous life, and the nightmare of the recent life, had been tormenting her. She seemed to have entered a closed space, and couldn't get out no matter how she walked. Unless she can see Jun Nua alive. Well, let's go out of the space together. We can still catch up now. Can you help me catch up with him? Deep in the East China Sea, in the barrier, Tiandao has been dragged by Yan Zhenyu these days, and can't get away. He has been telling Yan Zhenyu the shocking crimes that Xiang Zhila committed in his previous life. Yan Zhenyu didn't want to waste time arguing with him, but Tiandao was really too much. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, "She has left that time node and returned here. All the killing has not started yet. What about you?" After getting what he wanted and opening the conversation with him, Tiandao mercilessly interrupted him. "No matter how much guilt you have been even since she returned to this time point. No, you have been even since you exhausted everything and died in the last life. Did you ever think about how cruel it was for the people of the world that the immortal Meng Zhang died?" Tiandao's every word was righteous, but Yan Zhenyu heard his hidden meaning and said his thoughts in a calm tone. "You not only want the Sunlong spirit, you also want to take away the remaining soul of me here." Just like a child secretly doing bad things and being caught by adults, Tiandao paused for a moment and continued, "Meng Zhang, love in the mortal world is the most useless. You gave up everything for such a woman. Is it worth it?" Yan Zhenyu closed his eyes again. "That's my business too." "Okay, since you are so stubborn," Tiandao raised a weird smile, "then I don't have to be too polite to you. I will go and break your obsession here now." Chapter 744. Yan Zhenyu had expected him to attack, and his aura suddenly rose, breaking through the barrier of the heavenly Tao. "You dare?" Because he was attacked by force, when he broke through the barrier, he groaned and swallowed the blood that was about to overflow from his throat. Seeing this, a smile of success flashed in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. "Your body in this world is just a mortal body after all. How can you fight with me? Meng Zhang, in your last life, you could have lived as long as the heaven and earth, and you almost became the heavenly Tao with me, but in the end, you gave up everything for a woman. It's not a pity for you, but I feel sorry for you." As he spoke, Tiandao waved his hand, and 4 golden ropes neatly tied up Yan Zhenyu's limbs. He sneered at Yan Zhenyu, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. "Just wait and see if I dare or not." Then, he quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a huge vortex-shaped light curtain immediately appeared in front of the two of them. In the light curtain, Yan Zhenyu clearly saw Xiang Zhila, with a pale face and long jutsu, following a phantom with almost the same figure and appearance as him, rushing to the beach of the East China Sea, and behind her was Xian Yin, who was left far behind by her. Chu Shan and Chun Shou followed the mark left by Xian Yin, and led people to this side. Yan Zhenyu's eyes suddenly widened, and he tried to break free from the immortal rope, but found that his body was not under his control at all. He could only look at Tiandao with gritted teeth. "Did you lead her here?" Every word he spoke seemed to have a bloody taste, as if he wanted to eat Tiandao alive. Tiandao raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, transformed into the appearance of Yan Zhenyu, and disappeared in front of Yan Zhenyu. Before disappearing, the entire barrier echoed with his words, "Meng Zhang, even if you are cautious and want to drag me here, you never thought that the thunderstorm in Saibei was just a cover for me to cast a mirror illusion on her. Mortals are like this, easily affected by that worthless feeling and all emotions and actions. If you refuse to give up, then I will personally make you give up, and let you see with your own eyes how she is terrified in front of you." For the first time in his life, Yan Zhenyu felt a strange sense of panic from the bottom of his heart. Without thinking, he strode out to catch up, but the binding fairy in his hand seemed to have life, and it kept tightening with his movements. His body was not an immortal body, so he had no way to change into a real body and break free from the immortal world. Her eyes were fixed on the woman in the light curtain, and her mind was working quickly, thinking of any way to cut the immortal rope. Suddenly, a warm feeling came from his waist. He lowered his head, and saw that the eyes of the 100 Blades beast head were flashing red. His uneasy heart was at peace for a moment. "Old friend, I almost forgot about you." On the edge of the East China Sea, the garrison soldiers had already returned with the army. On the beach, there were even remnants of armor from the previous war. Xiang Zhila looked at the sea level, looking around with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Not far away, the man who saw her running forward had stopped. At this time, he was standing with his hands behind his back facing the sea. Xiang Zhila was happy at first, and was about to step forward. Soon, she found something wrong. June knew his habit of putting his hands behind his back was always with his right hand on top, but this person. He put his hands behind his back with his left hand on top, and it didn't feel right either. This person. Not June Newell. For some reason, Xiang Zhila thought of some monsters in the strange stories that could transform into human forms. Without any hesitation, she immediately stopped and turned around with Chong Ju to go back to the space. It's rare to be able to stay rational after being hit by the mirror illusion. The man with his hands behind his back raised his lips and waved his arms. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and strong winds. The sea surface was also rolled up with waves. Xiangjila and Changju couldn't even enter the space. Tian Dao. Changju's face changed drastically, and he formed seals with both hands to cast a protective barrier on Xiangjila, but unfortunately the man seemed to have expected it. With a light wave of his hand, the protective barrier set by Changju was smashed to pieces like playing house. Changju was also shaken away several feet away, fell heavily to the ground, and vomited 2 mouthfuls of dark green blood. Tian Dao smiled cruelly at Yin Junyua's face, and was about to wave his hand to kill Changju on the spot. Xiangjila didn't think twice, and opened his arms to block Changju. The huge difference in strength, and the fear of powerful things by ordinary people made Xiangjila's body tremble slightly. She trembled in her voice, and tried to calm herself down. You are Tian Dao? Tian Dao put down his half-raised hand with interest. He did not deny it. Are you not afraid of me? Soon, he laughed dumbly, and denied what he had just said. That's right. With Meng Zhang's ancient blue dragon bone, he has his own power. It is normal for him not to be afraid of me. That's why he wanted to help Meng Zhang get his things back. Seeing the people on the other side approaching step by step, Xiangjila's action of protecting Changju did not change at all. It was not that she didn't want to move, but her posture was fixed. What? Aren't you afraid of me? Then why are you nervous? Tian Dao gently approached Xiangjila and blew air next to her ear as a prank. Xiangjila's hair stood on end, but he still pretended to be calm. You shouldn't do this kind of thing in front of Junua. Your focus is rather special. At this time, shouldn't you ask me to spare your life? Tian Dao smiled hoarsely beside her ear, but his eyes fell on her stomach like a sharp blade. Don't do this kind of thing, then. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Before the last syllable of him fell, his body suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Changju stood up again without knowing when, and rushed towards him with all his strength to knock him away, but he was discovered by him one step ahead. Without Tian Dao as a cushion, Changju's strength would definitely hit Xiangjila. He hurriedly changed direction, and after running more than 10 feet away, he stumbled and fell to the ground again. Xiangjila's movements also recovered after Tian Dao disappeared. She walked quickly to Changju and wanted to help him up. Almost at the same time, Tian Dao appeared again, waved his hand, and swept Xiangjila away several feet away, and a red light flashed from the bracelet, dissolving most of her inertia when she landed, allowing her to stand safely. Even so, Xiangjila still had a miscarriage. Her stomach was in pain and tightness. Xian Yin arrived at this time, and saw Xiangjila's pale face from a distance. She was about to step forward, but before she got close, Tian Dao's eyes froze her body. Changju was being strangled by him, but his eyes suddenly shifted from Changju to the bracelet when the red light flashed from the bracelet. A bracelet that Meng Zhang polished by hand back then? Do you deserve it? Chapter 745. After saying this, he released the hand that was pinching the long Ju and beat it back to its original shape. Then, he took the long Ju in his left hand and swung it in the direction of Xiangjila with the 5 fingers of his right hand hooked like eagle claws. Xiangjila had no power to fight back and was once again pushed to the ground by gravity. Her back and lower back were stressed at the same time, and her stomach was hit hard. She vomited a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The fetus in her belly seemed to be struggling to ask Xiangjila for help. With waves of tight pain, Xiangjila even had difficulty breathing and could only frown. She looked painful and bit her body like a shrimp, holding her stomach. Before she could recover from the pain of the heavy fall, her left hand with the bracelet on it lifted up uncontrollably, and the bracelet was pulled out without any resistance. Looking at the hairpin and bracelet returned to his hands, a violent emotion flashed in Tian Dao's eyes. You two traitors, you should be thankful that you have been watered with Meng Zhang's hard blood and fingertips blood. Without the protection of the bracelet, Xiangjila fell to the ground and felt the tightness and pain in her stomach become more and more obvious. A warm and sticky substance gushed out from under her body, and even dyed the place where she was sitting red. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, endured the severe pain in her stomach, and moved back little by little, trying to get away from Tian Dao. Tian Dao also returned to his original appearance at this time, and his handsome face was completely incompatible with his temperament. He pressed on step by step, and seemed to enjoy Xiangjila's helplessness and despair very much, and was not in a hurry to deal with her immediately. Don't you want to know where Meng Zhang, that is, Yin Junyo is? Now I will tell you. Seeing that Xiangjila's pale face gave rise to a sense of hope because of his words, he had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He is going back to the ninth heaven, and you are not even worthy of being a ghost. After saying that, he raised his right hand, and a huge wave 100 meters high rose from the ground. At the same time as the huge wave, the heavenly Tao also rose. Seeing Xiangjila trying to escape with both hands protecting her belly, he glanced over and Xiangjila's figure was fixed again. Almost at the same time, the huge wave quickly swept her body into the sea. She was unable to move, and the child in her belly had already stopped all movements. A feeling of despair mixed with relief filled Xiangjila's brain and heart. The salty sea water kept pouring into her mouth and nose, squeezing her internal organs. Xiangjila felt pain all over her body, as if she was thrown into a stone mill, grinding continuously, as if she was going to be crushed to pieces. In a trance, she seemed to see the scene in her previous life when she drank the poison wine and her soul left her body, and she also seemed to see the scene in which Yin Zhenyu said that he would use his lifelong non-reincarnation as the price to exchange her for a chance to start over. The thought that kept repeating in her mind was, is she dead? Or is she alive? Or, the 2 years since she was reborn were just the last beautiful dream she had when she died, or when her soul was scattered. In the previous life, there was no Zhenyu, no children, so is she not even worthy of a complete dream? A deafening dragon roar came to her ears, so powerful that even the earth was about to shake. Xiangjila's chaotic consciousness suddenly became clear, and she felt a warm current slowly spreading from the coccyx to her whole body, allowing her to regain her freedom of movement. The baby in her belly moved slightly twice, as if making a final effort, and also seemed to remind her not to give up. She suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't know when she had already lay back on the shore. The sky was pouring rain, thunderstorms broke out between the dark clouds, and the sea was still surging with huge waves, but her position seemed to be under a barrier, and was not affected by the heavy rain and huge waves at all. Tian Dao has disappeared. Recalling the roar of the dragon, Xiangjila's first reaction was Jun Nuo. Above the dark clouds, Tian Dao was pushed back 2 steps by the huge dragon horn again, and his face changed drastically. The spirit of the blue dragon, Mingzhang, you show your true form here, are you going to die? In response to him, there was a dragon roar that was even more furious than before. The world instantly fell into darkness. In the thick clouds, there were only terrifying lightning and thunder. In the distance, a child pointed at the lightning innocently, Grandma, look, there is a big dragon in the lightning. An old woman quickly covered his eyes, knelt down tremblingly, and cowed out in the direction of the lightning. The child is ignorant, please don't blame me, immortal. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole world was illuminated by a strong lightning as bright as day, and a deafening roar resounded through the sky. Some houses even collapsed because of the roar. After the roar, everything was silent. The heavy rain that was like a waterfall just now stopped abruptly after the roar, as if the water outlet was blocked. At the East China Sea, 2 figures, one black and one white, fell heavily to the ground, creating a big pit on the flat beach. Tiandao's body gradually became transparent when he landed. Mengzhang, you are really crazy. He gritted his teeth and finished speaking. While no one was paying attention, he shot the last spiritual power into the sea, and then returned to the main world when the spiritual energy completely dissipated. Yin Zhenyu lay softly in the deep pit, his eyes slightly open, his eyes were scattered, his meridians and bones seemed to be broken, his internal organs seemed to be crushed, and blood foam from the corners of his mouth could not stop flowing down. Xiangjila, who had heard the loud noise, and had been crawling over here despite the pain in her stomach, stood up again when she saw him. She staggered to the deep pit and fell beside him. She didn't know where he was injured, but she felt that he was seriously injured. Every pore on his body was bleeding, and the blood foam from the corners of his mouth seemed to be mixed with broken meat. It was not until he saw her that his scattered eyes began to slowly gather again. He took out the bracelet that was snatched away by Tian Dao from his arms with trembling hands. His fingers, which used to be as white as jade, were now covered with blood. He put the blood-stained bracelet back on her. His serious injuries made his movements very slow. Xiangjila endured the pain in his stomach one after another, trying to fix his hands, not daring to move. His vision was blurred and clear and blurred. Her face was dirty and mixed with blood, and 2 water marks were washed out by tears. June knew. It was obvious that putting the bracelet on her before was just a momentary and casual thing, but now he put it on her again, but it exhausted all his strength. Until he saw the bracelet was put back on her hand steadily, he seemed to be relieved and said intermittently, "Stupid woman. Still running around. With a big belly. At this time, you still want to scold me. Seeing him speak, Xiangjila cried and tried to stop the bleeding for him. But she found that no matter how she wiped it, the blood foam from the corner of his mouth could not be stopped. He is no longer as handsome as he used to be. Xiangjila wanted to lift him up, but found that his whole body was limp, and he couldn't even stand up. She wanted to hold him up, but she was pregnant and injured, and her stomach was in pain from time to time, so she couldn't hold him at all. She could only lie helplessly on the edge of the deep pit and scream towards the shore, "Is there anyone? Help me!" Chapter 746. However, this place had just experienced huge waves and thunderstorms not long ago, so how could there be anyone here? Even Xianyin, who followed behind, was hit by the huge waves and thrown onto the rocks, and her life or death was unknown. Who else can help her? The scene before Yan Zhenyuo's death in the previous life overlapped again, and Xiangjila screamed even more desperately. As she screamed hard, her stomach tightened again, and she had no strength left. She could only hug Yan Zhenyuo in her arms again, leaning on his neck and sobbing softly, "Someone come. Please. Lulu." He half leaned in her arms, and tried hard to put his hand on her to stop her efforts. He tried his best to smile at her, "Stop it." As soon as he said that, he vomited blood even more. "Jun Nuo, please. Stop talking, save some strength, okay?" Xiangjila tried to wipe away the blood that was overflowing while shaking his hands. Yan Zhenyuo's eyes slowly closed, and he called softly and weakly, "Lulu. I'm here. I've always been here." Hearing his soft call, Xiangjila felt a spasm in her heart, and the familiar contraction pain in her stomach came again. She couldn't even speak as fluently as before. "Jun Nuo, please don't close your eyes, okay? I'm afraid." Yan Zhenyuo tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't control his gradually blurred eyes. He could only use all his strength to ask her the last question with a smile. "You said that the child is the continuation of our life. You also said that you would build a kingdom for me. I wonder whether your words still count?" As his weak syllables faded, his hand on her hand loosened powerlessly. Feeling that the person in his arms had stopped breathing, Xiangjila's heart spasmed, and a hot current surged from her body again. Something seemed to be anxious to come out of her stomach. Xiangjila hugged him tightly. She wanted to yell, but found that she couldn't yell at all in great sorrow. She could only cry in grief. When she looked up, the tears in her eyes were like a flood that broke through the dam, and could not be controlled. After an unknown amount of time, her eyes stung, and she couldn't cry anymore. Her voice came back. As if venting, she screamed hysterically, "It doesn't count. It doesn't count at all. Yan Zhenyuo, you broke your promise. I won't be a widow for you anymore. I don't want to fight for your kingdom anymore. I want to remarry, and when the child is born, I won't let him call you father. Do you hear me? Yan Zhenyuo, do you hear me?" The stomach aches frequently and intensely, and the lifeless person in her arms is still lifeless. After the roar, Xiangjila still holds him and refuses to let go, muttering, "Zhenyuo, come back. I won't be angry if you come back. And I won't remarry. Come back, please. Don't call me Lele anymore. I'm not happy without you." Jun Nuo. In the sea not far away, a huge monster was approaching Xiangjila quickly. When Chu Shan and Chuncho arrived, they happened to hear Xiangjila's screaming. They were shocked and wanted to lead people forward. "Master Chu, we found something here." Chu Shan and Chuncho hurried forward and found Xianyin, who was hit by the huge waves and was in the rocks. There was a pool of blood where she fainted. Obviously, she fainted because of a head injury. Chu Shan quickly ordered several soldiers to carry Xianyin back first. He and Chuncho rushed to Xiangjila again. From a distance, they saw Xiangjila covered in blood, crawling towards the sea like crazy. The two of them changed their faces at the same time, and performed qigong in unison, and landed next to Xiangjila. There were messy shallow pits around the deep pit. Obviously, something had fought with Xiangjila here before. Feeling someone helping her up, Xiangjila turned her head quickly, and saw that it was Chuncho. She immediately grabbed Chuncho's clothes tightly, as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw. She ignored the severe pain in her abdomen, and begged with all her might, "Chuncho. Chuncho, let Chu Shan. Let Chu Shan save Zhenyuo, Zhenyuo." Zhenyuo was swallowed by a giant python. Chuncho looked at her lower body clothes still dripping with blood. She hugged Xiangjila with red eyes and choked up, "Princess, your health is the most important thing. Let's leave the rest to Chu Shan. You go back with your subordinates, okay?" Xiangjila grabbed Chuncho's arms with his backhand and shook his head crazily. No, no, I can't live without him. I can't live. After saying that, she didn't care about the severe pain in her stomach. She broke away from Chuncho and ran to the beach again. Unable to communicate with Gongjing No. 3 and Chungjue, and unable to enter the space, Xiangjila's mouth was already incoherent. Xiao 3, Chungjue, please help me, use my life to exchange him back, okay. Xiangjila's dress had been soaked with blood. Chuncho had never seen Xiangjila in such a miserable state. She immediately took advantage of Xiangjila's unpreparedness, and gave her a knife to knock her unconscious. She yelled at Chushan, who was kneeling on the ground with red eyes, and staring at the messy sand marks on the ground. Chushan, what are you still standing there for? Go back and find a midwife. At the Qingwan Escort Agency branch, Chushan sent everyone to find all the midwives who could be ranked in the East China Sea. The midwives had never seen such a scene before, especially when they saw the woman in labor on the bed covered in blood and without any sign of life. They immediately shook their heads in fear and knelt down in front of Chushan and Chuncho, begging, and almost crying, it's obvious that this woman is dying, not to mention the child, who has bled so much that she must have died a long time ago. Military master, please be kind. My grandson is only a few months old, please let me, an old woman, go. The news that the Qingwan Escort Agency branch was looking for a midwife spread throughout the East China Sea. Liu and Gong Sunming were invited to the clinic in Donghai. When she heard this, she frowned immediately. Qingwan Escort Agency is Xiangjila's property. Now that she is pregnant, she should stay in Nanling to take care of the baby. Liu seemed to be analyzing with Gong Sunming, but in fact, Gong Sunming already knew her intention. If you want to go and take a look, go ahead. I accompany you. Liu nodded. After all, Xiangjila's whereabouts have always been erratic, and it is possible that he is really in Donghai at this time. In the space, the 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses were forcibly closed by the way of heaven. Gongjing No. 3 and Chungjue woke up slowly in the shaking of the collapsing space. After Chungjue turned back to human form, he saw the shaking space and ran to the functional soil as soon as possible. At this time, the functional soil had already dried up. The saplings that were originally full of vitality and had already borne fruit had all their water sucked out at some point, and their branches and leaves became withered and fell crookedly to the ground. The small ball of light hanging on the tree had already faded all its soft light and turned into a little baby boy. Because the saplings dried up, the baby also died and fell softly next to the dry saplings. Chapter 747. Little Master. Chongju's eyes widened, and he ran forward and picked up the baby with shaking hands. The baby was blue and purple all over, and had long been cold. No matter how he moved, he could not give him any response. Chongju stared at the lifeless baby in a daze. Not long ago, he said that he would wait for the little master to come out to eat candied haws. Little ghost cultivator. Little ghost cultivator. After stabilizing the vibration of the space, Gongjing No. 3 has been trying to communicate with Xiangjila. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was like a drop in the ocean. Then, Gongjing No. 3's egg body began to fade, slowly becoming translucent. Oh no, little ghost cultivator. Before Gongjing No. 3 finished speaking, Chongju suddenly glowed green all over his body. Gongjing No. 3 quickly turned around and looked at Chongju. Sure too, what are you going to do? Chongju grinned and looked at Gongjing No. 3 reluctantly. Bird, I want to save the little master. After saying that, he quickly turned back into an imperial green ruby pattern hairpin. A strong light flashed, and countless fragments of images appeared. In the images, there were him doing somersaults for the saplings, eating cakes outside the space, and Xiangjila taking him to watch the fun when his belly was slightly protruding. There were more scenes of him getting along with Xiangjila in the space. These fragments appeared in the space, like a revolving lantern, surrounding Chongju, who had become a hairpin. They were all the memories of Chongju after he became a human. He was just an object, without too much family and country feelings. He only knew that since he had intelligence, his instinct prompted him to be loyal to his master, and Gongjing No. 3 and Xiangjila were the most important people in the world for him, and the people he wanted to be loyal to from the bottom of his heart. Before disappearing, a candied haws flew to Gongjing No. 3, and Chongju's voice sounded again in the space. Bird, if the little master grows up to 3 years old, remember to help me bring the candied haws to the little master. After the words fell, a rich and clear green light burst out from the hairpin, wrapping the child and the sapling that had turned into a dead branch. The dry sapling suddenly became full of vitality under the nourishment of the green light, and the child turned back into a ball of light and hung on the tree and grew rapidly. And the hairpin, As the sapling and the child grew, all the colors gradually faded, slowly turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then broke into powder bit by bit. And the seal with complex patterns on the hairpin was broken into powder. The mechanical eye of Gonging number 3 gradually turned red. It was obviously already a robot egg, and had no emotions, but at this moment, it felt that all the parts inside its robot egg body were broken. The hairpin and the bracelet coexisted, and the bracelet and Xiangjila's heart veins coexisted. The heavenly Tao came, the space collapsed, and it could not establish communication with the little ghost cultivator's consciousness. All these situations showed that the little ghost cultivator was about to die. The only one who could make the little ghost cultivator's emotions fluctuate so much was the master. In other words, the master had never fought against the heavenly Tao in this world. Sure too, you said, if they are all gone, what's the point of me being alone? Gonging number 3 murmured. After the long dew dissipated, an exquisite and complex formation with crane patterns appeared under its body. Outside the space, the blood-stained flower bracelet on Xiangjila's hand snapped into 2 pieces, and time stood still. A red light quickly sank into her heart, and then quickly spread from her heart, enveloping her whole body in the red light. For a moment, the room was filled with dazzling white light. Xiangjila woke up slowly, and found that the pain in her body had disappeared. Even her pregnant belly had disappeared. She only felt that she was floating away from her body, suspended in the air. She was a little confused. Where is she now? What is she doing? What happened? Soon, she was no longer confused. The pavilion of the Regent Palace seemed like another world. The familiar tablet, and the her who looked awkward after putting on women's clothes again. The her lying on the stone table had stopped breathing because of drinking poisoned wine, and she was soon sucked into another world by a suction force while floating in the air. She followed a group of people in different clothes into a place called Fingdu in a daze. Hey, that ugly ghost. There was a hoarse and indistinguishable voice that seemed to be calling him, but it also seemed not to be. Xiangjila, who was walking at the end of the crowd, looked at the source of the voice in confusion. Yes, it's you. The person who spoke on the other side was a person with burned scars all over his face. When he saw Xiangjila looking at him, a flash of disgust flashed across his face. Are you new here? Xiangjila nodded numbly. We are all evil ghosts, who are not wanted by the underworld, and cannot be reincarnated. Seeing you so stupidly follow those ghosts into the oil pan without even struggling, are you killed because of your dull mind? Chapter 748. Killed because of a dull mind? Xiangjila finally realized that she was dead and had become a ghost. Although her memory was still empty, it did not affect her current judgment of things. No, I took poison myself. She answered truthfully, and she seemed to only remember the cause of her death. Took poison myself? So it was suicide. The person wanted to complain about Xiangjila, but when he saw her completely deformed right face, he changed his words to but it's understandable. After all, you are so ugly. Looking in the mirror every day must be torture for you. It's rare that you don't have resentment. Xiangjila lowered her eyes and remained silent. Is she ugly? She had forgotten how long it had been since she looked in the mirror. As for resentment, does she have any resentment? Who should she blame? Who can she blame? Seeing Xiangjila was drowsy and silent, the person asked her again, You are new here and so stupid. You should stay with me and do odd jobs in the future. It will be easier to get things done with a familiar ghost, and you won't be bullied so easily. Xiangjila now only knew that she had become a ghost. Even though she had experienced it, she seemed to have no impression of this Fingdu. But her intuition told her that the person in front of her talked so much, and revealed a lot of information between his words. It should be the kind of good-looking but useless stuff. Okay. Without thinking, she nodded obediently. In the end, each of them takes what they need, and it is hard to say who will control whom at that time. The other party was obviously very satisfied with her smartness. You look stupid, but you are not too stupid. At least you know how to distinguish the situation. By the way, my name is Green Screen. What's your name? Hearing Lu Ping's question, Xiangjila's blank mind had some fragmented memories. She slowly said the name that occupied the most in her memory, Lulu. Lu Ping said, TSK, it seems that your parents love you very much, and gave you such a happy name. Logically speaking, they should not let you become a lonely ghost. Did her parents love her? She had no impression. Lu Ping said yes, that's it. Xiangjila remained silent again. As a newcomer, she was unfamiliar with everything, her mind was blank, and her memory was fragmented. She could only find out everything about this place by herself. As she expected, there was a clear deviation between what she found out and what Lu Ping told her. This place was not completely unmanaged, but all the power was concentrated in the hands of a female city god. To put it bluntly, the city god was the local emperor of Fengdu, and she had the final say on which ghosts should be killed or not. In addition, not all ghosts here were evil. There were also some poor ghosts, who could not enter the ancestral hall after death. Including Lu Ping herself, she was also a poor ghost who was deceived by a man. Her family was ashamed of her, locked her in the house, and burned her alive, and her resentment did not dissipate after death. But Lu Ping never felt sorry for herself. Instead, she felt that being a ghost here gave her some freedom, if she could not die forever. But Xiang Jila always felt that she still had things to do. Her memory began to be blank after she became a ghost. She even forgot what she had done in her life. Before becoming a ghost, Xiang Jila vaguely remembered that in the world of the living, people were divided into different classes. Unexpectedly, even after death, it was the same for ghosts. Most of the poor ghosts had no one to burn paper money for them, so they could only follow other ghosts, who were a little better off to do things in order to seek protection, and not die so easily. But good resources are always allocated to a few people, and the weak are always the ones who are easily bullied no matter where they go. When they were human, they said that being a ghost was not a feeling. But once he became a ghost, Xiang Jila found that people have their own world, and ghosts have their own world. People who stay in the Yang world have to eat, otherwise they will starve to death. Similarly, ghosts who come to Fengdu also have to practice, otherwise their souls will be unstable and easily scattered. In Fengdu, many old ghosts are scattered every day because they have reached a bottleneck in their practice or lack of resentment, and a considerable number of new ghosts are directly swallowed and refined by old ghosts. Xiang Jila's mind became clear and her resentment was aroused in the 3rd month after she settled in Fengdu. Before that, she followed Lu Ping in a daze for 3 months. Although she was still just a floating soul, she was much more solid than those souls that would be blown away by the wind. However, her solid new soul was a great tonic for some old ghosts who practiced. So every time she went out, she followed Lu Ping closely. Until that day, Fengdu was crowded with ghosts. Xiang Jila was dragged by Lu Ping to watch the fun. Being squeezed by other ghosts, Xiang Jila couldn't help asking Lu Ping, "Why are those people? Those ghosts so excited today?" Lu Ping also stretched his head to look outside, and replied nonchalantly, "Because Shan Shui Xianshi is coming." "Who is Shan Shui Xianshi?" Lu Ping's ghost body was shocked, and he turned his head to look at Xiang Jila as if he saw a ghost. Like he saw a bumpkin who had never seen the world. "You've been here for 3 months. Don't you know Shan Shui Xianshi? Why should I know him?" Xiang Jila was confused again. Lu Ping took a breath and asked again, "Then, what about Meng Zhang Xianzuan? Have you heard of him? He's the big man who stamps his feet, and the whole 3 realms tremble a few times." Meng Zhang Xianzuan? Xiang Jila's mind was empty, and he asked slowly, "Who else?" Lu Ping seemed to be hit by Xiang Jila, and covered his chest with his hands in pain. "You don't even know who Meng Zhang Xianzuan is?" Xiang Jila shook his head. "That's the god who came down to earth after experiencing the calamity and returned. He had been in the original world above the 9 heavens. Lu Ping was anxious to explain to Xiang Jila, but she herself only had a vague understanding. Later, it was said that when the evil spirit returned after experiencing the calamity, it was contaminated with the turbid air of the mortal world. It needs to use endless resentment here to wash away the turbid air of the mortal world before returning to the 9 heavens. Anyway, it's quite complicated. In recent years, when the mountain and water fairy servants come, they will bring us some soul guides at the instruction of the fairy master. These soul guides are compensation for our resentment, which can nourish our souls and make it less easy for us to die." At this point, Lu Ping curled her lips. It is said that immortal master Meng Zhang has always valued these orchids and fruits, never owed favors to anyone, and would not help others carelessly. He was very measured in his advances and retreats. Xiang Jila said, "Oh," obviously not reacting to the strange name of this stranger, and had no feelings about anything this stranger did. "Oh, that's it?" Lu Ping dragged her out of the ghost pile in disbelief. The heavenly saint has great respect for immortal master Meng Zhang. Basically, apart from the heavenly saint, there is immortal master Meng Zhang. As she spoke, she lowered her voice. "I heard that the 3 realms will have 2 saints. After immortal Meng Zhang returns from his tribulation, he will be able to live as long as the heaven and earth, and will be in charge of all the laws of the world with Saint Tian Dao." In order to avoid being brainwashed by the green screen again, Xiang Jila decisively chose to remain silent. "How is it? Isn't it amazing?" The green screen tried hard to see the shock she wanted to see in Xiangxila's eyes, but Xiangxila's eyes were still confused and calm. Chapter 749. Lu Ping made up his mind and dragged her in the opposite direction of the crowd. It seems that I have to let you open your ghost eyes. What ghost eyes? Xiangxila looked at Lu Ping, who was dragging her away in a hurry, full of doubts, and the ghosts behind her were screaming more and more excited. She couldn't help but turn her head to look back. When she turned her head, she clearly saw a little girl, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, emitting a warm and soft light. She didn't know when she appeared in front of the ghosts. Amid the cheers of the ghosts, she opened the Qingquan bag she carried with her. Countless red light spots flew out of the bag and fell on the gathered ghosts in an orderly manner. A few scattered light spots also fell on Xiangxila's body and disappeared in her body in an instant. At the moment when the light spots merged into Xiangxila's soul, Xiangxila felt that her soul became more solid, and even her running speed became faster. In her mind, some fragmented scenes flashed quickly because of her faster pace. The most impressive scene was that she was trapped in a cold and hard embrace, surrounded by darkness, and there were pursuers behind her. Her head was stabbing, and she felt that her heart, which should not have ripples, began to have ripples. While she was digesting those scenes, Lu Ping had already brought her to the outside of a barrier. The barrier was surrounded by the black pine trees unique to Fengdu, a kind of pine tree with black trunks and pine needles. The cold wind blew straight through the soul. It made the new ghosts and old ghosts shiver. Xiangxila frowned. This is... Lu Ping stretched out his hand to make a silencing gesture to her, and whispered, Chengwang Yulin. Even though he had never been to Chengwang Yulin, Xiangxila had roughly known the importance of this place after asking around. Isn't this a forbidden place? It is said that many ferocious evil ghosts are imprisoned here, and only the city god himself can come. It is a forbidden place. Lu Ping nodded, but do you know what else is there besides those ferocious evil ghosts? Xiangxila shook her head. As a new ghost, she still understands the principle of staying in a safe place before she has no ability. But for some reason, looking at the translucent barrier in front of her, Xiangxila always felt that something was attracting her, making her very uncomfortable. She could even feel an inexplicable violent force rushing in her body. Lu Ping led her to Half-Hidden Soul, and quietly evaded the two-horned little ghost who was patrolling around the barrier. She changed her body shape in a small gap behind the barrier and slipped in. Although the dark forest was also dominated by black pines, there was no cold wind that pierced the soul outside. On the contrary, as soon as she stepped into the dark forest, Xiangxila clearly felt that her soul was nourished. Lu Ping led Xiangxila to a little green in the distance with ease, as if she had sneaked here many times. As if seeing Xiangxila's doubts, Lu Ping looked at her with a pretentious look. I know you have a lot of questions, but as a subordinate, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Xiangxila shut up obediently. Not long after, the two of them stopped at a black lake with surging waves. Under the waves, it seemed that something was stirring. In the center of the lake was a tall glazed tower with a strange purple light, and the green light was reflected from the high door of the glazed tower. Lu Ping reminded, be careful, the monsters in the lake can even eat ghost cultivators. Then why are we rushing to fill the gaps between the teeth of these monsters? Xiangxila couldn't help but speak. Lu Ping glanced at her with disdain. It's because you have been following me for 3 months and have been well behaved. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring you here. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Xiangxila, you think you are not? Under the guidance of Lu Ping, Xiangxila crouched down 2 steps away from her. Look! Following the shape of Lu Ping's mouth and the direction of her finger, Xiangxila saw the things in the glass tower in the center of the lake from a distance. In the green light, a portrait hung at a height of 1:1 with a normal person looked particularly eye-catching and creepy. Originally, she just wanted to take a casual look at the green screen to get rid of it. After seeing the portrait, Xiangxila's fox eyes instantly widened. The appearance of the person in the painting. The visual impact was so great that Xiangxila felt that her consciousness was constantly being pulled, and the force was so great that it almost tore her soul in half. She stood up as if possessed by a demon and wanted to get closer to the portrait, but was pulled back by the green screen. Do you want to be killed? The lake pavilion is surrounded by guarding monsters. As long as you get a little closer, they will jump out of the water and tear us into pieces. As soon as she finished speaking, a roar of a giant bee sounded on the lake, and the waves that were originally just surging suddenly splashed water. In the distance, dim green lights began to light up. The green screen ghost's body trembled, covered Xiangxila's mouth, and took her away from the lake invisibly. Until leaving the barrier, Xiangxila kept looking back, muttering, I seem to know the person in the portrait. In order to escape, the ghost power was used up a lot. After feeling safe, green screen finally stopped. Just hearing what Xiangjila said, she frowned and looked her up and down. You know the person in the portrait? Xiangjila nodded slowly. Green screen moved his muscles and bones, and said nonchalantly, Lulu, don't blame me for humiliating you. Not to mention that you are just a new soul body now. Even if you are a physical ghost cultivator now, you may not be able to get close to the fairy mountain in the ninth heaven. As she said that, she seemed to remember something important, and came to Xiangjila, staring at Xiangjila with her gloomy ghost eyes. No, you said not long ago that you didn't know immortal master Meng Zhang. You didn't see the person in the painting because of his outstanding appearance, so you were attracted to him? Xiangjila shook his head, and corrected him seriously. It's not that I'm attracted by his beauty, I really feel like I know him. Then, she suddenly remembered the fairy child who was glowing in front of the ghosts, and asked Lu Ping, is the little girl in the crowd just now the mountain and water fairy servant beside immortal master Meng Zhang? Lu Ping continued to move forward. Yes, look at me, I am so loyal. In order to let you know immortal master Meng Zhang, I risked being eaten by monsters to bring you to see the immortal's appearance. So don't always think about talking to me about cultivation. This was her ultimate goal. She had tricked this stupid new ghost back to come back for a companionship, and to have a little brother to run errands for her. But after living here for 2 or 3 months, this new ghost started to get restless, and wanted to learn how to become a ghost cultivator. What a joke, she had practiced for hundreds of years to achieve such a small amount of cultivation. If this new ghost had some talent and allowed her to become a ghost cultivator all of a sudden, wouldn't that mean he would be exploiting her? Her top priority was to give the new ghost some favors and keep her by her side. Feeling that the situation was not going in the right direction, in order to better make Xiangjila retreat, Lu Ping also reminded him, let me tell you, the one here is obviously an old pervert, coveting the immortal lord. Look, while the Shan Shui immortal servant was guarding the immortal lord's evil spirit, she must have been looking for opportunities to get close to the immortal servant the whole time, so don't think about those unrealistic things. Chapter 750. Before Lu Ping finished speaking, Xiangjila said something shocking again. If it were me, I would also look for that immortal servant. That immortal servant looks stupid and foolish, and it's easy to deceive at first glance. Lu Ping, who was about to fly away, took back his raised hand and turned to look at Xiangjila again. We are still just souls now, so don't mess with these immortals, otherwise, your soul will be scattered at any time and no one will know. Anyway, you can't be reborn, so just let your soul be scattered. Xiangjila shrugged indifferently. This is what she really thinks. Instead of spending the whole day in a muddle, it is better to do something that you think is meaningful. At least a flash in the pan can leave a touch of surprise in the world, which is better than being a stubborn weed in mediocrity. No way, you really like Meng Zhang immortal venerable? Lu Ping looked at her in disbelief. Just because you took a look at that portrait? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Xiangjila frowned and spoke uncertainly. I feel that the person in the portrait is really familiar. I always feel that as long as I see the portrait, and the appearance of the person in the painting, my emotions become very strange. Ghosts obviously don't cry and don't have tears, but she still felt her eyes slightly hot, and even her cold heart was aching. I always feel that there was something between her and him. I always feel that she owes him something. Good-looking gods have this advantage. No matter where they go, there will always be familiar ghosts. Green Screen looked at Xiangjila with a sour look. But I really didn't expect that you are such a superficial person. Xiangjila couldn't hear what Green Screen said afterwards. Her mind was full of the appearance of the person in the painting, and she just wanted to go back to her residence as soon as possible to find something to draw on and draw this face. But Lele, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Green Screen paused when she spoke, and Xiangjila's attention returned all of a sudden. She looked at Green Screen in a daze. What? Green Screen looked her up and down, pouted and said again, when you wanted to be with immortal master Meng Zhang, didn't you go to Wanchuan to take a photo? Xiangjila, The Wanchuan mentioned by Green Screen is not the Wanchuan River on Huangquan Road, but a ghost river in Fengdu City that is specially used for water ghosts to live. The Wanchuan River. Xiangjila looked at the black paper in her hand, and the simple line drawing on the paper. There were 2 men in the drawing. One of them was wearing armor, and she didn't draw his facial features. The other was wearing a robe, and her facial features were painted in pieces. That was when she returned to her residence, and she drew it immediately based on her memory of the Lake Center Tower, and her fragmented memory fragments. The strange thing is that the impression in her mind was very deep, but the painting was so messy. She stretched her head to the surface of the Wanchuan River, and a water ghost resting in the river was frightened and ran away several feet away. Bah, if you are ugly, don't come out to scare ghosts. Xiang Zhila, I don't know how her face became scratched. If she finds the culprit who scratched her face, she will go back and scare him to death. Hey, isn't this the new ghost that the green screen protects tightly? What, you are useless, green screen doesn't want you anymore? Xiang Zhila turned her head, and saw several tall and strong male ghosts, who seemed to have some cultivation standing behind her without knowing when, looking at her with ill intentions. She felt even more depressed and upset, and she also encountered ghosts, who were looking for trouble, which was really a double whammy. She was not as skilled as the ghosts, so she didn't intend to argue. She hid her shattered painting leisurely, and stood up to leave. However, several male ghosts with cultivation did not seem to intend to let her leave. After seeing the direction she was going, they easily blocked her way. Hey, what good stuff have you hidden? Show it to the brothers? This rogue tone immediately disgusted Xiang Zhila. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Xiang Zhila shouted at several male ghosts, "Get lost." The male ghost who seemed to have the highest cultivation seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and interesting. Hey, the new ghost is eager to help the brothers improve their cultivation. Xiang Zhila ignored the words of the leading male ghost, and took advantage of the time when the leading male ghost was talking, and the other male ghosts were off guard, and suddenly made a move to escape. If Xiang Zhila encountered an ordinary ghost, she would definitely be able to escape at the speed of an arrow. However, she encountered a group of ghost cultivators with cultivation this time. Before she flew far, she was brought back by a suction force. The portrait that she had carefully collected was also snatched away by the male ghost. Xiang Zhila was furious and reached out to snatch it again, but the male ghost was furious and blasted her painting into slag with his ghost power. All time seemed to stop at this moment. A surge of anger broke through some kind of obstacle, making the memory in Xiang Zhila's mind gradually clear. Under the strong stimulation, the fragmented images quickly pieced together into a series of events in Xiang Zhila's mind. She suddenly remembered that the image of the portrait of Mengzhang Xianzun was Jun Nuo, the obsession that she was unwilling to give up. Before her soul was sucked into this space, she clearly heard a sentence in her ear, a woman's body, defying the will of heaven to change her fate, close relatives complaining, killing her brother and father, being unfilial and unfraternal. From now on she will fall into Fengdu Resentment City forever, and will not enter reincarnation. Close relatives complaining. Killing her brother and father. Oh, Xiang Mansion used her to kill Jun Nuo, and still has the nerve to complain? All memories rushed to her like a tide, and Xiang Zhila's chaotic consciousness gradually became clear. She, Xiang Zhila, was a person who licked blood from the edge of a knife, and walked through a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood before her death. Her Jun Nuo died because of her, and she committed suicide to follow her husband. The dark fox eyes gradually turned red, and her resentment became more and more intense. Soon, the resentment was overwhelming and enveloped the surface of the Wanchuan River. The surface of the Wanchuan River was surging, and the riverside of the Wanchuan River was flying sand and rocks. Chapter 751. One of the male ghosts was horrified. How could a new ghost have such a strong grudge? Another male ghost stared at the bloody grudge above the Wanchuan River. What if she was too murderous when she was alive? At this time, the face of the male ghost with the highest cultivation suddenly turned dark blue. Not good, she killed her father and brother with her own hands. She was a ruthless person when she was alive. She was ruthless when she was alive, and she will definitely be more ruthless after death. The male ghosts who had just come to bully her moved their feet back. Xiang Zhila's whole person. The whole ghost's momentum suddenly changed. His eyes fell on several trembling male ghosts, and he pressed on step by step. Want to devour my soul in practice? Her voice was icy, cold and rough, like something crawling out from the 18th floor below. The leading male ghost immediately squeezed out a terrifying smile. No, my lady is too powerful, I can't digest it. Xiang Zhila stopped. Then according to what you mean, as long as I can digest it, I can devour you and then refine your practice? After all, Xiang Zhila has been a ghost here for a few months. She has never practiced, but she still knows how to say some words for practice. No, Aunt, please forgive us. The male ghosts knelt down and begged for mercy, and they did not forget to count up desperately. If it weren't for the fact that ghosts don't have tears or snot, they would have burst into tears long ago. Xiang Zhila didn't intend to let them go easily. How to practice? Give me a method, otherwise I will swallow you now. Under the shove of the other male ghosts, the male ghost who was the most ferocious, had some cultivation and was in the front, took out half a broken book from his arms with shaking hands. Aunt, And this is the method we practice. Our method of practice is different from that of other ghosts. Our practice does not require devouring souls. No need to devour the soul? Xiangjila's expression changed, but soon returned to normal, and snorted, "You're talking nonsense. Do you think I will believe you?" After she finished speaking, she raised her hand neatly, and made a move to control her resentment. The leading male ghost almost fell to the ground. Really, because we have always been at odds with that dead ghost of green screen. So, Auntie, please believe me, this is the first time. In a moment of desperation, the male ghost even spoke in his hometown dialect. Xiangjila glanced at the half-broken book. She could barely understand the words, but, wisdom? What is that? The male ghosts in front of her were still trembling as they looked at her. Xiangjila glanced at them lightly. Who among you is wisdom? Hand it over, and you can get out of here. When the male ghosts heard what Xiangjila said, they immediately howled like ghosts. Auntie, if you want to kill us, just say it directly. Why do you have to say such words to humiliate us? If we had wisdom, our cultivation would have increased rapidly. So why would we stay here? Will we be bullied by you? Xiangjila remained silent, knowing that not every ghost has wisdom. She looked at the half-broken book in her hand again, and felt that several eyes were staring at her, so Xiangjila immediately raised her eyes. Several male ghosts quickly withdrew their eyes from peeking at Xiangjila. Xiangjila frowned. What are you looking at? Why don't you get out? Do you want me to change my mind? Several male ghosts were instantly pardoned, and they rolled and crawled away. Okay, we will get out now. Get out now? Xiangjila snorted coldly. He returned to his residence with Lu Ping with half a broken book. Lu Ping had just finished digesting the new ghost she had swallowed and stopped meditating. Feeling that Xiangjila's aura had changed, her bare brows slightly frowned. Where did you go? Xiangjila said half-truthfully, I went to Wanchuan to take a photo of myself, and picked this up casually. As she spoke, she handed the half of the tattered book she had looted from the male ghost to Lu Ping. What, after looking in the mirror, you knew you had to give up? Lu Ping took the half of the tattered book, flipped through a few pages, and threw it back to her. This kind of thing is just like the booklet sold on the ghost street. It's useless. I've been here for more than 100 years, and I've never seen a ghost cultivator who can succeed in cultivation without devouring souls. However, some of the things written in this book seem to be true. You can learn a little bit from it, and fool some new ghosts. Xiangjila clearly felt that Lu Ping was secretly relieved when he threw the broken book back to her. But she did not expose Lu Ping's little thoughts, lowered her eyes and nodded. That's true. It seems that Lu Ping can't be relied on, and I can only rely on myself. On the way back after recovering my memory, Xiangjila thought most about not only how to improve his abilities, but also how to go to Chengwan Yulin again and get Jun Nua's portrait back. Time flies, and 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 20 years is but a blink of an eye for ghosts, who have lived the same life for thousands of years. During these 20 years, if there was any major event in Fengdu Resentment City, it was that the fairy servant of immortal master Mengzhang personally stayed in Fengdu in the 10th year to assist the city god in cleansing the evil spirit of the immortal master. Knowing that there was a huge difference in status, and the intentional or unintentional obstruction of the green screen, Xiangjila did not rush to show his face to the fairy servant, but made full use of these 20 years to sort out the things that happened when immortal master Mengzhang descended to the mortal world to experience tribulations. The evil spirit was contaminated by the turbid air of the mortal world, and the mountain and water fairy servant came to Fengdu in recent years. Although many new and old ghosts were vague, Xiangjila got a rough idea. The evil spirit of immortal master Mengzhang returned from the emotional calamity and became decadent due to the contamination of the turbid air of the mortal world, which seriously affected the cultivation of the immortal master. Therefore, he wanted to use the resentment of Fengdu Resentment City to cleanse the turbid air of the evil spirit. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years have passed, and the turbid air on the evil spirit is still not moved at all. Therefore, the mountain and water fairy servants around the immortal master stayed in Fengdu Resentment City. The portrait she saw in the exquisite tower before was the evil spirit of the immortal master. At first, she was wondering why the fairy servant could stay in the city of resentment for so long. Later, she learned from the gossips of other old ghosts that the mountain and water fairy servant was originally just a lonely soul of a fairy crane. After she won the favor of the immortal master Mengzhang, the immortal master Mengzhang personally reshaped her into a fairy servant body that was invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, and could withstand countless magic damage. This really made Xiangjila envy the delicate fairy servant. If you want to say what Xiangjila envied most after becoming a ghost, It must be that he could have a physical body. Only ghost cultivators with physical bodies could have the opportunity to be accepted by the Ghost Ridge. The Ghost Ridge is the place closest to the Nine Heavens main world in the Three Realms. As long as you can resist the invasion of the illusion, you can reach the Nine Heavens. As everyone knows, ghosts are ethereal souls, which are nothingness and cannot be grasped. To become physical, you must at least become a ghost cultivator and practice for 300 to 500 years to condense into a physical body. Chapter 752. Xiangjila knew that she couldn't get what she wanted in a hurry. Even if she missed a big shot, she could only grit her teeth and bear it. After all, a short separation was only for a better reunion. Although she didn't know how long she would have to practice at her current speed before she could see him again, and she didn't know if he would still remember her when she saw him again. During these 20 years, Xiangjila also found a way to sneak into the Chungwang Yulin. Even though she didn't have the ability to steal the portrait, she could still sneak in to take a few glances, and then sneak out. Therefore, every time she was about to give up, she would run there to secretly look at his portrait to give herself the motivation to continue working hard. These were all unknown to Lu Ping. Xiangjila did not dare to let Lu Ping know. First, Lu Ping's cultivation was higher than hers, and even much higher than the male ghosts who had held her hostage before. Second, Lu Ping, like other resentful ghosts in cultivation, needed to devour souls to improve his cultivation. Without knowing whether he could beat Lu Ping, Xiangjila naturally did not dare to take risks. The consequences of being devoured were more tragic than the death of the soul. In Lu Ping's eyes, Xiangjila's biggest role in staying by her side is to accompany her. When she is practicing, he helps her guard the gate and protect the law. When she doesn't need to practice, the two ugly ghosts go to scare the water ghosts by the Wanchuan River together. No matter what they do, they take Xiangjila with them, almost never leaving their side, just to prevent Xiangjila from having any chance to contact other ghosts stronger than her. Her purpose is also very simple, to prevent Xiangjila from practicing in any way, to control Xiangjila, and to make Xiangjila stay by her side forever. Human nature is selfish, and so is the nature of ghosts. Xiangjila naturally knew what Lu Ping was thinking, so she practiced while Lu Ping was practicing, and she was protecting Lu Ping. Even though she didn't understand the mystery of that broken book, it didn't affect Xiangjila's enthusiasm for that half of the broken book. After all, fate is something that can't be explained in a few words. Xiangjila was like this with that half of the broken book. If she only read the text, she would find it difficult to understand the strange and obscure sentences in the book. However, as soon as she closed the half of the broken book, some pictures would spontaneously emerge in her consciousness, and those pictures would lead her to do those seal-making movements. After a while, she actually learned how to control her resentment, and combined her resentment with the bark of the black pine tree to create a long whip that she could use easily. Although she still hasn't figured out what wisdom is, and her resentment is sometimes there, and sometimes not. Everything seemed to be maintaining a delicate balance, until one day, when she and Lu Ping went to scare the water ghosts, a few old ghosts on the roadside were bored and talking about their latest news. Hey, have you heard that the mountain and water fairy servant seems to be going back to the ninth heaven? Ah, why? Why else? It's because the evil spirit of immortal Mengjiang can't be cleansed. I have a brother who is on duty in Chungwang Yulin. He said that he saw the Linglong Tower in the center of the lake with his own eyes. The evil spirit of immortal Mengjiang showed signs of condensing into a human form. Really? Isn't the evil spirit of immortal Mengjiang staying here to cleanse the turbid air of the mortal world? How? Well, you also know that our so-and-so has always been fond of beautiful women. He will not let go of some outstanding male ghosts. It's easy to imagine that it must be immortal Mengjiang, who has an outstanding appearance and was favored. The topics discussed by the old ghosts behind were basically some vulgar language, and Xiangjila didn't want to listen anymore. Lu Ping, who was standing by, also took the opportunity to scare her. Fortunately, I reminded you before, otherwise when that person knows that you also covet the immortal lord, you will be dead. You have to be obedient and stay by my side, understand? Otherwise, if something really happens, I can't protect you. Xiangjila didn't say anything else, and Lu Ping looked at Xiangjila's appearance, and a faint light slowly appeared in his eyes. The city god forest. The glazed tower in the middle of the lake. A beautiful woman who has solidified into a solid body, wearing plain clothes and emitting a soft blue-gray light, is staring at the person in the painting. The beautiful woman is none other than the city god of the resentful city Zabuti. She looked at the portrait with a pair of watery eyes full of affection, and was about to speak but hesitated. Immortal Venerable. Her hand couldn't help but reach out to the portrait, but it was opened by a red light before it touched it. A trace of violence flashed into Boogie's eyes, but he still looked at the portrait without giving up. Are you blaming me for keeping you here? The portrait did not react. It seemed to be mocking her self-conceit. Boogie looked at the portrait with resentment. She felt that the giant in the lake seemed to be about to get angry. She finally suppressed all the emotions in her eyes, and left the glazed tower in the center of the lake with a normal look. When she got ashore, she called the nearby little ghost who was guarding and patrolling and asked, "Did the glazed tower have any other abnormalities when I was away?" The little ghost replied nervously, "No." Boogie's eyes flashed darkly, increased the intensity of patrols. "Yes." After the patrol ghost left, Boogie's eyes fell on the glazed tower in the middle of the lake again. She was deeply attracted to the evil spirit of the immortal venerable from the first sight. This attraction could not be diluted no matter how many male ghosts she touched. She had never experienced such a heart-wrenching feeling. For this reason, she had not touched other male ghosts for more than 10 years, just waiting to use the soul-gathering lamp to condense the evil spirit of the immortal venerable into a physical body and live with him. What if the mountain and water fairy servant came? What if there was a soul-guarding beast living in the lake? This was her world. Whoever she wanted to stay, had to stay. With an inexplicable confidence in his heart, Boogie raised a creepy smile at the corner of his mouth, and with a wave of his hand, he changed the layout of the entire Chungwang Yulin. Xiang Jila took advantage of Lu Ping's inattention to sneak into Chungwang Yulin again. As soon as she approached, she found something wrong. Today's guards seemed to be stricter than before. Did something big happen? Xiang Jila hid behind a tree and muttered to herself. How could she get in with such strict guards? A ghost claw quietly climbed up her back and put it on her shoulder. Don't move. Xiang Jila's ghost body trembled. He turned his head stiffly, and only relaxed after seeing Lu Ping's ghost face full of burned scars. It's you. Isn't it me? Lu Ping's ghost eyes flashed green with some emotions that Xiang Jila didn't understand. You didn't say a word when you went back, so I guessed that you would sneak here. Xiang Jila laughed dryly. I don't know why the guards here suddenly became so strict. I don't know, anyway, it has nothing to do with us. As he said that, Lu Ping picked up Xiang Jila and dragged her back. Wait. Xiang Jila wanted to struggle, but found that she couldn't break free from Lu Ping's restriction no matter what. Her heart sank. Lu Ping's cultivation was much higher than before. Chapter 753. Seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from Chungwang Forest, Xiang Jila twisted desperately in a moment of desperation, and even his tone became heavier. Green screen. Green screen suddenly stopped, and the ghost eyes flashing with a faint light slowly looked at Xiang Jila. Why you still don't give up? The question came out as a question, but the tone was very sure. I was wondering why you always disappeared for a short period of time before. It turns out that you spent all your time here. Xiang Jila recognized the look in Green Screen's eyes. When Green Screen wanted to devour the soul, it was this look. She swallowed the ghost energy with difficulty and slowly retreated. Green Screen pressed on step by step. The ghost's eyes became more and more obvious. Don't forget, I took you in. As long as you are not dead, you can only stay with me. Green Screen. Xiang Jila tried to calm Green Screen's emotions, but ghosts were unreasonable when they were crazy. I saw that Green Screen's body was suddenly covered with black hair, and the ghost claws covered with burned scars suddenly turned black, and they were about to grab Xiang Jila's head without mercy. Xiang Jila turned over flexibly and dodged her claw in a panic. Lu Ping, are you going to devour me? Lu Ping had lost her mind at this time, staring at Xiang Jila with her ghost eyes, and licked her dry lips. I have raised you for so long, but you are still untamable. It is better to merge you with me, and let you accompany me forever. After saying that, she attacked Xiang Jila again. Just when her ghost claw was about to grab Xiang Jila's head, Xiang Jila instinctively pulled out the long whip from his waist to block it. The long whip seemed to have life, and directly wrapped around Lu Ping's ghost claw. Green Screen was stunned. Xiang Jila was also stunned. In theory, Green Screen is a strong virtual body, while Xiang Jila is a much weaker virtual body than Green Screen. Her whip cannot entangle Green Screen's ghost claws, but the long whip did it. Seeing that the black air on Green Screen was getting thicker, Xiang Jila ran away. That I'm not. Very good, you are still practicing secretly without telling me. Green Screen's whole body began to swell rapidly, and even his voice changed, becoming more harsh. It seems that just devouring is not enough. I still want to crush your soul bit by bit. The fight between the two attracted the little ghosts patrolling the city god forest. Seeing that Lu Ping had touched the threshold of ghost cultivation, and Xiang Jila was still just a transparent soul, They all drew their spears to stop Lu Ping. Useless old ghost, where can you escape? Xiangjila immediately howled, why are you chasing me? I am also a victim ghost. The patrolling ghosts don't care about so much. It is their nature to like to bully the weak. You are the kind of useless ghost who likes to make trouble. You are disturbing our master's cultivation here. We will beat you to death. Behind him was the patrolling little ghost runner, and behind him was Green Screen, who was accelerating to catch up with him. Xiangjila knew that he had no way to escape, so he simply made up his mind and rushed into the barrier according to his previous experience of sneaking into the city god's forest. The little ghost runners immediately stopped outside the barrier in fear, and let out a long howl to the sky. This long howl not only alarmed the little ghost runners in the city god's forest, but also Zibugui. Green Screen, who had lost his mind, and was chasing Xiangjila, was easily subdued by Zibugui, who came after hearing the news. The big ghost next to Zibugui mercilessly strangled Lu Ping with a soul-catching rope. How dare you, a low-level ghost, trespass into the city god's forest? After Lu Ping regained her sanity, she saw that Zibugui was already trembling with fear, and the soul-catching rope was wrapped around her neck. She didn't care about anything else, and pushed all the responsibility onto Xiangjila. My lord, please spare my life. No. It wasn't me who broke in here, but a civilian ghost from 20 years ago. I helped you stop her. Otherwise, your cultivation is so important, how could I make such a low-level mistake? As she spoke, she casually glanced at the little ghosts, who had helped her just now. The little ghosts were also very perceptive, and nodded immediately. Yes, yes, we can testify for the cultivation ghosts. There was indeed a useless ghost that escaped just now. When Zibugui heard what the little ghost said, he immediately knew what was going on. He glanced at the big ghost next to him, and the big ghost immediately loosened the soul-catching rope that was strangling Lu Ping's neck. Where is that useless ghost now? Zibugui asked Lu Ping again. Lu Ping said in a trembling voice, She covets immortal Master Mengzhong and tries to steal his soul. She has already entered the dark forest. As soon as the words fell, a cold wind suddenly rose around the barrier, and the wind blades cut Lu Ping's body like knives, and the ghost energy immediately scattered. Zibugui's ghost hand, which had turned into a physical entity, immediately pinched Lu Ping's head. What did you say? Every word he spoke had a great impact on the soul. Lu Ping wanted to escape in fear, but found that the ghost energy in his body was rushing towards Zibugui at a lightning speed. As time passed, her soul became more and more indifferent. My lord, please. My city god forest is a restricted area. Logically speaking, new ghosts are unstable, and would never dare to come. Hearing Zibugui's words, the big ghost standing beside him immediately called the tree ghost stationed in Wusong. The tree ghost saluted Zibugui, looked at Lu Ping again, and without a moment's hesitation, showed the light screen in front of people when Lu Ping and Xiangjila sneaked into the barrier 20 years ago. Green Screen screamed on the spot. The soul was instantly devoured by Zibugui. Disappeared without a trace. Zibugui smiled evilly and licked his lips. The soul with cultivation really tastes much better than the soul without cultivation. Go, send the useless ghost that broke into the dark forest to those things to have a taste. Yes. The city god has a forest. Because the layout of the city god dark forest was changed, Xiangjila fled to the glazed tower where the portrait was, but found that he could not find the previous road no matter how he ran. As she was running away, she found that she had been followed by other ghosts in the forest. However, these ghosts seemed to be playing a joke on her, and they always let her go when she was about to be caught, intentionally or unintentionally. Until she hid and turned to a place where soul-locking chains were hung everywhere in order to escape, she heard malicious teasing voices one after another. Hey, this is coming to eat again? Another blind new ghost. Let's see if it's you or me who will come this time. It was then that Xiangjila discovered that each soul-locking chain had the ghost power seal of the city god, which meant that each soul-locking chain was an evil ghost. Chapter 754. Recalling the previous ghost messenger who used this soul-locking chain to lock away the evil ghosts, who committed crimes, and then those evil ghosts were never seen again. Rumor has it that there are many evil ghosts locked up here, and only the lord of the city can suppress those evil ghosts in person. Combined with what the soul-locking chain said just now, a bold and absurd idea came to Xiangjila's mind. Seeing the thousands of soul-locking chains in front of her, her ghost body trembled twice for no reason. She was just rushing to make snacks. She instinctively turned around to escape, but she had only taken a few steps when her hands and feet were entangled by the rustling soul-locking chain. The moment the soul-locking chain entangled her, the ghost energy on her body was continuously absorbed by the soul-locking chain. Every time the soul-locking chain absorbed a little bit of her ghost energy, her soul body would become a little weaker. Xiangjila widened her eyes and tried to struggle, but the soul-locking chain became tighter and tighter. In a hurry, she randomly recited the spell she had seen in the half-broken book before, trying to stimulate the resentment that sometimes appeared in her body. Unfortunately, the resentment this time failed to be stimulated, and the soul-locking chain had already entangled her body along her limbs, tightening more and more. Xiangjila looked at the dark sky in despair and helplessness. That was the endless resentment of Fengdu. Fengdu Resentment City never had daytime, and there were no stars. Staying here for 20 years was just like spending 2 months in the mortal world. But she didn't expect that after becoming a ghost, she would die before she even had time to see Junua. She was unwilling. But what could she do if she was unwilling? She had tried her best. When she was in the mortal world, she did her best to avenge him and died for him. She didn't expect that when she came here, she didn't even have the qualifications to follow him. Perhaps, this was God's punishment for her not knowing how to cherish. Despair quickly occupied all her consciousness, and she closed her eyes in resignation, no longer struggling. Just when she thought she was about to be eaten by those soul-locking chains, a red light rushed from the southeast direction, and accurately hit in Xiangjila's consciousness, and then broke the soul-locking chains that were tightly wrapped around her. The evil ghosts in the soul-locking chains only had time to scream before their souls flew away. Seeing this, the other soul-locking chains immediately rushed forward and tightly wrapped Xiangjila. For a moment, Xiangjila was wrapped like an iron cocoon. After her soul was severely injured, her whole body seemed to be crushed by a stone mill and then reassembled. She could even be sure that if she allowed these soul-locking chains to absorb her ghost energy, she would definitely die in a few breaths. However, it was this pain that made her consciousness quickly recover. She was unwilling. She didn't see Junua, and she was unwilling to die like this. At this time, she should not despair, but should give it a try. Her fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, and her soul gradually became solid. There were gusts of cold wind behind her, and the resentment became more and more intense. She suddenly opened her blood-red fox eyes, clenched her hands into fists, and used all her consciousness to mobilize her resentment. The two sides competed, and their strength was equal. The scene of Yan Junuo's tragic death in her arms, before she was alive, suddenly flashed in her mind, and Xiangjila lost all his rationality. In an instant, the iron cocoon was shattered into pieces. The evil ghost in the soul-locking chain was turned into ashes before it even had time to scream. With his consciousness controlled by resentment, Xiangjila held a long whip in his hand, his eyes bloodshot, and walked slowly towards the remaining soul-locking chains that were jingling because of fear. When Zibugui arrived, Xiangjila had already destroyed the last soul-locking chain. In her hand, she was holding a half-broken ancient book. Seeing Zibugui and the ghost messenger following her, Xiangjila gradually regained her normal consciousness. She waved at her with the broken ancient book, grinning harmlessly, but the words she said were enough to make ghosts vomit blood. "You are not very dedicated, you gatekeeper ghosts. I have cleared them for you. No need to thank me." The ugly face with half scars looked particularly hideous against the background of the harmless smile. Then, she leisurely put the ancient book in her arms, ignored the spear raised by the ghost messenger, and approached Zibugui step by step. The aura on his body showed signs of overshadowing Zibugui. Zibugui widened her beautiful eyes, her anger unable to cover up her surprise. A resentful ghost with wisdom? In front of all the ghost officials, she tried to keep her voice calm and steady. "Bold, resentful ghost, do you know where this is?" "Where?" Xiangjila smiled. "City God's Forest." "Since you know, why did you break in?" Zibugui's voice was deliberately majestic. "Do you know that once you enter Fengdu, you must respect the city god in everything? You are just a weak, resentful ghost who relies on resentment and murderous aura as your power. As long as I move my fingers a little, it will be as easy as crushing an ant to crush you to death." "Oh!" Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. "Is that how you view us, harmless ghosts?" "Harmless?" Zibugui looked at the iron chain fragments with a painful look on her face. She remembered what Lu Ping had said to her before he died, and her heart was filled with anger. Due to Xiangjila's lethality, she still asked patiently, "Why did you break into the city god forest? What was the reason?" "Of course." Xiangjila frowned, and kept sorting out the memories of the evil ghosts, who turned into soul-locking chains in his mind. After a while, she looked at Zibugui again, and told her conclusion in a firm tone. "Before, the evil ghosts in Fengdu City were captured by you. You said to the outside world that you educated and dispersed them, but in fact you raised them like goo, letting them kill each other. The ones who stayed at the end naturally became your tools to establish your authority. Soul locking chain, I am here to expose your conspiracy. Zibugwe raised his eyebrows, and a faint light flashed in his ghost eyes. Expose my conspiracy? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Ghosts are smart ghosts, but no matter what she knows tonight, or that she has turned her hard work of hundreds of years into nothing, or that she has wisdom, since this resentful ghost has ideas about the evil spirit of Mengjiang Xianzuan, it cannot be left. Thinking of this, Zibugwe's momentum suddenly increased, and the dense ghost energy gathered around Xiangjila with a chill, bold resentful ghost, trespassing into the city god's forest and disturbing the order of Fengdu. According to the Fengdu law, his crime should be destroyed. As soon as Zibugwe's voice fell, Xiangjila felt the familiar grinding pain coming again when the ghost energy enveloped her, but she couldn't move her body. The ghost energy of the city god sometimes carried the coldness of 1,000 years of ice, and sometimes carried the heat of raging lava, constantly changing, burning her soul. Under the extreme damage of ice and fire, Xiangjila's soul slowly became weak again. Chapter 755. When he was killed, she could even see Zibugwe constantly devouring and refining his own resentment and ghost energy. Seeing Zibugwe's condensed soul, Xiangjila understood. No wonder the ghost cultivators in Fengdu Resentment City would leave as soon as they had a little ability. I'm afraid that only a small number of them can really leave, and most of them have become the nutrients of this Fengdu City god. No wonder no ghost dared to resist all along. It's not that the ghosts didn't dare to resist, but the difference in strength is huge, and the resentful ghosts are originally souls with strong negative energy. They think they can't beat them, so they don't even need to try to think that they will definitely lose. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and the worst thing is to be torn apart again. Although Xiangjila was unwilling, she still chose to give it another try, and gathered all the remaining resentment with her remaining consciousness. After a while, her aura suddenly rose, and she was controlled by the resentment again. This time, not only her eyes were stained with blood red, but her entire soul was also covered with a layer of evil dark red. Zibugwe was only concerned with greedily devouring Xiangjila's resentment and ghost energy, and did not notice the hostility and murderous aura on her body at all. Or maybe she noticed it, but she was confident in her cultivation, so she did not take Xiangjila seriously. Xiangjila's eyes slowly fell on the horned ghosts, who were surrounding him, and dared not disturb Zibugwe's eating. Her eyes flashed red for a few times. The ghosts in the direction she looked at seemed to have received some kind of instructions at the same time, and moved closer to Zibugwe. A red light dissipated from the glazed tower in the center of the lake, and the portrait slowly burned. The lake's surface, which was always surging, suddenly became as quiet as a pool of stagnant water when the portrait was about to burn out. Then, the glazed tower collapsed, and the barrier of the entire city god forest was also shaken to countless tiny cracks. The water level of the black lake was constantly dropping. Zibugwe's entity was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, she and Xiangjila were surrounded by the ghost officials, who came one after another. The ghost officials greedily devoured the extremely pure resentful ghost energy emanating from Zibugwe. As the cracks in the barrier spread like a spider web, the resentful ghost energy spread everywhere, attracting many old ghosts, who cultivated by devouring souls. Xiangjila endured the pain of his body swelling up to the point of exploding, and expanded the scope of his resentment. Soon, the city god forest was densely packed with old ghosts lying around the barrier, and constantly devouring the resentment. In order to retain the evil spirit of immortal Mengjiang, Zibugwe set up a barrier with her own spirit as the guide, with the purpose of letting herself know the unusual movement of the city god forest at the first time. Now she is trapped in her own cocoon, the barrier is broken, and her soul is also damaged. When she found out that something was wrong, most of the pure resentment in her body had been devoured by her ghosts. She wanted to control the resentment, and shake off the ghosts rushing towards her. However, Xiangjila's soul just became indifferent. Not only did it not show any intention of disappearing, but also restrained her ability to move. The ghosts around were directly affected by Xiangjila's resentment, and they completely lost their awe of her. Her swollen entity continued to shrink as the resentment spread, and slowly, the ghost energy on her body was also being devoured. As more and more ghosts surrounded her, no matter how strong Zibugwe was in the past, she could not stop the ghosts from devouring her. The ghosts attached to Zibugwe like dense ants quickly covering a dying elephant. At the moment when Zibugwe was pressed to the ground, the barrier completely disappeared. Inside the barrier, resentment and ghost energy scattered. Outside the barrier, the resentful ghosts with a little cultivation rushed along the source of the ghost energy, and no one was willing to give in. The whole Chungwang forest was instantly filled with resentment and ghosts crying. Xiangjila took advantage of the chaos to squeeze out the crowd of ghosts. At this time, most of the resentment in her body had already dissipated, her body was ragged, and her soul was looming. With the dissipation of Zibugui's soul, everything she had disrupted before returned to normal. Knowing that his evil spirit was in the painting, Xiangjila rushed to the glazed tower with her last breath, but found that the black lake had dried up, the glazed tower had been broken, and even the fragments were smoke black. In the debris, she could still vaguely see the remaining corner of the portrait turned into ashes in front of her, as if telling her, "Give up, don't come again." His evil spirit. It's just a little bit away. Xiangjila's consciousness, which had finally returned, was once again controlled by resentment and despair. She saw that her eyes were full of blood, and she shook her head in disbelief. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You don't even want to meet my soul. I don't believe it." "Ah!" she screamed hysterically, holding her head. The desperate roar and the deafening ghost cry intertwined together, shaking the world. On a fairy mountain emitting auspicious purple light in the main world of the 9 heavens, there stood a towering fairy palace. Inside the fairy palace, a man in white with picturesque eyebrows slowly opened his eyelids. The moment he opened his eyes, an enchanting 9-petal red lotus appeared between his smooth porcelain white eyebrows. In his narrow and long phoenix eyes, it seemed that the vast galaxy was surging, and it was like the bottomless ancient Guishu, making it impossible to peek into his true emotions. "Master, did you successfully merge with the evil spirit this time?" Seeing the red lotus between his eyebrows reappear, a little girl, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, with a bun on her head and delicate as a jade, came forward nervously. Could it be that the female ghost cultivator in Zibugi has found her conscience? The man, Mengzhong, shook his head and spoke in a gentle tone. The evil spirit stayed in the city of resentment and needed to be cleansed of resentment just to repay a cause and effect. Once the cause and effect are settled, it will naturally return. However, Shanshui, you were careless in staying in Fengdu city of resentment this time. Hearing this, the little girl Shanshui immediately knelt down gracefully, bent over, folded her hands on the ground, and put her forehead against it. "I know my crime. Please punish me, master." Mengzhan looked at Shanshui for a long time before closing his eyes again, sitting like an old monk in meditation, and said slowly, "Forget it. Everything is destined." Hearing Meng Zhang's words, Shanshui kowtowed to him as if she had been pardoned. "Thank you for your forgiveness, master." Shanshui is leaving. Until the surroundings returned to peace, Mengzhang opened his eyes again and spread his palms. On the palm of his hand, there was a dark ball of light. It was the turbid air of his evil spirit that had not been cleansed. This turbid air was called obsession in the mortal world. It was not his obsession, but the obsession of others towards him. The turbid air he had been infected with in the mortal world could not be cleansed by the resentment of Fengdu Resentment City. One reason was that Zibugui had some small thoughts, and the other was that the obsession was too deep, so deep that it had been engraved on his evil spirit. Guilt is not joy. Since our fate has ended in the mortal world, why should we not enter the reincarnation for this insignificant regret? His voice was very gentle and soft, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to others. Chapter 756. 230 years later. Ghost Ridge. The deep mountain was shrouded in mist, and the dead branches and leaves were filled with a gloomy ghostly aura. It was unusually quiet. In a secluded cave, the last trace of the remaining soul condensed into a physical entity, and the entity was emitting a blue-gray light all over. Xiangjila slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which had turned dark because she had become a resentful ghost, turned back to the normal state of a mortal after the physical entity condensed. Her ghost cultivation body was finally cultivated. From now on, she is no longer a vague and ethereal entity, but a real entity that can be touched. She found the remaining half of the broken book in the deep forest of the city god Zibugi, and used her resentment to control all the resentful ghosts in Fengdu Resentment City to devour Zibugi together. Fengdu Resentment City was in chaos because of the loss of the city god, and she took advantage of the chaos to escape from Fengdu Resentment City. In the first 50 years after she left Resentment City, she went to many other ghost towns, but most of them were unwilling to take her in because she was a resentful ghost. With nowhere to go, she could only wander around and practice wherever it was quiet. During this period, she also went back to Fengdu Yuancheng to inquire about the news about Lu Ping. After learning that Lu Ping's soul had already been scattered, and that tragic soul body devouring events were happening there all the time, Xiangjila never went back again. Relying on the ancient book that she had reconnected and her long whip made of black pine bark and resentment, Xiangjila practiced alone and wandered for nearly 100 years. After being controlled by resentment for countless times, she finally condensed her feet into a physical body and successfully touched the threshold of becoming a ghost cultivator. As a result, she was accepted by Ghost Ridge and became the first resentful ghost in Ghost Ridge to condense a physical body before becoming a ghost cultivator. Ghost Ridge is a gathering place for ghost cultivators from the three realms, gathering countless immortal ghosts, human ghosts, and spirit ghosts. Among immortal ghosts, human ghosts, and spirit ghosts, immortal ghosts look down on spirit ghosts, and spirit ghosts look down on human ghosts. This is an eternal contempt chain. Among human ghosts, resentful ghosts are the most despised of all evil ghosts. According to other types of human ghosts, they despise resentful ghosts not because the killing power of resentful ghosts' thoughts is strong, but because resentful ghosts are generally formed due to deep obsessions. They think resentful ghosts are too vengeful, and they are no match for resentful ghosts in a fight, so they simply don't join forces with resentful ghosts. Over time, resentful ghosts have become an existence that all kinds of human ghosts abandon. Therefore, even if Xiangjila was accepted by Ghost Ridge, all kinds of ghost cultivators in Ghost Ridge would not bother to associate with her. When the shadow was almost swallowed by the green screen, Xiangjila was happy not to understand these so-called ghost love and worldly affairs. After all, in Ghost Ridge, many ghost cultivators rely on devouring their own kind to improve their cultivation. In Ghost Ridge, she has no friends, not even someone to talk to. In the long, endless, and lonely years of cultivation, condensing into a physical body, cultivating the body of a ghost cultivator, improving the cultivation to cross the netherworld illusion to reach the ninth heaven to meet him, is the biggest motivation to support Xiangjila to survive. This time, more than 100 years passed. Now, her ghost cultivation body has been cultivated. Xiangjila even feels that she can immediately set off to cross the netherworld to find him. The netherworld, as the name suggests, is a place composed of an illusion. It is a place that will maximize the inner demons of all ghost cultivators. Once you enter the illusion, if you can't get through, you will be thrown into the netherworld, and your cultivation will be completely destroyed, and you will become a lonely ghost again. If you can get through, you can directly ascend to the 9-layered world of the body, be infected with the immortal spirit, and your cultivation will be further improved. More importantly, once you reach the body world, you don't have to come back to this dark ghost world. However, among the ghosts, not to mention the ghost cultivators, who have successfully cultivated the ghost cultivation body, even the ghosts who can touch the threshold of ghost cultivation are rare. Refining the ghost cultivation body seems difficult, but in fact it is only the first condition to approach the netherworld illusion. Therefore, not many ghost cultivators are willing to risk becoming lonely ghosts again after refining the entity, and go to the netherworld illusion, just to seek an invisible future from the sky. Therefore, there is another saying in the Ghost Ridge. In fact, the netherworld is to provide a shortcut for immortal ghosts or spirit ghosts to return to the ninth heaven. Of course, the bitterness of being a ghost cannot be seen by the gods in the nine heavens. Maybe they can see it, but they never take it to heart. 2 days later, thinking she was fully prepared, Xiangjila stood alone on the top of Ghost Ridge, looking at the formation filled with thick fog and emitting faint blue fluorescence, with a fearless look in her eyes. If she passed the formation, she could reach the netherworld illusion, and then through the netherworld illusion, she could reach the 9 heavens and reunite with Jun No. This was her only chance. If she failed, at worst, she could practice again for hundreds of years. 9 heavens. The main world. Ming Zhang took Shanshui back to his own immortal residence from the heavenly Tao. When passing through the sky above the netherworld illusionary realm, he saw the sky above the illusion filled with resentment. I didn't expect that after half a year, another ghost cultivator would break into the netherworld illusionary realm. Shanshui couldn't help but exclaimed, the resentful ghost breaking into the illusionary realm has not happened for thousands of years. This resentful ghost cultivator is quite capable. Ming Zhang's expression was calm. He just glanced at Shanshui lightly, and gently said 2 words, very free? Although his tone was the same as usual, Shanshui still felt that her master seemed to be in a bad mood, so she quickly shut up. What Shanshui didn't know was that not long after she returned to the immortal mansion, her master made a special trip to the Siming Palace. When Xiangjila came out of the netherworld illusion, her steps were weak, and she couldn't even fly. In her arms, there were a few potatoes she brought out of the netherworld illusion. This was a thank you gift from a terrestrial immortal who had been trapped in the illusion for 1,000 years when she rescued him. In the words of the earthly immortal, it means, I know that ghosts don't need to eat, but you have to figure out what the purpose of your cultivation is. mortals rely on food for their lives, and you become a ghost and cultivate into a physical body. Isn't it just to become a human again? Xiangjila wanted to tell it, it's not. But when the words came to her lips, she felt that it didn't make much sense to let others know about this kind of thing. Then, the earthly immortal, who had no idea of Xiangjila's true thoughts, enthusiastically told her how to eat potatoes, which was nothing more than roasting and boiling. Just roasting and boiling alone, the earthly immortal told her no less than 100 times. Although it was very long-winded, Xiangjila still couldn't bear to reject the enthusiasm of the earth immortal. After all, the earth immortal had been trapped for thousands of years, and nothing had spoken to it. She hadn't talked to anything else for hundreds of years. Those potatoes were just a medium for the two lonely and pitiful souls to communicate. It was not until she stepped onto the ladder leading to the world of the 9 heavens that Xianggjila felt that she was really not dreaming. She would soon be able to see Jun Nuo, Shiyin, Bai Sushuan, Qin Jiuyin Yu, and Zhang Chu, the first-class divine divination. Chapter 757. Looking up at the sky, it was blue. Because of her cultivation and the body of a ghost cultivator, the scorching sun did not cause her much harm. Xiangjila stretched out her hand to block her eyes. After becoming a ghost, how long had she not seen something with such bright colors? Looking at the ladder again, it was divided into 9 levels, each level representing a heaven. 99 steps constituted a heaven, and each heaven was inhabited by spirits and immortal souls of different cultivation. Below the 5th heaven, Xiangjila could occasionally see a few ghost cultivators who had cultivated into ghost cultivators and successfully eliminated all ghost energy, and above the 5th heaven, most of them were immortal gods. According to Xiangjila's inquiries, the true body of Mengzhang Xinzuan was the ancient blue dragon, belonging to the ancient gods, so his immortal residence was located in a fairy mountain on the 9th heaven. Xiangjila thought that going all the way up to the 9th heaven would be as safe as passing through the netherworld. Unexpectedly, the narrow escape only applies to the world below the 5th heaven. The immortals and gods in the world above have always despised the ghost cultivators of Ghost Ridge. Therefore, when Xiangjila reached the 6th heaven, she began to encounter various sneak attacks and killings. Fortunately, she did not live in vain in these hundreds of years. She escaped all the way and successfully escaped to the 9th heaven. Xiangjila knew that her situation was worrying, and she knew that she could not show off. So she was very careful all the way, fearing that she would cause trouble and implicate Jun Nuo or encounter troubles that would cause her to be beaten to death before she even met Jun Nuo. Unconsciously, she had been in the 9 heavens for several months. The 9 heavens main world was so large that Xiangjila couldn't explore it in 30 or 50 years. Therefore, even though she had been here for several months, she still knew nothing about where the immortal master Mengzhang lived. Although she felt lost, she still didn't give up the idea of looking for him. Guided by her intuition, she headed south. After several months of peace and quiet in the 9 heavens, Xiangjila's tense nerves gradually relaxed. However, her relaxation did not last long, because when she passed by a fairy mountain emitting auspicious purple light, trouble came. Several mountain-guarding immortals saw at a glance that Xiangjila had become a ghost cultivator with the body of a resentful ghost, and attacked Xiangjila without saying a word. Xiangjila carefully waved his long whip to fight against the immortal sword of the mountain-guarding immortal for self-protection. Seeing that the immortal sword was gradually losing the upper hand, one of the mountain-guarding immortals shouted at Xiangjila angrily, "You are a bold ghost cultivator. You dare to dodge our attacks after entering the Shenlong immortal mountain of the 9th heaven. I will beat you to death." As soon as the words fell, several mountain-guarding immortals moved quickly to form a strange formation, and the immortal swords were divided into many, pointing directly at Xiangjila. Xiangjila's face changed drastically. After barely dodging a round of attacks, he hurriedly explained, "Please show some mercy, immortals. I am just passing by today, and have no intention of staying. Please let me pass." The guardian immortal lords obviously did not believe Xiangjila's words. One of the guardian immortal lords even snorted coldly, "I ascended to the 9th heaven without staying. Your nonsense is really true." After saying that, he formed seals with both hands, and the attack of the immortal sword centered on his immortal sword became more fierce. In order to protect herself, Xiangjila had to draw out her long whip and fight with several immortals who guarded the mountain. Due to the heavy resentment, many immortal flowers and grasses on the immortal mountain withered after being affected by the whip. However, Xiangjila had only been a ghost cultivator for a few hundred years, so how could she be the opponent of these immortals, who had lived for thousands of years? What's more, the immortal sword of the immortal was hung with an immortal item that could cause fatal damage to her, the soul-dispersing spike. At first, neither side knew that the soul-dispersing spike was so powerful, until Xiangjila's long whip entangled one of the immortal swords, and the soul-dispersing spike attached to the end of the immortal sword hit her face due to inertia. A burst of severe pain like peeling skin and cramps came, and Xiangjila felt dizzy, and the entity that had been refined into a ghost cultivator instantly became loose. The immortals who guarded the mountain immediately seemed to have found the trick, and took turns controlling the immortal swords to whip Xiangjila's soul with the sword's spikes. The severe pain in her soul made Xiangjila retreat step by step without any resistance. Every time she retreated, her solid ghost body would lose some ghost energy. She wanted to escape, but she was surrounded and could not escape at all. Just when her soul was beaten almost transparent, and the guardian of the mountain was about to give her the final blow. You openly committed evil in the Shenlong Immortal Mountain, and you are not afraid of being punished. A crisp voice stopped the immortals from continuing to eradicate the roots. Mountain water immortal servant? The guardian of the mountain obviously did not expect Shan Shui to suddenly appear, and hurried forward to greet Shan Shui. 4 or 5 young men, who looked to be in their 20s, greeted a girl, who looked only 7 or 8 years old. The scene was really weird. Shan Shui obviously did not want to deal with the guardian of the mountain anymore, so he said a few words to them casually, and sent them back to their respective positions. At this time, the ghost energy of Xiangjila's soul was still overflowing, but it was so faint that only the outline remained. Grudge ghost cultivator? Could it be that she was the one who broke into the netherworld illusion before? Shan Shui stepped forward and looked at her in surprise, then gently waved his hand across her ghost body, and a soft light with a light green color slowly flowed into Xiangjila's ghost body along with her movements. The ghost body, which was only left with an outline, slowly showed its original appearance, but the entity could not be restored for a while. Shan Shui squatted beside her, looked at her for a long time, and then suddenly realized and said, "I said, why do you look so strange? It turns out that it's because the sins of killing are too heavy, and you can't enter the reincarnation." Seeing that Xiangjila was still drowsy, Shan Shui said with regret, "Your soul is so weak, I'm afraid you won't survive these 2 days. I will help you repair part of your soul, which should be enough for you to get out of the illusion and return to Ghost Ridge. You should go back to where you should go, and don't come again." After saying that, she stretched out her hands to inject spiritual power into Xiangjila. However, she stopped her movements at the last moment. Shirin, Bai Suxuan, Qin Jilyan, and Zhang Chu, the first-class diviner. Chapter 758. Inside the Immortal Palace. A divine beast with a body like an ox, a huge head, and a jackal-like appearance, and 2 horns on top was weak and boneless, and lazily leaning against Meng Zhang's legs, occasionally yawning. Meng Zhang was sitting cross-legged, meticulously checking some old method sent by the heavenly Tao, and his slender hands patted the divine beast's head from time to time. Shan Shui hurried back, and told Meng Zhang the actual situation outside the Immortal Mountain. "The sin of killing is too heavy, and you can't enter the reincarnation?" After listening to Shan Shui's report, Meng Zhang paused, as he wanted to pat the beast's head again. Shan Shui nodded and sighed, his face showing a maturity that was totally inconsistent with his childish appearance. That ghost cultivator has committed serious sins. If I rashly help him, I'm afraid the causal entanglement will have far-reaching consequences. Originally, she followed her master's orders to deal with and send away the ghost cultivator who had trespassed into the fairy mountain. She only knew that the ghost cultivator outside the fairy mountain might have a causal relationship with the Shenlong fairy mountain in the future, but she didn't expect that the other party was a resentful ghost cultivator who had committed such serious sins. Once she is attached, apart from other things, this causal relationship alone is enough for her to bear. Where do you place her now? Meng Zhang's voice and emotions are no different from the past. Shan Shui did not doubt him, and reported truthfully, the ghost cultivator was beaten by the soul-dispersing spike, and his ghost energy was scattered. He could not recover his ghost cultivator's body in a short time, so Xiaoxian placed the ghost cultivator in a culvert at the foot of Shenlong Mountain, and came back later. Seeing that Meng Zhang did not speak, Shan Shui seemed to open up. Xiaoxian saw that the ghost cultivator was not only full of resentment, but also had a lot of killing sins and obsessions. I guess he did not enter the reincarnation, more or less because of his unfinished business, which aroused resentment. But then again, judging from the fact that the ghost cultivator's cultivation level was not very high, she must have suffered a lot when she came to the 9th heaven. Resentful ghosts are always stubborn and extreme. Maybe she came to the 9th heaven this time just to look for a certain god. Speaking of this, Shan Shui spat in a very unpresentable manner. I don't know which hypocritical and unfaithful man went to save his love tribulation, but ended up getting serious and letting people chase him all the way to the ninth heaven. If let me know who it is, I will definitely put a lucky cloud bag over his head and beat him up first, so as to ruin the morals here. Unfaithful man? Degenerate? Meng Zhang immediately looked at Shan Shui gently. You talked too much recently. Talk too much? Isn't this obviously saying that she has not had much to do recently? Shan Shui lowered her head quickly. It was the little fairy who lost her manners. Yeah, Meng Zhang nodded lightly, and didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. Just when Shan Shui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he spoke again gently. You haven't been able to control your emotions well recently, and you have also been slack in managing your manners. Go down and copy Qingxin Jing and Yai Ji 200 times each, and come to recite them to me tomorrow at 9 p.m. After all, rules should be established. Otherwise, if you lose the reputation of Shenlong Xianshan, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Xianshi, don't you think so? Is it right? Can she say it's wrong? Shan Shui's face fell. Why, 200 times is too little, then. Feeling that the master was in a bad mood, Shan Shui quickly accepted the order. Yes, Shan Shui will leave now. Although she didn't know why the master suddenly became in a bad mood. After Shan Shui left, the gentleness on Meng Zhang's face was gone. He stood up slowly, and the beast that was lazily lying beside his legs immediately turned into a soft animal head belt and tightly wrapped around his waist. Outside the fairy mountain, stars twinkled. After Shan Shui's warning, the mountain guardian immortal could only turn a blind eye to Xiangjila's recuperation in the culvert in the fairy mountain. A powerful force was approaching. Several mountain guardian immortals quickly turned into several streams of light and gathered at the foot of the mountain to greet him. The man was surrounded by purple air. When the purple air dissipated, a handsome man in his early 30s, wearing a purple robe, appeared in front of him. Meet the Immortal Lord. This man was the manager of all the Immortal Lords guarding the Shenlong Immortal Mountain, the head of the Shenlong Immortal Lord, Chong Yuan. Chong Yuan's body was a huge spotted python. After failing to transform into a dragon, he was saved by Meng Zhang. From then on, he worked as a miscellaneous worker in Shenlong Immortal Mountain, helping Meng Zhang manage all the affairs of Shenlong Immortal Mountain. Chong Yuan raised his hand lightly, and his eyes slowly swept over the Immortal Lords guarding the mountains in front of him, who were wearing plain robes. His voice was low and magnetic, and when he spoke, people felt oppressed for no reason. Shan Shui said, Did you use the soul-dispersing spike in the Immortal Sword today? Hearing Chong Yuan's question, the Immortal Lord Shoshan felt strange for some reason. In their impression, the soul-dispersing spike had been used many times, and only this time it almost beat the ghost cultivator to death during the day. But the Immortal Lord Shenlong had never personally made a trip for such a small matter before. Although they were puzzled, they still nodded respectfully and told the truth. To answer the Immortal Lord, yes. Chong Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked slowly, Don't you know that the karma of resentful ghosts is the heaviest? After hearing Chong Yuan's words, several immortals looked at each other again, and finally bowed respectfully to Chong Yuan. Please explain it to me, Immortal Lord. Chong Yuan did not keep the secret and said directly, Since the beginning of the world, the number of human ghosts who have cultivated into ghosts has been less than that of the other two types of ghosts, and the number of resentful ghosts who have cultivated into ghosts is even less. In addition, the reason why resentful ghosts become resentful ghosts is that they are contaminated with great karma. Every time you use the soul-dispersing spike to disperse the ghostly aura of the resentful ghost, you will be contaminated by a layer of karma of reincarnation. If you don't want to be bitten by karma, it's best to solve the problem from the root. The several immortals guarding the mountain were stunned by Chong Yuan's words. Although they are immortals, they are only the lowest level immortals, otherwise they would not have fallen to guard the foot of the mountain for other gods. Therefore, they did not have a thorough understanding of these karmas. After thinking about it, they couldn't help but ask Chong Yuan again. I wonder what the karma backlash that Immortal Lord mentioned is. Could it be that he wants to coexist with that humble ghost cultivator? As if to confirm their thoughts, Chong Yuan's expression did not change, and even the tone of his voice was straight and refused to bend. Backlash has always been either coexistence or tribulation. I don't need to say much about coexistence. As for tribulation, at the least, it is a bad tribulation of great punishment and small warning. At the worst, it is a thunder tribulation of annihilation. Well, I have said all, what to do, you can figure it out by yourselves. After saying that, Chong Yuan did not want to communicate with them anymore. Without stopping, he turned into a stream of purple light, and returned to the top of the mountain. Several mountain-guarding immortals gathered together and discussed, What does the Immortal Chief mean? Didn't you find that the Immortal Chief's explicit and implicit hints this time are very pointed? I feel that the Immortal Chief's words are all directed towards that ghost cultivator. I'm afraid that's not what the immortal chief meant. Several mountain guarding immortals suddenly stopped and looked at the companion who spoke last. Chapter 759. The companion was stared at with trepidation, and swallowed his saliva. Could it be? I am wrong? Seeing that the other companions did not continue to speak, he continued to speak clearly. Mengjiang Immortal Venerable has always attached great importance to the cycle of cause and effect, and we are not unaware of this. The resentful ghost is the most contaminated by cause and effect. If a ghost cultivator passes by, the Immortal Venerable will definitely know it with his cultivation level. In order to prevent us from being contaminated by cause and effect, he specially asked the Immortal Lord to come and remind us. He felt that it made perfect sense. In this case, then, has the Immortal Lord seen our dedication? Another Immortal Lord guarding the mountain looked at his companions tentatively. The other Immortal Lords nodded at the same time, and continued to discuss. The Thunder Tribulation is so terrible. But I don't think it's wrong for us to use the soul-scattering spike to deal with ghost cultivators. That's what you said, but the Immortal Lord is so noble, it's impossible for him to send a chief Immortal Lord here just for such a ghost cultivator. You have a point. Although they have guarded the mountain for thousands of years, and have no chance to see the Immortal Lord, they still have confidence that if the Immortal Lord chooses between the ghost cultivators and them, the Immortal Lord will choose them. After thinking it over, the Immortal Lord who made the analysis spoke again. Do you think it is possible that the Immortal Lord is afraid of being involved in the cause and effect, so he came here to remind us? The other Immortal Lords were silent again. In this way, it seems that all the reasons make sense. Not far from the Immortal Lords, Chang Yuan did not go far. After hearing the discussion of these mountain-guarding immortals, he couldn't help but doubt the motives of Mengjiang Xinzuan's behavior. Could it be that the immortal was really worried that these little immortals would be infected with karma, so he specially asked him to make this trip? Xiang Jila woke up on the third day after falling into a coma. When she woke up, she found herself on a stone bed in a culvert in the fairy mountain, covered with a soft cloud-like quilt, and there were various colors and shapes of immortal fruits beside the stone bed. Just as she was wondering, a mountain-guarding immortal walked towards her with an unnatural smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, which made Xiang Jila shudder. She immediately reached out to pull out the long whip to protect herself. The Immortal Lord Shoshan quickly stepped back and waved at her. Ghost Cultivator, don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me. We are not bad immortals. Xiang Jila tilted his head and looked at the Immortal Lord in front of him, who was glowing with soft light, and asked, "What do you want to do?" Her voice was like a blunt knife scraping on the smooth metal surface, extremely harsh. The Immortal Lord Shoshan didn't even frown. It was us brothers, who were reckless before, and now we apologize to you. After you have recovered, just go on the road. On the way back, we brothers will give you convenience. Xiang Jila looked at the Immortal Lord Shoshan suspiciously, as if he didn't understand why the Immortal Lord Shoshan's attitude suddenly changed. Seeing that Xiang Jila was already on guard against them, the Immortal Lord Shoshan had to speak truthfully. Before, our brother's recklessness had alarmed the owner of the Fairy Mountain, and he was also warned not to get involved in karma in Shillong Fairy Mountain. So? The Immortal Lord Shoshan scratched his head awkwardly. As long as you are still here, we will be punished, that's about it. Xiang Jila, This is real disdain, clear disdain. However, who on this Fairy Mountain is that didn't take advantage of her illness to kill her? These days, Tianshan Water Fairy has come to visit you twice, and also given you fairy energy to help you to condense your soul. If you meet the soul-scattering spike again in the future, I guess you won't be defeated so badly. It can be regarded as a bit of good deeds for their other companions. What? Who did you just say? Xiang Jila asked without thinking. As if he had not expected Xiang Jila's focus to be so strange, this question almost made the Immortal Lord unable to turn around. Mountain and Water Immortal Servant. Xiang Jila was so excited that he grabbed the collar of the Immortal Lord Shoshan, and looked at the Immortal Lord's eyes, with his ugly face. Is it the one next to Immortal Lord Mengjiang? Yes. The Immortal Lord Shoshan was obviously frightened by Xiang Jila. Could it be that there is another mountain and water immortal servant above the 9 heavens? This time, after searching for a long time, there is a village with willows and flowers. Xiang Jila felt a long-lost and strange feeling filling all her nerves. She couldn't help but move closer to the Immortal Lord Shoshan. Excuse me, Immortal Lord, where is the immortal palace of Mengjiang? The cold breath sprayed around the Immortal Lord Shoshan, and the Immortal Lord, who was held by Xiang Jila, felt that he was about to be blown to ashes by the thunder tribulation. He raised his head and leaned back quietly, trying to distance himself from Xiang Jila, But Xiangjila's ghost claws held his clothes tightly, and he couldn't move at all. He could only surrender obediently. It's at the top of the Shenlong Immortal Mountain, where the purple air and auspicious aura are gathered. Thinking of the towering peak, Xiangjila immediately let go of the guardian of the mountain and thanked him repeatedly. The guardian of the mountain, who had regained his freedom, waved his hands at Xiangjila. "You're welcome. But I want to remind you that the immortal palace of the Immortal Venerable is not accessible to anything, so don't mess around." "Thank you for your reminder, Immortal, I understand." The guardian Immortal Lord didn't know whether his words were useful or not. Seeing Xiangjila thank him, he didn't say anything else. After telling her some precautions after leaving Shenlong Immortal Mountain, he said goodbye to her. The mountain and water reached the foot of the mountain from the top of the mountain. However, Xiangjila was staring at the top of the mountain at the foot of the mountain, wondering how to climb to the top of Shenlong Immortal Mountain. As far as she knew, the closer to the top of the Immortal Palace, the more difficult the Guardian Immortal Lord would be. Compared with the Guardian Immortal Lord guarding the mountainside and around the Immortal Palace, the Guardian Immortal Lord guarding the foot of the mountain was like a cloud of mud. With Xiangjila's current strength, she has few rivals in the other 7 heavens. But once she reaches the 8th and 9th heavens, she can't even beat a mountain guarding Immortal King at the foot of the mountain. If she faces other Immortal Kings directly, it will undoubtedly be a death. Therefore, when Xiangjila saw Shanshui, he was like seeing a long-lost relative, and he almost hugged her and kissed her fiercely. "Shanshui, Immortal Servant, you are finally here," but Xiao Xiao is so depressed. However, the fact is that she didn't have the courage to do so. After all, the body of an immortal servant is not a joke. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she bowed exaggeratedly to Shanshui. "Thank you for your help, immortal servant." Shanshui quickly moved to the other side. "Little ghost cultivator, don't bow to me for no reason." Chapter 760. If it was any other ghost cultivator, she would have accepted the greeting. But the little ghost cultivator used a grudge ghost to cultivate the way of ghost cultivation. Once she really accepted the little ghost cultivator's greeting, it meant that she had to meet the little ghost cultivator's request. This was cause and effect. This little ghost cultivator was very shrewd. Although his conspiracy was seen through, Xiangjila was not annoyed. He looked at Shanshui with burning eyes. "I heard that Xiao Xiao's soul was recondensed by Shanshui's fairy servant. I have long heard of the great name of Mengzhong Xinzuan. I wonder if Xiao Xiao has the honor of seeing the face of the heaven." "You mean, you want to see my master?" Shanshui was stunned by Xiangjila's nonsense. "Are you looking for someone? If you want to find someone, you should set off earlier. My master always values cause and effect, and never expects repayment for his kindness. Besides, it's just a small favor to let you pass by Shenlong Xianshan. You don't have to be polite." Xiangjila shook his head and said affirmatively, "You don't have to pass by Shenlong Xianshan again. I have found the person I am looking for." "Who is it?" "The immortal master." Shanshui thought he had heard wrongly. "What?" "The person I'm looking for is your immortal master Mengzhong." Seeing Xiangjila's serious look, Shanshui smiled. He was a calm person, and his face looked very different from his appearance. He did not despise her wishful thinking at all, but told Xiangjila the truth very pertinently. "Little ghost cultivator, do you know how many beautiful and powerful immortals and gods have come to me to get close to me just to see the master in the thousands of years I have been with him? A ghost cultivator must have the awareness of a ghost cultivator. My master doesn't even look down on the immortals and gods above the 9 heavens, let alone you, a ghost cultivator who cultivated from a resentful ghost." "I know." Xiangjila nodded readily. Shanshui was about to praise her for her high awareness, but she didn't expect that the next sentence she said almost made her vomit blood. "Then, can you let me see him? Just meet him secretly." She just wanted to see if the appearance of immortal master Mengzhong was really the same as the portrait she saw in Fengdu Resentful City that year, and she also wanted to confirm it in person. The spontaneous combustion of that portrait back then, was it because he didn't want to meet her, or was there some other reason? Seeing that Xiangjila was so obstinate, Shanshui could only accept his fate, and skillfully rejected Xiangjila's request. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the master never likes dealing with others. You'd better not have such wishful thinking of meeting the master," she said bluntly. "Besides, the auspicious aura of the master conflicts with your resentment and ghost aura. If you meet the master, you will undoubtedly seek your own death." Xiangjila did not give up. "I am already a ghost cultivator, not as fragile as an ordinary soul body." "That's your business." Shanshui seemed impatient with Xiangjila's entanglement and sighed. "It is undeniable that you are a ghost cultivator with wisdom. Both the soul body and the condensed entity are more solid than ordinary ghosts and ghost cultivators. However, the auspicious aura of the master is the most yang aura in the world. Don't say that you are just a ghost cultivator. Even if you become a ghost fairy, as long as the master dislikes you, you will still be shattered. Disgusted, Xiangjila's ghost body trembled slightly, slowly lowered his head, and said nothing more. After copying Qingxin Sutra and Yai collection 200 times without sleep overnight, Shan Shui learned that talking too much will bring disaster. Deciding not to say more, after passing Xiangjila some more fairy energy, he began to drive away the guest. If you really want to find someone, you can tell me who you want to find, and I will help you keep an eye out. But if you still want to take the opportunity to get close to my master, then I can only advise you to do it on your own. The immortal energy I pass to you is enough for you to pass through the netherworld and return to Ghost Ridge. Go back and practice well. You are also a promising talent. If you are lucky enough in the future, you may be ranked among the ghost immortals, and you may have the opportunity to meet the master. This time, Xiangjila seemed to understand Shanshui's words, and he lowered his eyes and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, immortal servant. Shanshui said him with comfort, and then said goodbye to her. He couldn't wait to turn into a pink streamer, and went to the top of the mountain, finally sending the plague god away. What she didn't know was that Xiangjila had already endured the pain of his soul being burned and secretly stole Shanshui's immortal servant token when she was passing on immortal energy to her. This was the worst of the worst. She had practiced hard for hundreds of years, and came here with great difficulty, but was told that she didn't even have the qualifications to see him. How could she accept this? Not long after Shanshui left, Xiangjila also left in her direction. In order not to scare others, she also transformed her entity into the appearance before her disfigurement. However, what she didn't know was that in the 9 heavens, no matter how she transformed, the immortals and gods here could always see through her true form at a glance, so there was no difference whether she transformed or not. The immortal king who guarded the mountain at the foot of the mountain saw Xiangjila trying to go to the top of the mountain, and hurried forward to stop him. Xiangjila forced a stiff smile and raised the immortal servant's token in his hand to the immortal kings who guarded the mountain. I want to thank immortal master Meng Zhang in person, and the immortal servant of the mountain and water asked me to take this thing to find her. As soon as the words came out, all the mountain guarding immortals recalled a previous incident when the mountain and water immortal servant got angry in order to save Xiangjila. They all thought that Xiangjila had a close relationship with the mountain and water, and gave way to her without any hesitation. This excuse was more useful than Xiangjila expected, and it allowed Xiangjila to reach the peak of Shenlong Immortal Mountain smoothly and almost without any hindrance. On the top of the Immortal Mountain, the site was the towering Immortal Mansion emitting a strong auspicious purple aura. The purple aura lingering around was the barrier set up by the Immortal Mansion to prevent the blind things from bumping into it. The purple air burned Xiangjila's soul like a raging flame. She was about to rush in, but she didn't expect the thick purple light to knock her away. She felt a spasm in her chest, and vomited a mouthful of blood. This rush also shocked Shanshui, who had just entered the Immortal Mansion. Seeing the person who came back behind her, and now lay in front of the Immortal Mansion, she frowned. You are an interesting ghost cultivator. You don't practice well with such a good wisdom. You would rather die than come with me to entangle the master. I can't drive you away. Immortal servant. When Xiangjila saw Shanshui, his lifeless eyes brightened up. He struggled to get up from the ground and took a step to return the token stained with ghost energy to Shanshui, but Shanshui raised his hand to block him. Don't come over. In a moment of urgency, Shanshui shot a purple-red and aggressive immortal energy at Xiangjila. Xiangjila was caught off guard by Shanshui's move, and could no longer bear it. Most of the ghost energy dissipated on the spot, and the whole soul began to lose substance and color at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a young man of the same age and attire as the mountain guardian immortal lord walked out from behind the gate of the immortal mansion. The man bowed respectfully to Shanshui and said, Shanshui, immortal servant, the immortal lord has said that this guest should be allowed in. Shanshui turned his head to look at Xiangjila, who was almost beaten to death by him, and raised his hands to cover his face in worry. You tell the immortal lord, I will accept the punishment myself later. Chapter 761. In the immortal mansion, Meng Zhang looked at the light soul that had been settled. His eyes were filled with emotions, but his face was as gentle as ever. Shanshui was kneeling in front of the bed, bowing his head, and waiting for Meng Zhang's decision. Do you know where you are wrong? Meng Zhang's voice was as gentle as ever. Shanshui shrank back and whispered, I shouldn't have been careless and let the ghost cultivator get the token, and I shouldn't have acted rashly in a moment of anxiety and hurt innocent people. Get up, and go and receive the punishment later. After receiving Meng Jiang's consent, Shan Shui was as if he had been pardoned. Thank you, master, for your mercy. As long as I don't have to copy books, any punishment is fine. Seeing that Meng Jiang's eyes were always on the soul on the bed, Shan Shui couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, what should we do with this little ghost cultivator? As if he came back to his senses after hearing her voice, Meng Jiang hesitated for a moment and sat down on the bed. The white and slender hand touched the soul on the bed without hesitation. From the top of the soul's head all the way down, from the place where his hand covered, Xiangjila's soul was glowing with a red and black halo. After the halo disappeared, the soul that was about to dissipate became a physical body again. Shan Shui looked at Meng Jiang in disbelief. Master you never expected that the master would not only deliberately remove the yang qi around him for this ghost cultivator, but also directly transform the ghost cultivator's soul into a physical body. When you met her, her ghost cultivator body was so unstable. Meng Jiang's voice pulled Shan Shui back to his senses, and Shan Shui quickly came back to his senses. Ah, yes, but this ghost cultivator is very strange. It is obviously a resentful ghost, and it can see her killing sins, but there is no sign of her becoming a demon on her body, and, Xiaoxian feels, this ghost cultivator cannot enter the reincarnation, which does not seem to be related to the killing sin she committed. After all, since Xiaoxian has been with the master, I have seen many immortals with more serious killing sins. Hearing this, Meng Jiang's eyes darkened, and his hand that was pulling up the quilt for Xiangjila paused for a moment. Shan Shui was completely unaware, Master. How long are we going to keep this little ghost cultivator? Meng Jiang raised his eyes, and looked at Shan Shui with a smile. Shan Shui resigned himself to his fate, and raised his hands in surrender. It's Xuxian's fault. Xiaoxian is involved in karma. Xiaoxian will let her leave after the little ghost cultivator recovers. After getting Shan Shui's assurance, Meng Jiang turned his attention back to Xiangjila, and spoke slowly. It's not that there are no signs of becoming a demon, but she is simple-minded and stubborn, and her resentment is covered by obsession. In fact, her heart has long been filled with these two things. Once one day, her obsession dissipates, she will fall into a kind of extreme resentment and hatred again, and the result will be worse than now. Speaking of this, he looked at Xiangjila with a trace of inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Full of resentment, it is easy to be possessed by the devil. You should live freely instead of being blinded by hatred and obsession. When the hatred is gone, you can use the will formed by obsession and the blessing of resentment to practice well. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Master heard Meng Jiang's words, and then saw Meng Jiang's actions. Shan Shui was shocked again. This little ghost is going against the will of heaven, and has committed many sins of killing. If you help her, it means that you will also be contaminated by karma. Why? Shan Shui. Meng Jiang interrupted Shan Shui with a look, and said in a gentle tone, wait for her to wake up. Send her back to where she should go. Wake up? The master didn't say it before, but now he said it again. Is he afraid that she doesn't know what he meant by wait for her to wake up? After a while, Shan Shui angrily replied yes. As if he had accomplished something important, Meng Jiang looked at Xiangjila again, and then got up and left the room without any reluctance. After Meng Jiang left, Shan Shui also looked at Xiangjila, and estimated that she would not regain consciousness so quickly, so she went to receive the punishment first. It was not until dusk that she came back weakly, dragging her tired body. The first thing she did when she came back was to immediately reach out to send Xiangjila's recovery. The soul body is stable, it should be able to recover soon, but it should be said that the master's move was too outrageous, directly causing the little ghost cultivator to practice for hundreds of years less. This ghost body is probably no less than those old ghost cultivators who have practiced for thousands of years. Is it really just to prevent her from being involved in the karma of the little ghost cultivator? At this moment, Shan Shui couldn't help it anymore, looking at Xiangjila, who was still sleeping, and whispered, do you have any connection with the master? Otherwise, why are you so obsessed with the master that you are willing to follow me into the fairy palace at the risk of your soul being torn apart? Recalling Meng Jiang's mention of letting her return to reincarnation, Shan Shui spoke again, with a tone of envy, little ghost cultivator, how lucky you are to be enlightened by the master. The master has never been nosy, but now, he has personally taken away all your hatred and helped you practice and let you return to the human world. Xiangjila woke up a month later. Before waking up, she always heard someone whispering something in her ear. After waking up, her first feeling was that she had feelings. The ghost body was not as numb as before, and she would be happy, she would be sad, and the negative haze in her heart seemed to be swept away during the coma. But she frowned and looked around, seeing the auspicious clouds and auspicious light in the room, and the cloud-like quilt on her body. She immediately guessed that she was still in the ninth heaven, and her heart was startled, and she opened the cloud quilt and was about to get out of bed. During this month, Shanshui basically came to see Xiangjila whenever he was free. When he pushed the door open, Xiangjila just stretched his feet to the ground. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she instinctively looked up at the person who came in, and met Shanshui's innocent and clear eyes. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. The shadow of being beaten to death before was still there. Xiangjila was the first to react. He retreated back to the bed, and covered himself tightly with the cloud quilt, trying to block Shanshui's attention with the cloud quilt. Shanshui, forget it, you have to bear the consequences of your own sins. Hiding in the cloud quilt, Xiangjila held his breath, and focused all his attention on observing Shanshui's actions. Shirin, Bai Suxuan, Qin Jiuyin, and Zhang Chu, the first-class divine divination. Chapter 762. Feeling Shanshui's footsteps getting closer and closer, Xiangjila was so nervous that she could even hear her own heartbeat. No! Hasn't she become a ghost? She hasn't had a heartbeat for hundreds of years. Where does this heartbeat come from? At this moment, Shanshui had already reached out and grabbed her cloud quilt. Little ghost cultivator, I have something to talk to you about. Xiangjila carefully pulled open the quilt, revealing a pair of ghost eyes that were no different from those of ordinary people. She negotiated terms with Shanshui in a cowardly manner. As long as you don't beat me to death, we can talk about anything, but if you still want to attack me, then I will fight you. Even if I tried, I might not win. Xiangjila suddenly brought up the past, and thinking of the ambiguous look Meng Zhang had given her over the past month, Shanshui refuted gloomily, I was a mistake. Who could have thought that you were so full of resentment and evil spirit that you eroded my token? If I really let you through, the barrier of the immortal mansion would recognize that the token was mine, and a thunderbolt would blow me into pieces. Xiangjila didn't expect Shanshui to explain to her, so she lowered the quilt a little more, revealing her messy head. Why did I blow you into pieces? As if to vent some of the frustration she had endured this month, Shanshui sat down hard beside Xiangjila, and her fleshy little butt made the quilt beside her dent a lot. Why else? Because the barrier thought I was a ghost cultivator. You're talking nonsense. Xiangjila pointed at herself. I was also outside the barrier, and the barrier only shot me an offensive stream of light, which was not as powerful as the attack you fired at me. Shanshui glanced at her lightly. The barrier will automatically determine the strength of the opponent and launch a corresponding attack, which means to shock. In other words, the stream of light was not very powerful. Xiangjila touched his nose awkwardly. Thank you, I was touched. Hearing thank you, Shanshui responded very politely and instinctively you're welcome. Xiangjila, Okay, now that the misunderstanding has been explained, it's time to get down to business. Seeing Xiangjila pulled down the quilt, Shanshui repeated to Xiangjila what Meng Zhang had said to her before. Ignoring Xiangjila's hands that were gradually shaking due to ecstasy, she reminded him in a calm tone, in short, this is not a place where you can stay for a long time. The master helped you at that time to avoid being contaminated by karma. Now that you have woken up, the evil fate between you and Shaoxian has come to an end. You should go back to where you came from. I won't leave. I want to stay. Don't worry, I won't stay for nothing. Xiangjila seemed to have made up her mind, and looked at Shanshui firmly. Do you need me to run errands or something? I can. Before Xiangjila finished speaking, Shanshui sneered and looked at her coldly. You think it's simple. In Shilong Fairy Mountain, you can't even beat the lowest-ranking mountain guardian Fairy King, and you still run errands? I'm afraid that before you can help us deliver anything or pass on any news, you will be killed by the Fairy Kings of other fairy mountains as a wandering ghost. Xiangjila, The next day. Want to see me? Meng Zhang stopped on his way out, and looked at Shanshui, who was only as tall as his chest. Shanshui nodded and replied respectfully, yes, the little ghost cultivator also said that if she can't stay, then please let her see you. She just wants to confirm something with you. Meng Zhang didn't hesitate for a moment. Let her stay. Immortal? Shanshui thought he had heard wrongly. Let her stay? Meng Zhang walked out again, as long as she is not afraid of her soul being torn apart. Yes. Since that day, there has been a ghost cultivator from Ghost Ridge in Shenlong Fairy Mountain. However, all the immortals and servants in the fairy palace dare not talk to the ghost cultivator. Except Shanshui. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. On a sunny afternoon, there was auspicious light everywhere behind Shillong Fairy Mountain. Shan Shui Fairy Servant, here, the last roast potato, please eat it. Xiang Jila diligently dug the potatoes out of the soil and handed them to Shan Shui. There was a barrier on her body, which was set up by Shan Shui to prevent her from being beaten to death by the auspicious purple air above the fairy mountain. Speaking of the barrier, Shan Shui was also very depressed. It was the master who agreed to let the ghost cultivator stay, but in the end, it was said that she was contaminated by karma. If the ghost cultivator really died, then she would definitely suffer. Wow, she is just a little fairy servant, how easy is it for her? Fortunately, when the master took her in, she had also experienced the experience of a little ghost cultivator, so she had practiced the barrier to block the auspicious aura. Little ghost cultivator, what's the point of doing this? Eating roasted potatoes, Shan Shui advised kindly. With these 3 years of time to practice well, maybe your cultivation can be improved to a higher level. Xiang Jila smiled and said nothing, but his eyes looked up at the sky, erratic. No need to look. The master and the heavenly saint went to the Jiazi Immortal in Penglai Fairy Mountain to attend the Qingtan conference today. Xiang Jila said retracted his gaze, and then looked at Shan Shui with his hands on his cheeks. It's been 3 years. Does your master really have no impression of me? Without thinking, Shan Shui shook his head. No, I have said it long ago. The master has been pure and abstinent for hundreds of thousands of years. How could there be such a mess of peach blossom deaths in a love disaster? Your fate has already ended when the master returned. Xiang Jila's eyes quickly flashed a trace of loss. After finishing the remaining half of the roasted potato in no time, Shan Shui threw colorful fairy fruits into the fire and waited for them to be roasted. Seeing Xiang Jila looking unhappy, he turned around and patted her shoulder comfortingly. But I have to say it, little ghost cultivator, after all, you are also a resentful ghost who has been converted by the master. In these years, there are not many things that can catch the master's eye and be converted by him. You should cherish this blessing. Xiang Jila sighed. She didn't want his conversion, she just wanted to reunite with him. But for 3 years, she couldn't even see him. It's not that she didn't think of a way to see him, but this fairy mountain is full of barriers. This is one thing. Secondly, Shan Shui Xianshur has been almost inseparable from her in the past 3 years, fearing that she would make any mistakes. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if Shan Shui Xianshur came to watch her specifically. Holding her chin with both hands, Xiang Jila stared at Shan Shui and ate the roasted fruit in small bites. Soon, a bold idea gradually formed in her mind. Little ghost cultivator, you. Put away your smile. You have a ghost face, and you smile so obscenely. Aren't you afraid of scaring others? Xiang Jila, Chapter 763. Penglai Fairy Mountain. Fairy music lingers. The Qingtan meeting ended, and Tian Dao and Meng Zheng left side by side. When they were about to reach the mountain gate, Tian Dao suddenly mentioned it to Meng Zheng. Shillong Fairy Mountain took in a resentful ghost cultivator? Meng Zheng's expression did not change, and he did not even stop, the cause and effect of Shan Shui. Seeing Meng Zheng's expression was normal, Tian Dao chuckled. You really love Shan Shui. I have never seen any fairy mountain master indulge his subordinates like this. Meng Zheng's expression was still calm. Shan Shui's original body was a lonely soul. Seeing other ghosts, it is inevitable that she will empathize. This time, let her suffer a loss and learn a lesson. Tian Dao chuckled again. Yes, just a ghost cultivator. If he really caught Meng Zheng's eye, just kill him. Then Tian Dao quickly changed the subject with Meng Zheng. The two parted at the gate of Penglai Fairy Mountain, and stayed there until Meng Zheng left. The calm expression on his face gradually changed. Meng Zheng kept the ghost cultivator secret, and not many people knew about it. But how could he hide it from him? Since Meng Zheng returned from his love tribulation, he noticed that something was wrong with Meng Zheng. Others may not know, but he knew it very well. The fact that the evil spirit still needed to be cleansed by resentment was enough to show that his emotional tribulation was not completely successful, which means he was tempted in the mortal world. Even if he was not tempted, his experience in the mortal world was unforgettable, so his evil spirit was contaminated by the turbid air of the mortal world. But he had clearly sent the soul of that woman into Fengdu Resentment City, and even erased 80% to 90% of her memory. Logically speaking, she should not appear here again. Unless, thinking of a possibility, Tian Dao summoned several followers. Go check Fengdu Yuancheng. Has there been any major events in the past 100 years? After several followers answered yes respectfully, their figures quickly disappeared. It was late at night when Meng Zhang returned to Shenlong Xianshan. As usual, he would go to the Jingqi first, and then return to the main hall. However, halfway to the Jingqi, he felt the disorder of the Jingqi aura. Not only were there signs of ghost energy erosion, but even the attack of the barrier was triggered. There were still dots of black halo on the ground. Ghost blood. Meng Zhang's pupil shrank, and he immediately searched along the black halo on the ground. Finally, he found Xiang Jila, whose soul had faded, in a corner of the wall. His hands were faster than his brain, and a halo of light quickly gathered in his hands, quickly stabilizing Xiang Jila's soul. When her soul became real again, he breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. Almost at the moment of breathing a sigh of relief, he immediately realized that something was wrong. No, her ghost body is almost the same as that of a mortal except that it has no body temperature. Her ghost blood can't be black. Falling in a trap, instantly, a cold hand firmly grasped his wrist that was about to be released. The moment her hand grasped his wrist, a hiss sounded, like cold water poured into hot coals, and bursts of black smoke rose from the place where she grasped his wrist. That was her dissipated ghost energy. "I knew it was you." A rough and unpleasant voice sounded in front of him. The person who had his eyes closed opened his eyes without knowing when. Meng Zhang's concerned eyes suddenly turned cold. He struggled to break free from her hand, and stood up again, ignoring the fact that her hand was injured by his auspicious aura. "If you want to die, you can find a place to die, but don't die in Shenlong Fairy Mountain." Jun Newell. Without giving Xiang Jila any chance to speak, Meng Zhang called Shan Shui a few times in anger. Knowing that he had implicated Shan Shui, Xiang Jila pleaded earnestly, "Jun Newell, don't blame Shan Shui fairy servant. I took advantage of her inattention and borrowed her fairy servant's body." Meng Zhang looked at her coldly. "Where is Shan Shui now?" Xiang Jila pointed weakly at the bamboo forest behind the pool. She actually dared to possess Shan Shui like a low-level ghost. He immediately shouted angrily, "You are so presumptuous." The shouting was accompanied by dragon power, and the ghost energy on Xiang Jila's body instantly dissipated a little. She felt that she was so frightened by this power that she couldn't even stand steadily. She still looked at Meng Zhang stubbornly and said, "If the immortal venerable thinks that Xiao Xiao is presumptuous, he can just send a thunderbolt down to smash Xiao Xiao into ashes. Why are you just howling here? This stubborn look. It seems like a lifetime ago." Meng Zhang's pupil shrank slightly, his heart tightened, and he didn't want to entangle with her anymore. He turned around and said coldly, "If it weren't for the fact that the mountain and water were related to your karma, do you think this Shenlong Xianshan would take you in? If you dare to be ungrateful again, I will personally beat you to death." After saying that, he walked away without even looking back. After this departure, he didn't know how many years he would have to wait before he could see him again. Xiang Jila was so anxious that he called out his name in the mortal world. "Yan Zhenyu, have you really forgotten everything in the mortal world?" As soon as he said this, Meng Zhang stopped again, his back still cold and hard. Xiang Jila shouted at the cold and hard back, "You look the same. Even some of your habits are the same. You are Zhenyu, why don't you want to see me?" Her roar directly attracted the nearby guarding immortals. Just when Xiang Jila thought that he would be beaten to ashes by the guarding immortals this time, Meng Zhang raised his hand and waved, and the others immediately took the order and retreated. Xiang Jila saw that the immortals who had surrounded her had all retreated, and her eyes lit up slightly. She tried to endure the pain of the ghost energy dissipating, and wanted to continue speaking, but Meng Zhang beat her to the punch. "Is it meaningful?" His voice was no longer as cold as before, and his tone returned to the previous warm and polite. It was as if he was not the one who got angry just now. Xiang Jila couldn't react for a while, and blurted out, "What?" Meng Zhang turned his head and looked at her again. "Is it meaningful to see you?" His eyes were gentle, but with pressure, making Xiang Jila instinctively want to escape from his gaze. However, she did not flee, and continued to look at him. "Why is it meaningless?" She was already trying very hard to make their meeting meaningful. Xiang Jila wanted to tell him in person. She had avenged him in the mortal world, and she did not embarrass him. But when she met his eyes, she could not say a word. "Xiang Jila, everything you and I experienced in the mortal world was destined, and it was all written in the Siming book by Siming. To put it bluntly, you and I were destined to have no fate, and it was all because of Siming's pen that we made it up." Xiang Jila did not give up, but in the mortal world, you clearly. Chapter 764. Ming what? Love you to death? Meng Zhang's gentle expression rarely showed a hint of sarcasm, which fell into Xiang Jila's eyes, dazzling and heartbreaking. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out of her throat. Meng Zhang continued, "Do you know what is the most useless thing in the world?" Xiangjila shook her head. It is the love in the mortal world. Meng Zhang ruthlessly shattered all her hopes. Therefore, the calamity of love is the most difficult to understand and overcome among all the calamities. Disaster? Xiangjila asked tentatively. In your eyes, am I just a disaster? Meng Zhang nodded without hesitation. With a regretful tone, I only regret that I woke up too late at that time, allowing the evil spirit to be contaminated by the turbid air of the mortal world. Otherwise, why would my current cultivation stagnate for a long time? Xiangjila stared at his eyes. Love disaster, is it really just a dream for you? After waking up from the dream, is everything nothing? The evil spirit is not strong enough to concentrate, so this catastrophe happened. Although I am one with the evil spirit is always just an appendage of me. For me, everything in the mortal world is just a trivial catastrophe at best, and you are just a passerby. Besides, your entanglement has brought a lot of inconvenience to Shenlong Xianshan. If you really want to help me, then wash away the karma on Shanshui, go back to practice well, and re-enter the reincarnation when it is time. Xiangjila's voice had already broken into pieces. Everyone says that immortal Meng Zhang will never be contaminated by karma. You try so hard to make me re-enter the reincarnation. Are you afraid that I will remember everything I experienced with you? Meng Zhang did not answer but asked, should you and I remember this unbearable memory? The extreme pain in her heart affected her breathing, and Xiangjila's eyes slowly condensed into mist. But the mist in her eyes could not turn into tears because ghosts don't have tears. As if he didn't see her ghost face that was almost transparent, Meng Zhang smiled at her gently. Speaking of it, have you given up? Actually, you can still laugh. Xiangjila raised her hazy eyes to confirm with him again. When you were in the mortal world, you really didn't have a single bit of. Meng Zhang shook his head at her tirelessly, and treated her with a distant and polite attitude, like a stranger. No, if you observe carefully, you will find that Yan Zhenyuo has more shortcomings than advantages, especially his extreme and violent temper. All the shortcomings of the evil spirit are the resentment accumulated by this master in these years of cultivation. His mind is unstable, and the evil spirit is unstable, so he had that disaster. Maybe even he himself can't figure out what love is. Now that everything has been said, are you willing to leave as you said 3 years ago? Hearing that he was chasing people away, Xiangjila immediately raised her arm to wipe away the tears that could not fall from her eyes, and force a stiff and ugly smile at him. It is said that impulsiveness is the easiest to make wrong decisions. Do you need to think about it for another night? No need. Meng Zhang turned around and stopped looking at her. If you know what's good for you, this is the last dignity between you and me. It's too late today, and the mountain has been closed. You can set off to go back tomorrow. The last. Dignified? Hundreds of years of obsession collapsed. The motivation that had been supporting her cultivation vanished in an instant. Xiangjila felt that she was not only a joke as a human, but also a joke as a ghost. Okay. All her obsessions vanished with the word okay, and Xiangjila vaguely felt that there was another powerful force in her body that was about to break out of her body. But she quickly stabilized that force. Seeing Meng Zhang withdraw the attack of the barrier, she lowered her head and walked slowly past him. Step by step, she left his sight without looking back, as if she had walked out of his world, until her back could no longer be seen. Meng Zhang then turned to the bamboo forest and said, since you are awake, come out. Not long after, Shanshui poked his head out furtively, fearing that he would be silenced by Meng Zhang. How much did you hear? Meng Zhang looked at Shanshui with an amiable face. Shanshui grinned, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and stretched out his index finger and thumb. Under Meng Zhang's gaze, he forcibly pulled a little bit into a straight line. All you? Meng Zhang was about to speak, but his eyes suddenly condensed slightly, and his eyes suddenly looked at Shanshui. Shanshui was stunned for a moment, and quickly spoke. Master, you have always used Xiao Xian as a cover, and helped Xiao Gui to stabilize her soul, and enlighten her on the grounds of cause and effect. Is it because you know that she has suffered a lot before finding you, so you feel guilty about her? The question without any disguise seemed to hit Meng Zhang's heart directly. Meng Zhang didn't care about getting angry, and shook his head without hesitation. No, it's not even guilty, I just thought that it would be good to repay this debt of love, and be clear with her. The more she waits like this, the deeper the causal entanglement with me will be. The deeper the entanglement, the less breakthrough my cultivation will have. Shanshui exclaimed in surprise. But master, the little ghost cultivation is just the emotional tribulation you are experiencing in the mortal world. Shanshui, you only know one thing about emotional tribulation, but not the other. At this point, Meng Zhang rarely smiled bitterly. Everything should have been settled when Yan Zhenyuo died in the mortal world. However, this relationship cannot end as long as she is still obsessed. If it does not end, it means that the emotional tribulation is still continuing. As long as she does not let go, the evil spirit will be unstable. The conversation between the master and servant fell into the ears of Xiangjila, who was not far away. She covered her mouth tightly. Her eyes were full of tears, but she dared not make a sound. She originally returned because she was worried about Shanshui Xianshi, but when she heard someone talking, she had to hide behind the tree quickly. Unexpectedly. So, did her persistence really bring him so much trouble? As long as she was still entangled, his love tribulation would continue. No wonder he was so anxious to let her return to reincarnation. Could it be? In the endless years. Did she really not even have a chance to fantasize? Could it be that after practicing for hundreds of years, she could only re-enter the cycle of reincarnation? This time, Xiangjila really fled in panic, not even daring to look back. Shanshui sighed to Meng Zhang after sensing the change in the atmosphere not far away. Master, why are you doing this? Suddenly receiving the master's secret voice to talk according to the content of the secret voice, even Shanshui herself was shocked and at a loss. However, thinking of the huge difference in status between the little ghost cultivator and the master, her shock soon turned into worry. Meng Zhang's eyes fell on the tree where Xiangjila had just hidden, and he was filled with warmth. The biggest difference between her and you is that she can't always rely on the barrier. Staying here for too long will do more harm than good to her soul. The best way out for a resentful ghost is to reincarnate again. Seeing Meng Zhang's expression for the first time, Shanshui tentatively suggested, haven't you ever thought about it? I have thought about it in the past 3 years, Meng Zhang smiled bitterly, but if everything she did was just because she felt guilty about me in the mortal world, it would be better to let her go as soon as possible. Shirin, Bai Suxuan, Qin Jiuyan Yu, and Zhang Chu, the first-class divine divination. Chapter 765. Early in the morning of the next day, when Xiangjila was about to leave at the foot of the fairy mountain, a pink stream of light quickly fell in front of her. Shanshui pretended not to know anything and scolded Xiangjila, little devil cultivator, you are too ungrateful. You are leaving without saying a word. Xiangjila shrugged nonchalantly, spread his hands, and gave Shanshui a stiff smile. My wish has been fulfilled, my obsession has been dispelled, I will not cause trouble for the fairy mountain. Look at you talking so politely. As he spoke, Shanshui stuffed a green brie patterned hairpin into her hand. Here, my master asked me to bring it to you. This is... Xiangjila looked at Gongging No. 3 with doubtful eyes. The hairpin felt warm to the touch. It was obviously a fairyland item, but it did not cause any harm to her. Obviously, this hairpin was specially processed before Shanshui gave it to her. It changed from a weapon that could harm ghosts to a magical tool that could benefit ghosts' cultivation. This hairpin is called Changju. The owner also asked Xiaoxian to bring you a message. The past has become a memory. From now on, we will be well. I bid you farewell, and wish you eternal peace. Xiangjila lowered her eyes to look at the hairpin in her hand, and softly repeated what Shanshui had told her. She wiped it off and laughed at herself. Is this where the Longju came from? How much does he hate me? As she spoke, she was about to stuff the Longju back into Shanshui's hands. Please help me return it to the immortal lord. Now that everything has been said, I am not a shameless person, and will not pester you anymore. I hope. As if she had expected Xiangjila to refuse, Shanshui refused again before she finished speaking and stuffed the Longju into Xiangjila's hands. The Longju is just a scrap of a divine stone. This kind of divine stone is very common in the 9 heavens and is not expensive. The master said that he will believe in your determination only if you take it with you. Believe in her determination? Xiangjila's heart ached again. Believe in what determination? Believe in her determination to stop pestering him. Or use this to test whether she is sincere in her determination to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation? Is he so impatient to draw a clear line between him and her? Yawned on, oh irony. Her soul has been wandering for hundreds of years. How could he know whether she is safe or not? Seeing Xiangjila staring at Changju in a daze, Shanshui pulled Xiangjila's sleeve and asked tentatively, do you need a fairy to take you there? Because of her heart being upset and lost, Xiangjila did not notice that Shanshui's attitude towards her had changed, and even his self-proclaimed name had changed. She shook her head slowly at her and smiled faintly, no need. I hope Shanshui's fairy servant can help pass on a message. If he is willing to listen, tell him. If not, forget it. Okay, you say? Without thinking, Shanshui agreed directly. Xiangjila lowered his eyes and looked at the Longju in his hand, speaking clearly word by word. Thank you for your kindness in guiding Xiao Xiao to the right path. If Xiao Xiao forgets everything as his true wish, and it will benefit his cultivation then, Xiao Xiao will practice well in Ghost Ridge from now on, and strive to return to reincarnation as soon as possible. After saying that, Xiangjila looked at Shanshui again, his eyes full of gratitude. Shanshui Xianshi, thank you for your care over the past 3 years. If one day, Xiao Xiao returns to reincarnation, I will turn all my resentment into blessings and pray for you for a long time. May you achieve your dreams year after year. The journey from the 9th heaven to Ghost Ridge is long, Xianshi. Please go back. No need to see you off. After saying all the words, Xiangjila turned around and looked at the place where she had lived for 3 years. She half-folded her hands devoutly, and without any distractions, and bowed deeply. Ghost Cultivator Xiangjila bids farewell to all the gods and immortals of Shenlong Xianshan. When she turned around and left, she even forgot how long it had been since she felt the pain of breathing. Her face was wet. For the first time, Xiangjila found that cultivating a ghost body was not good. Because, when she was extremely uncomfortable, she would still feel heartache and cry. What Xiangjila didn't know was, when she turned to leave, a glowing figure on the hillside of Shenlong Xianshan also watched her leave, and his hands behind his back slowly clenched into fists. Time flies, and it never comes back. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 30 years is not long, but it is enough for many major events to happen in the 3 realms. First, the heavenly Tao Saint of the 9 heavens lost the holy seal made of the Xiantian divine stone, and the 3 realms were in chaos. Then the holy object was found in the Ghost Ridge. All the spearheads were directed at the Ghost Cultivators of Ghost Ridge. Under the denial of the Ghost Cultivators of Ghost Ridge, the armed immortals of the 9 heavens launched a merciless attack on Ghost Ridge. For a while, Ghost Ridge was in turmoil. At first, the Ghost Cultivators would come out to fight, but later, when they found that they could not win, they simply lay down and each took care of their own business. However, even if they wanted to lie down, it was not certain that the immortals and gods above the 9 heavens would be willing to give them a chance. Without any choice, Ghost Ridge had to send the Ghost Cultivator with the highest cultivation level, the oldest age, and the elder level in Ghost Ridge to the 9 heavens to personally ask for an audience with the heavenly Tao Saint. However, all this was unknown to Xiangjila, who lived in a hidden corner. Since Xiangjila returned to the Ghost Ridge, she returned to the quiet cave and closed herself up again to practice. At first, she was used to the days of playing with the mountains and rivers in the Shenlong Fairy Mountain, and her mood was difficult to calm down. Later, when she saw the long Jew with a faint green light in the dark cave, the feeling of nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart rushed over her instantly. She didn't think, didn't look, didn't think, didn't complain, didn't hate, and emptied all her emotions. Suddenly, she sat quietly for 30 years, like an old monk in meditation. When she opened her eyes again, she was surprised to find that her ghost cultivation body had changed again. When she touched the stone, she could feel the coldness of the stone. When she lit a fire, she could feel the warmth around the fire. And her blood was bright red. You know, when she came back from the Dragon Mountain in the 9th heaven, her blood was still dark red. She had a heartbeat, 5 senses, and her blood was still bright red. Does that mean that she is very likely to be able to cultivate into a body that is no different from that of a mortal when she has dissipated all her resentment? Chapter 766. This discovery made Xiangjila ecstatic. Or, she could take the opportunity to ask Shanshui if she could help him by not entering the reincarnation cycle. However, she was not happy for long, because a distinguished guest who came from the 9th heaven to find her shattered all her hopes. Shanshui thought he came very secretly, so secretly that he almost didn't alert other ghost cultivators. How did you find this place? Xiangjila looked at the little girl in front of him, who was shorter than him with surprise. She was dirty, and had a ghostly aura. She was not a ghost cultivator with high cultivation level at first glance. Ah, she was definitely not a ghost cultivator. She was a fairy servant. Why did she sneak in like this? Shanshui laughed. She is a fairy from the 9th heaven after all. It is easy for her to find a place in the 3 realms. Xiangjila was afraid of complications, so he quickly invited Shanshui to his cave. Outside the cave, several old ghosts with high cultivation level were looking at Xiangjila's cave with green eyes, under the cover of darkness. After sitting down, Shanshui first congratulated her politely. Congratulations, you have refined your resentment so quickly. I was right. I really have a lot of wisdom in cultivating you. As she spoke, she took out a simple box from her Qianquan bag and pushed it in front of Xiangjila. You are so lucky, aren't you? A few days ago, I happened to be bored and took a piece of magic stone to play with. I accidentally dug a hole in it, and the magic stone was useless. Now I give it to you. Just consider it as a gift from me to you." As the lid of the box in Shanshui's hand was opened, a ball of light that was even more intense than Changju immediately flowed out of the box, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Xiangjila couldn't help but put her hand up to cover her eyes. Fortunately, the ball of light did not cause any harm to her ghost body. It was obvious that Shanshui had already dealt with the box or the things inside the box when he came. When the light faded and the scene in front of him returned to normal, Xiangjila's eyes followed Shanshui's hand to look at the things in the box. A bracelet with ice floating flowers that was so full of water that it was almost transparent lay quietly in the box, without even the slightest grain or rough edge. There were also some floating flowers on the bracelet. The movement and stillness formed a scene in itself. This level of clarity and agility. This divine stone can be seen at a glance that it is not an ordinary item that can be discarded casually. It must be very valuable and rare. Xiangjila casually closed the lid of the box and pushed it back in front of Shanshui. Not expensive. Under Xiangjila's stare, Shanshui changed his words and said, "Well, it's a little expensive, otherwise Xiaoxian wouldn't have come all the way to bring this thing to you. You brought such a valuable thing here, does your master know?" Shanshui choked, his eyes were erratic and evasive. "I don't know." Seeing Shanshui's expression, she recalled that Shanshui had just said that he came to congratulating her on the dissipation of resentment and hatred, and about to enter the reincarnation. Xiangjila carefully expressed his guess. "Your master's cultivation is still unable to break through? Asking you to give me the bracelet is just an excuse. In fact, he sent you to see if I have entered the reincarnation, right?" Because he was angry, Xiangjila didn't even need to be humble. Knowing that she had misunderstood, Shanshui hurriedly tried to explain. No, what? Isn't it true that your master wants me to reincarnate as soon as possible?" Xiangjila smiled stiffly at Shanshui. "Shanshui Xianshur, I haven't seen you for only 3 years, and even you have learned to beat around the bush when talking. I know what kind of burden I am to your master." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand into an eagle hook shape, and with a change of mind, the Changju that had been placed on the stone table, emitting a light green fluorescent light in the dark, illuminating her cave for 30 years, flew straight into her hand. Since the immortal servant has come here, there is absolutely no reason for the immortal servant to come here in vain. Please help me return the Changju to the immortal venerable. With the blessing of the immortal venerable, most of the resentment and hatred in Xiao Xiu's body have dissipated, and he will be able to re-enter the reincarnation soon. His cultivation will also be able to reach a higher level soon, so that he will not have to let you take the risk of making this trip again. Seeing the misunderstanding getting deeper and deeper, Shanshui hurriedly wanted to make it clear. "It's not like that. Little ghost cultivator, listen to me first. However, ghosts are extreme, and even if the resentment of resentful ghosts is completely dissipated, the extremeness in their bones will only increase, not decrease. Things that have been determined are difficult to change no matter what." After returning the long ju and the bracelet to Shanshui, Xiangjila did not give Shanshui any chance to continue speaking, and directly waved her hand to send Shanshui out of her cave. Shanshui came in a low profile, and did not alarm any ghost cultivators in Ghost Ridge. This was more or less related to her special physique as a crane spirit monster that failed to pass the tribulation and left only a wisp of residual soul. In addition, with the blessing of the body of an immortal servant, it is much easier for her to go to heaven and earth than other immortal servants. However, this approach also has a disadvantage, that is, when she was an immortal servant, Shanshui could use immortal magic, but when she became a ghost cultivator body, her immortal magic failed. When she came to find Xiangjila, she concealed all the immortal energy of her immortal servant body, and thus, caused her cultivation to disappear. Now, she only has a ghost cultivator body and rashly entered Ghost Ridge, just like an ordinary child entering a bandit den full of masters. If she accidentally made any noise, she would most likely become a meal for other ghost cultivators. But this time, Xiangjila had been keeping a low profile for many years, and her cave had long been coveted by other ghost cultivators who had no place to return to. Therefore, even if she did not make any other noise when she sent Shanshui away, Shanshui's immortal body and the things in his hands were still targeted by other ghost cultivators. Inside the cave. Before Xiangjila's mood calmed down, she heard the sound of fighting outside the cave. She didn't want to pay attention to it, but she remembered that it had only been a short time since she sent Shanshui outside the cave. Worried about Shanshui's safety, she couldn't help but flash and fly out. outside the cave. What came into view was the scene where Shan Shui was being beaten by several old ghost cultivators without any chance to fight back. Xiang Jila's pent-up anger suddenly rose up, and he immediately shot out several ghost chi. The ghost chi was pure and contained some auspicious chi from the ninth heaven, which was extremely lethal to ordinary ghost cultivators. Xiang Jila didn't know the truth, and he used all his strength to shoot out each ghost chi. The ghost cultivators hit by Xiang Jila's ghost chi died before they could even scream. The other surviving ghost cultivators seemed to have discovered something important, and flew in another direction of the ghost ridge in fear. Shirin, Bai Suchuan, Qin Jiu, Yin Yu, and Zhang Chu, a first-class diviner. Chapter 767. Xiang Jila did not rush to catch up, but went back and helped Shan Shui back to the cave. Seeing Shan Shui was beaten black and blue, Xiang Jila used magic to help her heal her wounds, but he couldn't help but say a few words to her with heartache. "Are you stupid? You could have beaten me to death before. Why didn't you fight back?" Shan Shui nervously glanced at the things in her arms, and after confirming that the things were intact, she hugged the things tightly in her arms, and wiped the blood from her nose with her sleeves. "If I want to use the fairy magic again, I must restore my original body in the nine heavens, but this will alarm all the ghost cultivators. The relationship between the nine heavens and the ghost ridge is sensitive now. I can't bring you trouble." As she spoke, she looked at Xiang Jila with a serious expression. "Little ghost cultivator, the nine heavens and ghost ridge have had many disputes over the past few decades, so you should be careful." Feeling the concern behind Shan Shui's words, Xiang Jila first looked at Shan Shui steadily, then couldn't help but chuckled. With a teasing tone, "It seems that the 3 years we spent together were not wasted. I will die with no regrets to receive the care of Shan Shui's fairy servant. Little ghost cultivator, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious." Shan Shui's face was full of seriousness. Okay, I know." Xiang Jila patted her shoulder soothingly, as if she wanted to comfort Shan Shui. She even stood up and walked in front of Shan Shui and turned around. "You see, I have cultivated a mortal body. After some time, when my resentment is gone, I can go to reincarnation. After my reincarnation, everything affected by me will return to normal. Why should I, a ghost who is about to be reincarnated, get involved in these disputes?" Shan Shui looked at Xiang Jila for a long time, trying to find a clue from her expression. But no. Her carefree attitude made her feel uneasy for no reason. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking Xiang Jila, "Have you really thought it through?" Can't she think it through? Xiang Jila curled his lips with difficulty, pulled out a bitter smile, and nodded. Since it is a bad fate, ending it early will also be a relief for him. Shan Shui hesitated for a moment, and finally put the box in his hand back into her hands. "This, you keep it as a souvenir. When you are really reincarnated, I can follow the scent of the bracelet to find you, and then we can be good friends." Be good friends? One life as a human, one life as a ghost. This was the first time Xiang Jila heard someone say they wanted to be good friends with her. For a moment, she even stuttered. "You said, you can follow the scent of the bracelet to find me? Shan Shui nodded vigorously. "As long as you put on the bracelet and hairpin and enter the reincarnation, no matter where you go, no matter whether the hairpin and bracelet enter the reincarnation with you, I can find you. Little ghost cultivator, you not only have wisdom, but also tenacity and optimism, which Shan Shui has never seen in many immortals and gods. Shan Shui hopes that after reincarnation, you will also become a good girl as optimistic as you are now." After a pause, Shan Shui solemnly called her Xiang Jila, then grinned. "Shan Shui is very happy to meet you." Xiang Jila's heart was lifted, and she suddenly looked up at Shan Shui. The little girl's clear eyes still showed a maturity that was extremely inconsistent with her age. It turned out, not everyone disliked her existence. There would be people who saw her efforts and recognized her. She didn't know why her eyes were hot, and she didn't understand why her heart was warm after hearing Shan Shui's words. However, what she could confirm was that Shan Shui Xianshi was the person who treated her best in the past hundreds of years. Try to suppress the strange warmth in her heart. Xiang Jila smiled and nodded heavily. "Me too. Nice to meet you, Shan Shui." As she spoke, she reached out to accept the hairpin and bracelet Shan Shui gave her, secretly deciding that when she reincarnates, she will try to remember Shan Shui, and after reincarnation, she will still be friends with Shan Shui. 9 Heavens. At the top of the Shenlong Xian Shan Xianfu, you could overlook most of the land within the entire 9 Heavens. Tiandao dropped the last black piece, and the outcome was decided. He immediately looked at Ming Zhang, and found that the latter was wandering in his mind. The smile in his eyes, which had been contained since he entered Ming Zhang's immortal palace, immediately faded a little. He casually took away most of the white pieces on the board. What, have you reached a bottleneck in your cultivation recently? Meng Zhang took away the black pieces on the chessboard with a calm expression. For decades, you have been tacitly allowing the people of the Ninth Heaven to invade the Ghost Ridge, and even withdrew the Netherworld illusion. Tiandao paused as he was about to take the black piece away, then took the remaining white piece away very smoothly, deliberately changing the subject. This Shanshui, I don't know where he went to play again, Meng Zhang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you indulge Shanshui to the point where it's almost outrageous. I have to say it, sometimes I really envy Shanshui, he's free enough. Meng Zhang put away the other black pieces in silence, stood up, and walked to the white jade fence with his hands behind his back, and spoke slowly. Tiandao, if he is not upright, how can he rectify the three realms and the people? Tiandao's eyes darkened, he put away the last white piece, walked to his side, and smiled at him jokingly. Do you mean that I deliberately targeted Ghost Ridge? Meng Zhang did not speak, but one look was enough to tell everything. He began to doubt him. Just because that ghost cultivator lived in Ghost Ridge, and he acquiesced to the upper realm's attack on Ghost Ridge, he began to doubt him. Tiandao seemed to be greatly insulted, and even his voice became a little louder. Meng Zhang, do you know what you are talking about? I never thought that you would think of me like this. Before you experienced the tribulation, you and I agreed that when you return, we can accompany each other for endless years. Because of the three ancient spirit beasts, I regard you as my brother from the bottom of my heart. 30 years ago, you came to tell me that you still had inner demons, and were not able to control the laws of the three realms, and could not be called the double saints with me. I can wait for hundreds of thousands of years, and I also waited for thousands or tens of millions of years. However, if the reason is just because you have experienced a love tribulation and returned, then tell me. You have inner demons. I can't accept it. You used to be such a high and mighty ancient dragon, but now you have become a mortal ghost for a mere mortal woman. Chapter 768. Feeling that Tiandao's eyes were gradually getting colder, Meng Zhang put his hand on his shoulder and looked at him as if he was looking at a child who was making a fuss because he couldn't get candy. I'm just reminding you that since you have the spirits of the other three ancient beasts in your body, you should stick to the right path. Otherwise, if you go astray, you will not only fail to become a god, but you will also fall into the evil path and suffer the punishment from heaven, which will be more tragic than any disaster in the world. Tiandao stared at Meng Zhang for a long time before slowly asking the question that had troubled him for hundreds of years. Did you really not feel anything during that love affair hundreds of years ago? It's obviously what you want. The three realms all thought that the two ancient gods, Heavenly Dao Saint and Meng Zhang Immortal, were just nodding acquaintances. In fact, the personal relationship between these two ancient gods has long exceeded the imagination of any ghost or god. In front of Meng Zhang, the always dignified and serious Heavenly Dao always acts like a little brother next door, and only respects Meng Zhang. In front of Heavenly Dao, Meng Zhang always changes his previous gentleness towards others, and even his expression becomes much more lively. The love tribulation is the heart-wrenching pain of not getting what you want, and the heart-wrenching pain of resentment and separation. According to what you said, the immortals who have experienced the love tribulation in the mortal world will have a result of seeking benevolence. So what is the meaning of the love tribulation? Tiandao lowered his eyes again and said nothing. Meng Zhang stretched out his hand and put his shoulder, encouraging him. You are Tiandao, who is in charge of rewards and punishments for good and evil in the world. You should understand that in the three realms, fairness is only relative for most things. I prefer to believe that you condone the invasion of Ghost Ridge by the upper realm because Ghost Ridge did something unforgivable, and not because you had some kind of selfish desire. The deep eyes almost saw through Tiandao's heart. Tiandao's eyes fixed, and he immediately looked into Meng Zhang's eyes. Without any hesitation, this is natural. As soon as the voice fell, a light green stream of light flew from the sky and landed at the foot of Shenlong Fairy Mountain. Meng Zhang looked at Tiandao, and his tone was rarely playful. It seems that you really came to me just to steal half a day of leisure in your life, not a moment more. Tiandao's face was serious. Someday, I will reserve a whole day for my brother. Meng Zhang did not comment and urged, go. When Tiandao turned to leave, he accidentally saw Meng Zhang's left hand behind his back. There was a scar on the second joint of the index finger of his left hand, which was left by a sharp weapon. It looked particularly hideous on the flawless finger. The scar was light pink, and it was clearly a scab that had just formed recently. If it was just a minor injury, the immortal technique could heal the wound instantly. Now Meng Zhang's scar is still so clear after the scab fell off, which is enough to show how serious the injury on his hand was at that time. What could have caused the index finger of his left hand to be injured like this? No, except for the 100 blades, Ming Zhang had no chance to use sharp weapons in the past. Unless, with some guesses in mind, Tian Dao glanced at Ming Zhang and said goodbye to him as if nothing had happened. At the foot of Shenlong Xianshan Mountain. Holy Lord! The immortal king with a light green halo saw Tian Dao and immediately stepped forward respectfully. Looking at Shenlong Xianshan Mountain with barriers everywhere, he hesitated to speak. Tian Dao nodded slightly. Let's talk about it when we get back. At the top of Ghost Ridge is a ghost residence built with 10,000-year-old black pine wood. The ghost residence was surrounded by old trees and withered vines, and countless broken skeletons were hung on the withered vines like decorations. It was eerie and funny. At this moment, a 1,000-year-old ghost cultivator, who looked like an octogenarian, was emitting red and black ghost energy all over his body. He was sitting on the skull throne in the front hall, looking down at the other 1,000-year-old ghost cultivators. There was also a mushroom-top stick that looked like a withered vegetable beside him. Now the immortal servant of the heavenly Dao Saint insisted that it was the ghost cultivators from the Ghost Ridge who stole the holy objects from the ninth heaven. However, everyone in the three realms knows that if the ghost cultivators from here really have the ability to go to the ninth heaven, they would have stayed in the upper realm long ago. Why would they come back? The other 1,000-year-old ghost cultivator sat below in disgust. Yes, that is to say, if we had not lived in Ghost Ridge for thousands of years, except for you, the Elder, no ghost cultivator would be willing to come back. The Elder gave up practicing in the upper realm to come back, which really touched us. In the past thousands of years, when has the peace and stability here not been dependent on the Elder standing up? But it is also because of the Elder's ability that they can go to the ninth heaven to meet the immortal servants of the heavenly Dao Saint. If it were us, I'm afraid we would be beaten back in the sixth heaven. Without any twists and turns, a group of old ghost cultivators changed from trying to deal with the invasion of the upper world to flattering the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator. But the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator was very happy with the praise of other old ghost cultivators. As for why he did not stay in the upper world, the reason was probably only known to him. The flattery lasted for nearly half an hour, until the young ghost cultivator, who was always emitting black and green ghost energy, stumbled into the hall. All the flattering words stopped abruptly. Where did the little ghost cultivator come from? Who let him in? Do you know that the elders are discussing something? The young ghost cultivator with dark green ghost energy was no other ghost, but one of the surviving ghosts, who had witnessed Xiang Jila dispersing other ghost cultivators. Because of excessive shock, his ghost face, which was originally cyan, turned even greener. No. This is bad, Elder. It turns out that it was really a ghost cultivator from our place, who stole the holy object from the ninth heaven. Originally, the old ghost cultivator was still unhappy because his compliments were interrupted. When he heard the words of the green ghost cultivator, he immediately widened his ghost eyes, and stood up from the skull throne. Speak clearly. Didn't the immortal servant of the heavenly Dao Saint say that he just killed a few useless ghost cultivators to calm the anger of the upper world? How come there are really ghost cultivators who steal things? Because of his injuries, Shan Shui stayed in Xiang Jila's cave for more than 20 hours before leaving. Xiang Jila personally sent Shan Shui to the border between Ghost Ridge and the Netherworld Illusion. Before leaving, Shan Shui looked at Xiang Jila with great concern. Little ghost cultivator, there are a lot of troubles in Ghost Ridge now, so don't run around if you have nothing to do. In order not to make Shan Shui worry, Xiang Jila nodded obediently. I know, you see I have lived here for hundreds of years, but I don't even know what ghost cultivators are around. You can guess how much I don't like dealing with other ghost cultivators. Shan Shui opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something to Xiang Jila. When the words came to her lips, she seemed to feel something was wrong. She could only stand there with a tangled face. Shan Shui, do you have anything else to say to me? Since Shan Shui said she wanted to be friends with her, Xiang Jila no longer called her a fairy servant, but directly called her Shan Shui. Shan Shui hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but tell Xiang Jila about his worries and speculations. Before in the sky, I didn't feel much. When I landed, I didn't care too much because I was worried about you. But just now when I left with you, I found that the ghost energy in Yuhan Ridge was extremely uncoordinated. According to the law of harmony between yin and yang, the number of female ghost cultivators in Yuhan Ridge should account for 1/3, and the number of male ghost cultivators should account for about 2/3. However, I came here yesterday and didn't see many female ghost cultivators along the way, and... Speaking of this, Shan Shui's expression was solemn. The distribution range of the evil energy here is very wide. Little ghost cultivator, you have to pay more attention. Chapter 769. Erotic Spirit? Xiangjila frowned. Erotic spirit is usually only found in silver ghosts, who practice dual cultivation. This kind of ghost always likes to go astray, and the way silver ghosts practice dual cultivation is very cruel. Normal dual cultivation is mutually beneficial, but it is different for lustful ghosts. Regardless of gender, the silver ghost is led by the stronger party. Once dual cultivation begins, the weaker party will eventually be completely sucked out of the ghost spirit by the other party, and even the soul body will become nutrients to nourish the other party's soul body. But Ghost Ridge has always been about ability first. As long as the ghost cultivator can condense into a physical entity, they will basically not ask about the ghost cultivator's origin. Thinking too deeply, Xiangjila almost forgot that Shan Shui was still waiting on the side. Seeing Shan Shui looking at him with worry, Xiangjila smiled at her comfortingly. I will pay attention, don't worry. You must keep the things I gave you close to you. Shan Shui reminded again worriedly. Don't worry. Xiangjila took out the bracelet and hairpin that were carefully wrapped by ghost energy from his arms, and waved them in front of Shan Shui. I will keep the things given by my good friends close to me. Seeing that Xiangjila really put the things beside him obediently, and also very cleverly concealed the smell of the things, Shan Shui finally felt a little relieved. Then I'm leaving. If you miss me, come here and take out the things I gave you. As long as you haven't reincarnated yet, I promise to be there whenever you call. Look at what you said, Ghost. Feeling that he had said something about himself, Xiangjila touched his nose awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Okay, be safe. I find you if I miss you. After getting Xiangjila's agreement, Shan Shui grinned and turned into a pink streamer and flew quickly to the upper world. Not long after sending Shan Shui away, Xiangjila was ambushed by more than a dozen wild ghost cultivators on the dry land on the way back to the cave. The ghost cultivators were very good at escaping the earth, and they drilled out from the ground in an instant. When they saw Xiangjila, they cooperated seamlessly to drive her into the soul-binding formation. Fortunately, Xiangjila had been enlightened by Ming Zhang and her soul was stable. After several rounds of fighting, she was obviously in the upper hand. After knocking the last wild ghost cultivator to the ground, she stepped on his back mercilessly, guarding her whole body, and said in a cold tone, Who sent you here? What do you want to do? Such a professional ghost binding technique, it can be seen that they have been trained. But these ghost cultivators shamelessly pretended to be wild, not honest at all. The wild ghost cultivator who was stepped on wanted to struggle, but Xiangjila was too strong, he couldn't struggle at all. So he had to grit his teeth and shout, There is purple light in the ghost energy, and you still say it's not you. What about me? Xiangjila's face was full of doubts, and the strength of her foot increased. She hated those ghosts who spoke half of the words and left half of the words. You stole the holy objects from the 9 heavens, causing Ghost Ridge to be invaded by the upper realm for decades. You don't have to deny it. The ghost energy you emit has purple light, which is the best proof. Ghost energy? Xiangjila raised her eyebrows. Although she had not dealt with other ghost cultivators here, she had seen too many cases of the strong preying on the weak over the past few hundred years. The ghost energy emitted by ghost cultivators was not only purple, but also red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue, a total of 7 colors. Just like the classification of the immortal energy in the upper realm, purple is the purest, blue is the second, and so on, green is the last, and then it slowly becomes purer, from yellow to red. Shan Shui herself is a ghost of a spirit, and she has the body of an immortal servant, so her energy is the most special. Usually it is a soothing pink, but once she encounters danger, the immortal energy she emits with offensive power is purple-red. In other words, the brilliance of ghost energy depends entirely on the training environment and training method of ghost cultivation, and has nothing to do with whether or not to steal holy objects. This was obviously a way to delay her time. For some reason, Xiangjila thought of the ghost cultivators who had bullied Shan Shui outside her cave before. She said in a cold voice, You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Stop it. I have to reincarnate in a hurry. Heh, you are a resentful ghost, and you still want to reincarnate? What do you mean? You are about to die, and you don't even know it. The ghost cultivator who was stepped on by Xiangjila had just finished speaking. Under the barren dry land where Xiangjila had just fought with other ghost cultivators, dozens of ghost cultivators emerged again. These dozens of ghost cultivators are obviously not on the same level as those small shrimps just now. Each of the ghosts has a cultivation base of more than 1,000 years, and all of them are holding ghost-binding ropes or soul-binding chains in their hands. It is obvious that the more than 10 ghost cultivators just now are just delaying her time. The terrible thing is, the ghosts who came are full of arrogance. These are all silver ghosts. If it were just one or two, it would be fine, but facing dozens of them at the same time, who think so highly of her, Xiangjila knew that she could not win, so she retreated 2 steps in fear, her eyes darting around for a breakthrough point for escape. What exactly do you want to do? We are both ghost cultivators, and we are from the same school. How can you treat your fellow disciples like this? Unfortunately, she was surrounded so tightly that not even a ghost fly could fly in, let alone she could turn into a wisp of green smoke and slip away. The 1,000-year-old ghost cultivator in the lead was the tallest and strongest. After seeing through Xiangjila's intention, he immediately grinned and said, "What a bunch of nonsense." He felt uncomfortable practicing dual cultivation with such an ugly ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his soul-binding chain to make a clanging sound. The other ghost cultivators simultaneously and synchronously threw the remaining ghost-binding ropes and soul-binding chains at Xiangjila. Xiangjila immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and tried to escape in the chaos. Unexpectedly, just as the green smoke took shape, she was hit in the heart by the overwhelming soul-binding chains. She fell heavily to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. All the soul-binding chains and ghost-binding ropes were instantly retracted after seeing the bright red blood that Xiangjila spat out. Instead, there were repeated gasps. Chapter 770. Damn it, she's a ghost cultivator who's about to become immortal. If we can practice dual cultivation with her, then our cultivation level. No, we have to capture this ghost cultivator and report to the elders. The elders will hand her back to the 9 heavens for punishment. How could the immortals and gods in the 9 heavens care about this kind of ghost cultivator's body? It would be a waste if we hand her over. It's better to practice dual cultivation first. Amid the discussion of a group of silver ghosts approaching, Xiangjila could even hear them swallowing their saliva, wishing they could eat her alive. The familiar despair of being humiliated in her life came over her, and the resentment that had not yet been completely cleansed was gathering again. Enduring the severe pain of being hit in the heart by the soul-binding chain, Xiangjila slowly embedded her 10 fingers into the dry land. She held her breath and suddenly stood up, throwing a large piece of dry soil at the ghost cultivators closest to her. The dry soil was mixed with pure ghost energy, and instantly destroyed the silver ghosts closest to her, who had not had time to defend themselves. Amid the howling of ghosts and wolves, Xiangjila quickly turned into a wisp of green smoke and fled. However, she underestimated the power of the soul-binding chain. That thing has little effect on the silver ghost. It is specially made for restraining ghost cultivators. It can not only chase ghost cultivators, who have cultivated ghost cultivator bodies, but also easily suppress all ghost energy and attacks in the ghost cultivators' bodies after binding their ghost bodies. It is not at the same level as the thousands of evil ghost chains that were playing around in Fengde Yuanshan at that time. Not long after running out, she was entangled by the soul-binding chain and was dragged back mercilessly. When she was dragged back, she watched the hairpin and bracelet that Shan Shui gave her fall out of her arms. She was so angry that she vomited a large mouthful of blood again. The blood spilled on the hairpin and bracelet, and was quickly absorbed by the ghost energy. Then the ghost energy that was about to dissipate quickly hid the bracelet and hairpin in the soil. The small incident of the falling items did not attract the attention of the silver ghosts. At this time, the silver ghosts were more concerned about whether this meal could return to their hands. After dragging Xiangjila back, they surrounded her. The leading ghost cultivator saw that Xiangjila's cultivation was not as harmless and cunning as it looked, and specially tied her hands and feet with ghost ropes. After making sure that she could not escape, he viciously slapped her ferocious right face. "I let you escape." Due to the relative effect of force, a blood streak quickly flowed out of Xiangjila's left face. The leading ghost cultivator reached out and wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, licked it greedily, and made 2 smacks with great enjoyment. The body of a ghost cultivator who is about to become a mortal body is really sweet. While speaking, his greedy eyes fell on her intact left face, and he smiled evilly. "If you don't look at the other side of this face, you can practice dual cultivation with you without difficulty. After the dual cultivation, I will give you to my brothers to enjoy, which is not bad." After hearing the arrangement of the leading ghost cultivator, the persuasion on the lips of the other ghost cultivators immediately turned into thunderous cheers. Okay, the boss is wise, the boss is wise. Xiangjila closed her eyes in despair. She could even feel the cold breath of the male ghost cultivator spraying close to her left face. Just as she gathered all her resentment in her dantian and tried to hit the male ghost cultivator with her head in a way that both of them would perish, a nervous and terrified voice sounded from the crowd. "Boss, it's bad. The ghost cultivators from the elders are coming." However, how could the male ghost cultivator, who was thinking about dual cultivation, listen to him? "Drive them away. When I finish dual cultivation, my cultivation will definitely be several levels higher. Then, will we still be afraid of that old thing?" "Oh, I wonder what the old thing you are talking about is." An old and steady voice sounded behind him. The sound of the stick hitting the ground immediately aroused the fear deep in the male ghost cultivator's heart. He stopped bending down suddenly, and immediately straightened up and looked at the source of the sound again. As the silver ghosts made way, the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator came slowly. Although he looked nearly 80 years old, he was still very active. He needed to use a stick to walk, but he just used the sound of the stick hitting the ground as a deterrent. When he walked in front of the male ghost cultivator, the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator's eyes were always fixed on the blood color on Xiangjila's mouth that had not been completely wiped away, and a faint light flashed quickly in his turbid eyes. He spoke to the male ghost cultivator slowly. "Is this the ghost cultivator who stole the Nine Heavens holy object?" As if to punish the male ghost cultivator and other ghost cultivators for their disobedience, the voice of the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator was majestic and entered the ears of the ghost cultivators, making them feel inexplicably frightened. The male ghost cultivator had the highest cultivation level among the 1,000-year-old ghost cultivators, so he was still able to resist, but the other ghost cultivators could not. Among the ghost cultivators, those with relatively low cultivation levels were shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Before the male ghost cultivator could deny it, the other ghost cultivators hurriedly said, "Yes, it was this ghost cultivator." As they talked, they did not forget to persuade, "Elder, this is a rare mortal ghost body in 1,000 years. Are you just going to hand it over to the 9th heaven?" The 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator snorted coldly and said sanctimoniously, "What else? Do you want me to protect her and let Ghost Ridge continue to suffer?" A high hat related to Ghost Ridge was pressed down, and the other ghost cultivators lowered their heads. Under the unwilling gaze of the male ghost cultivator, Xiangjila was taken back to the ghost residence of Ghost Ridge by the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator's men. Unable to escape, Xiangjila thought she would be imprisoned. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the ghost residence, she was imprisoned in a secret cave with fire-avoiding patterns everywhere. There was only a stone bed in the secret cave, which also exuded a smell of rotten heather. Because the secret cave was sealed all year round, the smell was a bit strong. After Xiangjila was imprisoned in the secret cave, the smell rushed straight into her nose, making her feel extremely nauseous. Perhaps she had confidence in the formations and barriers around the secret cave, or perhaps it was to make things easier later. In short, after Xiangjila was imprisoned in the secret cave, her 5 flowered bindings had been untied, leaving only 2 soul-binding chains to bind her hands and feet. In this way, although Xiangjila's movements were restricted, it was not difficult to move at all. Having gained some freedom, Xiangjila's first task was to find out where the exit of the secret cave was. However, before she had time to find the exit, Xiangjila made a new discovery. Below the fire avoidance map was an unfinished mural, which was not painted by someone else but by the people, and content on the mural immediately attracted Xiangjila's attention. Through the dim light in the secret cave, she read the entire mural without hindrance. After reading the mural, Xiangjila's mood and expression were equally heavy. This was the mural that the Elder of Ghost Ridge had recorded since he became a ghost. He clearly remembered how the Elder of Ghost Ridge turned from a lonely soul with resentment into a ghost cultivator, how he went through difficulties to get out of the illusion and reach the upper realm, and how he was driven back by the upper realm not long after. Who would have thought that the Elder of Ghost Ridge, who had always been righteous, was actually a 10,000-year-old silver ghost? And the walking stick that he always carried with him was actually his. Thinking of the walking stick that actually appeared so openly in front of other ghost cultivators, and other ghost cultivators, including himself, were completely unaware of it, Xiangjila wanted to poke himself blind. No wonder the 9 heavens could not accommodate him. Chapter 771. Are you scared? An old voice sounded behind him, and Xiangjila's ghost body trembled, not daring to look back. Damn, this old ghost usually likes to make some noise with his walking stick, but this time, there was no sound at all. Before Xiangjila could speak, the old voice behind him sounded again, I didn't know that in Ghost Ridge, there are ghost cultivators like you, who not only don't need to devour souls, but also have wisdom roots, and... Speaking of this, the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator stared at Xiangjila's back without blinking. His turbid old eyes glowed with a faint green light, and he licked his cracked lips obscenely. It's still a ghost cultivator's body that is about to dissipate all the resentment and is close to a mortal body. If he could practice dual cultivation with it and devour it, I'm afraid that the gods above the ninth heaven would be a little afraid of him. Seeing that Xiangjila still had no reaction, the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator was not annoyed and walked to the simple stone bed that exuded various strange smells. Do you turn around by yourself, or do you want this elder to come forward and pull you over? Xiangjila's ghost body stiffened, and finally slowly turned around to face the elder of Ghost Ridge. Ninth Heaven. Chang Yuan was reporting to Meng Zhang about the actions of the Heavenly Tao in recent years. Immortal Venerable, perhaps we really have misunderstood the Saint Venerable. In the past few decades, the aura of Ghost Ridge has been disordered, and there is a corrupt aura everywhere. I am afraid that the Saint Venerable is planning to clean up the house and give Ghost Ridge a major cleansing. Corrupt aura? Meng Zhang frowned, and the hand holding Byron's head suddenly lost control of the strength of his hand. Byron let out a strange owl and turned into a beast-headed belt again and wrapped around Meng Zhang's waist. Meng Zhang pondered. Thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Tao had clearly prohibited the silver ghosts from practicing dual cultivation. There are still silver ghosts in Ghost Ridge who devour their own kind in the name of dual cultivation? Yes, thousands of years ago, due to the restrictions of the upper realm on Ghost Ridge, no ghosts have practiced seriously for many years. It has been many years since they crossed the netherworld illusion and reached the ninth heaven. The Immortal Venerable has always made decisions for big things, so it is not surprising that he did not know about such a small matter in the ghost world. Chang Yuan continued to speak respectfully. As far as I know, many silver ghosts are actually very powerful, but because they are afraid of being discovered by the upper realm, they usually hide their cultivation and do evil in Ghost Ridge. The elder who has been in charge of Ghost Ridge for thousands of years is a 10,000-year-old silver ghost. After crossing the netherworld illusion, he could have continued to practice in the heaven with his strength. However, because he practiced the art of dual cultivation, ghost immortals or small immortal servants who had cultivated under his feet have been missing since he arrived in the upper realm, and the spearheads were all pointed at him. So at that time, he was complained to the Heavenly Tao by the gods of the Heavenly Tao because of these things. The Heavenly Tao was furious and sent down the punishment from heaven, threatening to beat him to death, and drove him back to Ghost Ridge. Over the years, he has been hiding well in Ghost Ridge. However, as female ghost cultivators become increasingly scarce, and some of them disappear every 60 years, the yin and yang energy in Ghost Ridge is extremely unbalanced, so the Heavenly Tao wants to take this opportunity to cut the grass and root it out. Speaking of this, Chang Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, Immortal Venerable, I also found out an interesting thing. Several decades ago, a female ghost cultivator returned from the heaven to Ghost Ridge to practice. Now, it is probably a sheep among wolves. Before Chang Yuan finished speaking, Meng Zhang's face changed, and he immediately stood up and walked out quickly. Immortal Venerable, where are you going? Meng Zhang quickly said cut the grass and root it out, and turned into a pure red stream of light, disappearing into the sky. At the same time, ghost residents in Ghost Ridge. With a loud noise, the entire Ghost Ridge was shaken, and the ghost residents collapsed, attracting countless ghost cultivators. In the ruins, resentment soared to the sky, and the dark resentment quickly gathered. Ghost Ridge looked even more gloomy than Fengdu Resentment City at this time. Xiangjila emerged from the ground with ghost energy all over her body, dragging the dying 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator out from underneath like a chicken. At this moment, her skin was like cracked tree bark, her eyes were red, her mouth was full of fangs, and her hair was completely white. Before she walked far, she was stopped by ghost cultivators who heard the sound, including the group of silver ghosts who had stopped Xiangjila not long ago. Who are you, evildoer? Why don't you let our elders go and surrender? The loudest voice was still the silver ghost in the lead. Xiangjila's expression froze. Under the watchful eyes of all the ghost cultivators, a hint of amusement flashed across her red eyes, and her sharp ghost claws playfully snatched the walking stick that the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator had been holding in his hand for years. Under the pleading eyes of the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator, she mercilessly broke the walking stick into several pieces. The screams of the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator resounded throughout the Ghost Ridge on the spot, and dozens of silver ghost cultivators, who had previously targeted Xiangjila, shrank back, and couldn't help but reach out to touch the short rolling pin on their waists. The walking stick was thrown randomly on the ground with black ghost blood, and the ghost body of the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator was immediately full of ghost energy. Xiangjila took the opportunity to open her mouth to her ears, and swallowed the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator into her stomach. Along with the swallowing action, her ghost body suddenly grew several times larger. As if she was not full enough, she focused her attention on the ghost cultivators who came later. When she saw the dozens of silver ghosts who had caught her before, she purposefully stretched out her ghost claws towards the group of silver ghosts who were about to flee. The captured silver ghosts were all confiscated of their dual cultivation tools and tried to break them. The rest of the silver ghosts were in a hurry and offered soul-binding chains and ghost-binding ropes, trying to use these things to resist Xiangjila's attack. However, the soul-binding chain that had left Xiangjila helpless before also failed this time. Shirin, Bai Suchuan, Qin Jiuyin Yu, and Zhang Chu, a first-class divine divination. Chapter 772. Not only that, as if to laugh at their arrogance, Xiangjila directly pulled the soul-binding chain and ghost-binding rope in their hands, and stuffed the ghost body and soul-binding chain into her mouth. Oh no, this ghost cultivator has become a ghost demon. Someone shouted in panic, and the other ghost cultivators who were attracted scattered like birds and beasts. This movement, in Xiangjila's eyes, was like countless ants encountering a rainstorm and scattering, which aroused all of Xiangjila's violent emotions. She stretched out her hand to grab the ghost cultivator and stuffed it into her mouth faster and faster. Every time she devoured a ghost cultivator, her ghost body grew several times, and soon, she was as tall as the ghost ridge like an inflated balloon. A dazzling purple-red fairy energy hit Xiangjila. Xiangjila felt pain, and immediately shifted his attention to the source of the purple-red fairy energy. Other ghost cultivators saw the auspicious cloud from the upper world hovering in the sky, and they didn't care whether to escape or not, and asked for help from the visitor. Please help the immortals and kill this ghost demon. This request for help directly attracted all of Xiangjila's attention to the auspicious cloud. He stretched out his hand, and waved a claw at Shan Shui standing on the auspicious cloud, trying to knock Shan Shui off the cloud. Shan Shui's eyelids jumped when he saw Xiangjila's irrational look. He could not help but dodge and speak, "Little ghost cultivator, stop. I am Shan Shui. We are friends. Do you remember?" Xiangjila's ghost claw paused slightly. Just when Shan Shui thought she would not attack again, Xiangjila's other claw suddenly swung at Shan Shui. When she hit Shan Shui, her ghost claw was also injured by the auspicious aura on Shan Shui's body, and a few chi-chi sounds came out of the blue-black smoke. Both sides were hurt. Obviously, Shan Shui was more seriously injured. After she fell from the clouds, she was caught off guard, and was so exhausted that she didn't have time to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood before Xiangjila's ghost claws came again. Because he was worried about hurting Xiangjila, Shan Shui could only quickly seal his hands to set up a barrier for himself, defending without attacking, trying to exhaust her energy, and then find the root cause of her turning into a demon. But Xiangjila had already lost her mind. At this moment, if she was to stop, she would have to die. With Shan Shui's participation, the silver ghost cultivators, who were beaten by Xiangjila and ran around with their heads in their hands, gradually became bolder and launched magic attacks on Xiangjila. The leading silver ghost cultivator even said, "Quick, this demon has no intelligence yet. Let's take this opportunity to kill her, and then devour her ghost body, which will definitely be of great benefit to our cultivation." As soon as these words came out, most of the other ghost cultivators, who wanted to improve their cultivation and escaped in the face of danger, turned around and attacked Xiangjila. Only a small number of ghost cultivators escaped at all costs to save their lives. With pain all over his body, Xiangjila's behavior became more and more violent, waving his hands and stomping his feet randomly, and without any magic blessing, he actually made the entire ghost ridge shake. Shan Shui angrily scolded the ghost cultivators. "Do you all want to be killed? She has already lost her mind, and you want to make her crazy." Seeing that Shan Shui did not cause too much harm to Xiangjila, the other ghost cultivators lost their initial respect for Shan Shui and said coldly, "If we don't protect ourselves, how can we still count on you? You self-proclaimed noble immortals in the 9th heaven. How can you understand how much effort it takes for low-level ghost cultivators like us to practice? Practicing consumes your mind? You want to consume your mind to devour your own kind, right?" Shan Shui sneered, and decided not to pay attention to this group of people who were looking for death, and included Xiangjila, who had become a demon, in her protection. This inclusion made her exhausted. On the one hand, she had to defend Xiangjila from the attacks of other ghost cultivators, and on the other hand, she had to guard against Xiangjila's backhand claws. After a long stalemate, Shan Shui's resistance was not as neat as at the beginning. She was not careful for a moment, and Xiangjila's backhand claws broke her barrier. She immediately flew far away, like a kite with a broken string. At that moment, Shan Shui even thought that she was about to be killed by Xiangjila by mistake. Just when she thought she would fall to the ground like a free fall, She felt her body warm, and all the fatigue and pain were swept away. This familiar breath and pressure, she suddenly opened her eyes. Master. Ming Zhang had already landed not far from her, and nodded to her. There is something in her hair, go and take it down. Got the order. Hearing Shan Shui's words from afar, and then seeing Shan Shui flying towards her like an arrow, Xiang Jila instinctively protected her hair, and waved her hands to drive Shan Shui away like a fly. Lulu. A cold and familiar low call domineeringly, and clearly entered Xiang Jila's ears. A tight string in her mind seemed to break instantly, with the sound of his voice, making her forehead buzzing and painful. She stopped driving the fly and turned her head suddenly to look at the source of the sound. In front of her, someone with a warm and radiant body landed without knowing when. However, she only stopped for a moment. Soon, her reason was lost again, with the attack launched by other ghost cultivators. She stretched out her ghost claws, and was about to wave at the source of the sound that made her head ache. Ming Zhang closed his eyes to hide the 9-leaf red lotus on his forehead, and casually raised a barrier to isolate the three of them from other ghost cultivators before opening his eyes again. Facing Xiang Jila's attack, he did not dodge or evade, and his phoenix eyes, which were always cold and deep, surged with countless suppressed undercurrents. We were husband and wife in the mortal world, do you still remember? His voice was low, as if he was suppressing some emotion. Xiang Jila's ghost claws suddenly stopped when they were about to hit him, and the red light in his eyes flickered, as if he was fighting against some force. Ming Zhang stood there quietly, without moving at all. He seemed to be waiting for her to regain her senses. Shan Shui had already landed on the top of her head without a sound, and nodded to Ming Zhang. Xiang Jila was completely unaware, and uttered two words hoarsely. June. Nu. Yes, Lei, I am June Nuo. Ming Zhang landed from the clouds, and walked slowly towards her. Xiang Jila saw him approaching, and her irritable mood instantly calmed down. As he got closer and closer, she also slowly half knelt down, lying on the ground with her hands on her chin, trying to see the person who walked in front of her more clearly. After she saw the appearance of the little man in front of her, the red light in her eyes faded away, and she tentatively called out again, Junyuo. Well, I'm here. Ming Zhang's voice was gentle, for fear of startling her. Is there something on your head? I asked someone to help you take it off, okay? Xiang Jila tilted her head and looked at him, who was still small and close at hand thing. Yin Junyuo reached out and gently covered the cracked skin on her face. His voice became more and more gentle. Yes, Lei, be good, come, look at me, don't think about anything, just think about whether we have met, how much you can still remember about me. Chapter 773. Under his guidance, Xiang Jila felt a sharp pain in her head. Fragments of memory flashed through her mind quickly, and many dirty faces flashed before her. The physical and mental torture she suffered made her feel so miserable that she almost wanted to commit suicide, but was stopped. In the end, she went through 3 days and 3 nights of purgatory with bloodshot eyes, and all the scenes were frozen in front of her eyes. Then, June Nua came with a sword. She suddenly stood up again in fear, holding her head in pain and retreating in panic. June Nua, I didn't do it voluntarily. They insulted me. I'm dirty. Very dirty. Almost at the same time, Shan Shui took advantage of her emotional outburst and quickly took out a giant willow nail with runes from her head. The willow nail was stained with her blood. After the willow nail as big as a tree trunk was taken out, it instantly returned to its original size. Dozens of ghost energy flew out of Xiang Jila's ghost body and turned him back into a ghost cultivator with a weak soul. At the same time, Xiang Jila's ghost body was also slowly shrinking, and his appearance gradually returned to its original appearance. The soul that had been personally enlightened and repaired by Ming Zhang could not be turned back into a virtual body. However, due to the serious damage this time, it turned back into a virtual body again, and there were signs that it was about to dissipate. Ming Zhang's face changed, and he quickly put a wisp of her residual soul into the Qianquan bag. It was not until Xiang Jila was put into the Qianquan bag by Ming Zhang that the other ghost cultivators realized that the soul that they could have devoured was gone. Just as they were about to attack Ming Zhang, one of the old ghost cultivators recognized Ming Zhang, and quickly stood up and changed his attitude of wanting to attack just now, and knelt down and kowtowed. Immortal, thank you for your help, but... This ghost cultivator stole the 9 heavens holy object first, and then practiced evil arts recklessly, leading to his becoming possessed. I hope you will hand over this remnant soul to Ghost Ridge for disposal. At this moment, Shan Shui brought a willow nail as thick as a child's little finger to Ming Zhang. Master, it's a soul-sucking nail. The soul-sucking nail is a method used by the silver ghost to control other ghost cultivators to practice dual cultivation. If it is an ordinary ghost cultivator, once the soul-sucking nail hits it, no matter how high its cultivation level is, it will only surrender and be swallowed up in the end. Xiangjila was not an ordinary ghost cultivator. He had a great trauma from this kind of thing when he was alive. A large part of the resentment and hatred after his death came from this trauma, so the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator was self-defeating. Not only did he fail, but he also accidentally gathered the resentment and hatred that she had dispersed again. Without the obsession in her heart, she became a ghost demon on the spot. Guessing the torture that Xiangjila might have suffered, Mengjiang glanced at the dozens of ghost cultivators in front of him, who were devoured by Xiangjila. Among them, the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator was the most seriously injured. The root of his dual cultivation was broken by Xiangjila, which was equivalent to breaking all his cultivation. At this time, his ghost cultivator body was constantly emitting black gas. If Mengjiang had not been present, I am afraid that other ghost cultivators would have rushed over and eaten his soul. Immortal? The ghost cultivator who had just spoken was a little bolder. Feeling refreshed by Mengjiang's gaze, I hope that the immortal can hand over the remaining soul of this demon cultivator to the ghost ridge for disposal. Under the hopeful gaze of the ghost cultivators, Mengjiang's clear eyes slowly turned red. He smiled gently at the ghost cultivators. You only saw that this ghost cultivator became a demon, but you never saw that her mind was also controlled by the soul-snatching nail, and you never saw that if she did not resist, she would become food for other ghost cultivators. It seems that this ghost ridge really needs a major cleansing. After saying that, he raised his hand and cast a barrier on Ghost Ridge. A red light suddenly appeared inside the barrier. Most of the ghost cultivators in Ghost Ridge were killed. When this news came out, it shocked the 9 worlds of the upper realm. I didn't expect that the heavenly Tao Saint Venerable would act so neatly, and wipe out a large number of ghost cultivators who relied on devouring their own kind to improve their cultivation. I heard that it seemed that it was immortal Venerable Mengjiang who took action, and almost all of those who were killed were silver ghosts. You think too much. Immortal Master Mengjiang has never been involved in the affairs of the lower world, so how could he do something? I heard that he was so angry because of a female ghost cultivator. Everyone says that you rarely go to the mortal world when you have nothing to do. You are so tired of listening to storytelling. How could a great immortal master do such a thing? Each of the 9 heavens in the upper world spread all the possibilities of this matter. As the protagonist of the destruction of Ghost Ridge, he ignored all discussions from the outside world. At this moment, in the immortal palace of Shenlong Immortal Mountain, after the last red light was absorbed, Xiangjila's soul, which was about to be scattered, condensed into a physical body again. Mengjiang's face turned pale instantly after Xiangjila's soul condensed into a physical body, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Shanshui hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Master, you actually turned a piece of dragon bone into a piece of dragon bone and passed it to the little ghost cultivator? In this way. Mengjiang raised his hand to interrupt Shanshui's words, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth due to the backlash of pulling out the dragon bone, turned his head to look at her, who was still unconscious, and smiled bitterly. Since I have voluntarily been involved in her karma, it is impossible to withdraw. Shanshui choked slightly. Master, why are you doing this? Mengjiang sat down on the bed again, and the bitter smile on his lips slowly became a little gentle. If she is safe, then there will be no suffering. Shanshui frowned slightly, as if it was difficult for her to empathize with her master's so-called love in the world. Suddenly, she remembered that she had something on her body, and quickly took it out and handed it to Mengjiang. Since the bracelet and hairpin are made by you, why don't you put them on her yourself? Mengjiang raised his hand and swept it away, dispersing the blood energy from the hairpin and bracelet. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. No need, just follow the reason you gave her before and let her take it to reincarnation. Shanshui looked at Mengjiang hesitantly. But what if the little ghost cultivator wakes up and becomes suspicious? She won't remember this experience. Mengjiang shook his head and said firmly, take her wherever she should go. With the dragon bone protecting her body, no other mess will dare to target her. When she enters reincarnation again in the future, she will definitely become a superior person, and will not suffer any hardship in the mortal world. Shanshui looked at Mengjiang several times, and wanted to speak, but he swallowed his words in the end. The master gave the little ghost a piece of dragon bone, which was undoubtedly telling the 3 realms that the little ghost and he were mutually causal. Once the little ghost was reincarnated, he would be the master's debt collector. Everything he enjoyed in the future would probably require the master to pay a price. Chapter 774. Ming Zhang was not injured when he attacked in Ghost Ridge. But when he was extracting dragon bones to repair Xiangjila's soul body, he was injured at the root, so he needed to be in seclusion for a period of time before he could come out. During this period, Tiandao came to find him, and after knowing that he was injured, he just dimmed his eyes and left without saying anything else. It took Xiangjila 2 months to merge with the dragon bones. When she woke up again, her mind was blank, and she looked around blankly. She just felt like she had a long dream, dreaming that Jun Nu came to save her. Until Shanshui entered the house, she mechanically turned her head to look at Shanshui. Why, after waking up from a nap, you even forgot who I am? Shanshui grinned at her friendly, little ghost cultivator, we are still good friends. Xiangjila glanced at Shanshui and turned his head to look at the top of the tin again, muttering, Shanshui, I seem to be in trouble. No, that scene seemed real, but also fake. The scene that impressed her the most was that Shanshui went to Ghost Ridge to find her, and said that he regarded her as a friend and was happy to meet her. Then, after she sent Shanshui away from Ghost Ridge, she was intercepted by other ghost cultivators on the way back, and fell into the hands of a group of silver ghost cultivators, and the elder of Ghost Ridge, and then was locked up. During that period, she discovered the secret that the elder of Ghost Ridge was a 10,000-year silver ghost. The elder of Ghost Ridge not only flirted with her, but also held a walking stick against her face, and asked her to hold the walking stick. Knowing the true face of the walking stick, she felt nauseous, and then she felt a pain on the top of her head, and her consciousness began to blur. Afterwards, she seemed to be angry and broke the tool of crime of the elder of Ghost Ridge. She also ate a lot of ghost cultivators, and beat Shanshui. Later, before she lost consciousness, Jun Nu came. She remembered many things that she couldn't bear to recall. The images were fragmented and blood-red, and she couldn't tell which was reality and which was illusion. A small hand with a slight warmth covered her forehead. Xiangjila suddenly came back to her senses and looked up at Shanshui, who had walked to the bedside and felt her forehead with a serious face. The soul has stabilized, and it seems that there is no problem. After getting Shanshui's final conclusion, Xiangjila realized that everything in front of him seemed familiar. This was the ninth heaven. She immediately stood up and was about to get out of bed, but Shanshui pushed her back. What are you doing? Xiangjila struggled to get up. I've already left. How can I come back? No, I can't bring trouble to your master. I have to leave quickly, otherwise he will be involved in my karma, and that would be my sin. Can't bring trouble? Since you're here, you only attract more attention if you go out now. Shanshui rarely smiled bitterly. Besides, you've already brought trouble when you said you can't bring trouble. So what's the difference between being involved in karma and not being involved in karma? Hearing this, Xiangjila stopped struggling. What do you mean? As if she had expected Xiangjila to ask, Shanshui immediately looked at her with a bitter face. I mean you always say that you can't bring trouble to my master. Why don't you think about me, in order to take you in? Do you know how long I have been punished? You can sleep soundly on a high bed, with soft pillows here now. But it's because I was bombarded by thunder for 3 days. Bombarded by thunder. Bombarded for 3 days? Are you telling the truth? Xiangjila looked at Shanshui's small body with a look of disbelief on his face. You took me in because you were punished? Didn't she say before that she would be scattered by the thunderbolt? Can this small body last for 3 days? Shanshui sniffed in grievance and nodded. When I brought you back, the master almost drove me away. Infected by Shanshui's emotions, Xiangjila smiled and apologized. Shanshui, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble and causing you to be scolded and punished. When she apologized to Shanshui, she didn't forget to reach out and grab the bags on both sides of her bun and press them down to flatten them, which looked particularly funny. Shanshui knocked Xiangjila's hand away and adjusted his bun that he had combed specially for her. Little ghost, how can your hands be so rude? Xiangjila immediately raised her hands and smiled apologetically. It was just a matter of convenience. It was a matter of convenience because your hair is so cute. If she didn't pull it, she felt that her hands would not allow it. But then again, why am I here? Xiangjila asked the question when she woke up again. Since Shanshui took her in after being punished, something big must have happened in the middle. But, damn it, except for the sporadic scenes in her dream, everything else seemed to be blank. Little ghost, do you really not remember, or are you pretending not to remember? Shanshui looked at her exaggeratedly and sat down beside her, making a dent in the quilt on her bed. I really don't remember. Xiangjila shook his head seriously. Shanshui stared at her for a long time, as if to confirm whether she really didn't remember or was pretending not to remember. Xiangjila also blinked and looked at her, as if to say to her, "Believe me, I really won't lie to you." In the end, Shan Shui was the first to lose. "Forget it, who made me run into you?" She sighed, and then told Xiangjila the story she had prepared in advance. "At the beginning, I went to Ghost Ridge to find you and said I wanted to be friends with you. You were very happy, and had to keep me in your cave to drink ghost wine to celebrate. It was nothing to drink some ghost wine, but I didn't know that you couldn't drink well, and your drinking habits were not good." Before she could finish, Xiangjila weakly raised his right hand, which was no different from that of an ordinary person, and interrupted Shan Shui nervously, "You can't drink, this is impossible. It doesn't matter if you say she can't drink in other ways, but you can't drink." She was clearly able to drink 1,000 cups before she died. No, how did Shan Shui find her? Besides, she was practicing hard in Ghost Ridge, and didn't even have a friend. Where did the ghost wine come from in the cave? After being exposed by her, Shan Shui secretly said bad news, and his brain was working quickly to find a reason to make up for what he said. Soon, a bold idea came up that would definitely make the master send a thunderbolt to blow her away. Shan Shui's face showed resentment, and he said half-truthfully, "Yes, it's impossible. I don't know who treated me as the master. After drinking the ghost wine, he wanted to worship the heaven and earth with me and dragged me into the bridal chamber." Chapter 775. This is not something she made up. She accidentally discovered it when she was helping the master and the little ghosts repair their souls. The little ghost soul has another obsession, which is to have a perfect wedding night with the master. Moreover, the dream constructed by the little ghost's obsession is really detailed, with dragon and phoenix candles, wedding wine, dragon and phoenix singing in harmony on a red brocade quilt, a big golden laid happy in the room, and, after the two drank the wedding wine, the master even untied the waist belt and asked her to take off several clothes, and she had to wear underwear and then take off several clothes. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to see the master in the little ghost's dream. After personally taking off the last layer of clothes for the little ghost cultivator, he was driven away by the master. However, it must be said that the little ghost cultivator's appearance before the disfigurement was indeed not bad. Compared with the gods and immortals in the 9 heavens, he was probably just lacking a few points of the fairy spirit. Even the gentle voice of June Newell was nice. No wonder the master was attracted to her in the mortal world. I don't know how her voice and her face were disfigured. You are talking nonsense." Shan Shui spoke out her most obscene thoughts. Xiangjila resisted the urge to kick Shan Shui off the bed and retorted, "Don't think I will believe your lies just because you made up something. Who is the one who is talking nonsense?" Shan Shui raised his eyebrows and looked at her calmly. "Is it nonsense or not? Don't you have any idea?" Seeing that Shan Shui didn't look like he was lying, Xiangjila suddenly became timid, and even his voice became much smaller. Don't tell your master. I'm afraid he will be disgusted." This kind of deepest thought in her heart, either she was cast a spell, or she was really drunk, otherwise why would she be so unrestrained and exposed in front of others? She knew about Shan Shui's immortal products, and he shouldn't do such a despicable thing as casting a spell on her. That was most likely her deepest thought. As for why there was ghost wine in her cave, she really couldn't figure out why there was ghost wine in her cave. Xiangjila was still struggling here, and Shan Shui was still talking about the big thing she did after she was drunk. "You refused to listen, and insisted that since I was a fairy servant in the 9th heaven, you couldn't wrong me, turned around and pulled me directly across the netherworld illusionary realm and rushed straight to the upper realm, saying that you wanted to become sworn brothers with me, and let the heavenly Tao witness the result. What happened?" Xiangjila looked at Shan Shui without blinking, obviously believing most of the story she made up. Shan Shui even explained the reason why Xiangjila appeared here in a very clear manner. "The result is that you were struck by lightning all the way from the upper realm, and we couldn't dodge in time, and you were really struck by lightning. In order to prevent your soul from being scattered, I had to bring you back and make arrangements after your soul was stable. I didn't expect I would do such a ridiculous thing." Xiangjila rubbed her face with her hands in frustration. After rubbing for a long time, she regained her spirit. "Fortunately, I feel that my soul seems to be more solid than before after waking up. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. I think my resentment has almost dissipated, and I should be able to enter the reincarnation. The most important thing is that after she enters the reincarnation, she will no longer be an obstacle to his improvement in cultivation. If this is really what he wants, then it's good for the two of them to be like this." Shan Shui looked at Xiangjila, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Do you really feel better than before?" "Yes." Xiangjila stretched out his hands and moved his fingers. "It feels more real than before. I didn't feel much before, but this time it's obviously much better than before. No wonder so many ghost cultivators were scrambling to stay in the upper realm. The immortal energy here really nourishes the soul. Shanshui said hesitated for a moment, and still couldn't help but said to Xiangjila, "Are you going to say goodbye to the master?" "What?" Xiangjila looked at Shanshui blankly, thinking he had heard it wrong. Thinking of the master's efforts, the little ghost cultivator was still at a loss. Shanshui couldn't help but speak again. "The master is in retreat now, and you are about to re-enter the reincarnation. Before re-entering the reincarnation, do you want to go to the place where the master is in retreat and say goodbye to the master? He can hear it. Your entanglement has brought a lot of inconvenience to Shenlong Xianshan. Should you and the deity remember this unbearable memory?" The resolute words of that day 3 years ago were still in her ears. Xiangjila's heart suddenly hurt, and the 5 fingers on the quilt curled up slightly. She raised a smile that she thought was very natural to Shanshui. "No need, taking me in has caused you to be punished. If you find the immortal again, I'm afraid you will be punished more severely, and..." At this point, Xiangjila's eyes were slightly red. "He definitely wouldn't want me to disturb him. It's good to have a cause and effect like this." Shanshui couldn't tell what she felt at the moment. Seeing Xiangjila's terrifying face, she couldn't help but complain, "Little ghost cultivator, you'd better not smile at me with this face. I'm afraid of having nightmares." Xiangjila, Behind the foot of Shenlong Fairy Mountain, Tiandao stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes always fixed on the fairy palace with auspicious aura on the top of the mountain. Chang Yuan stood behind Tiandao, with a complicated look in his eyes. "The immortal venerable has been in seclusion for the past 2 months. Tiandao's voice was very light, but Chang Yuan felt a sense of pressure for no reason, which was something he had never experienced before. Tiandao was angry. What was he angry about? Who was he angry at? Chang Yuan did not dare to speculate rashly. In reply to the Saint Venerable, in the Battle of Ghost Ridge, the immortal venerable almost destroyed the entire Ghost Ridge's combat power with his own strength, so he was injured. Before Chang Yuan could finish his words, Tiandao snorted coldly. When the Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 ancient spirits, was about to pass the heavenly tribulation, Meng Zhang was affected. After being hit by the heavenly tribulation that destroyed the world, he only broke a few pieces of dragon armor. He closed his eyes for 7 days, and then came out. Now, he has to close his eyes for 2 months just to kill those ghost cultivators in the Ghost Ridge. Could it be that those ghost cultivators pulled out his dragon tendons or stripped his dragon bones? Hearing this, Chang Yuan buried his head even lower. After a moment of silence, Tiandao spoke again. "You told me before that you left the 9 heavens after you told the immortal venerable that there were silver ghost cultivators in the Ghost Ridge?" "Yes." "Did the immortal venerable bring anything else back when he came back?" Chapter 776. Chang Yuan thought for a while, and replied, "Shanshui Xianshi was injured in Yuhun Ridge." Tiandao's fists tightened slightly. "Then what?" Chang Yuan clasped his hands and tightened them. After hesitating for a moment, he still told the truth. The immortal venerable went into seclusion after healing Shanshui Xianshi's injuries. Before going into seclusion, he also ordered other immortals and immortal servants not to approach Shanshui Xianshi's residence. Have you never suspected that there is some unspeakable secret in this? Facing the deliberate guidance of Heavenly Tao, Chang Yuan did not speak again this time. Heavenly Tao chuckled, "Chang Yuan, if I had not intentionally let the immortal venerable pass through the hopeless sea, I'm afraid you would still be just a sea python tossing in the hopeless sea. No, if you failed to overcome the calamity, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be considered a sea python." Chang Yuan is grateful for the assistance of the Saint Venerable, but I obeyed the Saint Venerable's instructions last time to repay the Saint Venerable's kindness 10,000 years ago. Now, speaking of this, Chang Yuan's amber eyes were full of determination. Since the immortal venerable has taken Chang Yuan in and given Chang Yuan everything, Chang Yuan must be loyal to the immortal venerable. I hope the Saint Venerable will not ask any more questions and embarrass Chang Yuan. You are loyal. Tiandao listened to Chang Yuan's words quietly without getting angry. But what if your concealment from me may cause your immortal master to be involved in serious karma? Seeing Chang Yuan's shocked look, Tiandao curled his lips, walked to his side, leaned close to his ear, and told him all the truth lightly. You think your immortal master is eliminating the evil for the 9 heavens. In fact, he was furious just for the female ghost cultivator in Yuhun Ridge. He thought that he could be absolutely sure to let her return to reincarnation safely by being ruthless to the female ghost cultivator. In fact, the female ghost cultivator was destined to die. If your immortal master is really involved in the karma of the female ghost cultivator, the result is imaginable. Seeing the upright Tian Dao say such words for the first time, Chang Yuan's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Tian Dao, and said you for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Okay, now you can choose to cooperate with me to save your immortal venerable, or continue to help the evil, let your immortal venerable do more shocking things for that female ghost cultivator, and finally be implicated by the female ghost cultivator. Chang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, and finally told Tian Dao the answer in silence. Shan Shui had received an order before Ming Zhang went into seclusion to take Xiang Jila to the reincarnation. Since Xiang Jila was a ghost cultivator who had condensed into a physical body, the steps he had to go through in the reincarnation were much fewer than those of ordinary lonely souls, and he didn't even have to drink Mingpa soup. At the intersection where the reincarnation road was about to part, Shan Shui looked at Xiang Jila reluctantly. Once you jump into the reincarnation through the Wang Zhangtai and leave the mother body, all your past will be cut off, and everything will be a new life. Little ghost cultivator, after you become a human again, you must live your new life well. Okay. Thinking that Shan Shui was concerned about him, Xiang Jila nodded solemnly. In order to dilute the slight sadness when the two of them parted, Xiang Jila took a special look at Shan Shui's round face and joked, I hope that when you find me, you can become thinner. After all, the way you look now makes people feel that you can't run. This is a roundabout way to scold her for being fat. Shan Shui's reluctance was immediately swept away, and he put his hands on his waist and said angrily, Little ghost cultivator, you wait. In another 50,000 years, I will grow up. By then, I will be taller and my facial features will be more beautiful, and you will definitely not recognize me. Okay, I wait. Xiang Jila tried to hold back his laughter. No matter how beautiful you are, or what you look like, I can definitely recognize you at a glance. But before I recognize you, you have to calculate for me how many times I have to reincarnate after 50,000 years. At this point, Shan Shui's round little face also fell, and he said distressfully, Yes, it will take so long, and by then, I won't know if the little ghost cultivator can reincarnate into a human being. The smile on Xiang Jila's mouth froze immediately. You can't be a human in reincarnation. Shan Shui left after seeing Xiang Jila enter the reincarnation path with his own eyes. The last time the two looked at each other, everything was self-evident. Xiang Jila looked at the road he came from reluctantly, and soon, his eyes were full of determination. If reincarnation can really help him, it doesn't matter if he reincarnates thousands of times. Everything went more smoothly than expected. However, just when Xiang Jila was about to reach the Wang Zhangtai, a majestic and cold voice called her, Stop the resentful ghost in front. Xiang Jila looked left and right, and stopped when she was sure there were no other resentful ghosts behind her. She looked at the ghost messenger who was holding the reincarnation record book in front of her, with a confused look on her face. What's your name? The ghost messenger pretended to flip through the reincarnation record book in his hand. Xiang Jila. Your name is not in the reincarnation record book. Why don't you leave quickly? Xiang Jila was even more confused now, but I've already come in. No other ghost messenger stopped me along the way. The ghost messenger holding the reincarnation record book sneered disdainfully. You can come in only because other ghost messengers don't know your details. If every ghost messenger knows everything, do you think the underworld needs so many positions? You are destined to have unsolved karma. Not to mention that you are just a ghost cultivator and cannot enter reincarnation. Even if you are an immortal or a god above the 9 heavens, there is no such favor. Xiang Jila looked around at the ghost messengers holding various soul-locking and soul-binding weapons. He estimated that if he really started a war, he would not have much chance of winning, so he had to leave the reincarnation road in disgrace. Seeing Xiang Jila's ghost disappear on the road of reincarnation, the ghost who had just said that she could not enter reincarnation breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered the little ghost beside him, Quick, go and tell the immortal servant of the heavenly saint that the resentful ghost cultivator almost entered reincarnation. Yes. Seeing that the little ghost was about to turn around and run away, the ghost hurriedly stopped the little ghost. Wait. Sir? It's okay, you go quickly. Yes. Until the little ghost left, the ghost holding the reincarnation record book turned to another page and erased the 3 words Xiang Jila marked in red on it. Sighed secretly. A ghost cultivator, who got the karma of immortal master Ming Zhang, and also had the special care of the heavenly saint. This is the first time in hundreds of thousands of years. Anyway, the gods above the 9 heavens are fighting, so don't let him, the small underworld, get involved. Chapter 777. After being driven away by the ghost, Xiang Jila wandered around the underworld in a daze. But no matter where she went, there would always be a ghost to ask her to leave, saying that she did not belong to the underworld. Every place has its own rules. Since Xiangjila did not belong to the underworld, and the ghost in the underworld did not make trouble for her, she did not even have a chance to do anything. In desperation, Xiangjila had to return to the vicinity of the underworld illusion. Suddenly, Xiangjila seemed to suddenly remember something, and patted his head fiercely. Oh no, I forgot to take the hairpin back to Shanshui. The ghost messenger from the underworld said that she still had unresolved karma, and could not enter reincarnation. Maybe it was because June, Immortal Mengzhang, had not returned the hairpin she had given her, so the karma between her and Immortal Mengzhang had not been completely eliminated, so she could not reincarnate. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Xiangjila immediately set out to rush to his cave. However, this time he rushed back. Something bad happened. On the other side, Shanshui saw Xiangjila enter the reincarnation path with her own eyes. On the way back, she found that there was something in the Qianquan bag on her chest. She immediately took it out and looked at it. Oh no, I forgot to give the little ghost something to repair. If I don't take this thing with me, the master may have trouble finding me when the little ghost repairs reincarnation. As she spoke, she was heading back to the reincarnation path of the underworld. After learning that the ghost cultivator, who was supposed to enter, was driven away, Shanshui was extremely anxious. He drove her away and didn't look for her. Suddenly thinking of a place, Shanshui was startled. Did the little ghost cultivator go back to Ghost Ridge? While thinking, Shanshui had already turned into a stream of light and left the underworld. A little ghost sneaked out from where she had just stood and trotted towards the Wangxiantai deep in the reincarnation path. When Shanshui arrived at Ghost Ridge was already full of traces of fighting. No ghost cultivators were seen. Either the ghost cultivators had all gone into hiding, or they had all been defeated. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, I'm afraid. Shanshui prayed hurriedly. It must not be the latter. Following the chaotic traces of the fight, Shanshui returned to Xiangjila's residence from the junction of Ghost Ridge and the Netherworld illusion. After seeing that Xiangjila's cave had collapsed by more than half, Shanshui's ominous premonition became stronger. This ominous premonition did not last until she arrived at the ghost residence of the 10,000-year-old ghost cultivator. Xiangjila was covered in ghost blood and was sitting in a pile of ruins in a daze. When she saw Shanshui, she smiled bitterly. Shanshui, it turns out that I was not dreaming about being in the ninth heaven. I really got into trouble. When she came back, because the ghost cultivators in Yuhun Ridge had no reason to attack her, in order to protect herself, she was forced to subdue those ghost cultivators who attacked her. It was from those ghost cultivators that she learned about it. It turned out that she really devoured many ghost cultivators, including the elders of Ghost Ridge. She was not an ordinary ghost cultivator. She was a ghost cultivator who had cultivated into a ghost demon. Ghost cultivators who had been to the upper realm were not allowed to become demons. This was the tacit rule of the three realms for more than 100,000 years. Once the heavenly Tao wanted to investigate. Little ghost cultivator, calm down first. Shanshui was afraid that Xiangjila would do something stupid. I am very calm. Xiangjila wiped the ghost blood on his face coldly. You have always been above the 9 heavens. I have nothing to do with you. I was the one who got into trouble from beginning to end, and I was also the one who had to escape. Little ghost cultivator. Before Shanshui could finish her words, Xiangjila stood up first, half bent over to hold Shanshui's shoulders, and looked at her seriously. Shanshui, listen to me, I won't let the people of the heavenly Tao catch me so easily. Besides, with my current ability, even if people from the upper world come, I can protect myself. If the heavenly Tao really wants to catch you, you can't escape no matter where you go. Shanshui broke free of Xiangjila's hand and exchanged actions with Xiangjila. You go back to the upper world with me first, and wait for me to go back to find other treasures that can help you hide. As she said that, she pulled Xiangjila's arm and was about to leave Ghost Ridge. Shanshui. Just as Xiangjila was about to refuse, Shanshui hugged her arm. With a firm expression on her chubby face, little ghost cultivator, we are friends. Friends. Xiangjila's eyes slowly changed. Yes, friends. Under Xiangjila's repeated insistence. The fairy and the ghost did not return to the 9th heaven, but hid in the 5th heaven. Because Ghost Ridge was swept again, the fairy world once again spread the news. It is said that Immortal Master Mengzhang is still in seclusion, so the matter of Ghost Ridge has nothing to do with him. See, I've said it before, Immortal Master Mengzhang would never care about these trivial matters. Is it possible that the 2 raids on Ghost Ridge were done by the same group of immortals? I heard from the guard immortal, who went to search the mountain, that it was not done by the same group of immortals. The second raid was obviously caused by ghosts killing each other. To put it bluntly, it was a war between ghost cultivators. No way, although most of the silver ghosts were killed at that time, there was not a single capable ghost cultivator in Ghost Ridge, right? Was it destroyed so easily? How powerful is this ghost cultivator? Well, who knows? Anyway, the Heavenly Saint has already said that if the ghost cultivator can be caught, the cultivation level can be directly promoted to the next level. The ghost cultivators living in the upper realm have also said that they want to destroy this black sheep. It seems that not only the Heavenly Saint, but also other ghost cultivators who have lived in the upper realm for a long time hate the ghost cultivator. Transforming into other forms is simply not feasible in the upper realm. So when Shan Shui took Xiangjila to hide in the 5th level of heaven, he only dared to cover his face with a silk handkerchief. Fortunately, the lower immortals below the 5th heaven didn't know her. Seeing the immortal aura on her, they naturally regarded her as a newly promoted lower immortal. So basically, as long as Xiangjila didn't show his face, the two of them would basically have no trouble. After Shan Shui inquired about the news outside, he returned to their temporary place of residence, a simple and abandoned immortal house with wind everywhere. Seeing that his barrier could not hide Xiangjila's breath for too long, and the pursuit of the 9th heaven was getting more and more strict, Shan Shui looked at Xiangjila with a serious face. Little ghost cultivator, listen carefully, I have to go back to the 9th heaven to get some things now. You wait for me here, unless our secret code matches, otherwise, you don't show up when you see anyone, understand? Okay. Xiangjila nodded without hesitation. Chapter 778. Worried that Xiangjila would leave quietly, Shan Shui warned him before leaving, don't think about other messy things, just remember we. Before she finished speaking, Xiangjila nodded firmly to her, I know, we are friends. Friends should share happiness and difficulties. Seeing that Xiangjila's expression was normal, Shan Shui finally left with peace of mind. What Shan Shui didn't know was that when she went out to get information and hid Xiangjila, the guards of the 9 heavens passed by the house where they stayed, and Xiangjila learned that the people in the 9 heavens would soon go to other heavens to capture people. Once the guards of the 9th heaven find out that Shan Shui is protecting her, it will inevitably implicate the Dragon Mountain, and even him. After thinking it over, Xiangjila decided not to stay in the 5th heaven. Fortunately, the concealment barrier that Shan Shui cast for her can still last for a while. As long as she can find a secluded place in the fairy world to practice, and hide the ghost energy on her body during this time, I believe she will not be found so easily. Before leaving, Xiangjila reluctantly glanced at the direction where Shan Shui left, and forced a smile. Shan Shui, Xiangjila has a friend like you, this trip to the upper world is not a loss. Although, she was not able to reunite with Jun Nuo. In the future, she will never have the chance to see him again. Shan Shui rushed back to Shenlong Xianshan, and before she got close to Meng Zhang's retreat, she was blocked by the barrier. She fell on her back without any defense. Knowing that Meng Zhang would not casually set up a barrier in a retreat, Shan Shui immediately looked at the strange peaks and rocks around her with vigilance after being opened. Who is so bold, dared to set up a confinement barrier in the retreat of the immortal venerable? Chang Yuan slowly walked out from behind a huge strange rock, looking down at Shan Shui, who was knocked to the ground by the barrier. Shan Shui, what is so urgent that you dare to disturb the immortal lord's retreat? Shan Shui saw that the person coming was Chang Yuan, and his face was a little more surprised. Why is the immortal lord here? Chang Yuan bowed respectfully towards the place where Meng Zhang was in retreat, but he spoke to Shan Shui, the immortal lord is injured and in retreat. As the immortal lord, Chang Yuan is the guardian of the immortal lord and has the responsibility to protect the immortal lord's safety. Protect? I'm afraid he should just wait here and watch over her. But the immortal master has been in seclusion, and Chang Yuan has always been independent, so is he here on his own initiative, or is he being nagged by others? But the immortal master has always been a loner, rarely doing good to others, and never making enemies with others at will. Who is stirring up trouble at this critical moment? Shan Shui's little brain was turning quickly, and after thinking for a long time without any results, she tentatively said, the immortal master didn't ask you to protect the law. You act on your own. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the immortal master after he comes out of seclusion? This is about the safety of the immortal venerable. Chang Yuan dare not slack off for a moment. Chang Yuan was obviously on guard and answered ambiguously. If the immortal venerable really wants to punish Chang Yuan for this matter, Chang Yuan will accept it. You? Knowing that Chang Yuan was stubborn, Shan Shui didn't want to say anything else to him, and turned around to force his way in, but was still stopped by Chang Yuan. "Shan Shui, are you going to force me to take action?" Shan Shui looked at Chang Yuan in a fighting posture. "Chang Yuan, if you try to stop me again, if things are delayed and there are irreversible consequences, do you think the immortal venerable will let you go?" Chang Yuan sneered. "You are so anxious to find the immortal lord, just because of the ghost cultivator?" Shan Shui's hand, which was about to attack, suddenly stopped. At the other end, Xiang Jila had left not long ago. The guards who had just passed by the abandoned immortal house where Xiang Jila was hiding returned. "Shan Shui has been away for so long, he will definitely not return. The ghost cultivator must still be hiding here. Search quickly." Not long after, the guards who were scattered around the immortal house gathered again. There are no traces of ghosts. The head of the guard immortal king was unwilling to give up. The saint's immortal servant said that the mountain and water immortal servants are good at setting up hiding barriers for ghosts. "We must search every suspicious place carefully." The other guard immortal kings looked at each other. "We have been very careful. Under our magic weapons, no matter how any ghost hides, it will only show up." After looking at the other guard immortal kings and confirming that there were no omissions, the head guard immortal king nodded heavily. "Okay, this is the last place in the 5th heaven. Let's continue to the 4th heaven." On the 9th heaven, Tiandao stood on the top of the divine peak, his eyes closed, concentrating on sensing all the movements in the 9th heaven. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly. He turned his head and opened his eyes in the southeast direction. A ball of purple and red ghost energy was moving rapidly towards the 4th heaven. After seeing the ball of red ghost energy clearly, Tianda's body suddenly glowed blue. "That ghost cultivator actually has your energy, Meng Zhangyu. Are you really going to be desperate and have sex with her?" The heavenly Tao stretched out his hand, and the violent sea of clouds gradually gathered into a ball. As the 9th heaven descended, the pressure gradually increased. A blue light pointed directly at the location of the ghost energy, and several balls of white light quickly gathered towards the blue light. "The storm is coming." After Xiang Jila once again evaded the search of other guards and ghost cultivators, she finally found a place where she could hide in a dark forest in the 4th heaven. The biggest reason she was interested in this dark forest was that there was a strict barrier around it. It seemed that this place was usually a fixed place, and it was difficult for outsiders to come in, and people inside rarely went out. In this way, the transmission of information is definitely not as fast as outside. After finding an abandoned cave and meditating for a while, Xiang Jila soon discovered the special features of this dark forest. Whether it was the layout or the formation, or the direction of the ghost energy, it gave her the illusion of returning to Ghost Ridge. Although she didn't know why there was a place in the upper world that was so similar to the world of Ghost Ridge, in the 3 realms, there would always be many things that were contradictory and reasonable. This contradiction and rationality is just like in the mortal world. The rice dumplings eaten by southerners are salty, while those eaten by northerners are sweet. In such a debate, there is no absolute wrong or right, just different positions. Similarly, since there is a place like the Ghost Ridge world in the upper world, it can only mean that the number of ghost cultivators in the 4th heaven is very likely to be more than the number of ghost cultivators in other upper worlds. I just don't know if the ghost cultivators here will be more difficult to get along with than the ghost cultivators on Ghost Ridge, and whether they will also rely on devouring their own kind to improve their cultivation. As if to confirm Xiang Jila's thoughts, not long after Xiang Jila calmed down and meditated, several ghost cultivators with strong cultivation came outside the abandoned cave where she was. Chapter 779. As a 1,000-year-old ghost cultivator who had seen the world, Qin Dong was attracted by an elusive aura. When he was attracted here, he saw that this aura was emanating from a female ghost cultivator whose cultivation level did not seem to be very high and whose face was half destroyed. He immediately frowned in disgust. "Newcomer?" His cultivation was interrupted. Xiang Jila opened his eyes blankly and saw several male ghost cultivators coming aggressively and nodded slowly. Qin Dong pursed his lips and thought for a moment, but in the end, he could not resist his desire to get the treasure, so he said to Xiang Jila very magnanimously, "Since you are new here, you should abide by the rules here." "Rules?" This time, Xiang Jila finally spoke, and his voice was like a sharp weapon scraping on metal, harsh and unpleasant. "What rules?" He was ugly, and his voice was unpleasant. This time, Qin Dong was so disgusted that he didn't even want to look at Xiang Jila, and waved his hand casually to the people around him. "You are a new ghost who doesn't know the rules. Let's teach him a lesson first, so that we won't be accused of bullying ghosts." Xiang Jila clenched her fists and wanted to go forward to fight, but she saw the green eyes of the ghosts around her. She knew that once she started fighting, she would definitely attract the attention of other ghost cultivators or guards. She could only hold her breath and suppress the fire in her chest, and forced a stiff smile. I don't know what the rules are that the senior cultivator is talking about. I hope you will make it clear. At this time, the young male ghost cultivator who had been silent behind Qin immediately stepped forward and added, hand over the most precious thing on you as a cultivation fee, otherwise, get out. The most precious thing? Cultivation fee? Xiang Jila was almost laughed out of anger. However, ghosts in the cave had to bow their heads. Thinking over it, she still reluctantly took out a small piece of Yihun stone that was about to turn into jade when she was tempering her body in the cave of Ghost Ridge and handed it to the ghost cultivator. The Yihun stone plays an important auxiliary role in the tempering of the ghost cultivator's body. The jade Yihun stone is generally only refined by ghost cultivators with excellent cultivation or ghost cultivators with wisdom. Although it is not rare, it is not common. It is enough to use it as a precious item. Just when Xiang Jila was full of hope that she could get a place to stay in the dark forest by taking out the Yihun stone, the ghost cultivator's face changed slightly and knocked the Yihun stone in her hand away on the spot. Who are you sending away? A trace of anger flashed in Xiang Jila's eyes, but her reason suppressed her anger again. Otherwise, please let me know. Qin Dong saw that Xiang Jila's behavior was indeed not fake, so he immediately cleared his throat and looked at her with disdain again. Hand over the treasure that can show your power. If you can give it to me, I will allow you to practice here forever, and I will never break my promise. A treasure that can show power? What treasure that can show power does she have? Isn't this ghost cultivator here to cause trouble? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiang Jila once again used reason to pull back the anger that was on the verge of exploding. She tried to speak calmly to the ghost cultivator who had just asked him for something. If the senior cultivator really wants to force me, then I can only look for another place. Goodbye. You have a treasure, and you still want to keep it to yourself? Qin Dong was not willing to let her go, and directly raised his hand and waved. The ghost cultivators in the dark had already been ready to go. At Qin Dong's order, they flew out and blocked Xiang Jila's way. Xiang Jila was on full alert. What? Do you want to rob? Although she didn't know what these people wanted to rob. Search her body. Qin Dong gave another order, and all the ghost cultivators rushed towards Xiang Jila at the same time. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiang Jila decided not to endure it. She turned around and blocked the claws of one of the ghost cultivators, and showed a killing move with one blow. Just as Xiang Jila made a move, a faint roar of a dragon echoed throughout the dark forest, and all the ghost cultivators except Xiang Jila covered their heads in pain. Xiang Jila's eyes flashed with shock, but soon calmed down and took the opportunity to escape. When everyone came to their senses, she was nowhere to be seen. Not far away, an old ghost cultivator came tremblingly with the support of a young ghost cultivator. Qin Dong, who was arrogant just now, immediately bowed his head respectfully to the old ghost cultivator, elder. The old ghost cultivator's turbid eyes swept across the ghost cultivators, and finally stopped at the place where Xiang Jila had just sat. His tone was still a little anxious. Where's the god just now? The supreme god? The ghost cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. They shook their heads at the same time. The young cultivators didn't see the supreme god. Hearing the younger generation shaking their heads, the old ghost cultivator muttered to himself. It can't be wrong, that might. What is that might? Qin Dong asked without thinking. Wasn't he attracted by that might just now? The old ghost cultivator sighed, his eyes full of admiration. That might is not an ordinary dragon might. Dragon might? Qin Dong was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a ghost-friendly dragon might. As if he didn't hear Qin Dong's words, the old ghost cultivator continued to talk to himself. This kind of power, I'm afraid, only the one in the ninth heaven. Ninth heaven. There is dragon power. Mingzhang immortal venerable. Qin Dong widened his ghost eyes, secretly thanking himself for not being impulsive otherwise. But before Qin Dong finished secretly thanking himself, a new question came up. Why did Mingzhang immortal venerable's dragon power appear on a female ghost cultivator? Oh right. A young male ghost among the ghost cultivators said, not long ago, I went out to buy divine stones, and I seemed to hear that some treasure or holy object was lost in the ninth heaven. At that time, Ghost Ridge seemed to have suffered a lot. Maybe this ghost cultivator was the thief who stole the treasure and escaped to our place. As soon as these words came out, all the ghosts were awakened. Qin Dong reacted immediately. Why are you still standing there? Go and report to the immortal official of Chongtian. Otherwise the immortal official will personally accuse us of harboring evil ghosts. Then do we still want this territory? Yes. Xiang Jila fled all the way again. This time, she hid directly in the second heaven, although there were still pursuers along the way. Fortunately, when she arrived at the second heaven, she successfully concealed her breath before the barrier set up by Shan Shui for her failed. Chapter 780. As for the roar of the dragon that accompanied the attack in the fourth heaven, Xiang Jila stared blankly at her hands, muttering to herself, could it be Jun Nua? Soon, she shook her head and laughed at herself. No, he is too late to dodge me now. How could he do such a thing? She is a resentful ghost, but ghosts or immortals close to her are extremely likely to be contaminated by karma. Not to mention him, if he encounters her, he will be contaminated by a big karma. But the power of the roar of the dragon is indeed strong. Is it really just a coincidence? Trying hard to make Mengzong disappear from his mind, Xiang Jila couldn't help but worry about Shan Shui again. I don't know how Shan Shui is doing after returning to the ninth heaven. Ninth heaven. After listening to the report from the guard Immortal Lord, Tiandao's face showed no expression. Lost? His voice was very soft, soft enough to make the guard Immortal Lord, who was in charge, lower his head in shame. That ghost cultivator is good at hiding. We only know that she went down to the fourth heaven. Now we are expanding the search area. After the leading guard Immortal Lord finished reporting, another guard Immortal Lord continued to report. The Netherworld Ghost Forest of the fourth heaven has reported to the immortal official of the second heaven that the ghost cultivator accidentally entered the Netherworld Ghost Forest to rest, but soon started a fight with the ghost cultivators of the Netherworld Ghost Clan. And the killing moves he used carried the dragon power of Immortal Master Mengzhang. Hearing the word dragon power, Tiandao tightened his hands behind his back, and his fists made two crackling sounds. But he easily covered it up. Continue. At his signal, the other guards and immortals also reported the results of the search to him one after another. No trace of ghost cultivators was found in the third heaven. No trace of ghost cultivators was found in the sixth heaven. No trace of ghost cultivators was found in the seventh and eighth heavens. No trace of ghost cultivators was found in the second and first heavens. No trace of ghost cultivators was found anywhere. Could it be that the ghost cultivator has become a ghost immortal? Tiandao's voice was not loud, and the bodies of several guards and immortals trembled slightly. After a long time, no one dared to speak, and Tiandao spoke again slowly, continued to expand the search range. Since the ghost cultivator is good at hiding, mobilize all the immortals, ghosts, and gods in the ninth heaven to search together. At this point, Tiandao's indifferent eyes flashed a trace of barely perceptible hostility, spread the news, saying that ghost cultivator once caught the eye of Immortal Master Mengzhang, and was not satisfied with the enlightenment of the Immortal Master, and even stole the treasures of Shenlong Immortal Mountain. If he can help Juchanshan capture him and bring him back, I will help him improve his cultivation in the second heaven. Hearing this, the spirit of the head of the guard Immortal King suddenly perked up. Yes. After everyone else left, Tiandao took out the imperial green jade pendant that had been hanging on his waist, and threw it under the seat. Yujua immediately transformed into a human form, and slowly knelt in front of Tiandao. Holy Lord. Tiandao nodded and said slowly, spread the news in the fourth heaven, third heaven, second heaven, and first heaven, saying that the Shan Shui fairy servant of the ninth heaven will be tied to the Zuxiantai to receive heavenly punishment soon because he protected the ghost cultivator and implicated the Shenlong Xianshan. But as for the Mengzhang Xinzuan, I know my limits. Yes. At this moment, Shenlong Xianshan, Shan Shui, who was under house arrest, sneezed twice. She rubbed her nose. She paced back and forth in her room in annoyance. She had never dreamed that Chang Yuan, who looked honest and decent, would be so bold once he got angry. Not only did he set up a confinement barrier in the cave where his master was in seclusion, he also dared to catch her and put her under house arrest when she was not prepared, and took away all her other magic tools including hairpins and bracelets. She wanted to find a small thing to send a message to the little ghost cultivator, but it was impossible. Now she could only break the confinement barrier when the other immortal servants and immortals in the immortal mansion were not prepared. Among all dragons, dragon tendons are the most important, followed by dragon bones. Although the master's dragon armor is the hardest shield in the world, the master not only took out a piece of dragon bones to pass on to the little ghost cultivator, but also took on most of the cause and effect of the little ghost cultivator, and the ghost energy of the little ghost cultivator was directly backfired from his body. If there is no other interference, I am afraid that the master's retreat can last for hundreds of years, and by then, the little ghost cultivator may not even have a trace left. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. No matter how Shan Shui recited the Qingqing Ju, he couldn't calm himself down. She sighed and said to herself, Shan Shui, the master and the little ghost cultivator are counting on you. You have to do your best. This simple suggestion obviously worked. Not long after Shan Shui said to herself, she was able to enter a state of meditation. However, before her soul, which was about to leave her body, could wait for the right time to break the barrier of Meng Zhang's retreat, she waited for someone she never dreamed of. Xianshi, the heavenly Tao Saint is here. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Xiang Jila also safely passed what she thought was the most dangerous time in this second heaven. She was about to plan to leave the upper world. Unexpectedly, when she passed through the second heaven to the first heaven, she heard a few lower immortals talking. I heard that the mountain and water immortal servants protected the ghost cultivators, who stole the treasures of the dragon immortal mountain, and were imprisoned by the heavenly Tao. Is it true? It seems to be true. I heard it too. I have a friend in the seventh heaven. It seems that the immortal execution platform is there in the seventh heaven. It has been built now. What did immortal master Meng Zhang say? What else can I say? There was a thief in the family, and he just couldn't handle it himself, so he asked the Saint Master to handle it. But I heard that the mountain and water fairy servant has been with immortal master Meng Zhang for tens of thousands of years, and is deeply trusted and valued by the immortal master. There are so many treasures in the 9 heavens. If the treasures were simply missing, the punishment should not be so severe, right? Oh, you don't understand. The more you trust someone, the more you feel sad when you are betrayed. It's a pity that we can't go to the 7th heaven, otherwise I would like to see what the mountain and water fairy servant looks like. It is said that the body of Shanshui's fairy servant is just a lonely spirit of a crane spirit. Her fairy servant body was reshaped by the fairy master Meng Zhang. Alas, she doesn't know how to cherish it. What can she say? It is such a great honor to have the help of the gods to reshape the body of a fairy servant. It can save tens of thousands of years of cultivation. That is an ungrateful thing. Xiang Jila listened quietly at the side. From the gossip at the beginning to the scolding of Shan Shui for not knowing what is good for her, and not knowing how to repay her kindness. Xiang Jila felt bitter when he heard it. Shan Shui. Is she the one being punished? She looked at the road leading to the first heaven and hesitated. Shan Shui was punished on the immortal execution platform. All the gods and immortals above the 7th heaven can watch the punishment. If it was any other immortal servant, it would be fine. But Shan Shui, because of her status as an immortal servant, has always been the most jealous and feared existence of the gods and immortals above the 6th heaven. If all the gods and immortals really watched her being punished, I'm afraid, even if she is not driven away from the Dragon Fairy Mountain, she will become a laughing stock above the 7th heaven. No, now the whole upper world knows that Shan Shui was punished for sheltering a ghost cultivator. After watching the punishment, if Meng Zhang is more ruthless and drives her away, I'm afraid there will be no place for her in the whole upper world. Jun Nu. Meng Zhang. Thinking of Shan Shui's dying appearance, Xiang Jila slowly clenched his hands. Chapter 781. The 7th Heaven. This was the day before the rumored heavenly punishment was to fall on Shan Shui's immortal servant. The immortal execution platform had already been on full alert. The thunderstorm barrier was all around, and it was obvious that it was set up by the heavenly Tao. Perhaps because they were too confident in the barrier, or perhaps because they wanted to preserve some dignity for Shan Shui, there were still not many guards on the day before. Xiang Jila was in midair, and from a distance he saw Shan Shui, who was tied up with iron chains, with his head lowered, and kneeling weakly on the ground. Before coming to the 9th heaven, she had thought that this was most likely a trap set by the people from the upper realm to lure her out. But Shan Shui was a good friend who had been through thick and thin with her, and the best person to her over the past few hundred years. If she didn't come because of suspicion, this would definitely become her inner demon in the future. Carefully finding a secret place to land, Xiang Jila saw Shan Shui's pale face covered by messy hair from afar, which had long lost its former plumpness and rosy color. Her heart tightened slightly, and after calmly analyzing the situation where she was currently, she quickly sent out several offensive ghost auras to knock out the surrounding guards and immortals. The power of the thunderstorm barrier lies in its attack that does not distinguish between friend and foe. However, no matter how perfect something is, it will have flaws. Even though Xiang Jila was extremely anxious, he still did not dare to act rashly, and tried to calm himself down and find a breakthrough in the barrier. As if sensing something, the iron chain in the barrier shook a few times, and Shan Shui suddenly ran out of strength and fell on the stage from half kneeling. Xiang Jila's eyes were slightly red, and he wiped away the mist in front of his eyes with his arm. Shan Shui, wait for me. As soon as she said this, Xiang Jila became more and more anxious. She ran to the edge of the barrier without caring about her safety, and kept attacking tentatively. After being hit by the thunder of the barrier twice, she finally found the weakest point of the barrier. Without saying a word, she immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and drilled into the barrier. She showed her real body in front of Shanshui. She reached out to untie the iron chain on Shanshui's hand. Just when she was about to touch the iron chain on Shanshui's hand, Shanshui raised his head. There was a strange face in front of her. Xiang Jila immediately realized that she had fallen into a trap. She hurriedly tried to escape. Unfortunately, she could not transform into any form within the barrier. Even the iron chains that were originally wrapped around the limbs of Shanshui tightly wrapped around Xiang Jila, as if they had life. After that, she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, Xiang Jila felt cold all over. This was the first time she felt so cold in hundreds of years as a ghost. The surroundings in front of her were bright and clear, and she could see everything clearly. This was the upper realm. The only difference from the underworld is that the place where lynching is carried out in the upper world is also so bright. Before she could react, a whip wind whistled past her ears, and then her soul and body were in deep pain. Tell me, where did you hide the things you stole from immortal master Meng Zhang? A fierce and evil-looking immortal lord of punishment in a black robe whipped her with a ghost whip. Xiang Jila first raised her eyes to look at the immortal lord of punishment, who was punishing her, then lowered her eyes again, gritted her teeth, and said nothing. When she came, she had expected that this was most likely a trap to lure her in, and she had already prepared for the worst. Whether she was a human or a ghost, Xiang Jila hoped that she could have a clear conscience. Now it seems that the immortal who tortured her was just going through the motions. Whether she pleaded guilty or not, there would definitely be charges that she was unwilling to admit, and complaints that she had not signed on in the confession. This has always been the case in the three realms of humans, gods, and ghosts. Still being stubborn, aren't you? As if he had expected Xiang Jila to keep silent, the punishment immortal lord sneered and swung the ghost whip on her with more force. Her ghost body, which had solidified into a solid form, immediately had several obvious blood marks. The whip marks left by the ghost whip on her ghost body could never be erased. Even if she was reborn in the future, those whip marks would become birthmarks, following her for generations. Who are you? Xiang Jila endured the pain of her soul being torn apart, and asked intermittently, who here is not important. What is important is that as a ghost cultivator, you are so bold that you dare to steal the sacred objects of the dragon immortal mountain and the heavenly saint. How can the nine heavens tolerate you? Can't accommodate me? Xiang Jila chewed on the words of the punishment immortal lord, as if he had heard a huge joke. It is said that immortals have their own immortal paths, and ghosts have their own ghost paths. When I was a ghost, I just wanted to go to reincarnation, but you said that my karma was not broken, and I could not enter reincarnation. I reached the ninth heaven with my strength, but you casually slandered me for stealing, and said a bunch of righteous nonsense that you couldn't accommodate me. The so-called rules are just the words of you immortals, and gods, who are full of justice. Since you want to beat me to death, just do it directly, don't do these nonsense, which will disgust the ghosts. Her voice had just fallen. Pa Tiandao, dressed in black, walked out slowly from the other side of the door, and his hands that had just applauded her were not retracted. I didn't expect that a mere ghost cultivator could see things so clearly. After saying that, he winked at the punishment immortal lord. The punishment immortal lord immediately retreated respectfully. Seeing the expression of the punishment immortal lord, Xiang Jila could more or less guess the identity of the visitor. Are you Tiandao? Tiandao raised his eyebrows. They say that resentful ghosts are all confused ghosts, but I don't think you are confused either. Young male, good-looking, with a nice voice. This was Xiang Jila's first impression of Tiandao. However, this was only limited to when he said the first sentence. From his second sentence, the whole style began to change. Chapter 782. I don't know what Meng Zhang sees in you. With his status and position, I don't think he is worthy of even the goddess above the ninth heaven. You are just a resentful ghost cultivator. Not wanting to listen to Tiandao's nonsense, Xiang Jila simply smiled coldly. Since you know that I am just a resentful ghost cultivator, why do you have to make such a big fuss to capture me? Tiandao was a little surprised at her boldness at first, and then chuckled. Do you know how ridiculous it is to say such words from your mouth? His tone was not as humble and easygoing as before, but full of sarcasm and contempt, as if Xiang Jila was his enemy. Not only ridiculous, but also absurd. Xiang Jila looked at Tiandao with indifferent eyes, as if he didn't understand where his hostility towards her came from. Have I ever offended you? She asked tentatively, or are those ghost cultivators who were destroyed in Ghost Ridge your relatives or friends? When she asked this, Tiandao was slightly startled, and then said angrily, "Nonsense." This lowly ghost cultivator actually dared to humiliate him like this. Tiandao's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he took back his hand that wanted to take the ghost whip. He stared at Xiangjila for a long time, and suddenly smiled at her. "Do you think I don't know what you think? You did that kind of dirty thing with Shan Shui, and you don't want to implicate Shan Shui, so you want to deliberately anger me and break you up, right?" As if he heard a big joke, Xiangjila couldn't help laughing out loud, first a soft laugh, and then a louder laugh. The whole torture room was filled with her hoarse laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Tiandao looked at her coldly. Xiangjila's eyes were filled with tears, but his laughter had not yet completely stopped. "You people in the 9 heavens, who claim to be the gods, are so arrogant. You always think that others treat you as a dish, but you don't know that in my eyes, you are not even a scallion." Hearing Xiangjila insult the gods in the 9 heavens, Tiandao's cheek twitched slightly, and he stretched out his right arm, and the ghost whip hanging on the wall flew into his hand, as if it had life. Without a moment's hesitation, Tiandao grabbed Xiangjila's neck with his backhand. The moment the ghost whip was on her neck, the soul that had condensed into a physical body immediately felt a burning pain. This feeling, Xiangjila was very familiar with it. She smiled and closed her eyes, as if she was not afraid of the upcoming death. At this moment, her neck loosened, and the burning feeling of her soul disappeared. "Are you disappointed that your soul didn't die immediately? Don't worry, your wish will come true soon because—" Tiandao smiled meaningfully at her. "I want everyone to know that if you go against the will of heaven and don't take the upper realm seriously, this is your fate." The rough ghost whip moved across her intact left face, and Xiangjila could even feel her instinctive fear of Tiandao from the depths of her soul. She still gritted her teeth and tried to calm herself down. "It turns out that if you don't take the upper realm seriously, you can get special care from Tiandao's saint. I am honored to be a ghost cultivator that Tiandao takes seriously. Xiangjila, don't expect Shanshui to come and save you." Tiandao looked at Xiangjila, curled his lips evilly, and deliberately left his words half said. "I'm afraid Shanshui can't save himself because of you." Sure enough, after hearing that Shanshui can't save himself because of her, Xiangjila clenched his fists, pursed his lips, and didn't say another word. 3 days later, notices were posted on bulletin boards in various places in the upper world, which roughly meant that the ghost cultivator who stole the holy objects of the heaven and destroyed the ghost ridge had been caught. The heavens decided that 5 days later, in the center of the first heaven, a heavenly punishment would fall directly to destroy the ghost cultivator's body and soul, so that all the ghost cultivators, gods, and immortals in the upper world would have to see what would happen if they went against the will of heaven and disrespected the upper world. When the news came out, the entire upper world was in an uproar. In this way, this ghost cultivator was completely disappeared from the 3 realms. On the day of the execution, people from the entire upper world came to watch the execution. After nearly 10 days of inhuman torture, Xiangjila's forehead and body were already covered with blood, because her soul body had been tempered, and later with the formation of Ming Zhang's dragon bones, it was no longer the ghost cultivator body that would easily become ethereal at the beginning. It was a physical entity that would no longer become ethereal. At this time, she was covered in wounds and tied to a stone pillar covered with fine needles on a high platform. Even the ropes that bound her were covered with glowing runes. Tiandao would take precautions, fearing that she would do something unexpected, and directly drew ghost-killing runes on the immortal binding rope. As long as she moved slightly, the runes on the rope would flash, and the wine that swept in would be cold and painful to the bone marrow. But if she didn't move, the frost under her feet would spread rapidly, freezing her body and consciousness. Now she just took a short nap, and the frost under her feet spread to her calves. She didn't know where she got the strength from. She gritted her teeth and endured the cold and pain that penetrated deep into her bones, and began to struggle. The cold and pain that penetrated deep into her bones became more and more obvious, and the blood on her body had already been torn by her wounds, and the color deepened again. Offstage, all kinds of abuse came from all directions. Along with the curses, the stones that had long lost their spiritual energy were thrown at Xiangjila. It was not that they had any mercy on Xiangjila, but the way of heaven had said from the beginning that when facing the person who was about to be executed, no magic could be used, and those who violated it would be expelled from the upper world. A mere ghost cultivator, diluting the holy place of the upper world, is simply overestimating one's own ability. It is said that this ghost cultivator killed too many sins in the mortal world, and did too many evil things. Even the underworld would not accept her. But somehow, she caught the eye of immortal master Ming Zhang. "What's wrong with you? In the past thousands of years, I have never seen immortal Master Meng Zhang taken anything except the mountain and water fairy servant. She must have used some unorthodox methods to plot against immortal Master Meng Zhang. Now that her true identity has been exposed, she has been driven out. What do you mean driven out? She clearly bewitched the mountain and water fairy servant to steal the treasures of the Dragon Fairy Mountain and escape. If this ghost cultivator is not destroyed, I'm afraid there will be no place for her in the upper world or the underworld in the future. It's still the wise saint of heaven who has long realized that the atmosphere here is not right. Bah, ghost cultivators are ghost cultivators, and they still dream of becoming immortals. Now that the ghost suppressing formation, which has not been used for 1,000 years, is used on her, if her soul is scattered, and we can witness the power of the ghost suppressing formation, it can be considered a good thing. The voice of abuse surged, and when Xiangjila heard Meng Zhang immortal venerable, she felt as if her heart was dead, and all the strength in her body was drained away in an instant. She never dreamed that when she was being scolded, others still mentioned him. She had tried very hard not to think about him, and thought she was numb. But when others mentioned him, she would still feel uncomfortable. Chapter 783. Her head was hit hard twice more. One of the stones even opened up the wound on her forehead that had not yet scabbed over. The bright red blood flowed down her forehead like a blood curtain to her eyelids, blocking her vision. Tian Dao was on the opposite side of the high platform, watching all the abuses Xiangjila suffered with cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently raised an almost imperceptible arc, as her blood flowed more and more. Finally, a ghost cultivator found something wrong. Look, the ghost cultivator's blood is red, different from ours. She must have stolen the holy objects from the upper realm, and secretly refined them, so her ghost body can become infinitely close to the mortal body. Amid the abuses of the gods and immortals, Xiangjila was once again fed by a round of rocks. The rocks that were denser than raindrops hit her body and head. At this moment, Xiangjila felt pain all over her body, and could no longer use any magic. She turned her head unintentionally, and saw that the white frost was about to cover her waist. A red light covered the white frost, and the warmth was like a trickle, spreading to her limbs in an instant. She moved slightly. Not long ago, she had tried her best but couldn't break free of the rune-covered rope. At this moment, the runes were scattered, and the rope was also broken into powder. She slowly slid down the stone pillar to the ground. When she was about to fall, a small soft body quickly cushioned her. Little ghost cultivator, be careful, don't crush me to death. This familiar voice. Xiangjila was refreshed and instinctively opened his eyes, and looked up. A tall and clear figure, with his back to her, stood in front of her with his hands behind his back. Meng Zhang immortal venerable Shan Shui. Everything in front of him was blood red. Xiangjila's world was all scarlet, including his plain cloud-patterned robe that never changed. It's me, little ghost cultivator. Shan Shui half helped her up, and wiped the blood off her forehead with heartache. He then used magic to repair the wound on her forehead. After making sure that her wound was no longer bleeding, she said, "How long have we been apart? How did you become like this?" Just as Xiangjila was about to speak, a powerful force grabbed her very accurately, trying to tie her back to the soul-destroying nails on the soul dispersion platform. A strong pulling force pulled her in another direction. The two forces were equally matched. Obviously, the force that came to compete for her had the upper hand, and easily pulled her back from the soul-destroying nail. By the time she reacted, she had already fallen into a firm embrace. The familiar and cold sandalwood scent. Xiangjila shuddered for no reason, and instinctively wanted to break free from him. Fortunately, the owner of the embrace did not continue to pester her, but followed her struggling movements and handed her back to Shan Shui. Meng Zhang Yu. Tian Dao had already stood up on the opposite side of the platform, staring at the newcomer with wide eyes. Meng Zhang had lost his usual gentleness at this time, and raised his eyebrows to look at Tian Dao. "This question should be asked by me. What do you mean?" Tian Dao frowned and asked in disbelief. "You? Are you going to protect this ghost cultivator now?" In fact, what he wanted to ask more was, shouldn't he still be in seclusion? Why did he suddenly come out of seclusion? It's not about protecting her, but she should have been protected by me. When he said this, Meng Zhang did not hesitate at all. Now, not only Xiangjila and the immortals, ghost cultivators, and gods in the audience thought they had heard it wrong, but even Tian Dao thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at Meng Zhang in disbelief. "Are you crazy? I think you know better whether I am crazy or not, right?" The look in Meng Zhang's eyes, when he looked at Tian Dao, also contained a strange warning from Tian Dao. Tian Dao looked at Meng Zhang, knowing that Meng Zhang would never compromise on what he said, and the decision he made would not change because of anyone. His voice contained some emotions that only the two of them understood. You can't save him. Meng Zhang took a step forward and protected the two people behind him more tightly. What if I must save her? Tian Dao looked at Meng Zhang as if he was looking at a stranger. Meng Zhang, our friendship of hundreds of thousands of years is not as good as a little ghost cultivator. Before you say this, I would like to ask you, what did you do to her? When saying this, Meng Zhang's voice was even oppressive because of anger. The sudden pressure made some ghost cultivators, and lower immortals, who were watching the excitement feel a buzzing pain in their foreheads. Fearing that Immortal Master Meng Zhang would use a big move in the next second, a considerable number of ghost cultivators and lower immortals had quietly evacuated the scene. Meng Zhang was completely unaware and continued to speak. It's not entirely her fault. Why should she bear all the consequences? War, drought, and epidemics are just the cause and effect cycle of the world's unrest caused by men's ambition to dominate. Without her, will there be no war in this world? Seeing Tian Dao silent, Meng Zhang's gentle smile disappeared from his face, and his beautiful lips slowly raised a mocking arc. Oh Tian Dao, you are in charge of the world's rewards and punishments for good and evil, but you act so unfairly. Meng Zhang's words completely divided the two people's positions. Tian Dao could no longer face Meng Zhang as before. Meng Zhang, why do you embarrass me? You and I met when the world was in chaos, and you already knew in your heart that the world is unfair. Now you are so righteous and say that I am unfair, but it is only because the ghost cultivators behind you are in an unfair and disadvantageous position. Even the fairness you swore today is just to let the ghost cultivators behind you gain a favorable position in this unfair world. Meng Zhang, you are an ancient blue dragon, and now you are just an evil spirit that has been wandering in the mortal world. You have even been infected with the bad habits of mortals? I might as well tell you that the value of beauty has always been used as an embellishment in prosperous times, and as a conviction in troubled times. If she was ordinary, it would be fine, but her mistake was that she was too outstanding. A mere girl dared to subvert the notice of the Emperor of Men, raised an army and created a lot of murder, trying to change the master of the mortal world. How could the world tolerate her? Chapter 784. When she was alive, she had changed many people's lives because of her sins of killing. New ghosts howled every night in Fengdu Ghost City. A good ghost city was turned into a city of resentment by her. Shouldn't she be there forever without reincarnation? Apart from the fact that she committed sins of killing, her other crimes were so heinous that even her blood relatives would sue her to the King of Hell and curse her after their death. The King of Hell in the 10 palaces was unwilling to accept her soul. Even if you wanted to help her, she would not be able to enter reincarnation. In other words, she had no possibility of returning to the world of the living. These were all her karma, and her fate was supposed to be like this. Fate? Meng Zhang raised his eyebrows. I never believe in fate. If there is a destiny, then her life can only be controlled by me. Meng Zhang Tiandao's voice was a little louder. Are you really determined to be my enemy for this ghost cultivator? Do you really think that if you can protect her for a while, you can protect her forever? What if I really want to protect her forever? Meng Zhang's face was full of determination, and his resolute eyes swept over the onlookers one by one. Everything is about cause and effect. Today, under the witness of everyone present, I will use dragon blood as a guide and dragon bones as a sacrifice to personally reverse this cause and effect. I cast a curse with dragon blood. If you still embarrass her, bully her, and humiliate her after I reverse the cause and effect, then you will have to bear the consequences of the cause and effect you have incurred, 100 times, 1,000 times. The last few words were particularly sonorous, making everyone's heads buzz. The gods, immortals, and ghosts present wanted to slap themselves twice half an hour ago. Why did they join in the fun? Seeing the silence in the audience, Meng Zhang turned his head and looked at Tian Dao again. You keep saying that she overthrew the rule of the human emperor, so when she comes back, I will make her the human emperor who rules the world. Since her murder was caused by me, I will not be reincarnated for the rest of my life in exchange for her chance to start over again. His words were full of endless power, and they fell clearly into the ears of everyone watching. The auspicious clouds around him quickly gathered around the soul-destroying platform the moment he finished speaking. Xiang Zila looked at the strong wind and the hem of his clothes that was fluttering in the wind, and an ominous premonition suddenly came to his mind. He hurriedly wanted to step forward and grab his hem. June. Immortal Venerable. What are you going to do? Meng Zhang didn't look at her, but directly ordered Shan Shui beside her. Shan Shui, take her away, remember my arrangement. Shan Shui seemed to have been prepared for a long time, looking at Meng Zhang with red eyes, her face full of seriousness, and nodded heavily. Shan Shui, what did you say to him? Xiangjila struggled and wanted to return to his side, but her ghost body was injured, and she couldn't break free from Shanshui's magic to pull her away. She could only shout at him hoarsely, "Mengzhang, I don't need you to change anything for me. We have nothing to do with each other, have you forgotten? This is what we agreed on before. I don't need you to be involved in my karma." The dark clouds gathered faster and faster, and thunder rumbled in the clouds. Like Xiangjila, Tiandao on the other side also wanted to stop Mengzhang from doing what he was about to do. "Mengzhang, stop. Do you know what you are doing?" "Tiandao, tit for tat, I have paid for her karma, if you dare to embarrass her again." Mengzhang did not finish his words, but looked at Tiandao with a sinister look. Tiandao felt a sudden chill on the back of his neck. He gritted his teeth and turned to look at Xiangjila, with a raging fire of hatred in his eyes. "It's all your fault." Before he could finish his words, Tiandao was swept away by Mengzhang, who had revealed his true form. Xiangjila was dragged far away by Shanshui. He watched the dark clouds gather quickly, and a majestic blue dragon tumbled in the clouds. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the blue dragon emitted a strong auspicious light from inside out. The light was dazzling, so bright that it was impossible to open your eyes. Then, the sound of thousands of troops stepping on ice came from far away. It was deafening. The iron horses and golden spears seemed to hit the hard dragon armor at the same time, and the armor shattered inch by inch, bursting with scorching white light. The ghost cultivators with slightly lower cultivation were directly shattered under the irradiation of the light. More lower immortals and lower gods improved their cultivation realm by bathing in this scorching light. Xiangjila broke free from the shackles of mountains and rivers many times, and wanted to rush forward regardless of everything, but they were all opened by the barrier he set up. "Yan Zhenyu. Mengzhang, you and I are strangers. Who are you doing this for? Who wants to start over? I will just take what I deserve. What does it have to do with you?" She shouted until she was hoarse, but got no response. Her eyes turned scarlet under the strong light, and she became temporarily blind. But she stubbornly refused to close her eyes. And it was because of her stubbornness that she saw him in front of her, in the clouds, without the protection of his dragon armor, and his dragon form slowly dissipated, and his dragon bones were broken. All the remaining entities turned into soft light and fell on the ground, and even her body was covered with a thick layer of purple air, which kept hovering over her body, as if he was giving her a hug and saying his final goodbye to her. Xiangjila watched the last purple light dissipate in her palm with tears in her eyes. Why? Why? In order not to cause trouble to him, she had not gone to find him. Why did she still hurt him? A small, warm hand covered her head. "Little ghost cultivator, let's go, I take you back." As Shanshui's voice fell, a violent white light flashed. Xiangjila woke up again, and found himself lying under a broken peach tree, with dense and soft peach petals under him. The peach tree stood abruptly on the cliff, growing towards the light, and the branches were covered with love knots woven with red ropes. "This is..." Xiangjila sat up with his eyes wide open in disbelief. "This is the peach tree in Yitai Mountain, Nanling, where she made a wish." Awake? A clear and pleasant voice sounded behind her. The man she had been thinking about day and night was walking towards her slowly in plain clothes. Xiangjila was startled, stood up immediately, and ran to him in 2 steps, with her watery fox eyes wide open. She covered his face with shaking hands, eyes full of disbelief. Zhenyu. The man held her hand covering his face, slowly curled his lips and smiled. "Put away your lecherous eyes, Xiangjila. It's been a long time since we last met, and you have such a poor memory that you don't even remember your husband?" Xiangjila's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't help burying her head in his arms, hugging him tightly, greedily absorbing the sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance on his body that made her extremely familiar and extremely at ease. "Zhenyu, I had a very terrible dream." Before she could finish her words, Yan Zhenyu had already pulled her away and put his slender index finger to her lips to signal her to be silent. Xiangjila's eyes were even filled with tears. Seeing his actions, she just looked at him infatuatedly, not knowing how to react for a moment. Yan Zhenyu motioned her to look up. "Lulu, look." Xiangjila followed his hand and opened it upwards. The peach branches that were full of heart not a moment ago were now rapidly blooming. The red and pink peach blossoms looked bright and beautiful. A breeze blew by, and the heart knots swayed on the branches of the peach tree. Not long after the peach blossoms bloomed, they began to fall again. The whole cliff was as beautiful as a fairyland. She blurted out blankly, "So beautiful." Chapter 785. As soon as she finished speaking, her waist tightened, and then her back felt warm, and she felt a soft object being stuffed into her hands. His gentle voice rang in her ears. "Silly woman, haven't you heard that everything is in our hands? Instead of asking a peach tree to make us stay together forever, you might as well focus more on me." He hugged her from behind to front. Xiangjila greedily closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth in his arms, and nodded gently. "Okay, from now on I will focus on you, Ju Nuo. We will never be separated in this life." Yin Junyo didn't say anything, and Xiangjila didn't think anything was wrong. Neither of them made any sound to break the silence, until the peach blossoms fell, and Xiangjila's ears rang again. "Have you decided on a name for the child?" "Child?" Xiangjila was slightly stunned. "Yes, where is her child? No, how come she has a child? Chongju sacrificed so much to save our child, so from now on the child will be called Yanju, okay?" Yanju? Xiangjila's mind went blank, and she couldn't remember who Chongju was and who Yanju was. She only knew that when she heard his voice, no matter what he wanted, she wanted to give it to him. Give it to him. "Okay, I listen to you. From now on, our child will be called Yanju." He seemed very happy and rubbed his chin against her neck again. "Lulu, do you remember what you said to me before?" "Silly Junua, you are so long-winded. Can't you finish your words at once?" Xiangjila said he disliked her, but his tone was coquettish and angry, just like the most common flirting between a young couple. "If you say it once, what reason will I find to talk to you next time, stupid woman?" Yin Junyo looked at Xiangjila with a "you are so stupid" expression on his face. Xiangjila saw that the person in front of him was so vivid and lively that he couldn't tell where he was for a moment, and could only stupidly respond, "I said a lot of things to you, I don't remember which one you said." Yin Junyo reminded, "You said you would fight for me and bring back a kingdom. So it was this matter." Xiangjila said sourly, "Silly Junyo, I just said that. You didn't sacrifice your looks just for this sentence and come to me to talk about this, right?" Yin Junyo did not refute, but asked again gently, "Since the country has been taken back, why not give me another prosperous era? How about it?" "Want the country and the prosperous era?" Xiangjila immediately turned around and put his arms around his neck, raised his delicate eyebrows, and showed a bit of dissatisfaction. "Yin Junyo, I found that you are really good at bargaining. You know, I only know how to fight and kill, and I don't know anything about governance." Yin Junyo didn't say anything, just smiled at her, as if waiting for her answer. Seeing that the people in front of him began to disappear, Xiangjila quickly changed his words. "I will take back the country first, and let you come back to govern later. Junyo, I will give you a prosperous country. Please don't leave, okay?" Her hands even had his body temperature, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. June Newell. She looked around in panic, trying to find his trace. Unfortunately, there was nothing around except the chilly mountain breeze, and even the peach tree was left with only bare trunks. In the empty valley, there was only the echo of her desperate voice. June Newell. In the real world, 2 lines of tears slid down Xiangjila's eyes. The presence of tears means she is conscious. Gong Sunming did not slack off at all, and bowed to withdraw the silver needles on Xiangjila's head. After seeing Gong Sunming withdraw the needle and walk away, Li Yu immediately stepped forward and gently wiped away the tears from her eyes. Chun Shou and Xian Yin looked tired but hopeful at Gong Sunming and Li Yu, who also looked tired. "She is conscious? Does that mean the princess is about to wake up?" Gong Sunming nodded slowly and shook his head. "I can only say that the princess may wake up, but whether she is willing to wake up depends on herself." After saying that, his eyes fell on the baby, who had been sleeping soundly since he was placed next to Xianggjila. Half a month ago, Gong Sunming came to the Qingwan Escort Agency branch under Li Yu's insistence. At that time, Xianggjila was in the house, and outside the house, the midwife had already been frightened by Chu Shan and was crying and screaming, until a loud cry of a baby in the house scared everyone. Some of the midwives who were crying and screaming even screamed "there is a ghost" and fainted on the spot. Li Yu was in a hurry and hurriedly bypassed the chaos and went into the house to check on Xianggjila. Xianggjila was still lying on the bed with blood all over her body, but her bulging belly had flattened down, and there was a baby boy next to her who was covered in blood, with the umbilical cord just broken, and crying with full energy. Looking at Xianggjila again, everyone found that the blood-stained bracelet she had been wearing had already broken into 4 pieces. Chun Shou and others didn't care about how the baby came out, and they hurriedly picked up the baby to wash it. Unexpectedly, before they touched it, the baby seemed to have sensed something. After being discovered by others, he quietly closed his mouth and fell asleep. Gong Sunming hurried forward to check and found that the baby was just sleeping soundly, and he was relieved when he found that there was no abnormality. After carefully washing the baby, seeing that the baby still showed no signs of waking up, Chuncho thought about taking the child to another room to discuss with Chu Shan how to take care of it next. Unexpectedly, just after leaving Xiangjila for 2 steps, the baby seemed to have sensed something and immediately burst into tears. Chapter 786. At first, everyone thought he was hungry, so they brought rice soup, goat milk, human milk, and other things that could be fed to a baby. But the baby refused to eat anything, and just cried at the top of his lungs. It was not until Chuncho took the child back to Xiangjila that the child immediately stopped crying and fell asleep again with hiccups. Half a month passed, and Xiangjila showed no signs of waking up, nor did the baby. Chuncho and Xianyin could only put rice soup or goat milk on the baby's lips with red eyes, trying to awaken the baby's instinct and nature to love food. However, none of them worked. The little baby seemed to be in sync with his mother. As long as he was by Xiangjila's side, he would sleep soundly with his eyes closed and refuse to wake up, without crying or making a fuss. Fortunately, the little baby did not even get thinner or show any signs of illness, except that his appearance was growing day by day. This made everyone feel more at ease. After Gong Sunming left, Li wanted to stay and guard Xiangjila, but when she saw Xianyin and Chuncho in the room, and Chu Shan was guarding outside the room, she thought that she could not help much except breathing more fresh air, so she went back to her residence and read the medical books. Xiangjila's delivery process was bizarre, and now she was still unconscious, so she had to try her best to think of a solution. At this time, Xiangjila could not find Yin Zhenyu in Yitai Mountain in Nanling, and was sucked into the space by a huge suction force. Unlike the lively space in the past, the space at this time was in a state of decay, with corpses of cattle and sheep everywhere, and even its functional soil was as dry as the desert of Sichuan. Gongjing No. 3 stumbled and flew in front of Xiangjila, and the white eggshell had already cracked a lot, and the parts of its body were also bursting out from the cracked eggshell one by one. Xiangjila hurriedly reached out to help cover the cracks on its body, but was stopped by it. "It's useless, little ghost cultivator, I didn't expect our fate to be so short." Gongjing No. 3's machine eyes flashed a few times, as if they would go out at any time. "We can only help you up to this point, the future road depends on you." Listening to Gongjing No. 3's words, Xiangjila thought that the tears that had long been dried up were flooding again. "Shanxue, I remember. I remember everything." "It's good to remember." Gongjing No. 3 seemed very happy. "Little ghost cultivator, don't blame the master for being heartless. The master kept driving you into reincarnation because he wanted you to have a good result, because at that time in the original world, your identity and his identity will always be a gap that cannot be crossed, and you can't have a result." Gongjing No. 3's words successfully reminded Xiangjila of the pain that suffocated her. She squatted on the ground in despair, covered her face and cried. "Shanxue, I am actually a jinx, right? Even if I don't want to admit it, the fact is, people who care about me, people I care about, will always be killed by me. Even if they are not killed by me, they will die because of me. Jun Nu is like this, and so are you and Changju." Her crying was very suppressed and sad. If there were others around her at this time, they would definitely cry with her when they heard her crying. After an unknown amount of time, Xiangjila felt a cold little hand covering her head. She stopped crying and looked up suddenly. Gongjing No. 3's egg body had turned into a pile of scrap metal at some point. Next to Xiangjila stood Shanxue's soul body, and it was Shanxue's translucent little hand that covered Xiangjila's head. Compared to her impression, Shanxue in the soul state was thinner, but it did not affect her lovely image in Xiangjila's heart. She reached out and touched Xiangjila's head like comforting a child, and smiled slightly. "Little ghost cultivator, it seems that you can't find your advantages and your goodness yourself. But we all saw and felt it. Changju and I have no regrets in making this decision. The master has given everything for you. And no regrets either. Little ghost cultivator, there is still a long way to go. You should be strong, keep going, and raise the little master well. Only in this way can you live up to the master's painstaking efforts." Seeing Shanxue's soul becoming increasingly faint and dissipating from his feet, Xiangjila immediately reached out to hold those light spots. "Shanxue, tell me, how can I gather your soul again?" She is not a ghost now, so she cannot use the magic of ghost cultivators at all. Shanxue smiled and shook his head. "We can't gather together. Little ghost cultivator, don't be afraid of loneliness. We haven't completely disappeared, we just changed to another way to accompany you. Living well is the best reward for the master's sacrifice." Along with Shanxue's voice, his soul also drifted away. When the bracelet broke, I used up all my spiritual power to cut off the symbiosis between you and the bracelet. Little ghost cultivator, you are safe now, and there will be no problems with your heart veins. The bracelet is a piece of the master's heart. Please, don't throw it away, just keep it as a thought. There were dots of red and green light in the space, which slowly gathered into a layer of protection, allowing the dilapidated space to regain the vitality of herds of cattle and sheep and waves of wheat. Before Xiangjila had time to say anything more to Shan Shui, a strong repulsive force pushed her out of the space. The person on the bed slowly opened his eyes. The little baby on the bed seemed to have sensed it, and started crying the moment Xiangjila opened her eyes. Xiangjila quickly turned her head to look around, and this movement involved her whole body. There was a tearing pain under her body, and she couldn't help but groan in pain. All the noises came out in an instant, and immediately woke up Xianyan, who was dozing beside the bed. Seeing the mother and son react, Xianyan's dull eyes immediately regained their brilliance. Princess, Princess, are you awake? Xiangjila even had time to nod slightly to Xianyan. Xianyan was already crying with joy, and shouted to the outside of the door, Princess is awake, and the young master is awake too. Chapter 787. At the same time, Saibei had already been in chaos because of Xiangjila's disappearance. When Dongren disguised herself as Xiangjila and successfully took away the witch doll that Shishia's national teacher Chao Feng wanted to harm Xiangjila, and learn from him about a series of conspiracies of the Shixia remnants, she immediately went back to report to Xiangjila. Unexpectedly, Xiangjila seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and the soldiers guarding in the dark didn't even know how she left. After a few days, there was no news of Xiangjila. Dongren couldn't sleep at night because of self-blame, and his face became haggard at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Bufan saw it and felt bad. Tomorrow, I will lead people to search the area around here. The princess is pregnant and can't move. Dongren suddenly stopped talking here. No, other pregnant women may have difficulty moving. But the princess will be transformed. Is it possible that the prince has something urgent to do, or the princess has other important matters to deal with? What if her recklessness causes the princess's deployment plan to be destroyed? As her thoughts surged, Dongren's thoughts changed, and she felt something was wrong. The princess came to Saibei to solve the problem in Saibei. Logically speaking, if the princess had other plans, she should have informed them in advance in order to avoid being messed up by her. Now she disappeared without a word. It seems more like she encountered an accident. What if the remnants of Shixia? In just a moment, Dongren's thoughts have turned several corners. Lin Bufan saw Dongren's action of pointing at the map frozen in place, thinking that she was too tired and lost her mind, and stepped forward and patted Dongren's shoulder with the appearance of an elder. You take a day off tomorrow, I will send Ping'an to lead people to search here. General. Dongren was about to refuse, but Lin Bufan stopped her with a look. You haven't had a good rest these days. If you continue like this, you will collapse before the princess is found. How can you protect the princess then? In short, Saibei is our territory. As long as the princess is still around Saibei, we will definitely get news about her soon. Yes. No, knowing that Dongren was stubborn, Lin Bufan put on the airs of a superior. Just go back and rest as I ordered. When the prince and princess are not here, you have to obey me. Dongren lowered her eyes and thought, maybe she could take advantage of the rest time to go further to find out the whereabouts of the princess. As for Xiangjila's transformation, without Xiangjila's consent, Dongren decided not to tell Lin Bufan for the time being. Under Lin Bufan's repeated insistence, she bowed to him and said, in this case, I thank the general for his concern and will withdraw first. Seeing that Dongren was willing to go back and rest obediently, Lin Bufan, who had thought that he would have to fight a protracted war, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he sent someone to call Ping'an, the messenger respectfully entered the room, holding a secret letter with a wax stamp. General, a letter from Lord Chu. Seeing the bright red wax stamp, Lin Bufan knew that this was an urgent secret letter that had traveled more than 800 miles. He hurriedly stepped forward to take the letter. After raising his hand to dismiss the people around him, he took out the letter and read it carefully. There was not much content in the letter, but it made Lin Bufan's eyes red instantly. Not long after, he burned the secret letter in his hand, sent someone to call Ping'an, and then asked someone to call back the Dong ninja who had left. Another month passed in a blink of an eye. Since Xiangjila woke up, she seemed like a different person. Every day, except for holding the child in a daze, she didn't care about anything, didn't care, and didn't cry or make a fuss. She was so calm and indifferent that Chuncho and others felt uneasy. After learning that Xiangjila gave birth in Donghai, Jean Yu even left all the affairs and biling behind and personally brought people to help Chun Cho help Xiang Jila stay in confinement, taking supplements and repairs, and spending money without hesitation. Even so, after the confinement period, Xiang Jila still had a lot of white hair on his temples. Princess, how about I find some potion to help you dye your hair black again? In front of the mirror, Chun Cho trembled as she helped Xiang Jila tie her hair. Seeing the obvious white hair on her temples, her voice choked. The princess is only 18. Xiang Jila's gentle gaze had always been on the little person in his arms. The little Ning Xiner in his arms was sleeping soundly, with the corners of his tightly closed eyes slightly raised. The facial features, that had not yet fully grown, had already clearly told others who his father was. Interrupted by Chuancho's sobbing, Xiang Jila shifted her attention away from him and looked up at the mirror. Following Chuancho's line of sight, she saw herself in the mirror, 18 years old, with vicissitudes of life between her eyebrows and eyes. Because of the sleepless nights of the past month, many fine lines have appeared in the corners of her eyes, plus the white hair on her temples. Now if she says she is 38, I am afraid that some people will believe it. She patted Chuancho's hand and said lightly, it doesn't matter. People will always get old. Whether it is 18 or 80, it doesn't mean anything to me now. Without someone who cherishes flowers, there is no need for her to bloom again. Chun Cho saw it with her eyes, and she was helpless. When she was at her wit's end, she found Li Yu. The princess is like this now, which is really worrying. Even if the princess hugged her, or Xia Nian cried to vent the pain in her heart in addition to holding the child. Li Yu sighed and shook her head. Even if there are 3,000 diseases in the world, only lovesickness cannot be cured. For this kind of thing, unless Xiang Jila is willing to come out of it herself, no one can help her. But you see her like this, she is not the kind of person who can let go. After all, she is still willing to live, so we should not have too many requirements for her. Chun Cho also sighed. She was really worried now. But Li Yu was right. After all, the princess was still alive. If it weren't for the young master, given the princess's love for the prince, she would have died with the prince 2 months ago. Lin Bufan and Dongren rushed to Donghai on the 3rd day after Xiang Jila came out of confinement. Because they were too anxious, he and Dongren almost kept going south all the way without sleep, and even 5 or 6 horses died. When they arrived at the Qingwan Escort Agency branch, Xiang Jila was sitting in front of the window with the child in his arms. As usual, Chu Shan knew that Lin Bufan was coming, and immediately put down all his chores, and went to discuss with Lin Bufan what to do next. In addition to dealing with many things, Chu Shan has been sending people to the East China Sea to search for the deep-sea python Xiang Jila mentioned before. Although nearly 2 months have passed, and there is still no result. However, searching seems to have become their belief in the past few months. When Lin Bufan saw Chu Shan, with a face full of stubble, and a pair of big dark circles under his eyes, he was really shocked. Are you handling affairs during the day and stealing at night? Chu Shan glared at him unhappily. Do you think you are much better than me? You are covered in dust, and only your eyes are black. After a round of mutual insults, tears welled up in the eyes of both of them. Chapter 788. Yin Zhenyuo has always been protective of his shortcomings. Since Chu Shan and Lin Bufan followed Yin Zhenyuo, they have basically never suffered any grievances. In their hearts, Yin Zhenyuo is not a master, but more like a family member. More than 10 years of feelings cannot be explained in a few words. What's more, both of them have received Yin Zhenyuo's kindness when they were young. This kind of empathy cannot be felt by others, so they can see the deep pain in each other's eyes just by looking at each other. In front of others, they have to appear invincible, and behind others, they can only relieve their sorrow by insulting each other. Not long after learning that Lin Bufan and Dongren had rushed back from Saibei, Chun Cho hurriedly prepared some wine and food for the two. After the two of them calmed down, they sat down. Lin Bufan asked Chu Shan, "Have you notified Uncle Li?" "Yes." Chu Shan took a sip of the strong liquor. Maybe it was too strong, the spiciness choked his nose, and his eyes were red again, but Uncle Li is old, and the situation in Kyoto is complicated, so he can't leave yet. He wrote back not long ago, saying that he wanted the young master to return to the Regent's palace, which would be safer than in the East China Sea. Lin Bufan didn't move. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. How is the princess now? Chu Shan smiled bitterly. The princess is also suffering, watching the prince. After waking up a month ago, she basically held the little prince in a daze every day, except when the nanny changed the little prince's diaper, she loosened her grip. At other times, as long as someone took the little prince away, she looked like she wanted to fight with him. Now, I'm afraid she is holding the little prince in a daze in the backyard again. Lin Bufan felt sad and looked at Chu Shan then. The prince? What did you mean before? Did you tell her? Chu Shan shook his head. The princess is unwilling to communicate with others. Basically, except for Chuncho and the doll who changes the diaper for the young master, other people have to rack their brains to get close to her. Now, let alone asking the young master to return to Kyoto. Even if the princess moves back to Bailing, she may not necessarily agree. But this is not a problem. The biggest problem is, Chu Shan's Adam's apple moved, and his slightly red eyes were filled with tears. Dr. Gongsun said that if the princess's emotions are not vented, I'm afraid that she will be depressed after a while, and then... Chu Shan did not continue to say the rest of the words, and Lin Bufan also understood. Seeing Chu Shan raise his glass again, he reached out and snatched Chu Shan's glass and drank the liquid in the glass. There will always be a way. The wife and children that the prince cares about most are their responsibility to protect until death. Chu Shan wiped away his tears and snatched the glass back from Lin Bufan's hand. If there is a way, there is a way. Why did you steal my wine? It was night. There were bursts of frog croaking by the pond. A few cries of babies were heard, and soon, the woman's gentle whispering sounded, and the baby's crying soon stopped. After the child fell asleep again, Xiangjila stretched and fell asleep again with the child in his arms. Chuncho listened for a long time outside with bated breath. After hearing no more movement in the room, he carefully opened the door, gently placed a sealed letter on Xiangjila's pillow, and then tiptoed away. The next morning, when Xiangjila got up, he saw the words my wife Ela personally wrote on the pillow at a glance. Her pupils shrank slightly. She poured out the letter paper in the envelope with shaking hands. As the letter paper spread out, a small portrait of a woman was spread out on her thin blanket. In the portrait, she was 7 months pregnant. She was holding her waist with one hand and looking outward, as if she was looking at the painter affectionately, with a calm and happy smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Although it was his imagination, it was not much different from her at that time. If she stood in front of Junnuo, she would definitely look like this. The style of the whole painting is very different from his previous painting style. With just a few strokes, Xiangjila can feel his earnest prayers for her in the painting and missing. I think Junnuo is not only looking forward to the safe birth of the child, but also hopes that she can always be as peaceful and happy as in the painting. The few words in the letter are nothing more than those exhortations and instructions for her not to run around, and not to be greedy for the coolness because of the momentary comfort. At the end, he did not forget to emphasize again that the weather is hot, don't be greedy for the coolness, it's cold at night. Wrap a thin blanket around your belly to protect the baby. Cold food can easily block your appetite, so eat less. You sleep in a terrible way, you are afraid of heat, and like to kick the blanket, so ask the night watch maid to cover you with the blanket at any time. Xiangjila, with tears in her eyes, crumpled the letter and the portrait into a ball, and threw it hard under the bed. Soon, she went down barefoot again, unfolded the crumpled letter and the portrait again, flattened them, folded them, and carefully placed them close to her heart. She choked and said, "You are always like this. You always say one thing and mean another, and you never change. You obviously miss her so much, but you would rather nag like an old lady than write a concise, 'I miss you' in the letter." Chuncho stood outside the door and heard the suppressed sobbing of the woman in the room, and raised her head to hide the tears that were about to overflow from her eyes. At lunch, Chu Shan rushed to find Lin Bufan again. Chuncho said that after the princess read the letter, she cried for the whole morning, handed the young master to her, and then rode on the jade horse and disappeared. Gone. Lin Bufan's eyes widened, and he resisted the urge to slap Chu Shan in the face. "Then why are you looking for me? Hurry up and chase her. I just came back to find you to help me lead people to find her because I lost her." Chu Shan dragged him along with confidence. "I thought the princess would go to the East China Sea, but my people there haven't seen any trace of the princess yet. Didn't anyone see where the horses went? If I knew." "No, it seems." "Yes, it seems to go to Nanling. The princess went to Nanling. You are guarding the East Sea." Lin Bufan almost drew his sword. "Chu Shan, I seriously suspect that your head is just for height." The two hurriedly separated, but were stopped by Jean Yu, who came later. "Mrs. Jean?" The two greeted Jean Yu at the same time. Jean Yu returned a salute to both of them at the same time, "Two masters." The two hurriedly stood aside, saying "I don't deserve it" repeatedly. Jean Yu no longer made empty promises, and said directly, "No need to look for Nan, I know where she went." Hearing this, Chu Shan and Lin Bufan looked at each other. "Where did she go?" Yutai Mountain. At this time, one of the Qilin guards also came back to report. Commander Chu, our subordinates, followed the princess immediately after they found her leaving, and 6 of them have successfully caught up with her. After hearing the report from the Qilin guard, Jin Yu bravely said, "Don't disturb her even if you catch up with her." Under the gaze of the others, Jin Yu said truthfully, 2 years ago, Nan went to Yutai Mountain with the master of your family. Everyone suddenly realized. Chu Shan hurriedly ordered, "Follow from a distance to ensure the safety of the princess." Yes. Chapter 789. Nanling Yutai Mountain. Xiang Jila got off his horse in plain clothes. He led Yusong and walked towards the peach tree on the cliff step by step. Due to the earthquake and flood in the past few months, the originally steep cliff had a landslide. Under the scouring of the flood, the landslide soil and rocks actually piled up a small path for ox carts to pass, which was more than enough for Xiang Jila to lead the horse. It was midsummer, and the peach blossoms in spring had already turned into lush peach leaves. There were very few pedestrians. From time to time, a few passers-by stopped to look at this haggard-looking beautiful woman leading a majestic white horse with dark green mane. Under the cliff, Xiang Jila saw the lush peach tree growing on the cliff from afar, and his calm eyes gradually became bright. Jun Newell, close your eyes and make a wish. It won't work if you don't close your eyes. I don't. Shut up, close your eyes, and make a wish. Yin Junyuo. Junyuo, my qigong is not good enough. Can you go and hang the knot of love on it? Junyuo is amazing. You just found out? Everything in the past seems like yesterday, but now everything has changed. Last year on this day, the face of a man and the peach blossoms reflected each other. The face of a man is gone, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. After staring at the peach tree on the cliff for a long time, she whispered 2 words to the lush peach tree, "Wait for me. Wait until I raise Yin Ju to adulthood." The breeze wrapped in hot air and mixed with the fragrance of peach trees blew slowly, lifting the silver hair on her temples and drying the tears on her cheeks. Xiang Jila wiped it with his arm, and his whole body became imposing and his temperament suddenly changed. He climbed back on the horse. On the cliff, peach leaves fell one after another, as if to say goodbye to her silently, or to encourage her silently. On the edge of the cliff, her and Yusong's figures gradually went away in the flying peach leaves. On the way back, in a tea house where they rested, Xiang Jila always felt that the people behind her were not right. She glanced at the men in peasant shorts behind her. They were dressed like peasants but were neat and tidy. They sat and drank tea, but showed disgust for the worm-eaten table. Their eyes would occasionally glance at her. These people were not right. She came to the conclusion and stood up to lead them away. Xiao Shila. Seeing the woman walking past him, Wang Fu Xiao thought he had seen it wrong. Even the voice of greeting was full of uncertainty. In just a few months, my sister suddenly looked so old and haggard, and even her eyes had changed drastically. Hearing someone calling him, Xiang Jila stopped and turned to look at the source of the voice. Wang Fu Xiao was covered in dust from the long journey, and looked like a clay figure from a distance. Basically, only his eyes were not covered with dust. But Xiang Jila still recognized him at a glance. Brother Xiao. At this time, she realized that Ah Yin and Zhang Chonggong were still with her. The two looked at Xiang Jila and stood up quickly. "Miss. Look at you. How come you look so haggard after such a short time?" Wang Fu Xiao wanted to take Xiang Jila's hand, but after thinking about it, he felt it was inappropriate and could only look at her with heartache. "Did you run into any big trouble, Yin? Where is that brother-in-law? He doesn't care about it anymore." Perhaps it was because of the blood relationship of the twins. When Wang Fu Xiao asked this question, the coldness in Xiang Jila's eyes instantly cracked. 1 day later. Donghai, Qingwan Escort Agency Branch. Outside the house. Chu Shan was so worried that he almost pulled out all his hair. I said at the time that the letters left by the prince for the princess should be burned as soon as possible to prevent the princess from seeing them, and causing her to be upset. You just let Chuncho give the thickest letter to the princess. Now it's been 4 days, and the princess hasn't come back yet. I don't know if the princess followed the prince directly. You just gave bad ideas. Xiang Jila left at a time beyond Lin Bufan's imagination. After being disturbed by Chu Shan, his mood also became irritable. If we don't stimulate her, will the princess continue to have no reaction and live like a zombie? If he knew that the princess was really so useless, he might as well have quietly taken the prince away on the day he returned. Okay, you two. Chuncho had just coaxed Yanju to sleep, and heard the quarrel outside the house. He hurried out of the house and stood between the two people in a bad mood. What time is it now? Are you still arguing about these things? Besides, aren't the Qilin guards still protecting the princess? If there is really a situation, someone will definitely come back to report it. No news now is good news for us. No news is good news? Lin Bufan glanced at Chu Shan, then at Chun Shou. The thought that just popped up invaded all his thoughts again. Suddenly, he fainted at the two of them, flew into the house, and was about to take Yanju away. Chu Shan was quick-witted and quickly blocked the door to let Chun Shou go back in. After Chun Shou closed the door, he looked at Lin Bufan with a cold look, which was very different from the past. What are you going to do? Take the prince back to Beijing. As he spoke, Lin Bufan attacked again. The fight between the two attracted Dongren, Xiao Yan, and a group of soldiers. It has nothing to do with you, all retreat. After Chu Shan's order, the soldiers returned to their positions, and strictly protected Xiangjila's original residence. Chun Shou took the opportunity to run to Xiao Yan and Dongren with the child in his arms. Lin Bufan wanted to step forward again, but was pulled back by Chu Shan. Speak clearly, what are you thinking of snatching the young master away at this time? What else can I worry about? Lin Bufan broke away from Chu Shan's hand. If the princess really has an accident, does that mean the young master doesn't have to take care of her? After being angry, his reason gradually returned, and he was no longer as impulsive as before to snatch the child. He even felt a little annoyed. Chapter 790. Chu Shan, you should know that we don't have much time now. That's not the reason why you want to hurt the prince impulsively. Chu Shan grabbed Lin Bufan's collar and looked at him, his eyes red. I tell you, if you dare to have such thoughts again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Bufan looked at Chu Shan without blinking, and after a while, he slowly spoke. If the princess is useful, we will naturally follow her lead, but what if the princess is determined to die? Are we going to follow the prince with her and the young master? Then what is the meaning of the arrangements made by the prince for her? Lin Bufan's words touched Chu Shan's heart. Chu Shan slowly loosened his grip on Lin Bufan's hand. Chu Shan, I have worked with you for more than 10 years. We can say that we have walked through the bloody storm with the prince. We can even go through fire and water for a word from the prince, but it does not mean that we can act on impulse. There is chaos everywhere. If the news about the prince cannot be concealed. At this point, Lin Bufan's voice suddenly choked, and it took a long time to recover. Do you know how serious the consequences are? The princess can ignore the overall situation, but we can't ignore the overall situation. Because of the natural disasters in various parts of Dahuang, the prince distributed the power in his hands to the corresponding people who can take charge. But in this world, except for you, me and Uncle Li, who else has a life and death friendship with the prince? The rest of the people are just used by the prince to temporarily contain and maintain the relative balance of the situation in Dahuang. The prerequisite for maintaining this balance is that the prince is still there, but there is no airtight wall in the world. What if? Seeing that Chu Shan remained silent, Lin Bufan did not force him to make a decision. You can continue to send people to search in the East China Sea, but for the safety of the prince, I must take him away. After saying that, he pushed Chu Shan aside and walked towards Chun Shou. Dongren and Xiao Yan tacitly stepped forward to block Chun Shou, and Yanju behind them. The conflict between the two sides was imminent. Just as Chu Shan was thinking about how to take down Lin Bufan in one move, a whip wind with murderous intent attacked Lin Bufan from behind. Lin Bufan quickly moved to the side, and barely avoided the whip wind. Chu Shan followed the familiar moves, and looked behind Lin Bufan. Seeing the person coming, his eyes lit up instantly. Princess. Xiangjila stood in the middle of the courtyard without knowing when, holding the long whip that had just been swung. Chun Shou took the opportunity to run back behind Xiangjila with Yanju in his arms, followed closely by Xiao Yan. Dongren looked at Lin Bufan with complicated eyes, and finally followed Xiao Yan back to Xiangjila. Lin Bufan, you want to take my child away? Have you asked my opinion? She looked at Lin Bufan with a cold gaze, approaching him step by step, her tone even colder than frost. Or you are bullying me and my mother because we have no one to protect us when the prince is not here? Seeing Xiangjila coming back and his aura had changed drastically, Lin Bufan's face first flashed with a little surprise. Then his tiger eyes suddenly lit up. He knelt heavily on the ground, lowered his head. I was impulsive and overstepped my bounds. I hope the princess will forgive me. Seeing this, Chu Shan also quickly followed and pleaded. I hope the princess will forgive me. Lin Bufan is just eager to protect the master and the young prince. Before he could finish his words, Xiangjila stopped him from saying anything else. Xiangjila walked slowly to Lin Bufan and looked down at him. Because you are eager to protect the master, I should forgive you? What kind of statement is this? She sneered, then her face was cold, and she scolded, "Lin Bufan, you are so bold today that you dare to snatch my child. If I forgive you because you are eager to protect the master, then it is equivalent to telling others that if you do something wrong impulsively, you can be punished lightly because of the reason of being eager to protect the master. Then, can anyone snatch my child under the banner of protecting the master in the future?" Hearing this, Chu Shan, who wanted to say a few more words, shut up obediently. Lin Bufan was impulsive. It has been more than 1 or 2 days. Before the prince was still here, he occasionally acted impulsively, but it would not cause any disaster. But now that the prince is gone, it is true. He has to change. "Princess." Dongren wanted to speak behind her, but was frightened by Xiangjila's eyes, and shut up obediently. General Lin Bufan, who was so majestic in front of the Saibei army, lowered his head even more after being scolded by Xiangjila. "If the princess is willing to cheer up again, I will die without regrets." "Die without regrets? You are dreaming?" Facing Lin Bufan's lofty words, Xiangjila smiled lightly. "Sometimes execution is the most satisfying punishment. With your precedent, if I execute you directly, it will be a one-and-done deal. What if the enemy sends a death squad to steal my child? Wouldn't it be a loss for me? I can't execute you directly, but if you are not severely punished for your behavior, I am afraid that it will encourage a lot of evil trends in the future." Xiangjila's analysis was so logical that everyone present was worried for Lin Bufan. However, because she was still having an attack, no one dared to say anything else. They could only look at Lin Bufan, who was kneeling on the ground with sympathy. Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan was concentrating on waiting for Xiangjila's final verdict. When he was called by his name so suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. "I'm here." Xiangjila glanced at the people around her. They were all familiar and trustworthy faces in the previous life. She changed her tone and asked slowly, "How many people do we have left now?" When asked by Xiangjila, Lin Bufan didn't know how to react for a moment. On the contrary, Chu Shan's eyes instantly turned red after hearing Xiangjila's question. "Princess. Princess." "What?" Xiangjila raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Shan, who was about to cry. She felt bitter in her heart, but her face made a look that deliberately misinterpreted Chu Shan's meaning. "How many people are there in the hands of the prince? This princess knows it very well." "No. No, if the princess is willing. Your subordinates will do their best and die for you. It is the wife's responsibility to finish what her husband has not done," Xiangjila said, looking at the two people who were bowing and kneeling. "Get up." "Thank you, princess." When Lin Bufan stood up again, his arms were occupied by a soft, milky little thing. At this time, Chuncho was reluctantly holding Yanju in front of him, wanting to put the baby in his arms. Xiangjila said seriously, "The little master is still too young. If the posture is not right, it will hurt his bones. The first punishment is that in the next half-month, as long as the little master is not feeding or changing diapers, you have to hold him and coax him for 2 hours until he is familiar with your arms, voice, and smell. During this period, Chuncho, Xianyin, and Dongren will take turns to supervise. Once the little master starts crying, your punishment will be postponed for 2 days, and 10 military sticks will be added for each crying. The punishment plus postponement will not exceed 1 month." Chapter 791. After hearing what Xiangjila said, Lin Bufan's hands were shaking as he held Yanju. The little baby in his arms moved unintentionally, and his body trembled even more. He tried to pull the baby into his arms in a panic. Chuncho quickly took the child back to his arms. "Are you going to die? Holding the little prince like this?" Fortunately, despite being tossed like this, little Yanju was still sleeping soundly and did not cry. Seeing Lin Bufan's tense appearance, Xiangjila continued, "Since you said you would take him back to Beijing to give him to Uncle Li, you can't ride a fast horse along the way, and you can't just throw him on your back or put him in your arms." Hearing this, Lin Bufan's face instantly fell. "Princess, why don't you just beat your subordinates with a few dozen military sticks?" "I'm serious." Xiangjila changed his previous coldness and took the words from Chuncho with a serious face, then gave a wink to the people in front of him. "All of you follow me." In the study, Chu Shan almost jumped up. "What?" Seeing the sleeping child, his suddenly high tone instantly became low. "Someone is following you." Xiangjila patted the sleeping child and nodded seriously. Those people recognized the prince's jade horse, and they were very cautious. They knew that the Qilin guards were secretly protecting me, so they knew how to divert the Qilin guards. If it weren't for the shabby tea house where we rested, I'm afraid even I wouldn't have noticed the clues. Chu Shan and Lin Bufan looked at each other, except for notifying Uncle Li, We didn't tell anyone about the prince's news. Xiang Jila sneered, many times, as long as the benefits are enough, there is no such thing as absolute loyalty? Hearing this, the 5 people in the study almost knelt on the ground at the same time, raised 3 fingers on their right hands, and swore to the sky, Princess, we swear that we will only be loyal to the prince and princess, and we will never have other intentions. Xiang Jila hurriedly asked them to stand up. If I can't even trust you, I'm afraid there will be no one else I can trust in this world. At this time, Lin Bufan reacted immediately then. The princess was outside just now. Xiang Jila nodded. Although it is still safe here for the time being, it is better to be careful. Several people lowered their eyes. Indeed, compared with Kyoto and Nanbailing, Donghai was still a place they knew little about, especially since most of the merchants here were connected with other island countries headed by Sangzi. In addition to the salt in Donghai being monopolized by the government, the charcoal for refining weapons, and other external trade controls were relatively loose. Yin Junyo had thought about strictly controlling the Donghai customs area before, but the collusion between officials and businessmen in Donghai was even worse than other places in Dahuang, and they were also very exclusive to foreign merchants. In addition, Donghai has never been vague about paying taxes and silver. After experiencing the Biling tax and silver corruption case, the merchants here have done a good job that no one can find fault with. Even if you want to find an entry point, it will take a lot of time to find evidence. Originally, the battle in Donghai gave him a good opportunity to attack, but he didn't expect. Then, Princess, should we go back to Biling first, or? Facing Chuancho's confusion, Xiang Jila's eyes swept over the people in front of him. Rest here first. After I finish the things you are responsible for, we will split up. Split up? Xiang Jila nodded and said nothing more. Just then, someone came to report outside the door, and everyone stopped talking. Is it Mr. Chu in there? There are a few people outside. One of them said he is Nanan's brother. Brother? Chu Shan was about to ask Jin Yi to drive them away, but Xiang Jila quickly raised his hand to interrupt Chu Shan and said to the outside, Aunt Jean, please arrange for someone to help them settle down first, and I will go over when I am done. Jin Yi recognized Xiang Jila's voice, and was a little surprised at first. It was not until Xiang Jila finished speaking that she woke up from her dream. Oh good, good. Chu Shan looked at Xiang Jila in confusion. Is it really uncle? Xiang Jila nodded. With emotions in his eyes, the Nanchu Navy is not much inferior to the Sangzi Navy. Uncle Jing received the news, and knew that Sangzi was going to attack our East China Sea. Therefore, after dealing with the chores of the 2 passes and 2 cities, he asked Brother Xiao to bring his deputy general to assist us. Unfortunately, it's too late. Everyone returned to silence again. A baby's cry broke the silence in the room. Xiang Jila coaxed the child and told the others, go down, make arrangements first. Chu Shan came back to his senses first, yes. Lin Bufan was the last to leave. Before leaving, he still looked at Xiang Jila, who was holding Yen Ju and coaxing him. Princess. Although that move was indeed a bit risky, but, knowing what Lin Bufan was still worried about, Xiang Jila gave him a firm look. Don't worry, I won't be upset. I will protect Dahuang for the prince, and raise Yen Ju well. In the future, I will hand over everything to Yen Ju. Lin Bufan nodded to Xiang Jila with the same determination. I will definitely serve the princess, and the prince with my whole heart. That afternoon, Huang Fuxiao had just washed up when he found Xiang Jila. At that time, little Yen Ju had just woken up, and was nestling in his mother's arms, staring around with his black and shiny eyes curiously. Huang Fuxiao also looked at him curiously, and said TSK a few times. It is said that nephews resemble their uncles. Why doesn't this kid look like me at all? Although his facial features have not fully grown, anyone who has seen Yin Zhenyuo will not doubt the child's origin at a glance, especially the upturned corners of his eyes. Who knows how many girls he will be able to seduce in the future. Xiang Jila pursed her lips, and immediately took Yin Ju back to her arms, no longer giving Huang Fuxiao the opportunity to see the child. Not seeing the baby, Huang Fuxiao immediately leaned forward and quickly changed his words. Even if he's not like me, I still feel pain. After all, he's the apple of my eye. Come on, uncle, give him a hug. Chapter 792. Seeing the other party being so shameless, Xiang Jila finally had to surrender, and reluctantly taught him how to hold Yen Ju. But Huang Fuxiao was so nervous about the milk fragrance on the baby, that he tensed up all over. No, it's too soft. I'm afraid I drop it. Xiang Jila was not annoyed, and gently held Yen Ju back in his arms. At this time, Chuncho brought Xiang Jila some medicine to regulate his body. Xiang Jila handed Yanju to Chun Shou and took him back before talking to Huang Fuxiao about business. What happened in Shuangwan City? Yesterday, the brother and sister met in a hurry, and knowing that someone was following them, Huang Fuxiao only had time to find out that Yan Zhenyu was in the East China Sea and his life or death was unknown. He and Zhang Chonggong helped to counterdetect and lead the people away so that Xiang Jila could rush back. Seeing his sister suddenly become so haggard, Huang Fuxiao felt that his heart was about to be tied together and hurt. Now that Xixia is not pressing, Nanchu is not sure about Xixia's attitude, and there is Dahuang's check and balance. So in the short term, Shuangwan and the two cities are safe, but you... Seeing that there was no one around, he reached out his hand and covered Xiang Jila's head with distress. If you don't take good care of yourself, what if you collapse? What will happen to your nephew? After saying that, he continued before Xiang Jila could speak. After resting, I have sent Ayin to help me pass a letter back to my father, telling him that I will not go back. Speaking of this, he straightened his back and patted his chest. Don't worry. No matter how difficult your road will be in the future, your brother will be here with you. Go to his mother's hometown. We suffered a loss in this battle, and we will get it back in the next battle. From now on, your navy in the East China Sea will be handed over to your brother and Deputy General Zhang. After hearing what Huang Fuxiao said, Xiang Jila's face changed, and he stood up immediately. You are just fooling around. Why am I fooling around? Huang Fuxiao stood up and walked in front of her, saying seriously, Xiao Jila, I know I am the most powerless and willful person, but at this time, do you want me to watch you and your little nephew being bullied here? If my father is here, I believe he will support me. Because in the letter that Ayin brought back, Huang Fuxiao not only told Huang Fujing that he was going to stay here, he also hinted to Huang Fujing that Xiang Jila was isolated and helpless here. He knew that Huang Fujing loved Xiang Jila, and even if he really went back, he was afraid that Huang Fujing would drive him back again. Unlike Huang Fuxiao's naive idea, Xiang Jila knew that the current situation was changing rapidly. If there was really a change in Dahuang, the other 4 countries in the Central Plains would definitely know the movement at the first time, and Nanchu would definitely attack the 2 passes and 2 cities at the first time. She patiently analyzed the current situation to Huang Fuxiao. Although the 2 cities of Shuangwan are temporarily safe now, there is a civil war in Dahuang. If Nanchu or Xixia suddenly attack, Uncle Jing is like this now. By then, you just want to go back, but it will be out of reach. I said, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 1. Do you want to be like me, and wait until you lose the things you thought were within your reach before you learn to cherish and regret? When Xiang Jila said the last 2 sentences, he almost yelled. He was scolding Huang Fuxiao, and also scolding himself. She used to think that everything she did was for Jun Nuo's good. In her new life, she learned to cherish Jun Nuo, so they would definitely have a good result in this life. But reality slapped her in the face. Not all self-righteous cherishing is worth rewarding. Time will not stop because she cherishes this moment. The person she loves will not leave because she learns to cherish. In the face of real life and death, her cherishing and her for his own good are so insignificant and useless. And Uncle Jing. For Brother Xiao, he has long been the most important person in the world. If Uncle Jing really has any accidents during Brother Xiao's stay in Dahuang, Brother Xiao will definitely live in self-blame for the rest of his life. Seeing Huang Fuxiao standing there like a child who has done something wrong because of her roar, Xiang Jila turned around and sighed softly. Sorry, brother, I lost my temper. But I don't regret losing my temper in front of you just now. After all, we are not children anymore, and we should shoulder the responsibilities we should shoulder. Cherish the people you love while they are still here. Don't worry that I will have a hard time here. Jun Nuo has already arranged everything for me. With Chu Shan and Lin Bufan, my child, and I will definitely live a good life. You can stay here for a while to help Chu Shan train the navy, but before the new year, you must go back to Shuangwan and Liancheng. This is my biggest concession to you. Seeing Xiang Jila was about to leave, Huang Fuxiao quickly reached out to call her, Little Jila. Xiang Jila lowered her steps again, still not turning around, as if waiting for his next words. Huang Fuxiao looked at her back, which was much thinner than before, and choked up a little. Sister, promise me that no matter how tired you are, you must take good care of yourself, and don't make yourself so ugly again, my brother-in-law. Will dislike it. Xiang Jila's pupil shrank slightly, as if she had just woken up from a dream. After a while, she slowly nodded. Okay, I will. She will live well and beautifully until that day, when she will meet him beautifully. Not many people knew about Huang Fuxiao's arrival in Donghai, including Li Yu, who was treating patients in Gong Sun Ming's newly opened clinic. Not long after Xiang Jila woke up, Gong Sunming bought a small clinic with the support of the Qingwan Escort Agency branch, and used the name of Qingwan to treat people who had no money to see a doctor. Because it was basically a welfare hall, the clinic did not hire too many doctors and medicine boys, but some odd jobs assigned to the clinic by Qingwan according to their talents. Those who knew how to read helped to read and prescribe medicine, and those who didn't know how to read helped to clean up the vomit of some patients. For a while, the small clinic was very popular. As she interacted with more people, Li Yu's temperament gradually became more cheerful. Not only did she smile more, but she also talked more. Before, Gong Sunming basically had no place to live. Now that he opened this small clinic with Li Yu in the East China Sea, he felt like a drifting duckweed that had taken root. Over the past month, watching Li Yu's increasingly improved medical skills and her increasingly skilled techniques when writing prescriptions, Gong Sunming actually had a yearning for a peaceful life. Life went on like this, and it seemed pretty good. Master, you are so absorbed in watching me, but what's on my face? Since the clinic opened, in order to maintain Gong Sunming's face in front of others, and not to cause trouble to Gong Sunming, Li Yu has been very polite in calling Gong Sunming Master. Over time, Gong Sunming got used to this name. After the clinic closed, Gong Sunming once again looked at Li Yu's profile, and was slightly stunned. Li Yu noticed it, and he quickly retracted his gaze. No. Recently, there are indeed many people coming to the clinic. I see that some people's clothes, or words, and deeds don't seem to be poor at all. How about we find a way to screen those rich people? While talking, Li Yu had already walked to the medicine cabinet with a written prescription and started to prepare the medicine by herself. Chapter 793. Gong Sunming did not answer Li Yu's question, but opened another conversation with him based on her prescription. Are you getting medicine for the princess again? Li Yu did not hold back, and nodded. Xiangjila has been away for a few days, and her mental state is much better than before after she came back. I plan to change her to some warming and nourishing medicines that can calm the mind and nourish the blood, so that her body will recover better. I hope that after the medicine takes effect, her white hair will turn black again. After saying that, Li Yu continued to lower her head, staring intently at the scale on the medicine scale. Without the Gu King to absorb nutrients from her body, her facial features have grown and her body has shrunk in the past year. The gentle atmosphere between her eyebrows can no longer be concealed. Even when she covered her face with a veil during the daytime consultation, it still couldn't stop those who came to consult from looking at her a few more times. At this moment, her whole body was covered with a thin halo under the dim candlelight, and a certain string in Gong Sunming's heart was plucked again. No, the string in his heart has always been moved by her. When did it start? It seemed to be that year, when she was 5 years old, and he was 11 years old. He was looking for the Gu King that was incompatible with a certain Gu poison in a Gu mountain, and then he found her unconscious due to the Gu poison in a clump of dead grass, and rescued her, and took her away. At that time, my grandfather said that the Gu King had been in her head for too long, almost symbiotic with her, and even if she became a Gu person, she would not live long. He didn't believe this evil, and he forcibly led the Gu King who wanted to take root in her brain to the back of her right hand with another poisonous insect. From then on, her right hand had a slightly convex and ugly black spot. In order to prevent her from feeling inferior, he taught her all the toxicology that he knew and thought was interesting, taught her to recognize Gu insects, distinguish Gu poisons, teach her to make poisons, and use poisons, in order to prevent her from becoming infected with too many poisons. He was so cruel that he even taught her how to use the poisonous blood in his body to make antidotes for all kinds of poisons. When he was bored, he would catch wild rabbits for her in the mountains, and tell her that rabbits were the kindest in the world, not only fun, but also delicious. He especially remembered that when she was 6 years old, he made her a spicy rabbit head. She cried and said, "Rabbits are so cute. Why do you want to eat rabbits?" and then ate it with relish. "But rabbits are really delicious. I will eat them next time." This is Li Yu, a contradictory, arrogant and awkward person, but a very kind-hearted Li Yu. If he hadn't entrusted the wrong person at that time. Thinking of the good friend who was killed by him because of losing Li Yu, a dark color flashed across Gong Sunming's eyes. "Master, I'm leaving. Remember to drop the key." Having no idea of Gong Sunming's inner thoughts, Li Yu gave Xiangjila the medicine and waved goodbye to Gong Sunming. Gong Sunming strode forward and grabbed Li Yu's wrist. "What's wrong?" Li Yu turned her head. A trace of confusion flashed across her eyes. It seemed that she didn't understand why Gong Sunming suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Can you give me another chance?" The word stuck in his throat. Gong Sunming finally let out a sigh of frustration and let go of her wrist. "I take you back." Li Yu smiled slightly. No need. It's just 2 alleys away. We be there soon. See you tomorrow. Gong Sun Ming's Adam's apple rolled, and he said him softly. Okay, see you tomorrow. Li Yu returned to the escort agency branch. It was already completely dark. Worried that Xiang Jila had already gone to bed, she went straight to Xiang Jila's residence as soon as possible. At the corner of the corridor, she was in a hurry and didn't notice the person coming. She bumped into Huang Fuxiao, who was leaving after seeing his nephew. Lily. Seeing Liyue, Huang Fuxiao's fox eyes were immediately filled with joy of reunion. Liyue raised her eyes and met the bright but vicissitudes of the fox eyes. She screamed immediately, and then broke away from Huang Fuxiao's hands holding her as if she saw a ghost. Huang. Young Master Huang Fu. After she hurriedly greeted Huang Fuxiao, she hurriedly walked around him. Huang Fuxiao looked at her hurriedly leaving back, feeling very uncomfortable. He wanted to chase her, but was afraid to scare her again. When Li Yu arrived at Xiang Jila's residence, Xian Yin was already waiting outside the door. Obviously, Xiang Jila had taken the child to bed. After being busy all day today, she came back late and couldn't see Xiang Jila. Li Yu felt uncomfortable, but didn't want to wake her up. After handing the medicine to Xian Yin, she also carefully reminded her of the precautions when using the medicine. After explaining everything, she was about to leave. Xiang Jila opened the door from inside the room. He looked at her with a grudge. You came to see me without knocking, Li Yu. You are really nice. Li Yu smiled shyly, took off her outer clothes skillfully, no other meaning. Just Li Yu was afraid that she had been seeing patients in the clinic all day and her outer clothes were stained with the patient's illness, and followed Xiang Jila into the room. Yin Ju had already fallen asleep in the small cradle beside the bed. Li Yu was curious and wanted to reach out and poke his little face, but at the last moment, she stopped. There were too many patients today, so she had to be patient. She couldn't let Xiang Jila's baby get sick just for her own momentary satisfaction. I don't know when Xiang Jila came back, holding a small plate of cakes in her hand, which she had specially asked the kitchen to make today. Are you hungry? You don't care about anything else and just send me medicine? Li Yu was attracted by the sweetness of the cakes, and couldn't help but pick up a small piece and gobble it up. She was busy all day today, and she didn't even eat a few bites for lunch. It would be strange if she wasn't hungry. One piece seemed to be not enough to fill her stomach, so she simply took the whole plate of cakes from Xiang Jila's hand, sat aside, and put the cakes into her mouth piece by piece, and said in a vague voice, Not really, it's just that since you brought everything, I can't let you waste it. Chapter 794. Xiang Jila couldn't help laughing, and poured her a glass of warm water, and put it next to her. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Li Yu felt like she was alive only after she swallowed the last piece of cake, and drank a large glass of water. She even burped accidentally. She immediately covered her mouth in embarrassment. Xiang Jila couldn't help laughing again. Thinking of Li Yu's concern for her these days, she was moved and said, Li Yu, we are friends. You don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Today is the longest day that Li Yu has been alone with Xiang Jila in the past 2 months. Seeing that Xiang Jila seemed to have turned back to the original Xiang Jila, but also seemed different from the original Xiang Jila. She slowly put down her hand that was covering her mouth, glanced outside, and spoke to Xiang Jila in a concerned and low voice. If you still feel bad, you can hug me and cry for a while. After venting all the bad emotions in your heart, you will definitely feel less bad. Xiang Jila shook his head, the smile on the corner of his mouth slowly disappeared, and his eyes looking at Li Yu became more and more serious. Li Yu, I don't have the right to feel bad now, because I still have a lot of things to do. However, if I don't tell you something now, I may have to wait a long time before I can tell you. But as it seems now, what we are going to do is full of unknowns, and I don't want you to have regrets like me. A strong sense of uneasiness crept into Li Yu's heart. She was anxious and reached out to cover the back of Xiang Jila's hand. Xiang Jila, don't do stupid things again. Xiang Jila shook Li Yu's hand and patted it. No, I said. I still have a lot of things to do. At least, I won't let myself fall before Yen Ju and Guan Chengren come of age. Hearing this, Li Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would take at least 20 years for Yen Ju and Guan Cheng to reach adulthood. During these 20 years, as long as Xiang Jila could find the meaning of living again. Then what do you want to tell me? Li Yu asked softly. Xiang Jila thought for a moment, organized his words, and did not let go of Li Yu's hand. Are you going to be alone like this forever? Li Yu's hand froze slightly. Xiang Jila held her hand tightly. Li Yu, you are one of my few good friends. Whether it's Gong Sun Ming or Brother Xiao, or whether you want to be alone for the rest of your life in the future, as long as you are happy, I won't say anything else, but are you really happy now? Maybe Xiangjila's eyes were too sincere, or maybe the two siblings looked too similar at first glance. Wang Fuzhao's face kept lingering in Li Yu's mind. Her ears felt slightly hot, and she turned her face away, not daring to look at Xiangjila. I feel good now. Xiangjila looked at Li Yu with red ears, and turned her face away without blinking, and the words he wanted to persuade turned into a slight smile. Okay, if you think it's good, I said, the most important thing is that you are happy. I thought Xiangjila took the initiative to bring up these things tonight to lobby for Huang Fuzhao, but she didn't expect her to. Li Yu turned her head again in surprise. You don't ask what happened between Huang Fuzhao and me? Xiangjila shook his head. Everyone's happiness is different. Since you have decided to move on and let it go, why should I bring up your sad things again? Things like love are always two-way. If only one person keeps giving, the one who gives will be very tired. Although they both seem to have feelings for each other, since this kind of feelings cannot make them let go of everything and ignore everything, then anything she does, in the eyes of others, is just a villain in vain. Li Yu, as I said before, life is short, and your own happiness is the most important. When you meet something you like, whether it is a person or an object, if you want it, be brave enough to fight for it. If you are afraid of getting hurt, then protect yourself well, and stay away from things that can hurt you. What about you? Hearing Xiangjila's advice, Li Yu seemed to have found a way to vent, and blurted out, 2 years ago, I said that he was not good and made you sad. Why didn't you stay away from him? Look at you, you have been neither human nor ghost for the past 2 months. Do you know how worried I am? Because she spoke too fast, her eyes were slightly red. If she wasn't worried about scaring the sleeping Yanju, she would have raised her voice and asked these questions in a questioning tone. Obviously, she didn't expect Li Yu to say such a thing. Xiangjila was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes slowly fell on Yanju in the cradle. Her eyes were blurred and nostalgic, as if she wanted to find the shadow of another person in Yanju. She thought she had hidden her emotions well, but there was a crack again. She tried to keep her voice calm. Li Yu, do you know? The reason why love is that you have to give to each other, and love can last. Admittedly, in the past 2 months, I have lived a very painful life, and every day I wish I could die with him. But these pains are precisely due to the happiness he brought me. I never regret falling in love with him. I loved him before, I love him now, and I will always love him in the future. Even if the day comes when I die, I have to go through the reincarnation path, the Naiha bridge, and need to drink Mungpa soup, I will never forget him. At this point, she suddenly paused, looked into Li Yu's clear eyes, and said to her forcefully, because he deserves it. The expected answer. Li Yu lowered her eyes and whispered, Xiangjila, you are always like this. You are too sentimental, and you end up hurting yourself. But isn't it because of Xiangjila's sentimentality that she and Xiangjila can become good friends? She and Xiangjila are like the pot calling the kettle black when they are 50 steps apart? Sure enough, before Li Yu finished speaking, Xiangjila had already smiled bitterly and said, Li Yu, if I really regret it, I only regret why I didn't explain everything to him as soon as I came back, which made us suspicious of each other, and wasted the few moments I had alone with him. This is what I want to tell you the most. If you can't forget it even after trying hard, then don't be hard on yourself. Try your best. Whether you succeed or not, don't leave yourself with regrets. Xiangjila. Li Yu raised her eyes again, her voice choked, as if she had many grievances to tell her. Xiangjila hugged her, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered in her ear, no matter what happens, we are best friends. If he is wrong, then teach him a lesson and let him remember it. After the lesson, follow your heart. Li Yu's eyes were red, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she nodded gently, yeah. Chapter 795. At the same time, Jin's house in Dahai. Because the escort agency had limited space and was heavily guarded, Jin Yu and his servants did not live in the escort agency. Instead, they bought a small house with 2 entrances with the help of Xian Yin. According to the agent who introduced the house, this was where Mo Yud lived before he officially became rich. After Jin Yu settled down, he sent servants to tidy up the house, which looked much more decent than before. Before, because of the princess's matter, I didn't have time to tell you, but during this period of time, Chushan also sent people to inquire about the places Shaoqing mentioned. The ins and outs of the matter should be almost the same as what Chushan and you said. Chushan came to the door not long after returning from the escort agency. Jin Yu was flattered and asked, what's the matter? After hearing Jin Yu's question, Chushan seemed to be organizing his words. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, the boss Missouri, who had business dealings with Shaoqing from Dahai to Bailing. Jin Yu was caught off guard when Chu Shan mentioned Imoyud. Her heart was in her throat, and she blurted out, "How is he?" Although she has been taking care of Xiang Jila for the past 2 months, she has always been asking about Imoyud intentionally or unintentionally. After learning that he had sold most of his property 2 months ago, she had been worried. Unexpectedly, before she could send someone to inquire about more in-depth information, Chu Shan came first. Chu Shan looked at Jin Yu, hesitant to speak. Finally, he seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage and said, "During the battle in the East China Sea, we got help from Boss Missouri. His original name was not Imoyud, but Duanmu. Duanmu? Even though she was just a merchant woman, she could more or less hear the unusualness of the surname. This doesn't seem like a local surname." The smile on her face almost disappeared. Chu Shan nodded, King Sangzi's uncle. Saying, "This time, Jin Yu was even more shocked, is it? The Sangzi who called a few days ago?" Chu Shan nodded again. The news was so explosive that Jin Yu almost lost her balance. After thinking about it, she suddenly felt something was wrong, then Imochi. As if he had expected Jin Yu to ask this, Chu Shan told her the truth. She is just the adopted daughter of Prince Duanmu, the daughter of the real Imoyud. In fact, the real Imoyud's original name is not Imoyud, but Imoyu Kai. Then, where is the real Imoyu? Kai? Jin Yu's eyes widened, as if waiting for some kind of judgment from Chu Shan, fearing that Duanmu Yu would do something irreversible in order to gain a certain identity. Dead. Dead? Chu Shan said died in a mudslide in their village. All the houses collapsed at that time. Imochi was protected by her mother, and because there was a door panel that isolated the heavy objects rushing down, leaving a gap for her, she was saved by Duanmu Yu, who had just arrived in Donghai. Because he looked a bit like Imoyud, he was mistaken for Imoyutsai's brother, so he simply called himself Imoyud, named the girl Imochi, and brought her with him like his own daughter. Then, she married a second wife. It's true that she married a second wife, Chu Shan said bluntly. It's also true that the second wife treated Imochi badly, so Duanmu Yu gave up the idea of looking for a young woman and just wanted to find someone who could live a stable life and raise Imochi well. Just raise Imochi? Thinking of his entrusting his son to him, Jin Yu felt ridiculous. Hasn't the fear and worry over the past few months become a joke? He is the dignified prince of Sangzi. I am afraid that he has returned to his own mansion, and is sleeping on a high bed with his wife and concubines. Although our heavy cavalry is elite, the sea is not our home ground after all, so our navy is not as good as the elite of Sangzi, an island country. Therefore, it can be said that it was all thanks to the convenience provided by Prince Duanmu that we reduced our casualties. Not knowing what Jin Yu was really thinking at the moment, Chu Shan continued to speak. When he mentioned reducing casualties, he solemnly clasped his fists and bowed to Jin Yu. Prince Duanmu's help was more or less for Madame Jin's sake, so Chu Shan came today to thank Madame Jin, and to bring a message to Prince Duanmu. Bring a message? Jin Yu frowned slightly. What message? She didn't think there was anything left to say between them at this point. Seeing Jin Yu's resistance, Chu Shan was not sure whether Jin Yu was willing to wait for Duanmu Yu, but he had an agreement with Duanmu Yu, and Duanmu Yu had lent him someone at that time. Prince Duanmu, he said he was really just doing business, so you don't think too much. Leaving Jin Yu, the full moon was already in the middle of the sky. Outside the Jin mansion, a familiar figure leaned against the wall at the entrance of the dark alley, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Chu Shan's eyes lit up slightly, and he strode to the side of the figure. Xiao Qing. Chuncho, who was still distracted, immediately came back to her senses when she heard Chu Shan's low call, Chu Shan. Chu Shan held her arms, and looked left and right, as if he couldn't see enough. Why did you come out? Not with the master? Chuncho blushed, lowered her head and whispered, the princess asked me to find you to have a good reunion. Reunion? This sounded strange. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Xiang Jilo was right. Since getting married in the first month of the year, the couple has been busy with various things for nearly half a year. The most intimate thing seemed to be the morning of the second day of the wedding when Chuncho. Thinking of the intimacy half a year ago, Chu Shan's face flashed a trace of unnaturalness, and he let go of the hand holding her shoulders, and walked back to the escort agency with her. The distance between Donghai Jinfu and the escort agency is only 2 streets away. It is rare for the two to be alone, so they can't help but slow down their pace. Donghai is different from Bailing and Nanling. People in Donghai don't like to go out at night. Therefore, all the way back, except for a few small stalls, the streets are still empty. The two walked a short distance, and finally Chuncho found a topic to break the silence. Why did you come to see Aunt Jean? Chu Shan thought for a moment, and told Chuncho the truth about Duanmuyu's help in the Battle of Donghai. So you came here this time to tell Aunt Jean about this? Chuncho asked. Chapter 796. Chu Shan nodded. The message has been passed on. As for what Madame Jean thinks, it depends on what image the master has in Madame Jean's heart. Chuncho didn't say anything else, although, this time even she couldn't help but want to scold Chu Shan. Chu Shan is good in everything, but sometimes he is careful in places where he shouldn't be careful. That Prince Duanmu originally just asked him to help pass on a message, but he went so far as to find out all the details of the other person in the East China Sea. It would be strange if Aunt Jean didn't think about it. The two of them returned to the escort agency together. They didn't live together. But tonight, after thinking about it, Chuncho, who originally wanted to go back to her own place, followed Chu Shan to his place. This was the first time the couple slept in the same bed since they got married. After a simple cold shower, Chu Shan came back and saw Chuncho lying on the inside of the bed. He was happy at first, and then a look of confusion flashed across his face. Xiaoqing. If it were before, he would definitely be ecstatic, but now. He walked to the bed and said to Chuncho apologetically, Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Chuncho sat up again and covered his mouth with her hand. Chu Shan, I understand everything. Let's talk about it after everything is settled. Chu Shan sat down on the bed and hugged her in his arms. Thank you for your understanding. Chuncho let him hold her and cursed softly, Fool, how could I not know the relationship between you and the prince? Besides, the princess is like this now, and I don't want to do this kind of thing with you. Speaking of this, she gently pushed Chu Shan and pulled away from his arms. I came here today just to have a brief chat with you. After all, judging from the speed at which the princess has handled things these days, we will probably be busy again soon. Hearing her words, Chu Shan gently pressed his lips on her forehead and didn't say anything else. He and Lin Bufan saw the princesses cheering up. It was because they saw the princesses' care in handling things that they couldn't drag their feet. In fact, the bigger reason why he didn't touch Chuncho now was because the prince was gone, and all the plans were full of variables. Even if they really took back the power of Da Huang, after 2 years of uninterrupted civil strife, Da Huang's treasury had long been empty. Now it was time to recuperate. If another country invaded at this time, he would be ready to go into battle at any time. Once he really goes to the battlefield, he may still be alive today, but tomorrow he may be a corpse. Before everything is settled, all he can give Chuncho is her complete innocence. Fortunately, their marriage in Nanling was low-key and secret. If he really had an accident, Chuncho could at least get married. For this reason, he even wrote a suicide note. A few days later, under Chu Shan's arrangement, Huang Fuxiao and Zhang Chongdong successfully sneaked into the East China Sea Navy and first found out the background of the East China Sea Navy. Although Zhao Zhe had been dealt with before, there were still many problems left. In addition, Xiang Jila was followed when he went out. Chu Shan and Lin Bufan met and analyzed it for several rounds. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was very likely that the Navy of the East China Sea accidentally leaked the news. Not to mention other things, just the fact that Chu Shan stayed in the East China Sea, where there was no war, for nearly a month before returning was enough to make the people of the other 4 Central Plains countries imagine. The superiors are generally suspicious. The princess was followed when she went out last time. It is very likely just the beginning. Listening to Lin Bufan's analysis, Chu Shan agreed with him. How about letting the princess go back to Bailing first? If those were just tests before, now that so many days have passed, they will definitely be more certain about the news that the prince is not there. At this point, Lin Bufan's eyes flashed with helplessness. The young master will definitely become everyone's target. I'm afraid that once the princess leaves, most of the assassins will be attracted. If the young master can be a few years older, maybe he can change his appearance. But now the young master is only 2 months old, the baby is too precious, if you are not careful. Chu Shan didn't say anything else. That night, the two found Xiang Jila together. After telling Xiang Jila their ideas, Xiang Jila agreed immediately. What you think is exactly what I think, but I don't just want to go back to Bailing, but I want to stabilize the situation in Da Huang in the south first, and then go back to Kyoto. The two didn't understand. I hope the princess will make it clear. Xiang Jila went around the desk and spread out the map of Da Huang, pointing to several places marked in red. As far as the letters you submitted to me these days are concerned, with the prince's previous reputation, it is not difficult to regain the power of Da Huang, but people's hearts are easy to change. You should pay more attention to the generals in these places. If they turn against us, we will get nothing if we confront them on the spot. Following Xiangzila's hand, Chu Shan saw Yingzhou, where Chen Jianlei is stationed, Duanqing, where Yi Shouxin is stationed, Yisan. Princess, these places are located in the central part of Dahuang, and their military strength has always been weak. In addition, the prince also marked these places before. Whether it is a good year or a bad year, these places have failed to harvest for years, and they can't even pay taxes to the court. They are so poor, it's impossible for them to rebel. No, Lin Bufan saw the mark Xiangjila made on the map at a glance. Yingzhou is backed by mountains, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Duanqing, Yisan, Tuyang, and Raoshang County are all covered with rivers. If they really want to be independent, it will take a lot of trouble to capture them. Xiangjila glanced at Lin Bufan in agreement, then looked at Chu Shan, who reported the consecutive years of poor harvests. The local governor. Princess, you mean? Chu Shan's pupil shrank slightly, and he immediately reacted. Xiangjila nodded. If the prince was still here, these monsters would not dare to act rashly, but now? No, Xiangjila said halfway, and Chu Shan immediately overturned his previous idea. The governor of the 3 states and 9 counties in the central part of Dahuang is Huang Jia. Although he was not promoted by the prince, he sat in that position with the prince's instructions, and in order to check and balance him, the governor of the central part at that time was the upright Shi Jinqiang. Not wanting to listen to Chu Shan's nonsense, Xiangjila raised his hand to interrupt him. Let me ask you, who do the ministers in the court obey directly? Of course it's the prince, Chu Shan said, as a matter of course. If the prince is not here, then he will obey the current emperor. What if both of them are not here? Chu Shan made a sound, as if his neck was strangled. Xiangjila continued to ask, you have been oppressed by the higher-ups for so long, don't you have any ideas at all? Chu Shan was silent again. Xiangjila chuckled. I don't think there are big problems in other places, but the 3 states and 9 counties in the central part have the biggest problems. In the last life, weren't the 3 states and 9 counties in the central part the most persistent in chaos? What they said about the continuous failure of harvests was just a premeditated rebellion. Chapter 797. Jun Nua's focus was on the invasion of the countries surrounding Dahuang, and the checks and balances of power in the court. He let these parasites take advantage of the situation right under his nose. He really couldn't be blamed entirely. After all, no matter how powerful he was just a mortal. The few of them discussed it, made some adjustments to the plan, and finalized a series of plans to leave Dahai. When Xiangzila said that she wanted to take the risk and let her take the child back to Bailing, Chu Shan was the first to jump out and object. No, princess, this is too dangerous. Xiangzila shook his head. Have you ever heard of a cat replacing a prince? Lin Bufan was silent for a moment. He immediately said what Xiangjila was thinking. Princess wants to bring the prince back with a big fanfare. The more high profile, the less likely they will act rashly. Then she will find someone to take the child, and take a shortcut to confuse them. Xiangjila raised his eyebrows and smiled. When Lin Bufan is not impulsive, his mind is still very sharp. Lin Bufan laughed awkwardly. Chu Shan also came to his senses at this time. I will ask Qilin to. No need to send out Qilin guards. Before Xiangjila could finish his words, Xiangjila interrupted Chu Shan again and waved to him, come here. Chu Shan was still wondering about Xiangjila's plan. At Xiangjila's signal, he half believed and half feared Xiangjila. Xiangjila stretched out his hand to block and whispered to Chu Shan about his plan. Unexpectedly, Chu Shan jumped up before he finished speaking. No, princess, if this happens, we won't have enough manpower. Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. Chu Shan, why do you always like to make a fuss like Lin Bufan? No, princess. I have my own arrangements. Yanju is my child. I value his safety more than any of you. Knowing what Chu Shan was worried about, Xiangjila interrupted directly. The Qingwan escort agency has gathered the power of the Wulian alliance. It can't be wasted just to escort the convoy. Chu Shan looked at Lin Bufan, trying to get Lin Bufan to help persuade Xiangjila, but Lin Bufan chose not to see his eyes. Leaving the study, Chu Shan caught up with Lin Bufan, who was walking in front of him. Just now the princess was making a fuss, and you followed suit. It's about the safety of the young master. Can't you be more careful? Lin Bufan stopped and looked at Chu Shan. We should always trust the princess more. But, Chu Shan, we are all ready to die for our master, and the princess can't always rely on us. It's fine if the princess interrupted me, but you interrupted me too. Chu Shan rolled his eyes at Lin Bufan in annoyance. I don't know who it was at that time. Seeing that the princess didn't come back, he impulsively snatched the young master away. Lin Bufan choked, That's because the situation was different then, and the situation is different now. What could be different? When the princess comes back, is she no longer the princess? Have you noticed the princess eyes? Eyes. After being reminded by Lin Bufan, Chu Shan recalled her demeanor, movements, and even handwriting when she discussed matters with Xiang Jila these days. Her demeanor was cold and resolute. Even her handwriting was almost exactly the same as Yin Junyuo's. Suddenly, he remembered what Yin Junyuo had said to him when he left Beijing. Chu Shan, do you know what is the best arrangement for a woman if a man is gone? The best arrangement a man can leave for a woman is to let her grow up quickly, help her build up power, and protect her on a smooth and prosperous road while he can still protect her. In this way, if a man is gone one day, his woman can also stand on her own, be powerful, and no one dares to bully her. Chu Shan was silent. After a while he sighed. I took it for granted. I always thought that women were weak and needed men to protect them. The prince was right to let the princess leave Beijing alone to gain experience. At least, the princess is much better than those women who only cry and ask what to do when they encounter big things. Maybe, she really has the ability to help Da Huang back to health. Lin Bufan nodded. With the young prince, the princess will only become more and more powerful, because the young prince is the continuation of the prince's life, and it is all she wants to live now. She wants to take all the power of Da Huang back into her hands, as soon as possible more than we do. Haven't you noticed these days that Dong Ren and Xian Yin have managed the escort agency in an orderly manner, let alone other things? Just look at Chuancho's independent attitude in dealing with those businessmen, and her face in front of outsiders that I will never cheat you if you cooperate with me, which is probably not much worse than the famous businessmen in Beijing. It is enough to show that the princess has long been able to be independent, so she has also brought everyone around her to be able to be independent. If they hadn't met someone they truly loved, I'm afraid one person could live a more free and outstanding life. Before Lin Bufan could finish his words, Chu Shan, who felt as if he was being implied, immediately jumped up and said, "Be careful with your words. What do you mean if you hadn't met someone you truly loved? It sounds like I'm holding my Shaoqing back." Lin Bufan resisted the urge to roll his eyes at Chu Shan and responded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, you're not holding her back." He silently completed the unfinished words in his heart. The princess has long been able to fly independently, but she is willing to put away all her claws and cling to the prince's wings to let him protect her. After the prince is gone, she quickly cheers up and shows all her edge to fight for a future for her children. Following such a woman, such a master. It's worth it. The next day, Xiang Jila found Xian Yin and told her about his plan. After learning that he needed to use the people of Wulin League, Xian Yin's eyes lit up slightly. "Princess, that Duguchangda also wants to see you." "Me?" Obviously, Xiang Jila was surprised that Duguchangda suddenly wanted to see her. Xian Yin nodded and smiled. Before, Arching One Order provided great convenience to many people who had contributed to the escort agency. Just the free accommodation and food were enough to make the Dugu Alliance leader jealous. Before this, he had hinted at his subordinates several times, but his subordinates never gave in. Isn't this the opportunity? Hearing this, Xiang Jila couldn't help but give Xian Yin a thumbs up. The arrangement of the escort agency still has to be you. Chapter 798. Under Xian Yin's arrangement, Xiang Jila met Duguchangda soon. "I give you the Qingwan order, but from now on, the Willing Alliance will be at my disposal." When Xiang Jila saw Duguchangda, he simply and roughly threw the Qingwan order in front of Duguchangda and stated his conditions. After reaping the benefits of some time, Duguchangda nodded without hesitation, "Okay." People in the martial arts world are generally short of money, which is an eternal norm. Occasionally there are a few wealthy sects that have not made their fortunes through their own strength, but through the accumulation of money. Towards these sects, other powerful martial arts sects simply have a mixture of love and hate. They hate their mediocre skills that make everyone think that the Willing League is a place where anyone can enter. I love their generosity, and from time to time they send rice, food, wine, meat, and silver to other sects. If it were possible, who would want to get involved in these yellow and white things? But they can't refuse food given by others, because no matter how good their martial arts are, they still need to eat. They can't refuse money given by others, because no matter how good their martial arts are, they can't beat up the store owner to show that they paid money when they eat and stay overnight. Xiang Jila's recruitment of Duguchangda did help Duguchangda solve many problems. At least, after going to escort, they were arranged by sect. If a sect was short of money, they would go. If the escort was successful, they would give 20% of the income to the Willing League. In this way, the tight finances of the Willing League also got a break, which was a multifaceted benefit. Thanks to Dugachungda's cooperation, Xiangjila's plan to return to Bailing was officially finalized. 2 days later, she set off with Yanju in a dignified manner. During this time, other secret guards came to harass her, but they were all entangled by the martial arts master sent by Dugachungda. Some secret guards thought Xiangjila was just making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, so they were determined to ambush around the East China Sea and planned to outflank him unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, they fell into Lin Buffan's hands and were caught by Lin Buffan in one fell swoop. As for Chu Shan, he had already taken some Qilin guards to protect the Jin mansion before Xiangjila set off. The transfer of a little baby came to a perfect end. However, Xiangjila knew that returning to Bailing from Donghai was just the beginning. The real challenge began when he brought little Yanju back to Kyoto from Bailing. It was early autumn. If he returned to Beijing this year, he would not have enough time to make arrangements, and Yanju was still too young to travel. Therefore, after discussing with Chu Shan and Lin Bufan, Xiangjila decided to take little Yanju on the road in late spring next year. During this period, Chu Shan, Lin Bufan, Chunshou, Xianyan and Dongren took turns to show their faces in front of Yanju, just to make them familiar so that the plan for next year could be implemented better. For months passed in a blink of an eye. During these 4 months, Wang Fuxiao and Zhang Changdong fully cooperated with Chu Shan to adjust the Dahuang Navy, and even made a significant change in the training method. It must be said that although Wang Fuxiao was unreliable most of the time, he did have his own set of methods when he and Zhang Changdong worked together to train the Navy. In just a few months, the entire Dahuang Navy seemed to have been reborn and was much more powerful than before. Lin Bufan and Li Guanjia cooperated with both the North and the South, and gradually gathered back the political power that Yin Zhenyu had dispersed. With the help of Qin Buku and the assistance of Chu Shan and Lin Bufan, the military power of the northern frontier, the 5 states and 16 counties in the south, the 6 states and 13 counties in Sichuan, and the 4 states and 11 counties in the East Sea were successfully returned to Xiangjila. As Xiangjila said, Wang Jia, the governor of the 3 states and 9 counties in the central part of Dahuang, turned against the king on the spot after knowing that Yin Zhenyu was not there, showing signs of stubborn resistance. Xiangjila was not in a hurry for the moment. The whole Dahuang was hers. As long as the water network in the middle was cut off from all ships, the food and materials alone could kill Huang Jia. A lot of things can happen in 4 months. More and more people know that Yin Zhenyu is not here, and Xiangjila's whereabouts are gradually exposed. Donghai and Bailing are not places to stay for a long time. In the past few months, in addition to gathering Yin Zhenyu's power, Lin Bufan and Chu Shan's focus has almost always been on how to better protect Yanju. They have no way to use their fists and feet, let alone return to their respective positions. At present, the Dahuang army is only the Saibei army, and the Southern army and the Sichuan army are still like a pile of loose sand because of the problems left by Yin Beiki and Yin Juanao. Yin Zhenyu has reorganized it, but he only handles the southern government affairs in the north, and is not in charge of the southern military affairs. Sometimes he wants to deal with these problems, but is out of reach. Not to mention Donghai, although it is more powerful now than before, but if it really fights Sangzi, it will still be chased and beaten. Before Yin Zhenyu was still there, perhaps it could have a certain deterrent effect on the other 4 countries in the Central Plains, but once the news that Yin Zhenyu was not there was verified to be true, Dahuang would continue to have internal troubles, and it would only be a matter of time before it ushered in a catastrophe. This mess. During this period, Chiosi came back with news, and along with Chiosi's news, there was also a letter from Qin Pei to Xiangjila. The news of Chiosi's return roughly meant that she and Qin Pei had returned to the northern frontier. There were unusual movements in the army, because the remnants of the western Xiao were detained and not dealt with. Lin Bufan immediately wrote a letter back to Pinyin, asking him to cooperate with Chiosi to make arrangements. Qin Pei's letter to Xiangjila clearly told Xiangjila all the things he had encountered in the past few days, and reminded Xiangjila that the things he had predicted before had come true, but Yin Zhenyu became the biggest variable, because Yin Zhenyu's dragon shape was scattered, affecting the entire Central Plains. Now the direction of the dragon veins in the Central Plains has also changed greatly, which has disrupted the direction of all subsequent things. There are many things that should have been completed by her, but they were disrupted by him. She went from being a person who should have paid to gain to a person who sat back and enjoyed the fruits of her labor. All the dragon energy is gathering towards the south of Dahuang, but there is a blind dead dragon in the south of Dahuang. If the dragon energy is really allowed to gather in the south, then the national fortune of the entire Dahuang will inevitably take a sharp turn for the worse, and Xiang Jila will have to find a way to go back to the north. After reading Qin Pei's letter, Xiang Jila also became worried when she saw her son sitting up on the bed and shaking his rag doll with his toothless little mouth grinning at her. Whether Qin Pei wrote or not, she knew that she couldn't stay in Donghai and Bailing for long. Because she was depressed during the confinement period and had no breast milk, the boy refused to drink milk after finding a wet nurse. Later, Xiang Jila used goat milk to make some flour paste for him to eat. His little mouth, which had not yet grown teeth, gnawed the spoon for scooping the flour paste with a loud smacking sound. Therefore, the boy did not need her now, but whenever she took him out, she had to bring his diapers, clothes, quilts, flour paste, enough water, a stove, a kettle for boiling water, and a small pot for boiling flour paste, making it like moving. Unfortunately, the current situation was urgent, and she could not wait for Yanju to grow up in Bailing. Chapter 799. It was winter, and after lunch, Xiang Jila was walking in the backyard with Yanju in his arms, planning to wait until Yanju fell asleep before calling Chu Shan and the others to discuss the change of plan. Unexpectedly, before Yanju fell asleep, two guests came to the Jin mansion that Xiang Jila never dreamed of. Uncle Jing? General Zheng? Seeing Huang Fujing, whose face was vicissitudes, but eyes were still bright, and Zheng He, who was full of murderous aura, following Huang Fujing, Xiang Jila's fox eyes suddenly widened. Why are you here? Huang Fujing looked at the fat boy who was wearing thick clothes, like a ball, and was lazily sitting in Xiang Jila's arms and dozing off in the sun. His depressed mood after hearing the bad news was suddenly diluted a lot, and his beautiful eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. That stinky boy wrote to say that you gave birth, so I came to see the little grandson. Xiang Jila did not correct Huang Fujing's statement. In her eyes, Huang Fujing, as Huang Fujiao's adoptive father, was much more reliable than Xiang Shi, his biological father. Zheng He, who was holding a knife and standing beside Huang Fujing like a guard, nodded. When Xiao Yanjue saw Huang Fujing and Zheng He approaching, he became energetic all of a sudden. He was not sleepy anymore, and he was not afraid of strangers. He waved his little hands and wanted to grab Huang Fujing's beard curiously. With Xiang Jila's consent, Huang Fujing embraced Xiao Yanjue with his strong left arm and let him lie in his arms safely. He let him pull his beard. Seeing that he was not afraid of making faces, but slapped his face a few times, Huang Fujing laughed heartily. Good boy. Like his father, he is very brave. If he was in Nanchu before, a baby as big as him would be scared to tears if he saw him from a distance, let alone approach him. After playing with little Yanju for a while, Xiang Jila called Dongren to take Yanju away, and then started to talk about business. Uncle Jing, you came this time. Facing Xiang Jila's eyes, Huang Fujing looked like I knew I couldn't hide it from you, and changed his loving and doting expression when he was coaxing little Yanju to play, and replaced it with a serious face. Such a big thing. If Shower hadn't sent the letter back, would you want to hide it from Uncle Jing? Xiang Jila's nose was sore, but she could only lower her head and say, This is Junyua's kingdom, I must protect it. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her hand sink. Zheng He walked in front of her without knowing when, and stuffed a heavy seal into her hand. She suddenly raised her eyes, and looked at the two middle-aged men, with vicissitudes of life in front of her. Zheng He bowed to her solemnly. If it weren't for Dahuang to contain Nanchu and Xixia, I'm afraid Shuangwan and the two cities would have been taken back by Nanchu long ago. There was also the food crisis before. If you hadn't left behind the food and the way to grow it, I'm afraid Shuangwan and the two cities would not have been able to become an independent existence. It can be said that without your help, Shuangwan and the two cities would have ceased to exist. From today on, Shuangwan and the two cities are officially incorporated into the territory of Dahuang. 100,000 Huangfu troops and the city defense troops are willing to serve the Regent Princess of Dahuang. Xiang Jila's nose was sour, and he was about to say something to refuse. Huang Fujing raised his hand again to interrupt him. He looked at Xiang Jila with a serious face and said earnestly, Xiao Jila, although you and I are not biological father and daughter, Uncle Jing has long regarded you as his own daughter from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Jing said that if you have difficulties and are wronged, Uncle Jing will be your confidence and backing. You helped us through the difficulties before. This time, you should give us a chance to help you through the difficulties. It's okay to help us through the difficulties, but it's not necessary. Xiang Jila wanted to give the seal back to Huang Fujing, but was rejected by Huang Fujing again. Once you say it, there is no way to take it back. Moreover, the merger of Xuanguan and Dahuang is not in vain. Dahuang must ensure the safety of Xuanguan in the future. If Nanchu or Xixia come to grab it, you can't stand idly by. Xiang Jila knew the reason why Huang Fujing said this deliberately. Seeing the two people's firm attitude, she held the heavy seal tightly in her hand, her eyes slightly red, and nodded to them, okay. The merger of the two cities means that the section of the road from Yinta Pass to the west of Nanchu has also been merged into Dahuang. If the dry land of Xixia close to Sichuan can be incorporated into the territory of Dahuang at that time. In Xiang Jila's mind, a new border fortress belonging to the southern part of Dahuang has gradually been built. Huang Fujing and Zheng He stayed in Bailing. Huang Fuxiao in the East China Sea got the news, and asked for a few days off from the Navy, to take Liu to Bailing on the pretext of meeting his father. Unexpectedly, before he arrived at the clinic, he saw Liu smiling and taking the cakes handed to her by Gong Sun Ming on the smoky street. The clinic closed early today. In the past 6 months, even a blind man could see that he cared about Liu. However, Liu said that she didn't remember anything and was unwilling to be alone with him. Several times, he went to the clinic and saw Liu and Gong Sun Ming seeing patients together, and he always felt bad. But in order not to upset Liu, he still endured it. Whenever he had time, he would go to her place, and every time he went, he would bring her some small things. Even he didn't know how he had persisted for half a year. Until a few days ago, when he went to find Liu's face was not so bad, he thought he still had a chance. Unexpectedly, at the other end, Gong Sun Ming and Liu walked side by side towards the escort agency. Although his eyes could not hide the loneliness, the smile on the corner of his mouth was always maintained. Yeah, if you can really get over it, I don't care that the person who made you come over wasn't me. Since you have made your choice, I wish you happiness. Liu tightened her grip on the cake, thinking of her test of Huang Fuxiao over the past 6 months, and feeling Huang Fuxiao's sincerity, the smile on Liu's lips softened a little. Thank you, and thank you for helping me catch the cake just now, otherwise I would have to buy another one if it fell to the ground. You left the museum today just to buy chestnut cake? I remember. Gong Sun Ming shut up halfway through. Liu doesn't like chestnut cakes, but the princess does. But she's not in Bailing now, who else could it be except someone who looks like the princess? The two walked in silence for a short distance, and just as they were about to return to the escort agency, a horse neighed out of nowhere, and Gong Sun Ming felt a flash before his eyes, and Liu disappeared. A galloping horse took Liu to the outside of Donghai City. Gong Sun Ming ran after her. Chapter 800. Outside Donghai City, Huang Fuxiao hugged Liu and jumped off the horse, and rolled into the haystack beside the road. The galloping horse ran for a long distance before finding no one on its back, and turned back. The two people in the haystack were rolling together, one of them was struggling, and the other was holding the other tightly, and unwilling to let go. Lily, what's wrong with me? Tell me, I will change. Even if you really forgive me, it doesn't matter, give me a chance, don't torture me anymore, okay? As soon as Huang Fuxiao finished speaking, Liu's struggling hands slowly relaxed. The two of them exhaled, inhaled, and exhaled. After a while, their breathing gradually became smooth, and Liu slowly said, Huang Fuxiao, do you really have that kind of intention towards me? That kind of intention? She really didn't lose her memory. Huang Fuxiao, who was pressing on Liu, blurted out, this is natural, Lily, I can. Before he finished speaking, Liu sighed, pushed him away, and stuffed the bag of pastries in her hand into his hand. I could have gone back to Bailing with Xiang Jila, but I didn't go back, but stayed here with my master. Have you ever thought about why? Why? The cake was still warm in his hand, and Huang Fuxiao felt as if he was dreaming. Seeing him look silly, Liu moved her body and wanted to stand up again, but Huang Fuxiao grabbed her hand, and Liu's movement stopped in midair. Lily, what am I in your heart, if you really don't like? Don't like? When it comes to the word don't like, Huang Fuxiao's throat is like cotton choking. No matter how hard he tries, he can't squeeze out a single word. Liu's hand tightened and loosened when he held her wrist, and finally she sighed. What about you? You keep saying that you like me, but you always lose your temper with me. What's that? Lily, I can't help it when you ignore me. I have tried very hard to restrain myself in the past 6 months. In the future, I will never lose my temper with you like before. Really, can you pay attention to me like before? I really like you. Speaking of this, Huang Fuxiao felt wrong for a moment, and couldn't help but reach out to wipe away his tears. Knowing that he was previously entangled and uncomfortable because of the conflict between their identities, and seeing his attentiveness in the past 6 months. Li Yu couldn't bear it, but said coldly, "Grown man, why are you crying? If you have the energy to cry, why not help me up?" Huang Fushao even forgot to wipe his nose when he heard it, and looked at Li Yu in a daze, thinking that what he just heard was an auditory hallucination. Until Li Yu impatiently repeated what he had just said, he was flattered and stood up again, and helped Li Yu up again. Lily. Li Yu turned her head away, and pointed at the cake that Huang Fushao had just thrown on the ground with her chin. "I bought the cake for you, you can eat it if you like." When Huang Fushao heard that it was bought for him, he immediately picked it up and opened the package, and was about to put it in his mouth. When he was about to put it in his mouth, Li Yu stopped him with her hand. "Forget it, go back and buy new ones, otherwise you will get a stomachache and have to look for me again." "But," Huang Fushao looked at her eagerly, "compared to eating cakes, I want to take you to see my father." Li Yu hesitated. "I haven't prepared anything yet." "No need to prepare, just come here." "On the horse." "Lily, sit tight, and hold the reins, or I can hold you tight." Men and women should not touch each other. "How could that be? When I see my father, I will tell him that I will only marry you in the future, and as for your brother, I will try my best to convince him." Hearing Huang Fushao take the initiative to mention Nangongniao, Li Yu couldn't help but worry. Finally, she shook her head. "It's been 2 years. I'm afraid he has given up looking for me. There's no need to do this anymore." "But, Lily." "It's okay, Huang Fushao. If you really want to, then." At this point, Li Yu lowered her head and said in a low voice, "If you want to pay respects to your parents, it's the same to pay respects to my master." "Dr. Gongsun?" Huang Fushao asked. Seeing Li Yu nod, Huang Fushao scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Then, from now on, I follow you and call him master?" Li Yu nodded as a matter of course. "Master taught me medicine and saved my life." Thinking of his previous hostility towards Gong Sunming, and looking at Li Yu now, Huang Fushao simply put on a look of fearlessness. "Okay, I listen to Li. At worst, I just let Gong Sunming beat me up." After saying that, he rode his horse slowly forward. "Li, is the speed of this horse okay? Will it shake you? If not, you can sit on my lap." "Ah. Why are you hitting me?" Li Yu blushed and reached out to poke his waist again, lowered her head and whispered, "You are so rude, I haven't officially agreed to you yet." Huang Fushao covered his waist and abdomen where her elbow had hurt him, and muttered, "It doesn't matter if you don't agree now, you will agree one day, and when I have time, I will definitely teach you how to ride a horse, otherwise you won't even be able to hold the reins, it's too dangerous." Li Yu's mouth curled up slightly, but she said nothing. "But Lily, I'm already 19, have you ever thought about when to get married? Give me some tips, so I can prepare in advance. After all, I am no longer the young master of Nanchu, and I have to save money. Let's not think about these things for now, let's talk about it in 2 years. Okay, let's help Xiaoxila solve the problem first." "Yes." Outside the gate of Donghai City, a lonely figure watched the two people riding away, and turned back disappointedly. The Qingwan escort agency became more and more powerful due to the cooperation of the Wuling Alliance, and almost monopolized the escorts in the entire South and the East China Sea. In addition, the Southern Intelligence Network gradually extended to the East and Xixia, and a huge organization called Qingwan emerged in Dahuang. Strangely, such a huge organization, which spans almost all business fields, has no officials in any place dare to touch it. Not only because it has a strong backstage, but also because, since the disasters in various places in Dahuang, the livelihood of the people in various places, and the resettlement of the people, in addition to the cooperation of local officials, Qingwan has also made a lot of efforts. Therefore, as long as the people see the smooth lines of the Luan bird totem, they will spontaneously support Qingwan. There is the Jianghu in front, and the people behind. Even if the emperor wants to move this organization, he must weigh the consequences of moving that organization. Of course, if the owner behind the organization is the emperor, then everything will be fine. Chapter 801. Biling. Seeing Huang Fushao bringing Li Yu to meet Huang Fujing and Zheng He, Xiangjila probably guessed how the two were progressing. After smiling and nodding to Li Yu, she said nothing more. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two were a pair of happy enemies. Therefore, after knowing that Huang Fushao said in front of Huang Fujing that he would not marry anyone other than Li Yu, everyone had an expression of "I knew that it would be like this." But everyone knew that the current situation was not the time to do good things, so they could only congratulate them verbally, and wait until they actually got married. Huang Fushao stayed in Biling for 2 days, before being driven back to Donghai by Huang Fujing to continue helping Xiangjila train the navy. Li Yu asked Huang Fushao to help her deliver a letter to Gong Sunming, and then she took the initiative to stay to help Xiangjila. This time, Xiangjila did not refuse, but pulled Liu into the room and told her about his ideas. Ready to go back to Kyoto? So cold? Hearing Xiangjila's decision, Liu was very surprised. Xiangjila nodded seriously. Recently, there are many unfamiliar faces wandering around the Jin mansion, and 2 days ago, a maid who was sweeping the floor with an unfamiliar face tried to get close to Yanju while I was not paying attention. I am worried that if I really wait until next year, something will change. In fact, just a few days ago, Xiangjila and Yanju encountered another assassination attempt. The assassin seemed to be very familiar with the layout of the Jin mansion. It seemed that he had been prepared for it. Or, the Jin mansion had been tampered with when they were still in the East China Sea. After a careful investigation, Lin Bufan and Chu Shan both pointed the finger at the nomadic tribes outside the Great Wall, because the tattoos on those dead men were not unique to the Central Plains. According to the current nomadic tribes, Qiangyou is the most powerful, followed by Hyena. Only these two tribes can raise death warriors, but Hyena, Xiangjila went to the northern frontier 2 years ago, and Yeha and his people can't even solve the problem of food and clothing, so it's impossible for them. And now, Shixia is controlled by Shinmachi. The news that Jun Nua is gone should not be hidden from Shinmachi, so Xiangjila is most worried about whether Shinmachi can cooperate with Changyu and point the sword to Da Huang. However, Changyu is a suspicious direction, so Xiangjila still focuses on another basically impossible possibility. If Liu didn't come to Bailing, Xiangjila was ready to send someone to invite Liu over. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiao helped her a lot this time. Liu glanced at Yanju, who was sleeping soundly, and the surprise in her eyes quickly turned into determination. Okay, how do you want me to cooperate? Xiangjila whispered in Liu's ear. Liu nodded repeatedly. The next day, a young couple left Bailing with their half-year-old child. A few days later, a tragic scream broke through the night sky, followed by the cry of a baby. Xiangjila held the baby in his arms in panic, and asked someone to invite a doctor with a goatee. Soon, the doctor with a goatee came out of the Jin mansion, and was dragged into a dark alley by a big hand. With a cold dagger on his neck, the doctor's legs softened, and he almost fainted from fright. Great hero. Spare my life. What disease did the mansion ask you to treat just now? The masked man, with the knife, spoke fluent Central Plains dialect. The doctor said timidly, smallpox. Is it really smallpox? Feeling the dagger's force on his neck increase, the doctor quickly changed his words. No. It's not smallpox. The owner of the place gave me money to tell me that the child had smallpox. In fact, they just put some medicine on the child's face, so that others would not want to take their child. Hero, please don't kill me. Before he finished speaking, the doctor fainted out of fright. The masked man with the knife spat, bad luck. Then he kicked the doctor twice, and hurried back to report. After the masked man left, the doctor stood up from the ground with a grin, pulled off the goat beard on his face, and climbed over the wall back to the Jin mansion. Zhongyuan dialect? Hearing the report from Chu Shan's confidant, Xiangjila frowned and thought carefully for a moment. That means he is from the 5 countries of the Central Plains, but who can be so meticulous? I have some doubts in my heart, just waiting to confirm. Chu Shan, who was silent at the side, also found the clues and nodded. I think your subordinates and the princess have the same idea. Princess, now the fish are biting the bait. Do you need to set up a net and walk it? Xiangjila glanced at the sky. Walk must walk. The sky gradually brightened, and the city gates began to open. Chun Shou and Chu Shan, Jinyu Xianyan and Zheng He, Xiangjila, and Liu took their own carriages, led a small team of disguised servants and guards, divided into 3 groups, and left Bailing in different directions at different times. For a moment, the people who were watching in the dark were in a dilemma. Who should we chase? One of them asked. The other was silent for a moment, and then said, which carriage is the Regent princess in? The man who looked the oldest among the 3 looked deeply in the direction of the Jin mansion. No, if it is a feint to the east and attack in the west, it will be more trouble than gain. Send a signal, and let Lord Yin send people to follow the 3 groups of people. The person who spoke first hesitated, but we don't have many people we can use now, and some were killed a few days ago. The oldest man stared at the direction where the carriage left with a deep look. If Yin Junhua's son really leaves here smoothly and safely, it will be more trouble than gain. The first person to speak hesitated for a while, but finally took out a flare from his body, and fired one in the direction of the 3 carriages. At noon, the 3 carriages that left Bailing returned fully loaded. The few people who were following were looking at each other curiously, and suddenly their necks felt cold, and a sharp sword was placed on their necks unexpectedly. In the abandoned temple, Xiangjila stared coldly at the hairy crabs that were tied up and rolled on the ground, as if he wanted to find a crab king from the pile of hairy crabs. Chu Shan, who arrived later, immediately recognized the instigator, who was hiding in the corner and trying to keep a low profile. Yin Changzhou, it's you. Yin Changzhou? The traitor of the Shadowless Guard who defected to Xixia? Xiangjila changed his cold expression and smiled warmly. It's really the remnant of the Shadowless Guard. This trick of framing is really perfect. Originally, there were only a few people left, but they were all trapped in a short time, and their past was also exposed. Yin Changzhou knew that the situation was over, so he just admitted it. I am the remnant of the Shadowless Guard. So what? Xiangxi's bastard, how good do you think you are? It's just that Yin Zhenyu took a fancy to it as a tool for having children. Now Yin Zhenyu is gone. When we kill that bastard who hasn't even grown teeth yet. Chapter 802. Before he could finish his words, the whip broke through the air and fell with a horrifying scream. Yin Changzhou's mouth was already full of blood, and his whole body was convulsing due to the pain. There was a piece of soft thing hanging halfway at the corner of his mouth. Xiangjila retracted the whip neatly, and wiped the blood on the tip of the gun at the end of the whip carelessly. Sorry, the tip of the gun is a bit blunt, so your tongue didn't fall off very cleanly, Chu Shan. Hearing that he was named, Chu Shan took out his dagger and cut off the tongue that was about to fall off. The Shadowless Guard, who rolled beside Yin Changzhou, saw Yin Changzhou's miserable state, and immediately widened his eyes, and looked at Xiangjila as if he had seen a ghost. Xiangjila looked at the others innocently. Why are you staring at me? He threatened me to hurt my child. Can I teach him a lesson? And you, your eyes are too scary. I'm afraid I can't help but dig out your eyes, so... Seeing that Xiangjila had not finished speaking, the other Shadowless Guards even wanted to move out quietly. This woman was even more perverted than Yin Zhenyu, who loved to peel off skins. This thought had just come out. As if to confirm their thoughts, the woman who was even more perverted than Yin Zhenyu spoke again. Chu Shan, break the legs of those near the door first, so that they won't sneak away. Yes, princess. The screams came one after another. Xiangjila said impatiently, Chu Shan, make them quiet down. Yes, princess. After saying that, Chu Shan went forward and mercilessly disabled the mute points of the screaming Shadowless Guards, including Yin Changzhou. Oh, princess, I was a little too heavy-handed and disabled their martial arts. It's okay. Xiangjila waved his hand generously. There are still many people here. You can use those few as training. Chu Shan was overjoyed. Thank you, princess. Now, the Shadowless Guards, who were occasionally moving on the ground, are now like dead crabs, not daring to move at all. At this time, Xiangjila was satisfied and began to be friendly to the dead crabs lying on the ground in front of him. Okay, everyone, don't be so serious, relax. In fact, we are old friends. Your Shadowless Guard brothers in Sichuan were killed by me, Chu Shan and my prince. Now that you see us, do you feel particularly familiar? In other words, everyone who has seen you is dead. Do you think it's friendly or not? The other Shadowless Guards looked at her with tears in their eyes. Xiangjila ignored him and continued to smile. By the way, I think I heard your master talking about Xiangxi just now. Now tell me what you know. At this point, her face suddenly darkened. Also, who ordered you to do this to me and my child? You better be honest. If I find out that you lied? I said, I just hope that the princess can leave my body intact. I said that too. And I just hope that after I tell you, the princess will give me a quick death. It was night. After knowing that the previous assassinations were revenges for Yin Changzhou's desperate attempt by Yin Zhenyu in Xixia, Chu Shan dealt with all the remnants of the Shadowless Guard very neatly. Xiangjila did not stop for a moment, and rode back to the mansion on the jade horse to leave Bailing directly. Princess, are you sure you really want to go on this trip? Chu Shan looked at Xiangjila worriedly. Xiangjila should have been happy when he learned from the remnants of the Shadowless Guard that Xiangxi, under the instruction of Yin Zhenyu, had cooperated with Shinmachi to make the Xixia noble family a mess, but his intuition always felt a little strange. At least, with Chu Shan's explanation, Xiangjila knew who Xiangxi was. However, Shinmachi's style of doing things was very strange. He has not yet ascended the throne, but has been stirring up trouble in the court of Xixia, as if waiting for something. I am relieved that Yin Ju will be escorted back to Beijing by Lin Bufan and Dongren. At present, except for the troops in Saibei and the navy trained in Donghai, the other soldiers of Dahuang are like a pile of loose sand. These are all urgent matters. You stay in the south, and Qin Buku to take care of the south, and Donghai together. Lin Bufan will escort Yanju back to Kyoto, and then return to Saibei, and Dongren will help take care of Yanju in the mansion. I am relieved that Lin Bufan and Uncle Li will discuss countermeasures in Saibei and Sichuan. In the end, we all have to work hard to make Da Huang reborn from the ashes. Seeing Chu Shan still hesitated, Xiang Jila looked at him firmly. Chu Shan, believe me, I want to watch your son grow up. Her tone and eyes seemed to contain countless beliefs, which made Chu Shan feel confident. He nodded heavily. I will do my best to protect Da Huang with the princess. Hearing this, Xiang Jila smiled with relief, bowed slightly to Chu Shan, and immediately rode away into the night. After leaving Bailing, Xiang Jila did not go to Shishu immediately, but found the place where the Qin family army had been in seclusion, according to the address attached to the military token that Chiosi had returned to her. Seeing Xiang Jila's face, which was almost identical to Qin Banruo's when she was young, and the military token she took out, Xiang Jila didn't need to say anything else. The villagers took her to the old patriarch. The so-called old patriarch was just a deputy general of Xiang Jila's grandfather. Seeing Xiang Jila, he burst into tears on the spot. Miss, I am here and have been waiting for you for a long time. Knowing that he didn't have much time to waste, Xiang Jila directly stated his identity and told the old patriarch his purpose. To her surprise, the old clan leader did not bother about anything else, but called in another tall and strong young man. Young lady, his name is Qin Dasheng. From now on, we will all follow your lead and be willing to serve you. We only hope that you can help us to wash away the injustice of the Qin family army in the past. Hearing the words of the old team leader, the strong young man named Qin Dasheng refused. Uncle, at the beginning it was at the beginning. Now that the young lady came in person, she must have her difficulties. We have been hiding our identities for these years, not for fame, not for profit, but for the descendants of the Qin family to find us one day. We will help the descendants of the Qin family even if we have to sacrifice our old bones. The old man was moved to tears, and Xiang Jila was also moved. If the Qin family army can really be used by me, Xiang Jila swears here that he will never let the Qin family army have the tragic incident of the past again. When the Dahuang kingdom is stable, I will definitely restore the reputation of the Qin family army. After persuading Qin Dasheng, Xiang Jila handed the Qin family army's military token to him before leaving the village. Take the military token and the Qin family army, and go to Sichuan to wait for me. Qin Dasheng saw that Xiang Jila's expression did not seem to be fake. He was surprised that she believed him so easily, but he did not hesitate too much. He nodded and turned to go deep into the village. Chapter 803. Xiang Jila rode at full speed all the way, and arrived in Xixia before Laba. As if he had expected her arrival, Lu Yun took her into the palace immediately after seeing her. When Xiang Jila saw Shinmachi again, his first reaction was to wonder if he had recognized the wrong person. Shinmachi was now leaning weakly on the chaise longue beside the bed, with sunken eye sockets and thin cheeks. Even the purple robe, that was always luxurious on him, now looked like a shroud. What's wrong with you? Shinmachi coughed a few times and smiled at her with difficulty. I thought I couldn't wait for you. Although the two had many frictions and unpleasantness after their rebirth, Xiang Jila still felt indescribably uncomfortable when he saw Shinmachi become like this now. How did you become like this? Shinmachi seemed very tired and didn't want to mention the past that made him look like this. Instead, he slowly reached out and patted the soft stool beside the chaise longue, motioning Xiang Jila to sit down. This time, Xiang Jila did not reject him. Shinmachi seemed very happy and lay back on the recliner weakly. He said weakly, 7 months ago, Yan Zhenyo came to see me. At that time, I was also surprised that he showed up alone. Shinmachi's memories. Yan Zhenyo rushed to Xixia all the way, and the first thing he said when he saw Shinmachi was, I know you were poisoned when you killed Oyangyao, and you can't survive this winter. Do you have a candidate to take over? Seeing Yan Zhenyo so decisive, Shinmachi was silent. Selfishly, he didn't want to give up the power he had worked so hard to regain. But, even if I take over, I will only give it to Xiang Jila. You don't have to think about me. To his surprise, Yan Zhenyo nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Good? Shinmachi thought he had misheard at first. Good. Yan Zhenyo was not vague, and directly explained his purpose to Shinmachi. I have a disaster. A disaster? Don't interrupt first. Yan Zhenyo seemed to be in a hurry, and his tone was a little impatient. If I'm not here, and you're still here, you can guard her for me, but don't touch her. This made him look but not eat. Shinmachi turned hostile on the spot. Why? Your comeback is due to my contribution. Yin Junyo said shamelessly. Isn't your obsession with her influenced by me? End of memory. So, all these abnormal things you are doing in Shisha now were discussed by Junyo, and you in advance? Xiangxila seemed to have a clue. Shinmachi nodded, and shook his head, chuckling faintly. He is not entirely right. My obsession with you has always been controlled by me. Xiangxila lowered her eyelids. She knew she should decisively refuse this fate again, but now Shinmachi has become like this. She was afraid that if she refused again, he would die on the spot in excitement. While she was thinking, Luyun came to her with a jade tray holding a military token and a national seal. Xiangxila, from now on, I will hand over Shixia and the Black Armor Army to you. Don't be bullied anymore. Luyun can help you. Xiangxila stood up immediately. Shinmachi, I never want charity. This is not charity. Looking at Xiangxila, Shinmachi's mouth curled up a relieved smile. In the last life, I owed you a kingdom. Now, I pay you back. In the last life, I always wanted to pay her back a kingdom. Now, it can be said that I got what I wanted. From now on, they don't owe each other anything. After paying her back what he owes, can he have a good ending with her in the next life? Xiangxila looked at the military token and Shixia national seal that Liyun put aside, and slowly tightened his hands. He was about to refuse again, but Liyun had already kneeled beside Shinmachi in grief. Your Highness. Xiangxila hurried forward and looked at Shinmachi's eyelids. His pupils were already dilated. There was no way to save him. Thinking of what he had just said, I thought I couldn't wait for you any longer. Xiangxila felt a little bitter in his heart. Finally, he nodded slowly and solemnly to him. I will do my best to govern Shixia well. The sky began to snow at some point. The whole palace was deserted, without any New Year atmosphere. According to Shinmachi's last wish, he was cremated without a funeral. Xiangxila and Luyun quickly handled Shinmachi's funeral. Knowing Shinmachi's feelings for Xiangxila, Luyun hesitated for a moment, and finally brought the portraits of her that Shinmachi had drawn before his death, and some exquisite and precious small items that he had specially found to her in front of her. This is my prince. Before Luyun could speak, Xiangxila turned around and ordered, keep them all sealed. No matter how much he loves me, I am destined to betray him. Instead of doing this, it is better to pretend that I know nothing like before. Luyun choked and remembered what Shinmachi had said to him before. She has a strong temper. With Yin Junyu in her heart, she can no longer tolerate others. If you give her things, she will never look at them. It is better to burn them directly, and put an end to it. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes, but he said nothing in the end. After Luyun put everything away, Xiangxila handed the Black Armor Army's military token to him again. I accept the national seal of Western Xia. As for the Black Armor Army, if you don't want to. Before Xiangxila finished speaking, Luyun knelt on the ground by himself. My life was given by the prince, so I must obey the prince's orders. From now on, I and the Black Armor Army are willing to serve the Regent Princess, and serve the princess. Xiangxila knew Liu Yun's loyalty in her previous life, so she knew that if she rejected Liu Yun's request at this moment, he would most likely die for his master. Finally, she sighed helplessly. Get up. Shixia was originally controlled by Shinmachi. With Shinmachi having cleared all obstacles, and the suppression of the Black Armor Army, Xiangxila easily controlled the entire Shixia government. Before returning to Dahuang, she also met with Jia Daoheng, who had disguised himself as Xiangxi. That was what Chushan told her. Jia Daoheng was originally Lin Bufan's second uncle, but because of his free and easy nature, he left home at a very young age and never returned, so many people thought he had died outside. That year, the Lin family was in trouble. After learning that Yin Junyu not only saved Lin Bufan, but also overturned the case for the Lin family, he had already decided to repay Yin Junyu well, so he willingly became a hidden chess piece buried in the court by Yin Junyu. On the surface, he only talked a lot, but in fact, he secretly assisted Yin Junyu to keep an eye on those middle-level officials who made small moves. Xiangxi was an exception because he was really well hidden. Chapter 804. More than a year ago, with Yin Junyu's instruction, Jia Daoheng, under the identity of Xiangxi, worked with Shinmachi to turn Shixia upside down. Now, thanks to the efforts of Jia Daoheng and Shinmachi, the reputation of those hidden families has basically been completely destroyed, and they have fallen to the point of being worse than ordinary nobles. Upon hearing the bad news about Yin Junyu, Jia Daoheng's face turned pale at first, and then he knelt in front of Xiangxila without hesitation. Your Majesty has saved a bloodline for my Lin family, and you have been very kind to me. If the princess needs to send you. Xiangxila quickly helped him up again. Thinking that he was now too busy to do anything, he did not refuse. If Lord Jia is willing, Jila would like to ask for your help. Jia Daoheng spoke without hesitation. Princess, please speak. After temporarily handing Shixia over to Jia Daoheng and Shenmaqi's confidants, Xiang Jila encountered Chan Yu's attack on his way back to Sichuan. Sichuan's military strength had already begun to loosen, and this attack massacred one-third of Sichuan's people. In a rage, Xiang Jila wrote a letter to let the Black Armor Army, Qin Family Army, and Saibei Army directly encircle Chan Yu, and in one fell swoop, Chan Yu's combat power was completely destroyed, and Buzhou Ridge was also captured. It only took 2 months from Chan Yu's provocation to Da Huang to his destruction. Until the moment before his death, Qi Diaojun still didn't understand that he just wanted to take advantage of Yan Zhenyuo's absence to occupy part of Da Huang's territory. Why can a mere woman hold so much military power? After staying in Saibei for more than a month, Xiang Jila met Qin Pei and Qiu Si. At Qin Pei's reminder, Xiang Jila quietly paved a way out for himself and Yin Ju. During this period, the Hyena tribe, which had been in conflict with the Chang for a long time, came to surrender. Since the previous cooperation was quite pleasant, there were not many obstacles this time, and all the surrender matters were handed over to Lin Bufan to handle. Under Qiusi's insistence, Qin Pei, who originally wanted to stay in Saibei, finally returned to the court with Xiang Jila. Before leaving Saibei, Xiang Jila also met a person who he thought he would never meet anyway. Is it you? Shang Wanche smiled bitterly. I heard that Yan Zhenyuo. Before Shang Wanche finished speaking, Xiang Jila interrupted him mercilessly. No need to say anything else. He is the only one in my life. Really? No chance? Shang Wanche looked at her without giving up. Xiang Jila's eyes turned cold. Except for him, no one else has ever had a chance. Shang Wanche lowered his eyes in disappointment, watching Xiang Jila turn around and leave. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but speak to Xiang Jila. I'm sorry, I didn't know about Sangzi's previous incident. Xiang Jila paused for a moment, without turning around. I don't accept your apology. When Zhenyuo is resurrected, maybe we can still be friends, otherwise, Beiki had better not invade Da Huang. After saying that, she walked away without any hesitation. After returning to Kyoto, the first thing Xiang Jila did was to help the Qin family army redress their reputation, with the help of the old ministers, who supported Yan Zhenyuo. The battle between Da Huang and Nanchu was a great defeat because of the intervention of Shixia. After the redress, General Qin and a series of soldiers who died in the battle were re-honored, and the widow, who had not remarried in the family, was also compensated. During this period, Xiang Jila used gold to connect the broken part of the bracelet and put it back on her hand. Unfortunately, on the day she put the bracelet back on, except for a candied hawse that appeared out of thin air next to Yin Ju, she could no longer enter the space, and Xiao Sang could no longer contact him. Half a year later, because the throne of the Great Phoenix was always vacant, Yin Ju became the target of public criticism. After another failed assassination attempt on Yin Ju, Xiang Jila was completely angry and flew out of Kyoto with 3 urgent letters. 3 months later, the Xixiao Black Armor Army, the Southwest Qin Army, the Shuangwan and Liancheng Huangfu Army, and half of the Saibei Army marched directly into the palace to support Xiang Jila as the emperor. With the weapons and Yan Zhenyuo's previous deployment, as well as the cooperation of Li Guanjia, Bian Ji, and the ministers who supported Yan Zhenyuo before, and the existence of Yan Ju, there was not much opposition to Xiang Jila's enthronement. It was not that they did not want to oppose, but that no one dared to oppose. Almost on the day of the enthronement, the victory news came back from the 3 states and 9 counties in the central part of Da Huang, and Da Huang, which had been disintegrating for 3 years, was officially complete. The complete Da Huang was renamed Zhao by Xiang Jila, and the reign was Chuang. Yin Ju was also named the crown prince on the same day, and was escorted to the East Palace by 4 armies on the same day. Before everyone could even react, they had already become ministers of the other dynasty. Da Zhao merged the 2 passes and 2 cities of Xixia and Nanchu on the basis of the original Da Huang, gathered the Hyena tribe, and occupied Buzhou Mountain as a breeding ground for Da Zhao's war horses after defeating the Qiangyou tribe. On top of the original laws of Da Huang, Queen Da Zhao added a few more, which roughly meant that men and women were equal. There were special colleges for women, encouraging them to take the imperial examinations and become officials in the court. Similarly, men were encouraged to do needlework or make their own spices according to their interests, and they should not steal or rob to make a living, which was not shameful. A series of premeditated and vigorous measures injected infinite vitality into the entire dojo. At the same time, many voices emerged from the people because of the introduction of this measure. These voices were opposed and supported. After hearing the memorials from various places, the Queen of Dajao simply replied with a sacred edict, which roughly meant, selecting talents does not need to consider gender, but only ability. Everyone has their own ambitions, and their future is earned by themselves. How they live is their own choice. At the end, he did not forget to remind those who are easily swayed by others' words. Look at others saying they despise you. Don't let everyone become successful, and you who listen to others' advice starve to death at home. When the imperial edict was issued, there was an uproar everywhere. This empress is quite interesting, but these ideas alone are beyond our reach. She can do so much because she has all the military power of Dajao in her hands. How can a woman be an official? That is to say, let's not talk about the fact that a woman has never been an emperor before. What can women know about this so-called entering the court as officials? It is rumored that the Queen Dajao was the former regent of Dahuang. Is it possible that the regent of the previous dynasty was also killed by her? TSK, women are the most vicious. They think that no one dares to bully them because they have a child. It is possible that the child is not the regent's child. Rumors in the streets always arise one after another. In the end, under the instigation of some people, they revolve around the cause of death of the regent of the previous dynasty. Xiangjila did not want to tangle with those flea-like bugs, so he directly suppressed the unruly people who spread rumors with force. After a while, the voices against her were finally quelled. All temporarily quelled. Chapter 805. Early spring is always a little chilly. A fast horse with dark green mane galloped up Yutai Mountain at the whip of a woman. There were a lot of things hanging on the saddle, 2 small benches, a foldable table, and some miscellaneous things. This was the first time that Xiangjila put aside all his affairs, and ran so far after he became emperor. He galloped just to see the peach blossoms bloom again under the peach tree where he held hands with him, and made a wish to be together forever. Junyo, another year has passed. Xiangjila's complexion was much better than the year after Yen Junyo left. But the silver hair between her temples had not recovered at all, and it was particularly eye-catching among her black hair. At this time, she knelt in front of the table and pushed the carefully brewed peach blossom tea to the other end of the table, as if drinking with someone. She didn't want to go through this, but in the past year, too many things really happened. She wanted to go back to the regent's palace, to the pavilion where they had reconciled before, to tell him everything. However, when she started to think about it, she found that her mind was full of the peach tree on Yutai Mountain, so she was still willful, and left the palace to go south. Junyo, I have reunited Dahuang and merged the 2 cities of Shuangguan in Xisha and Nanchu into the territory of Dahuang. By the way, I didn't embarrass you. Now, I am in charge of Dahuang and the Queen of Dahuang. I even changed the name of Dahuang to Dajia. Zhao is what I saw in the 1,000 years of events of Huaxia country. It is a word created by a female emperor of Huaxia for her own name, which means the sun and the moon are in the sky, shining on the earth. She is an emperor with a deep heart. She wants to shine like the sun and the moon, but I don't have her deep heart. I just want to meet you again. Dajiao's reign title was also changed by me to Chu Yang. When the sun rises, everything comes to life. Everything starts again. It has a good meaning, right? I will work hard to govern Dajiao well. By the way, I have good news for you. Brother Xiao finally married Li Yu as he wished. On the day of the wedding, the king of Nanchu came quietly under the leadership of Qi Muji, which scared Brother Xiao so much that his face turned green. Seeing the face of the king of Nanchu, I felt that Brother Xiao was in big trouble. Fortunately, although the king of Nanchu was angry, he accepted Brother Xiao as his brother-in-law and allowed Brother Xiao to take Li Yu back to Nanchu to stay from time to time. According to your personality, you will definitely suspect that Nangongya will cheat. But I can tell you seriously that he won't. Because now among the 4 countries in the Central Plains, only Dajiao is the most powerful, and there are Uncle Jing's Huangfu army, Shinmachi's Black Armor army, Yersaibe army, Qin's army, and the East China Sea Navy. Even if the other 3 countries in the Central Plains want to touch me, they have to think twice. At this point, Xiangjila's eyes were red, but he still had a smile on his lips, and he choked up and said, everything is gradually stabilizing. Dongren and Lin Bufan fell in love when they escorted Yan Ju back to Beijing, so I helped them. Qiu Si and Qin Pei also got married. It was all my idea, and I arranged their marriage. Last year, Mo Yud encountered trouble in his hometown, and Chu Shan took the risk to bring him back from his hometown. From then on, Mo Yud was really just Mo Yud. Although Aunt Jean still ignores Imoyud, I feel that according to Imoyud's enthusiasm, and with Imochi's help, it is only a matter of time before he conquers Aunt Jean. Gong Sun Ming is still opening a clinic in Donghai. Because there are many people in the escort agency, he is basically stationed in Donghai now. Speaking of which, I have to thank him for helping Li Yu and Brother Xiao. You are gone, but the living have to live well. Fortunately, after I came back, except for your death, everyone else's fate has changed. Also, Chu Shan and Chun Chou, two idiots, wanted to help us solve all the problems before, so they were reluctant to consummate the marriage. I took them to the imperial study and scolded them. Now Chun Chou is a few months pregnant. Chu Shan is smiling like an idiot. The brothers who have been through life and death with you are all fine. We will all get better and better. Our Yanju is now 3 years old. That kid is like you, and he can walk quite far without any external force. When he grows up and can run steadily, I will teach him whip and gun skills. By the way, that kid seems to have a special liking for riding horses, and I think he has inherited this from you. Ever since Chu Shan secretly carried him to the stables, he now often asks Chu Shan to take him to the stables. De Tsong is very enthusiastic when he sees him. Chu Shan said that he would teach Yanju Qin Gong when the time comes. Lin Bufan said he would teach him the art of disguise, and Li Yu said she would teach him medical skills. Uncle Li is still so worried, always thinking of cooking for him and making soup for him so that he can grow taller quickly. There are also the schools opened by the palace before. Those children all said that they should study hard now. Those who study literature will work hard to pass the imperial examinations and become officials to assist him in the court. Those who practice martial arts will practice martial arts well and become his personal guards to protect him. Although Yanju now lives in the palace and has not returned to the Regent Palace, it still does not affect the children's love for him. Our child is really loved by many people now. In the future, his childhood will definitely be full of laughter. It won't be like you and me, with only gloom and blood. I plan to let him play for 2 more years without worries, and then find a teacher to teach him when he is 5 years old. What do you think of BNG and the others? After all, they are the disciples of Master Zhong, and they have a good reason when they talk about the way of governing the country. You can't blame me for not teaching in person. After all, I really don't have your knowledge, and I don't like reading books at all. You said you would discipline Yanju, but you broke your promise. As he was talking, Xiangjila gulped down a cup of cold tea. He could no longer laugh. Tears fell on the table like beads that had broken off the string. Junua, I really miss you. It's been so hard in just 3 years. What should I do in the future? How can you do this? In the last life, you left me with a wish for revenge. In this life, you left me with the responsibility of Yanju. You are always like this, domineeringly telling others that you prefer me, but you are unwilling to give me the qualification to follow you. Yanju Nua, you are really too much. Do you know? In the empty valley, besides the woman's whispering, there was only the woman's suppressed sobbing. In the 9th heaven, Ming Zhang stood in front of the mirror, and saw everything Xiangjila said to him under the peach tree. His red eyes were also filled with emotions. The greetings from the immortal king and his attendant came from outside. His expression changed, and he waved his hand and put away the mirror. The person who came was not someone else, but Chang Yuan, who had served as the immortal king for more than 10,000 years in Shillong Immortal Mountain. Immortal Lord, have you really thought it through? Ming Zhang nodded. Tian Dao has fallen into the devil's trap, and was seriously injured by me in the mortal world. He will not be able to come out for at least 30,000 to 50,000 years. I have explained the reason to the Emperor of Heaven. During this period, you will be responsible for the laws of the 3 realms. You will not disappoint me, will you? Hearing this, he immediately knelt down with his hands clasped. Chang Yuan has lived up to the trust of the immortal venerable. Ming Zhang nodded, and let Chang Yuan stand up and speak again. How is the body being repaired? That's right, the giant python that ate Yan Zhenyo in the East China Sea was Chang Yuan. At the beginning, because of guilt, when he knew that Tian Dao was secretly preparing to come back hundreds of years ago, he tried every means to gain Tian Dao's trust so that he could take him with him, and give him a chance to atone for his sins. Chapter 806. And the heavenly Dao did trust him. Knowing that Ming Zhang was going to fight him, he woke him up from the bottom of the sea and asked him to help take Ming Zhang's mortal body away. He did take the mortal body away, but he was not obeying the heavenly Dao, but the immortal Ming Zhang, whose soul had returned. Immortal Ming Zhang had returned from his calamity, and along with the news of his return, the news that the heavenly Dao had become a demon due to overwork was spread in the 9 heavens. Hearing Ming Zhang asking about this, Chang Yuan stood behind Meng Zhang respectfully. It's basically restored, but the woman who was guarding the body in the mortal world before. Meng Zhang's expression was stern. This is not what you should ask. Knowing that Meng Zhang misunderstood him, Chang Yuan hurriedly explained, I have no other intentions, but I think it's a pity that the immortal venerable gave up everything for that woman. Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Not a pity. Thinking that he would not get any response, after hearing Meng Zhang's words, Chang Yuan looked up in surprise. What? Meng Zhang met his slightly confused eyes, and changed his previous sternness. His eyes were full of gentleness. She is the reason why I must go back. I didn't understand why the tribulation of love is the most difficult of all tribulations. But until he experienced death again in this life, he realized that the tribulation of love is not about falling in love, but about having to face the long years alone after falling in love. The endless years without her is his biggest tribulation. Why do you have to go back? Chang Yuan looked at Meng Zhang with a confused look, and really didn't understand what the immortal venerable was thinking. Meng Zhang nodded, and his words were even more powerful. When you really meet someone who is worth joining hands with you, you will find that the so-called immortals, humans, ghosts, and demons are just various forms of the rules of the three realms. In the mortal world, what does it matter if it's just a few decades? What does it matter if we experience birth, aging, sickness, and death? Every day with her is worth 10,000 years of endless years. If he could do it again, he would still make the same choice. Sacrifice his body and soul to heaven and earth, in exchange for her to start over again. Because she is worth it. It is worth him giving up everything and growing old with her. In fact, if he had not extracted a wisp of his soul in advance and attached it to the seal of Changju, and later had the nourishment of Dragon Eye to stabilize his soul and recondense his almost non-existent spirit, I am afraid that he would have really been scattered. Not entering reincarnation. As long as he is still immortal Master Meng Zhang, there is no place in the three realms except the 9 heavens that can accommodate him. So how can he enter reincarnation? There is always a chance of survival when one is put to death. The 4 ancient spirits are different from the common people in the other 3 realms in that they have an immortal spirit. Just like the other 3 ancient spirit beasts that failed in the tribulation, although they seem to be completely destroyed, their spirits still exist in another way. Above the spirits, there are also residual souls. Thus, the heavenly Tao appeared. To put it bluntly, the heavenly Tao is just a container to nourish the spirits. In the past, he might have been able to hand over his spirits to the heavenly Tao step by step. In this way, even if his body and soul were really destroyed, he could recondense his residual soul due to the existence of his spirits. However, from the moment he dispersed his spirit and soul and showed his true body in the mortal world to fight against the heavenly Tao, he had already given up his immortality. Hundreds of years later, his body and soul were scattered, and it was irreversible. It was impossible to have no impact on the immortal body hundreds of years ago. As the heavenly Tao said, even if it was hundreds of years ago, his immortal body had lost its dragon shape and lacked dragon bones due to his reckless actions hundreds of years later. Now that his spirit and soul have dispersed again, this immortal body has long been a spent force. This time he came back to the 9th heaven, but he stayed for a few days to deal with the last few problems and truly become an ordinary mortal. 1 day in heaven is 1 year in the mortal world. Although Chang Yuan didn't understand, he felt that immortal Master Meng Zhang's comprehension seemed to have reached a new level, and he had more respect for him in his heart. As expected of an immortal master, he even experienced more emotional calamities than other immortals and gods. Also, he had the courage to give up his hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Throughout his snake life of more than 100,000 years, immortal master was the first. 2 years later. In the court. A low pressure lingered. The minister standing at the head of the line pursed their lips and said nothing. I have made up my mind. Since Sangzi is not afraid of death and wants to provoke and invade, I have countless reasons to attack it. Xiang Jila was at the top, with a strong aura, suppressing everyone and making them dare not breathe. Your Majesty, leading the army in person is related to the fate of the entire dojo. It is not a trivial matter. I hope your Majesty will think twice. Dianji stepped out to advise. I second the motion. An old minister of Dahuang who supported Yin Junyo also stepped out. For a moment, the ministers in the court stepped out to advise, as if they had opened a box of conversation. I am willing to be the vanguard. I am also willing to follow your Majesty to the East China Sea to fight with my hometown. 2 different voices sounded out in the midst of similar persuasion, especially loud. The 2 people who spoke were not others, but Lin Bufan and Chu Shan, who were in charge of the military power of the northern frontier and the military power of the East China Sea. Others may not know the pain of the battle in the East China Sea 5 years ago, so they cannot understand why the Queen must lead the expedition in person. But they understand that the East China Sea is a scar that the Queen will never be able to heal in her lifetime. This scar, even if she killed Zhangzi, was not enough to vent her anger. It was just that the Empress had been busy consolidating the kingdom of Dazhao in the past few years, and had no time to spare. Now Zhangzi had run into the gunpoint. The East China Sea Navy was no longer the scattered sand it was 5 years ago. How could they not fight? 3 months later, Xiang Zhila, wearing armor and holding the long spear that Yan Zhenyu had carried to the battlefield, and was much taller than her, boarded the East China Sea warship majestically. Just when everyone was secretly sighing at the Queen's might and bravery. Ugh! An untimely vomiting sound was heard, and Xiang Zhila's mighty and brave queen image was instantly shattered into pieces. As soon as the warship left the shore, she lay on the side of the ship and vomited all over. After not taking a ship for many years, she actually forgot that she had an old problem of seasickness. Your Majesty, why don't you go back to the shore first, and we will go to fight? Faced with Chu Shan's persuasion, Xiang Zhila raised his hand to interrupt. No, I want to do it myself. Myself. Before she could finish her words, the scouts dressed as civilians at the front had already returned. Reporting Chu Shan's consent, the scouts were able to move forward. Your Majesty, Zhangzi's army came here with a white flag, and the warships were very fast, but they had no intention of attacking us. Hearing this, Xiang Zhila looked at Chu Shan and Lin Bufan behind him. The three of them looked at each other, and could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Holding a white flag, not launching an attack. It means that Zhangzi surrendered without a fight. And the other side came at full speed, as if they wanted to negotiate some conditions with them. But Zhangzi has always been warlike, and surrendering without a fight is not their style. After a moment's silence, Xiang Zhila ordered, go back to the shore first. After all, the shore is their home ground. As long as they are on the shore, in her land of Dazhao, no matter what trick Zhangzi wants to play, they will be exposed. Not long after they docked, Zhangzi's warships also crossed the cordon of the East China Sea Navy. Everyone was on high alert. But when they saw the person standing on the front warship, everything became different. The leader. That person is. Xiang Zhila's breath was choked, and the heart that she thought had been dead for 5 years began to beat wildly. Seeing the leader on the warship, Lin Bufan suddenly widened his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Chu Shan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he had seen it wrong. But they were not wrong. The leader was clearly shocked. The leader, wearing armor, holding a spear, rode his horse along the rope bridge on the shore of the warship and walked in front of everyone. He stopped in front of Xiang Zhila, who had been stunned, and bowed to her with a condescending smile. I am the new emperor of my hometown, Yan Zhenyu. I have heard of the reputation of Queen Dazhao. Now I bring my hometown to submit to Dazhao and ask the queen for the position of the emperor's husband. I wonder if it is okay. Chapter 807. Everyone present was shocked when these words came out. Yan Zhenyu, isn't he the regent of the previous dynasty? This man is obviously not dead. But he didn't come back to find her. The spear fell to the ground with a clang sound. Xiang Zhila, who was wearing armor, had tears in his eyes. He raised his eyes, but hid all his emotions. Looking at him, he said in a timid way, I have 3,000 male lovers I don't need. Before she could finish, the visitor laughed. Are they as good looking as me? Can you beat me? If you are not as good as me and cannot beat me, and cannot satisfy the queen, what is the point of keeping them? Chu Shan and Lin Bufan had already tacitly asked others to leave. As for Zhangzi, there was no need for Yan Zhenyu to say more. They naturally knew what they should not see. When they saw Yan Zhenyu smile, they had already returned to the warship. For a while, the huge beach of the East China Sea was left with only the reunited couple. Xiang Zhila couldn't help but redden when he saw that he could still smile. Yan Zhenyu, you are so presumptuous. I am the queen of Dazhao. How can this person still laugh? Yes, queen, I am your husband. Yan Zhenyu dismounted, put down his weapon, and walked slowly to her. Xiang Zhila turned around with red eyes, and flicked his sleeves. I didn't agree. Are you going to take down Zhangzi? Buy one get one free. I want Zhangzi, not you. You want me to have Zhangzi. While speaking, Yan Zhenyu had already held her shoulders with both hands, turned her body back, and forced her to look at him. His bloodshot eyes were filled with seriousness and deep affection that never overflowed. Lulu, I miss you. For 5 years, I have been thinking about you every day. I don't want anything from the 9 heavens. I only want you. The words with a choked feeling made Xiangjila's hard ice armor, which he had finally persuaded himself to build, soften into a pool of water. The fox eyes that tried to show coldness could no longer hold back, and were instantly filled with water like you. You bastard. Who told you to act on your own? The great immortal lord gave up just like that. Did she allow it? If you don't act on your own, you can't come back. Yin Junyo couldn't help but hug her in his arms, buried his head in her neck, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, something happened when I came back from the 9 heavens. I was stranded in my hometown, and was caught in the navy of my hometown as the lowest ranking soldier. When I was in the 9 heavens, I was already paying attention to everything about you. I knew that you gave birth to Yin Ju for me, and I also knew how much you missed me. When I was wandering in my hometown, I was always asking about you and Ju. At that time, I was thinking, you risked your life to give birth to my child, I can't just return to you empty-handed. So I spent 2 years, using my experience of leading troops and acting as regent, to move step by step, from a low-ranking soldier with no background to a general, and then to rebel, and pull down the king of my hometown. In the past 2 years, I have spent almost all of my time in killing and constantly scheming. Lulu, in the last life, you waited for me for 3 years in the mortal world, and for more than 300 years in the fairy world, so this time, I will never allow myself to let you wait for more than 5 years. Lulu, thank you for living bravely for me and Yin Ju all these years, waiting for me to come back. From then on, there was no more immortal Master Ming Zhang in the world, only Yin Junyo, who loved his wife as much as his life. After returning to the mortal world and wandering in his hometown, in order to return to her and her son as soon as possible, he changed his previous careful deployment and made all his plans extremely aggressive. Aggression means a high chance of success, but also high risks. He took over his hometown in 3 steps, and each step of seizing power almost cost him his life. But as long as he thought that Dajao still had a wife and children waiting for him, he gritted his teeth and carried it through. This time, his regime had just been stabilized, and even his injuries had not fully recovered, but he was already eager to return to her. Xiangjila quietly listened to him telling her everything that had happened in the past 5 years. Even if he didn't say anything, Xiangjila could tell from his emaciated figure that he had suffered a lot. Ever since he held her in his arms, her tears have never stopped. After he finished speaking, she didn't push him away, but kept hitting him with her fists, crying and cursing, You bastard, isn't the kingdom of Dajao enough for you? You knew that you couldn't live without me, so why didn't you come back earlier? Why did you fight for Sangzi? Who cares about that tiny place of Sangzi? After scolding him, she hugged him harder than he hugged her. This was the fool Junua who gave up everything to be with her. How could she bear to say harsh words to him again? 2 months later, Empress Dajao had not yet returned to the capital. The news that the new emperor of Sangzi had come with his territory to join Dajao in exchange for the position of the emperor's husband spread all over Dajao. And the Empress Dajao changed her previous strong attitude and waved her hand foolishly, announcing to the world that the new emperor of Sangzi was the emperor's husband and regent. What does it mean for the imperial husband to be the regent? It means that the power of the Empress Dajao will be shared with this imperial husband. Some people say that the new emperor of Sangzi has bad intentions and is trying to exchange the small for the big. Some people also say that the new emperor of Sangzi looks very similar to the previous regent and the empress is nostalgic. And the voices of opposition from the court officials were even more intense. On the day when Xiangzila and Yin Junyo returned to the court together, they directly stopped the court. With a look from Yin Junyo, the Qilin guards put knives on the necks of the court officials and made them kneel obediently in front of the Jinluan palace. After seeing the new emperor, the court officials who wanted to die to remonstrate Xiangzila shut up, changed their opposition attitude, and supported the emperor's regent. Without the instigation of those with ulterior motives, the voices of the people gradually disappeared. At this moment, the moon was on the branches of the willows. The 2 parties, who had been discussed before, were arguing in the bedroom around a picture of a square box. Chu Shan didn't say, What is in that golden-laid jade box? So mysterious. Xiangzila pulled Yin Junyo's sleeve relentlessly. Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. Want to know? Xiangzila nodded vigorously. I really want to. Just when she felt Yin Junyo leaning over to her ear, and thought he was about to tell her the truth, Yin Junyo's mouth curled up a nasty smile. I won't tell you. Xiangzila's eyes were about to widen. Silly Junyo, so shameless. Spoil the fun. She lifted her skirt angrily and walked to the bed and sat down hard, as if she would ignore him if Yin Junyo didn't give in to her. Unfortunately, since it's a spoiler, let's not talk about it. After saying that, Junyo stood up and walked out. Suddenly, he felt the familiar depressing atmosphere, and remembered that yesterday was the first time the two of them had been apart for 5 years. Junyo performed abnormally, and Xiangjila laughed out loud. Now looking at his situation, even a fool would know that he wanted to get back at the place. With previous experience, Xiangjila instinctively wanted to escape. However, before he took a few steps, he was intercepted by Junyo, who had returned. Chapter 808. Not only did he intercept her, he also smiled, and pushed her step by step to the bedside. Where does Her Majesty want to go? Prince, I suddenly remembered that there are still memorials that have not been approved. As she said this, she wanted to get under Junyo's armpits and escape. Junyo grabbed her back. I will help you review it tomorrow. Her Majesty's 3,000 lovers. Yesterday, I did not serve Her Majesty well. I made Her Majesty laugh. It is my fault. Now that it is late, I must apologize to the Queen in person. And practice it yourself? This is the end of it. Xiangjila forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. We are already an old couple. No need to be so polite. Junyo looked at her with a deeper look in his eyes, holding a colorful small cloth bag in his hand, as if he had prepared it in advance. Be good, change into this unique little dress. Looking at the strange and familiar design of the unique little dress in front of her, the Queen who was thrown on the bed trembled and shrank to the innermost part of the bed, and did not forget to remind, Prince, the world has just been settled. What you need to do now is to strengthen the government. A certain prince's eyes slowly turned jade-colored. No, I just want to be a husband now. The sun was high in the sky. Yesterday, the Empress had already said that she would adjourn the court before returning. Therefore, it was still very quiet outside the bedroom. The maids who were sweeping outside the palace couldn't help but gather together to chat for a few words. In the previous dynasty, the Emperor seemed to rarely stay in the bedrooms of those ladies. Now the Empress has let the Emperor stay at her place for 2 consecutive days. It's normal for the Empress and the Emperor to stay overnight. After some time, the Empress will get tired of it, and the Emperor will probably fall out of favor. That's true. How many people are like this Queen? Maybe when she gets tired of the Emperor's husband, she will have 3,000 male lovers. In the bedroom. Your Majesty, you said before that you have 3,000 male lovers in the harem. Is this the energy you have? Is it you who can't do it, or your male lovers who can't do it? At this moment, a woman who was weak in everything except her words was out of breath and cursed hoarsely, Junyo, get down from here. Soon, the Queen's voice of begging for mercy was heard again in the bedroom. No. I'm not asking you to crawl like this. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Husband, there is no concubine, really. Xiangjila has only had Junyo, a stupid man from beginning to end. Junyo, you bastard, you said you would stop when you beg for mercy. Why don't you stop now? Stupid woman. Since Junyo came back, Xiangjila has had so much free time. Every day, he only needs to attend the morning court and take a nap. Other matters that require decision-making are all handled by Junyo. Even the memorials are reviewed by him. Ju is 5 years old, and has already started to learn. In the past, he needs to go to school in the morning, and Chu Shan will take him to practice the basic skills of Qigong after taking a nap in the afternoon. Since Junyo came back, Ju has one more course, that is, after practicing the basic skills of Qigong, Junyo will personally take time to ask him questions about his coursework, so Xiangjila doesn't have to worry about education at all. With nothing to do, she could only walk around the palace where she had lived for 2 years, and had not had much time to stroll. Originally thought it was just a leisurely stroll, but Xiangjila heard some rumors about herself when passing by the rockery. Now people outside the palace are saying that the regent husband has bad intentions and wants to murder the queen. It's not that he wants to murder her, but he has been suppressed by the queen all the time. The dignity of a man must be gone, right? The regent husband is also strange. He is the regent of the previous dynasty. Now he is the husband of the emperor and still has to do everything himself, but he is unwilling to be the emperor himself. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Xiangjila's face became more and more gloomy, and Chuncho beside him couldn't help but step forward. But just as she was about to take a step, she was interrupted by the nanny on the other side of the rockery. You chatterboxes, don't you want to talk anymore? Hearing the nanny's low voice, the palace maids immediately shut up, and did their own work in an orderly manner. See which palace they are from, and deal with these chatterboxes later. Yes. Although Xiangjila gave Chuncho an order, she still took the words of those chatterbox palace maids to heart. After all, there are many gossips in crowded places, and some rumors are definitely not groundless. She took everything for granted and never asked Jun Nua's wishes. Now the territory of Dezhou is at least twice that of Dahuang, so he must have more things to worry about. Jun Nua can obviously be the emperor himself, but why is he willing to be just the emperor's husband? This is seriously inconsistent with his character, who values the three cardinal principles. In the afternoon, after watching Yanju fall asleep with his own eyes, Xiang Jila returned to the bedroom. Seeing Yan Zhenyu, who should have taken a nap, still reviewing the memorials, thinking about the recent rumors, she couldn't help but walk to his side and put her hand on his shoulder and gently kneaded it. Zhenyu, it is said that one should do his job well. I am occupying the main seat in the morning court. Will it make you uncomfortable? Yan Zhenyu habitually reached out his left hand and grabbed her waist accurately to let her sit on his lap, but his eyes were always on the memorials. After the last one was written, he put down the jade pen in his hand and reached out to lift her chin to examine it carefully. After these days of adjustment, the complexion of the woman in front of him was much better than before, and even her thin cheeks began to grow back a little flesh. He lowered his head with satisfaction and gently kissed her lips, and said confidently, "You are the one who unified the country of Dezhou, and the country name and year were all determined by you. What's wrong with you being the empress?" She thought Yan Zhenyu would give many reasons, but she never expected him to say this. Xiang Jila's pupils shrank slightly. Before she could finish her shock, he covered her lips again, and nibbled on her lips lightly, until the breath of the two gradually began to become unstable, and then he raised his eyes to meet her eyes. His eyes were filled with tenderness, but his hand slid down along her thin and soft shoulder line. "You fought for me to bring back this kingdom of Dezhou. What's wrong with me governing it? Besides, I am the emperor's husband now, still acting as regent, and there is nothing unusual in my relationship with you. Why should I be uncomfortable?" Indulging in his gentle eyes, Xiang Jila's mind was full of confusion. He raised his eyebrows and thought for a long time before he stammered, "Well, it seems to be the case." With a heavy stone in her heart put down, she was about to leave his arms and go back to bed for a nap, but she didn't expect that when she stood up, her waist loosened and the waist belt fell to the ground again. The man who was supposed to be sitting also stood up and came close to her. She immediately rejected him. "Jun Nua, it's just before the morning court. Jur will wake up soon after his nap. With Xian Yin and the others here, you can take a rest." As he spoke, he kissed her eyes and lips with a cool touch and then moved down. At this time, "I'm afraid she will take a rest and won't be able to get up until tomorrow morning." Xiang Jila turned his head away and wanted to refuse again. "It's still broad daylight. Lulu, can we have another daughter? A daughter like you?" The man buried his head and whispered in her ear. His voice was a little hoarse, and it sounded like some kind of signal to Xiang Jila's ears, and seeing his eager eyes, she looked at the still bright sky with a tangled look. Jur, get up at noon. Hiss, silly Jun Nua, even the black one doesn't bite as much as you. Focus on it. Since you are by my side, you are not allowed to covet other people's husbands." Xiang Jila, Inside the palace, there are small bridges, flowing water, and waves on the brocade quilt. Everyone is looking forward to the rift between Queen Dezhou and the regent husband because of the unequal distribution of power. In fact, the so-called strong men and weak women are just imposed on others by the world according to their own subjective ideas. The parties involved may not care about the so-called strength or weakness at all, because they know that no matter how strong or weak they are, they will never use their own strength to deal with the people closest to them. Any matter can always be made simple as long as both parties are willing to accept it. Chapter 809. 2 years later. Give you another brother or sister? After leaving the court, Xiang Jila thought he had misheard when he saw his own son looking up at him with great interest. Yes, Yanju looked at Xiang Jila pitifully. "Mother Queen, look, cousin Sure has cousin Xian, and Sure too has Qinchao. They all have brothers and sisters, but I don't. Sure too and Qinchao are the children of Chu Shan and Chun Shou." Chuanchou's mother said that the more casual the nickname of a child is, the easier it is to raise him, so they just gave him 2 names. However, the 2 children are indeed strong and robust, and they are full of energy like little calves every day. They are fearless, but they have a mysterious admiration for Yanju, and they follow Yanju around whenever they have time. The children suddenly brought him to life. Thinking that Yanju was still in the ignorant stage of knowing that men and women could not sit together, Xiang Jila didn't know how to explain it for a moment, so he could only cough awkwardly twice. "This matter, the Queen Mother needs to discuss with your father." "Why should I discuss it with my father? Father will definitely object. Mother, Don't you know that father doesn't like children? Seeing Xiangjila's hesitation, Yanju said, as a matter of course, Chushan said that for things like having a baby, a woman can just ask a man for help. Uncle Shangwan happened to be here, and he looks good. Mother can ask Uncle Shangwan for help. When father comes back, we can give him a surprise if we have a brother or sister. Giving your father a green hat is a surprise? I'm afraid that the surprise will be greater than the joy. Xiangjila looked speechlessly at his son, who was only 7 years old, but had almost grown to his shoulders. His delicate and tender features were as delicate as a little girl. At first glance, he looked 3 times more delicate than Yan Zhenyu. It is not difficult to see that this bastard is likely to look better than his father when he grows up. Have you finished your homework? I remember that your father mentioned that he would check your homework when he came back. You are so idle. I think it's because you don't have enough homework. I will ask his father to add more homework later. Upon hearing this, Yanju's face, which was originally full of enthusiasm, immediately fell. Mother, I have already memorized what the book says. But father said that whether it is the way of using troops on the battlefield or the way of governing the country, it is changing rapidly. It is not enough to just memorize it. I must also understand it thoroughly before I can pass the test. You have already memorized it? Xiangjila looked at Yanju. His eyes almost popped out. Those things are so obscure and difficult to understand. Yanju nodded. I remember it after reading it once. After saying that, he looked at Xiangjila in disbelief. Father can also remember it after just one look, mother, can't you? Yes, yes, yes. I'm a ghost. Thinking of his increasingly poor memory, Xiangjila looked at him enviously and grabbed his little head. Tell mother, what do you usually eat? Woo woo woo. Photographic memory. She also wants it. That's right. Eat whatever Chuncho arranges, mother. It doesn't matter if you don't. Have you forgotten? Last month, my cousin came to visit us from Nanchu. Because he refused to study hard and couldn't even recite the 3-character classic, my uncle chased him with a swallowing sword and chopped him. Later, he was dissatisfied and instigated my aunt to take him away from home. He was caught by my uncle. My uncle couldn't bear to punish my aunt, so he punished him. Yanju still remembers the little cousin's face that was wrinkled like a bitter melon. Wow, cousin, my father only loves my sister and not me. How about I be your brother, and you let my aunt take me in? 5-year-old Huang Fushi and Huang Fu Xian are twins. Huang Fushi is the older brother, and Huang Fu Xian is the younger sister. Yanju glanced at him calmly. If you are not afraid of my father, you can come back to the palace with me. Huang Fushi straightened his chest. Of course I am not afraid. Could it be that there is a man in the world more terrifying than his father? Yanju was full of black lines on his head. When you meet my father, you will understand how naive your current thoughts are. But it is true. Since he can remember, his father has been away half of the year. Not to mention his cousin Sure. Even he can't see his father a few times a year. The Queen Mother said that it was mainly because her previous means of unifying the Great Zhao were too drastic. Many people found that their place had become the place of Great Zhao before they could react. Now that those people have reacted, there are naturally some voices against her. So the father wants to patrol the heaven to suppress the voices against the Queen Mother. The sanctimonious father said that he raised him wholeheartedly, but in fact, every time he came back, he was basically tired of playing at the Queen Mother's place, and then he remembered that he had such a son, checked his homework, and urged him to study. Chushan told him the word play, but he went to the Queen Mother's place so many times, and didn't see anything to play with. I don't know what the father and the Queen Mother play. Later, he even specifically asked his father what he was doing at the Queen Mother's place, and whether he could take him along. As soon as he asked the question, he regretted it, because of the way his father looked at him. He was sure that if he hadn't looked like his father, and was the Queen Mother's biological son, his father would have sent someone to drag him down and skin him alive. Later, his father punished him by making him recite state governance policy 300 times, on the grounds that he was almost 7 years old and couldn't just think about playing all the time. In the following months, he saw Chushan carrying the jade horse and running around the palace a few laps every day after finishing his official duties, rain or shine. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Anyway, in the end, Huang Fushi definitely failed to get him to take him in. Because when he secretly took Cousin Sure halfway, his uncle quickly caught up with him, said hello to him, and took Cousin Sure's ear back to Nanchu. The reason was, Aunt and Cousin Xian were bored and wanted to play with Cousin Sure, but found that Cousin Sure was missing. Seeing his own kid lost in memories, Xiangjila couldn't help but laugh. It's still easy to deceive children, and you can change the topic with a few words. But having another daughter sounds quite attractive. I try to coax the little boy's father later. Jijioma, Shangwan Che, in this life, the only way to win over Yin Junyo is probably to have an only daughter. When he came to Dazhao, Xiangjila mentioned to him casually, girls are good and considerate. My family has a little boy, and Junyo can't stand it. From then on, whenever he met Yin Junyo, Jijioma couldn't help showing a smug look on his face. My little princess deserves the best in the world. Until one day, the 15-year-old Princess Shangwan Yi of Northern Qi, carrying the seal of Northern Qi, rode at full speed to the gate of the capital of Dazhao, shouting, Yin Ju, if you marry me, Northern Qi is willing to merge into Dazhao's territory. Jijioma, Shangwan Che, who knew the truth, fainted in tears in the luxurious hut of the Northern Qi Imperial Palace. The delicate girl he raised with great effort was actually taken away by Yin Junyo's son. It would have been fine if he had lost his daughter, but he also lost his country. It was beyond everyone's expectation. Just after his 18th birthday, Yin Ju just raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, dream on. It's just a country, who doesn't have it? If you meet such a good girl, marry her. For this reason, Xiangjila even went to the East Palace to tease a rebellious son. Although she is nearly 40 years old, because she has been carefully cared for by Yin Junyo for more than 10 years, Xiangjila not only does not look old, but also has a better mentality than many young girls in Kyoto. Every frown and smile is like some young girls, who are ignorant of the world, which often makes people wonder whether the Queen de Zhao, who unified the three kingdoms in the Central Plains with great vigor, has been possessed. Yin Ju looked at her with a look of disdain. I am not your father, so my vision is not that special. Besides, Shangwan Yi is obviously a fool, and I don't want to have anything to do with fools. Hearing this, Xiangjila stood on tiptoe and grabbed the ear of a certain rebellious son accurately, with the same technique as Huang Fushao grabbed Huang Fusher's ear. Stinky boy, your father is not here, and you even dare to slander your mother, right? Yin Ju half bent down in accordance with her posture. His expression did not change at all, and he said with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, last month, I don't know who was confined for going out of the palace to attract bees and butterflies, and wanted to sneak over the wall, but his lightness skills were not good enough. It was so rotten that it made people despair. It was hung on the palace wall. In the end, it was my father who climbed over the wall and carried you down in front of everyone. Last year, on my father's birthday, someone was so old that she pretended to be a fairy from the ninth heaven. She said she wanted to surprise my father. She didn't let the Qilin guards follow her. As a result, she fell into the lotus pond clumsily. The fairy almost became a female ghost. My father was furious and sent people to fill up most of the ponds in the palace. In order to appease my father's anger, my mother and I not only did not leave the palace for half a month, but also openly threw state affairs to her son and minister, saying that she would let her son and minister gain experience. And, okay, Yin Ju, you can shut up now. Xiangjila interrupted him with a red face after his embarrassing story was exposed by his son. At this moment, Xiangjila saw Yin Ju with an expressionless face, as if he saw his father who left the palace to work. Fortunately, after Yin Ju was born, Junnu only said that he wanted a daughter, but in fact, he only cultivated the land without sowing seeds, and refused to let her have another child. So she only gave birth to such a rebellious son. If she gave birth to another one, she would be so angry that she would die. Alas, her little Ju was the cutest when she was a child. After Xiangjila left, seeing Yin Ju looking at Xiangjila's back reluctantly, the personal eunuch stepped forward and whispered, Your Highness, the queen actually loves you very much. I know. Yin Ju nodded slowly. But, if he didn't disdain his mother so much, and let his father see their loving mother and filial son, he would never doubt it. With his father's means, he would definitely let him go out to gain experience, until he ascended the throne, before letting him come back. The little Princess Shangwan of Northern Qi has a temperament like the queen. The eunuch whispered, A woman who can even give up her own kingdom is reckless and stupid. Yin Ju snorted coldly, Such a fool. Such a fool. The eunuch didn't hear what Yin Ju said next. From then on, the princess of Northern Qi lived in the Honglu Temple in Kyoto, and started her long journey to find her husband. Xiangjila didn't care about what happened later. She believed that the child raised by Jun Nuo was definitely outstanding, and knew what he needed. She never worried that her son would mess around, let alone that he would lose the country. As for whether she wanted the Northern Qi country, to be fair, it was good if the country was big enough. Too big was not necessarily a good thing. 2 years later, Yin Ju ascended the throne, and Xiangjila, the nominal empress, finally became the empress dowager, and Yin Junyo was also promoted to the emperor's husband, and no longer needed to be a regent. In the same year, the new Emperor Dezhou canonized the queen. The queen was no one else but the Northern Qi princess, who wanted to bring Northern Qi as a dowry. No one knows what happened during that time. There are only brief rumors. It is said that in the year when the new Emperor Dezhou ascended the throne, it was reported that he would establish a queen. The new queen was the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official of Dezhou. She was gentle, virtuous, dignified, and generous. Most importantly, she was quiet and sensible enough to tolerate her husband's harem of 3,000 beauties. The princess of Northern Qi knew that she could not be so generous, and finally left Dezhou in despair, and returned to Northern Qi to marry. It is said that the new emperor of Dezhou personally went to pursue her, but was rejected in the end. Finally, the princess of Northern Qi set a wedding date, and the new emperor Dezhou led his troops to the capital of Northern Qi and snatched the princess back on the day of her wedding. It was not until the bride was snatched that the new emperor Dezhou found out that everything was a trap set by his father-in-law Shangguan and his father. A few years later, Shangguan gave birth to the eldest son for Yanju, and Northern Qi was officially incorporated into Dezhou's territory. Of course, these are all later stories. In any case, after the wedding, it is a fact that Emperor Dezhou and the Queen Mother were very affectionate. Many palace servants have heard that the emperor privately called the empress a stupid woman. At that time, as the Empress Dowager, Xiangjila, who was traveling outside, learned that the rebellious son led troops to rob the bride. After returning to the palace to preside over the wedding, she did not forget to squeeze a certain rebellious son, who said that he was not interested in stupid people, Shangguan Yi, and the new Emperor Dezhou, who has always been elegant and upright, was watched by the stern fatherly eyes of the emperor's husband, and was held by the ears by the Empress Dowager, and was timid. Chapter 810. The life of Queen Dezhou can be said to be a legendary existence for all the people of Dezhou. Let's not talk about her rough past. When she first became the emperor, she suffered a lot of criticism because of her female body. However, this did not affect the queen's love for the people of Dezhou. The queen has been in office for more than 10 years. She attaches great importance to people's livelihood. She planted potatoes and sweet potatoes according to local conditions to solve the problem of insufficient surplus grain for many people after paying grain taxes. In the areas of Sibei and Sichuan, canals were opened to draw snow water from Buzz-Howling Mountain in the previous natural disasters and earthquakes, so that the desert Gobi is no longer just an endless desert, and the people no longer have difficulty in using water as before. Under the deterrence of the emperor's husband, the regent, who would patrol the country from time to time, there had never been any unjust, false or wrong cases in the whole of Dezhou, and local officials were conscientious and did not dare to bully the people. Especially when the empress abdicated and became the Empress Dowager, the people learned that the Empress Dowager had founded the Qingwan organization, which was beneficial to all other people, before she became the emperor. The people's reputation for her was even more one-sided. Whenever there was a voice that someone was deliberately leading to rebellion against the empress, the emperor and the emperor's husband would not have time to suppress it, and the people would report it in advance. Many people also set up longevity monuments for the Empress Dowager and the emperor's husband. Of course, these are all later stories. After abdication, Xiangjila's favorite thing to do every day is to open his eyes and stare at Yin Zhenyu for a while, and then drag him to travel around. Yin Zhenyu seems to have long been accustomed to this lifestyle. Wherever she goes, there is his figure. When Xiangjila was 70 years old, she finally couldn't play anymore with her silver hair, so she returned to the palace with Yin Zhenyu, whose hair and beard were all white. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, when she was 76 years old, she, who had always been in good health, suddenly couldn't get up. Yin Zhenyu hesitated for a moment, told the servants the emperor doesn't need to come to congratulate the new year today, and then got up to wash. Then, he asked the maid to bring warm water again, and he combed her hair over and over again, cleaned her face, rinsed her mouth, and changed her into new clothes for the new year. Finally, he dressed himself, took the love words that she should have handed to him this year, and nestled with her on the large and soft couch. Since the day she returned to the palace at the age of 70, she had expected such a day to come. Xiangjila reached out her hand and covered his cheek with affection, smiling at him as usual. Zhenyu, do you know that when you smile now, the wrinkles on your face can kill a fly? Yin Zhenyu's hand covered the back of her hand and rubbed it, and he said to him softly. Everything in front of her was like a dream, and Xiangjila's consciousness gradually blurred. In the last life, she watched him die unwillingly in her arms. Returning to his original world, she also watched him die in front of her with a sullen look. In this life, they gave everything to each other in exchange for decades of companionship and she was fulfilled. Jun Nua, I am so happy to be with you until old age. After saying that, she had a satisfied smile on her lips, closed her eyes peacefully in his arms, and the hand that was originally covering his face fell down weakly. I felt her body slowly getting colder. The wrinkled corners of Yen Jun Nua's eyes slowly turned scarlet, and the scarlet slowly spread around the eye sockets. He chuckled and cursed, "Stupid woman, the road to the underworld is dark. What if you get lost and can't find me? What should I do?" After saying that, he trembled and gently kissed her wrinkled forehead, just like he had done in the past few decades, and took her into his arms. After making sure that she was in the most comfortable position, he did not hesitate to mobilize all his internal strength and shattered his heart veins. In the last moments of his consciousness, he swallowed the blood that was about to overflow from the corners of his mouth with all his strength. After the blood dried, it would turn black and smell bad, which would make her silver hair ugly and dirty. Stupid women love beauty, and their tempers have also grown a lot over the years. If she knew that he had soiled her hair, she would be so angry when he caught up with her. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year in the 38th year of Yuanqing in Dezhou, the Empress Dowager Xiangjila of Dezhou passed away. The husband of the Emperor Dowager Yin Junyuo also passed away at the same time. It is said that when the palace servants found out that their master had passed away, the husband of the Emperor Dowager was still holding a brocade bag in his hand that had not been opened yet, and he was holding the Empress Dowager in his arms. Both of them had peaceful smiles on their faces, as if they were sleeping soundly. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Emperor Dezhou announced a national mourning, and all the people in Kyoto, and even the people in the surrounding counties came to follow the guards of the coffin in an orderly manner, silently accompanying the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's husband to complete their last journey. When sorting out the remains, the maid found that the Empress Dowager had only left a will. Everything should be based on the Emperor's husband. There was also a box attached, which was left for the Emperor's husband, and the maid also handed it over to Yen Ju. After handling the national mourning, Yen Ju, who had passed the age of 50, returned to the bedroom of his mother and father, where he also carried many memories of his childhood. His father was strict, and his mother often took him out of school. He despised her, but followed her to commit crimes. In the end, his father was reluctant to punish his mother, so he was always punished. His mother would often only be able to send him various small things after 2 or 3 days, and then proudly said that she had helped him deal with his father, so he could be exempted from punishment. Opening the box that Xiangjila left for Yin Junyuo, Yin Ju found that there was only a letter, and a dozen sachets in it. In the sachets were 3 fixed love words. The words in the letter were very straightforward, all about her father, and she kept telling him not to peek at the sachets like a child, and that he could only look at 1 sachet a year. She even said that she could estimate that her father could live for another 10 to 20 years, so she left him 18 sachets, and asked him to look at them before he could leave. At the end, there was one more sentence. Jun Nua, be good, Lele is gone first. When Lele is gone, you have to eat well, sleep well, and when you are 100 years old, I will lie beside Lele, and in the next life, Lele has made an appointment with Jun Nua, and she will be Jun Nua's wife, and Jun Nua is her heaven. Although the words in the letter were plain, Yen Ju couldn't help but tear up. The Queen Mother was always in a hurry to do things. She was thoughtful, but why didn't she think about how boring the rest of her father's life would be if she didn't see her full of energy and causing trouble everywhere? How could he live alone for the rest of his life? Soon, the eunuch sorted out the remains of the retired emperor, a box inlaid with high-quality jade and gold. Because the box was too valuable, they were worried that there were some wills or military tokens inside, so they didn't dare to open it, and presented them all to Yen Ju. Knowing the temperament of his mother, the queen, and his father, Yen Ju opened the exquisite gold-inlaid jade box with shaking hands. As he expected, there were no military tokens, no wills, and other rare things inside. There was only a dried peach branch with a heart-shaped knot, and 40 or 50 brocade bags containing small notes. These alone filled up the entire box. The most common note in the brocade bag was the 3 words Yen Ju Nua. The oldest brocade bag had been kept for 40 or 50 years. Obviously, the brocade bags were just ordinary styles, and not expensive, but each one was preserved as new, and still had the Nanling style from decades ago. When he was a child, he had heard that his mother and father had gone to Nanling to quell the rebellion when they were young. These brocade bags were probably brought back from that time. At the bottom of the relics was a special marriage certificate IOU, which was carefully framed and was as bright as new after decades. There were extremely similar handwritings on it, and Yen Ju recognized them. They were all written by his father and mother. The top one was written by his mother, and the back was added by his father. It is not difficult to see from the direction of the handwriting that when they were young, his mother casually wrote down a wish for his father, and then his father took it seriously, and made a solemn wish. Chapter 8:11. Yin-ju raised his head, and hid the tears that were about to fall, fearing that his tears would stain his father's most precious marriage certificate. When he was old enough to understand, he thought for a long time that his mother was passionate and his father was cold-blooded, and he didn't know how the two got together. He even felt sympathy for his mother. When the passionate mother and the cold-blooded father were together, they often suffered setbacks, which must be very tiring. But as he grew older, he found that the facts were just the opposite. The mother seemed to be easygoing, warm and temperless to everyone, but in her heart she was colder, more suspicious and more ruthless than anyone else. The father seemed to be cold-blooded and suspicious, but in fact, he poured all his enthusiasm and love on the mother. Only a paranoid and powerful man like my father, who loves my mother so wildly and passionately, can make her respond to him unscrupulously. In the decades of fighting and quarreling, the two of them have always tried their best to love each other, and he happened to be the result of their love, witnessing their increasingly mellow and inseparable feelings over the years. His sight moved back to the red marriage certificate IOU, and Yin-ju's sight had already blurred. The mother wrote the word IOU and the initial promise casually, and her strokes were as fast as a dragon, which was exactly the same as the words she wrote in the past. The word marriage certificate, and the following two sentences were added by my father. The words added by my father were powerful and pious. The content is as follows: Marriage certificate IOU. In October of the 4th year of Tianqing, Xiang Jila owed Yin Junyu a birthday wish. Jun Newell only wants Jila. I pray that we will be together forever without suspicion, and grow old together. 1,000 years later. Zhongyuan. Modern. H-City. Xiang Jila woke up from her dream again. The electronic clock beside the bed just jumped to 4 o'clock in the morning. Her face was familiar with coldness. She covered her face with her hands, and wiped away the tears on her face. She lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and poured water, all in one go. She pressed the remote control, and walked to the window, and the electric curtain slowly opened. Looking down, the world in front of me was full of lights and feasting. The tablet computer on the bedside table lit up, showing the time was 4:10, and a line of words popped up in the memo: the day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. J City Jingling Auction. The screensaver picture was a top-quality floating flower bracelet with 4 broken edges inlaid with gold. 2 days later. At 9 o'clock in the morning. A private charter plane landed on the private airport on the top floor of Jay's tallest skyscraper on time. A large number of bodyguards, and the heads of each floor of the skyscraper had already been guarding the airport. As all the responsible persons were eagerly waiting, more than a dozen bodyguards walked down the chartered plane in unison to clear the way. Finally, the main person got off the plane with his special assistant. The man had his own aura. Wherever he passed, people could not help but tense up their nerves and even dared not breathe hard. Mr. Yen, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit and a dignified demeanor, stood at the front and nodded respectfully to the man. Obviously, he was the leader among all the responsible persons. Hearing the middle-aged man speak, the others said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Yen." The man nodded slightly. The gold-rimmed glasses blocked the sharpness in his phoenix eyes, adding a bit of elegance. The CEO's office on the top floor, with a 180-degree barrier-free sea view, had all the light-blocking curtains down at this time. The man leaned lazily on the sofa, his deep eyes fixed on the floating flower bracelet on the big screen, which was broken into 4 pieces and then reconnected with gold. He didn't move away for a long time. The employees who got wind of the news ran to the monitoring room to peek at the surveillance, and when they saw the man landing from the plane, they couldn't help but gasp. "Is that the legendary Mr. Yen? So handsome." One of the old employees reminded, "Don't be crazy about him. It is said that the last person who was crazy about Mr. Yen is still in a mental hospital in Country B. Why did Mr. Yen return to China so suddenly? Isn't our business mainly overseas? I heard it was for an auction." Auction? It seems that the only recent auction is the one held next to the Jingong Museum. Hey, that auction was very small. Not to mention, compared with large international auctions, Jingong's auction is not even as good as the most low-end auction in J City. Seeing the leader coming, the others stopped talking and went back to their own places. However, they were still thinking about the purpose of Mr. Yen's return. They couldn't figure it out. The auction only auctioned a broken top-grade floating flower bracelet and other items, and there were not many people participating. Why would Mr. Yen take a special plane to come back from such a low-end auction? At the same time, A smooth Maybach drove from the J-City airport onto the highway and sped towards the city. In the car, Assistant Zhao Qing was swiping a tablet to explain to Xiang Jila. Mr. Xiang, the hotel has been booked in advance. Please go to the hotel to rest. The auction will start at 3 p.m. The location is the National Essence building next to the Jinggong Museum. Because there are fewer collections, the auction is expected to end around 5 p.m. After hesitating for a while, she added, I heard that Yans will also participate in this auction. If you want to participate, then participate. There are so many other things to do. Yans, a large consortium based abroad, can't spend a high price to buy a broken and repaired bracelet. Xiang Jila casually turned the auction album to the page about the bracelet. She gently stroked the place where the bracelet was inlaid with gold. For some reason, she liked this bracelet very much since she saw the picture of it, but when she saw those places where the gold was inlaid, her chest always felt stuffy, and she kept having dreams. The man in the dream? Although his eyes were so cold, she always felt his deep affection. When she looked at him, she always felt that she had to respond to him. Yes. Zhao Qing's voice rang in his ears, and Xiang Jila's thoughts immediately returned to reality. Zhao Qing nodded heavily, indicating that he agreed with Xiang Jila's words, and then slid the page of the tablet, froze on a certain page, and placed it in front of Xiang Jila. Mr. Xiang, here is another unofficial historical material about the bracelet. It is said that this is a bracelet worn by the founding empress of Dazhao 1,200 years ago. What a coincidence, the pronunciation of the name of this empress Dazhao is the same as yours, but the surname is different. Zhao Qing felt a little creepy about this. After all, Xiang Jila's meaning was that she was not only planning to spend a lot of money to buy this broken bracelet worn by the ancients and used for burial, but also had the same name as the so-called Queen de Zhao. Maybe she was superficial. She always thought that buying a new bracelet at the same price was much better than buying a bracelet worn by the ancients. Hearing Zhao Qing's words, Xiang Jila's fox eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm, and between his prominent eyebrows, there was the shrewdness and neatness unique to businessmen. Those with the words according to legend are basically fake. If there is no coincidence of the same pronunciation of the name, why would Guokila send me an invitation? It's just a gimmick to use Xiang's participation to drive up the price. In other words, even if she knew she was a fat sheep this time, she still wanted to get the bracelet. Gold is easy to get, but true love is hard to find. She really likes this bracelet. Hearing this, Zhao Qing's voice became a little softer, but the unofficial history is often true. Xiang Jila paused as he was about to turn the page. Because of Yan Junyua's participation, the auction was temporarily moved to the top floor of the Venus International Building. Not only the location was changed, but also the time, to 3 p.m. the next day, because Yan Junyua had something to deal with temporarily, but he had to attend the auction in person. If he was not allowed to buy everything by himself, he would have even planned to write a check to the organizer to buy everything. Now, with the participation of this big money sponsor, the organizers have raised the threshold for participating in the auction. Only those who received the invitation can enter the venue. The rest of the strange people without invitations were all invited away. Sadly, Xiang Jila found out that she had taken the wrong invitation after she arrived at the international building and was stopped. She picked up her phone and was about to call Zhao Qing, and Zhao Qing's call happened to come in. Boss Xiang, the wrong invitation was taken. The real invitation was left in the car. I am not feeling well now, and need to go to the hospital. The driver should be arriving at the hotel entrance soon. Xiao Zhao is good at everything, and has strong abilities, but like most girls, there are always days when she will experience the pain that most girls have to experience. Okay, I go get it myself. If you still feel uncomfortable after resting, go to the hospital and get in for drip. Since she was not here to discuss business this time, she did not deliberately expose her whereabouts. The worst thing about arranging a temporary change of mind is that once the assistant is not around, you have to do it yourself if there is any emergency. Xiang Jila even put Jinggong's auction house on the blacklist of dishonest people in her mind. After she bought this bracelet, she would not have a second chance to cooperate with this place. She walked out quickly while talking to Zhao Qing on the phone, not noticing that the surrounding area had been cleared. In a moment of anxiety, she twisted her foot and bumped into someone who passed by her. The expected pain did not come, and the person she bumped into supported her. She quickly raised her eyes to thank him. Thank you. It doesn't matter if she doesn't raise her head, but when she raised her head, she immediately met a pair of narrow and deep phoenix eyes. Even through the lenses of the gold-rimmed glasses, their gazes could not be stopped from intertwining. The moment their gazes collided, they lasted for 1,000 years. It was as if they had crossed over the vicissitudes of life. After a slight shock, the owner of the Phoenix Eyes fixed his eyes, and very gracefully let go of her. From beginning to end, he didn't even utter a syllable. And Seong-jila was in shock. This person. Ahem, this lady. The assistant beside the man called out to remind him softly. Seong-jila came back to his senses, immediately stepped back, nodded slightly, thanked again, and then hurried out. The man nodded to her in a distant and polite manner. His eyes did not linger for a moment, and he passed her without hesitation. After passing the man again, Seong-jila could not help but look at the strange yet familiar back again. The back was cold and ruthless, and even she could not tell where the inexplicable loss in her heart came from. What she didn't know was that after she went to meet the driver, Yin Junyo suddenly stopped and turned his head to look back. Mr. Yin? Assistant Chushan stopped without knowing why. Suppressing the inexplicable throbbing in his heart just now, Yin Junyo took a big step forward again and told Chushan, "Before the auction is over, I want all the information of the person just now." Chushan was in a dilemma. "Boss Yin, I just bumped into him. The woman doesn't look like a nymphomaniac, so there's no need to put her in a mental hospital." Not wanting to guess the weird things in Chushan's mind, Yin Junyo didn't even look at Chushan and walked straight to the auction hall. The auction is about to start. The safe made of bulletproof glass is surrounded by infrared anti-theft wires. In the bulletproof cabinet, a dazzling green-red light flashed in a top-grade floating flower bracelet with 4 broken edges connected by pure gold. And Chapter 812 Extra. Since he could remember, Shinmachi had known that his mother had used his father's feelings more than anything else. Especially when he learned that his father was secretly executed by the king of Dahuang for his mother, and his mother was hanging out with another pretty boy at his father's funeral, he realized that there was no such thing as unswerving love in this world, and it was even more impossible for a wife to remain faithful to her husband. The so-called love between men and women is nothing more than taking what they need and using each other. So since he came of age, he had many concubines in his house, but never considered marrying a wife. In his eyes, concubines were playthings that could be discarded at any time, while wives were the ones who lived hand in hand with him, and were also a responsibility. Therefore, most of the concubines he chose were the ones he liked. He had power and money, and those women were beautiful, and he and them were just a transaction. Therefore, the concubines in his house never fought for favor, because they knew that jealousy was useless. In his eyes, concubines were just a spice of life, and it was okay to have them or not. He didn't love them, and they didn't love him either. He thought his life would not have any color related to women. Until that year, on that rainy night, she climbed over the wall and dared to strangle his neck with a long whip to talk to him about cooperation. He thought it was just an ordinary deal. Even on that rainy night, he never thought that the woman with a disfigured face and a broken voice would make him worry for most of his life. Everything started after she was injured. At that time, she stubbornly told him that she would not die. Her eyes were blazing, as if she was supported by a certain belief. This was a resolute look that he had never seen before among the countless women he had seen. At that moment, he inexplicably liked the woman. Even his mentality was gradually changing. Finally, after the last fight before entering Beijing, he saw that her right face, which had been damaged for a long time, was scratched again, and he mustered up the courage to give her a small bottle of jade cream. "In fact, your facial features are not bad. If the scars on your face are removed, you will definitely look 1,000 times better than now." He really thought that her face was too badly injured, and she didn't continue treatment. Unexpectedly, she pushed the bottle of jade cream back in front of him without hesitation. No matter how beautiful the skin is, it can't resist the erosion of time. Moreover, women dress to please themselves. Without a man who cherishes flowers, no matter how beautiful the face is, it is just empty talk. It was the first time that a woman rejected his kindness. He didn't know how to react for a while, and could only smile casually. I didn't expect that the Regent General, who seemed to be decisive and ruthless, was so chivalrous and tender in private. I don't know who will have the blessing to work with you in the future. No. She simply replied with 2 words. I don't know whether he meant that there is no such person, or that the people who are with him don't have that blessing. After entering Kyoto, he knew that her full name was Seong-jila, and he even asked her, "Your name contains the character Lu, why don't you ever smile?" A trace of sarcasm flashed across her always cold eyes. The prince's name contains the character Imo. Does that mean the prince should be well-versed in classics and talk a lot? Being beaten to a pulp again, Shinmachi touched his nose awkwardly, trying to find a topic from her again. Unexpectedly, she spoke before him. The prince will hold the coronation ceremony soon. Now he has achieved his wish. Sheila has nothing to ask for. I just hope that you can treat the soldiers who helped you build the country well when you sit in the Mingtang in the future. Definitely. Shinmachi nodded to her solemnly. As if he had received a satisfactory answer, Xiangjula bowed to her neatly and turned away without any nostalgia. Shinmachi had to put down his half-raised hand in dismay. Looking at her back as she left, his radiant peach blossom eyes slowly condensed into a firmness. It doesn't matter if she escapes now. They still have a long time to live together. The date of the coronation ceremony was quickly set. On the day of the ceremony, he didn't even have time to send someone to notify her. She came to the palace in red to see him. Perhaps it was the first time he saw her wearing women's clothes again. He always felt awkward, as if she was born for the battlefield and should always be in military uniform. The two of them had an invisible tacit understanding, and they only needed a glance to guess each other's intentions. She stood side by side with him on the palace tower. She seemed to be very unaccustomed to being alone with him, and her callous knuckles rubbed the slightly raised stone in front of her awkwardly. After a long while, she seemed to have made up her mind. Our cooperation ends here. He looked at the woman's profile in surprise, which was no longer recognizable, and blurted out. Since we conquered the country together, I give you half. She smiled. She didn't smile for many years, so her smile was very strange. The country is useless to me. She said it without any nostalgia, and he couldn't help asking, did you conquer this country with me just to come back to Kyoto and kill those people? She nodded without hesitation, yes. He was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to react. He could only smile helplessly, and shook his head. You are really stubborn. Before he finished the rest of the words, she raised a stiff smile to him again, took the opportunity to bow to him, and finally left. Just like when she came. Just like that rainy night, without any hesitation. Standing on the towering palace building, he watched her leave the palace step by step without any attachment, a place where countless women wanted to get in. Unable to get away, he sent someone to follow her, and then he also got busy with a series of heavenly offerings for the throne. Until the end of the ceremony, the people who followed her did not come back. His heart was inexplicably flustered. Until the moon rose above the willows, the person who followed her stumbled into the Yongxin Palace. Your Majesty, the general died in the pavilion of the old regent's palace, holding an unlettered tablet in her hands. When she was found, she had already died for a long time. The soldiers who had been with her for a long time said that she had already made up her mind to die. So? At this moment, he even felt like he was dreaming. He would rather be dreaming. She was still alive in the daytime. He was even ready to hand over the black armored army to her, so that she would have the confidence to walk side by side with him. I want to see her. He stood up and was about to go out. The man who followed him knelt on the ground and blocked his way. I hope the emperor will think twice. That person took poison. She also left a will before she died, saying that her body should be cremated and returned to the world. Cremation? Return to heaven and earth? Shinmachi staggered back with a start. I don't allow it. What's the difference between this and pulverizing her bones and scattering her ashes? The people who followed him lowered their heads even lower. This is one of the few wishes of that person. The will also wrote that people in the future should help to worship the tablet without words, not to set up a tablet for her, and not to put anything related to her together with the tablet without words, so as not to dirty the reincarnation path of the tablet owner. Until that moment, Shinmachi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she said drunkenly that day that he was like someone, but not that person. No wonder she seemed to understand love, but was so heartless. It turned out that she was not without love, but that love did not belong to him. Later, he still cremated her according to her will, but did not scatter her ashes personally. Instead, he personally took her ashes to the unfinished imperial mausoleum with the ceremony of the queen, and buried her next to the place where he would rest in peace in the future. Later, he inquired about everything about her. But he only knew that she had married someone under the design of Xiang Mansion and the previous emperor Yin Beimo. As for who she married, there were many different opinions among the people and the ministers of the previous dynasty. In the end, except for the fact that she was married to Yin Junyo, none of the other rumors were true. Her rebellion was so terrifying that no one dared to talk about her past openly, so that her unbearable past was buried with her. Governing the country was far more complicated than he imagined. It involved the checks and balances of various forces, the gathering of power, and the people's livelihood. Each of them took a lot of his effort. He was upset and couldn't tell others about it, so he could only rely on Dukong to get drunk to relieve his worries. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched the wine pot, he seemed to hear the woman's rough voice on that night with the waning moon. Wine will affect your judgment, so you'd better drink less, prince. The hand holding the wine pot paused slightly, and he finally asked the eunuch to take the wine away. From then on, he never touched wine again. During his decades in office, he was fully focused on state affairs. Ministers in the court advised to enrich the harem. He held a beauty contest every 3 years, and his harem was filled with concubines, but he rarely set foot in it, so the position of empress remained vacant. If he didn't have any offspring, he could just adopt one. Why would he force himself to touch those women who coveted his power? There is a rumor in Wanfo Temple. It is said that as long as the person in power is good at politics and accumulates good deeds, the heaven will hear his prayers and be willing to give him a chance to start over. When he seized the throne when he was young, he had already caused a lot of killings. Before he met her, he had been absurd. Therefore, in the second half of his life, he was almost a vegetarian, not close to women, and worked hard to govern. Just to accumulate those invisible and intangible good deeds, in exchange for a chance to start over and meet her earlier. Although, he didn't know if doing so would work. Decades passed quickly. Dun's country was stable and prosperous. Shinmachi had already exhausted himself in his exhaustion again and again. Fortunately, his adopted son was quite respectful to him, and after taking over the country, he respected him even more. When he was 70 years old, as in previous years, he returned to the palace where he had parted with her. He took one step at a time. His physical strength was not as good as before, but he did not ask the eunuchs to help him, and walked to the top of the tower by his own efforts. Trembling to the place where she stood in the past, he stretched out his hand to cover the stone she touched in the past. Over the years, he had come up to touch this stone whenever he had time, and it had already formed a patina, which was particularly eye-catching among the protruding stones on the tower. The setting sun was like blood, stretching his lonely figure very long. Looking at the setting sun, his gray hair trembled slightly, and he murmured stubbornly, "Xiang Jila," I said, "I will give you half of the country, whether you want it or not. Now, I have managed our country very well. In this life, you have suffered so much. In the next life, meet me earlier, let me love you well, and give you a complete life, okay? Shinmachi Extra, End. Chapter 813 Extra. My name is Shanshui. At first, I was just a fairy crane with spiritual roots. After failing to survive the tribulation, only a remnant soul remained. Later, I was accepted by the ancient blue dragon, Mengzhang Xinzuan, as a fairy servant. Why does the master, who is one of the 4 ancient spirits, only call himself a fairy? Because according to the master, his evil spirit is unstable and has the suspicion of experiencing tribulation, so it is better to be humble, so as not to be too arrogant and bring trouble to himself. The evil spirit experiencing tribulation is nothing more than experiencing those things, like not being able to get what you want, and not caring about love. To put it bluntly, it is to survive the tribulation of love. Since the beginning of the world, 3 of the 4 ancient spirits have died due to other disasters. The love disaster can be said to be the last of all the disasters. The heavenly Tao Saint, who now controls the laws of the 3 realms, is formed by the spirits of the other 3 spirits after their celestial bodies died. The relationship between him and his master is both friend and foe, which is very strange. On the surface, he seems to have been waiting for his master to die quickly, so that he can merge with his spirit, but looking at what he has done, it seems that he does not want his master to be tempted by anything in the mortal world. It seems that he sincerely hopes that his master can safely survive the love disaster, and accompany him for countless years. When the master was around, he would come here from time to time to chat with the master, from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life. Using the law as a starting point, from a lonely soul in the ghost world to the various gods in the fairy world, and occasionally play chess with the master to calm his mind. After the master came down to the world to experience the tribulation, he always came here to look at the master's fairy mansion and sigh. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. In short, the master's love tribulation this time is the most critical. If it succeeds, his evil spirit will be cleansed, and from then on he will be the Saint Mengzhang who has no desires, and lives as long as the heaven and earth. If it doesn't work, maybe if he is lucky, he will have to wait another 30,000 to 50,000 years to experience it again. In short, everything is in order. But it seems something is wrong. I think the master's love tribulation should have passed safely, otherwise he would not have come back. But I guess he passed the tribulation very unhappily, because after returning from the tribulation, he was still the immortal master Mengzhang, and he kept silent about everything he experienced in the mortal world. It was not until more than 200 years later that an ugly ghost cultivator, who was ignorant of the world but had spiritual roots, broke into the master's immortal palace like he was desperate, and was accidentally injured by me. According to the master, I was affected by her karma, so I had to take her in. Before I met the little ghost cultivator named Xiangjila, all I could think about was how many years I could accompany my master in the future, or I would have to face my master's boring personality for endless years. How boring it would be. I never thought that I would become a fake system called Gonging Number 3. When the little ghost cultivator wanted to stay in the master's immortal palace at the beginning, I didn't know the past between the little ghost cultivator and the master, and I just thought that she wanted to use this excuse to find someone to get close to me to achieve the effect of cultivation. But after 3 years of getting along, I found that it was not the case. The little ghost cultivator, apart from trying every possible way to peek at the master, could be said to be disdainful of me. Even the wrinkled potatoes he gave me to eat were to please me, and get me to tell him everything about the master. I had to keep my mouth shut about the master's whereabouts. But seeing how pitiful she was, I couldn't bear it, so I would leak some news to her from time to time that was not really news. I didn't expect that a mere ghost cultivator would be so reckless, daring to use the ghost's way to possess a fairy servant like me, and get close to the fairy palace where the master slept. It was also that time that I realized that what she said about having a past with the master was true. She was the calamity that the master experienced. At that time, besides being shocked by her audacity, I was even more surprised that the master was so kind to her. He only spoke ill of her, and did not do anything to hurt her. After knowing that she had been intercepted, he asked me to cooperate with him in a play so that the little ghost cultivator would give up and go to reincarnation. As for why the little ghost cultivator must reincarnate, as the master said, as long as you get entangled with a resentful ghost, you will inevitably be involved in karma. The karma of the resentful ghost is different from that of other ghosts. The karma and sins of other ghosts will dissipate with the passage of time. The karmic sins of the resentful ghost will only deepen as she stays in the 3 realms for a longer time. The best destination is reincarnation. Only by reincarnating continuously, and diluting her resentment again and again can she get a better new life. The master cares about the little ghost cultivator. I feel this is not a good sign. That night, the master's bedroom was lit with a long burning lamp all night, and the next morning, he handed me a ruby cloud pattern hairpin made of a magic stone. Master, this is the magic stone you finally retrieved from the sea of hopelessness. Before I could finish my words, the master spoke first. Things are only useful when they are actually used, otherwise they are just waste. I felt that the master was pointing a finger at me, and I didn't even dare to breathe. The magic stone is very helpful in cleansing the resentment of her soul. How to say it, you know it? I nodded heavily and answered loudly, I will say that you gave it to me, master. The master seemed disappointed with my words, and sighed silently. Forget it, you should just help me pass the message directly. Ah, yes. I still don't understand why the master must say such cruel words. Doesn't the long farewell mean that we will never meet again? But this is not what I should think about. After accepting the long farewell, the little ghost finally left. This departure lasted for 30 years. Originally, 30 years was just a blink of an eye for me. It's just, I spent 3 years with little ghost Shio before, and 30 years felt like 300 years. I don't know when I started to worry about little ghost Shio, and I don't know if she is doing well after returning to Ghost Ridge, and whether her resentment has been cleansed. Finally, one day, I couldn't help it anymore, so I ran to the master's residence, intending to talk to the master and ask him to allow me to go to Ghost Ridge. As soon as I arrived at the master's fairy palace, I was shocked by everything in front of me, with carving knives and iron beads specially used for polishing jade all over the floor. There were also those strange and useful gadgets scattered around him, such as the teleportation ring of Kangsonglin, the fantasy card of the Earth Flame clan, and many other small items that were not worth mentioning. They seemed to be the treasures of some small clans. I suddenly realized that the master had not been in the mansion for the past 30 years. It turned out that this person had not been idle for the past 30 years. I couldn't help but ask the master, Master, what are these? The master's attention was still on the ring that was still being shaped, and he didn't even raise his head. I don't know what kind of place she will be in by then, and what she will need. I can only do my best. If I find more treasures, she will suffer less in the future. Chapter 814 Extra. I was very surprised to hear the master call himself I like a mortal. I was even more surprised to see the ring on the master's hand. Isn't this the Xiantian divine stone that was used to give me shelter? This divine stone seems to have been in the Shenlong Fairy Mountain since the master cultivated into a human form. It is very beneficial for the nourishment of the soul. At that time, the master let me stay in the stone to make my soul more stable, and not easily dispersed by the reshaped fairy body. I was free and saw a craftsman named Lu in the mortal world, who had a lot of experience in making jade, so I asked for advice and came back to try to practice it myself. Although he said he was practicing, his attitude was more serious than anyone else. I looked at the fragments of the divine stone that were chopped into pieces by the master with a carving knife, and my heart was bleeding. If the master wants to practice, there are many waste stones without spiritual energy in the fairy palace, so why bother? Before I finished speaking, the master pointed back. Are you talking about that pile? It's too scattered, and it's hard to make it into the shape I want. Sure enough, in the corner of the master's bedroom, a pile of broken stones without spiritual energy was lying there lonely. Judging from the shapes, the master seemed to be very obsessed with polishing the ring. But who would polish a ring with a carving knife? Master, are you kidding me? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but take another look at the ring in the master's hand. I have to say, the ring in the master's hand really looks like that. But I couldn't help but ask the master, what's the use of carving this ring out of the divine stone? After all, every time the master cuts, he doesn't carve out the divine stone, but my bleeding heart. What kind of ring is it that must be carved out with the precious Xiantian divine stone? This is not called a ring in the mortal world, but a bracelet. The master still did not look up. All his attention was focused on the ring that was about to leave the divine stone. There's a saying in the mortal world called hold your hand and grow old with you. It originally talked about the love between comrades, and later it was used between men and women. The bracelet is round and full, which means perfection. It is said that if a man puts it on a woman, he can lock her by his side, hold her hand, and grow old together, and have a perfect life. Hearing this, I suddenly realized. It turns out that since the master really likes the little ghost cultivator, why doesn't he tell her clearly? This is also the part that I don't understand the most about the master's behavior. He is the dignified Mengjiang immortal venerable. As long as he nods and beckons his fingers, all the fairies and goddesses above the 9 heavens will flock to him, but he has to humble himself and silently pay for the little ghost cultivator. As if my words touched his heart, the master was polishing the ring. No, the hand that was polishing the bracelet paused slightly, and the carving knife that was still carving the ring a moment ago slipped into his left index finger the next moment, and the bright red blood oozed out and was instantly absorbed by the bracelet. Even though he stopped the bleeding with magic in time, there was still a pink scar on his hand. Almost at the same time, the complete divine stone was successfully divided into 3 pieces because the ring was cut out and became several broken divine stones. He paused, smiled bitterly, and continued to polish his bracelet. At that moment, I seemed to understand why the master was still the immortal master Mengjiang. He succeeded and failed in overcoming the emotional tribulation. Seeing that the master had become unlike himself, I had a vague ominous premonition in my heart. Just as I had expected, the little ghost cultivator was in trouble. Not long after I sent her the bracelet, the silver ghost of Ghost Ridge suddenly attacked her. I don't understand why the little ghost cultivator has been determined to cleanse his resentment and enter reincarnation, but everything seems to be destined to involve her in these disputes that should not be related to her. At that moment, I couldn't control the anger in my body at all. I didn't care whether my identity would be exposed or not, and directly tracked the breath of the little ghost cultivator with fairy magic. On a dry land where all the ghost energy was sucked dry, and there were traces of fighting, I found the spiritual object whose fairy energy was temporarily hidden by the ghost cultivator with ghost blood. I only had time to pick up the bracelet and hairpin, and there was a loud noise from Ghost Ridge, followed by the screams of the elder of Ghost Ridge. I was horrified. I immediately flew over as a fairy servant. The little ghost cultivator seemed to have been greatly stimulated and had become possessed. And all the attacks were directed at the group of powerful and despicable silver ghosts in Ghost Ridge. I was sure that these silver ghosts must have done something to the little ghost cultivator. Otherwise, the little ghost cultivator had not been possessed by a demon when he was a resentful ghost, so why did his temperament suddenly change after he cleansed his resentment? Seeing that she was getting bigger and bigger because she devoured other ghosts, I became more and more anxious. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the master arrived. It should be said that the little ghost cultivator's obsession with the master is really strong. Even if he is possessed by the devil, he can still regain his sanity. After such a toss, the little ghost cultivator almost lost his soul. The master was very angry. He immediately killed all the ghost cultivators in Yuhan Ridge, who wanted to share the little ghost cultivator's soul. After returning to the immortal mansion, he seemed to have lost his mind and wanted to condense the little ghost cultivator's soul into a physical body. This is the first time in tens of thousands of years that I have seen the master, who has always been calm and composed, lose his composure like this. Fortunately, after the master transformed a piece of dragon bone into a piece of dragon bone, and passed it to the little ghost cultivator. The little ghost cultivator's soul began to gradually condense. Otherwise, I was thinking that if the little ghost cultivator still couldn't condense, I was afraid that the master would have to peel off a piece of dragon tendon for her. According to the master's instructions before he went into seclusion, I used many natural treasures to nourish the little ghost cultivator's gradually solid soul. Seeing that the little ghost cultivator had no idea what the master had done for her after waking up, and was even unwilling to say goodbye to the master, I felt sorry for the master. But what's the use of me thinking it's not worth it? The master has no regrets about what he has done. I thought everything would be fine if I personally took the little ghost cultivator to reincarnation. I never thought that even the underworld would get involved. The little ghost cultivator could not enter reincarnation, and he got into trouble again under the provocation of the ghost cultivators of Ghost Ridge. I was hunted down by the other ghost cultivators of Ghost Ridge, wanted by the guards of the Nine Heavens, and had to avoid the attacks of other ghost cultivators from Ghost Ridge, who came out of the Nine Heavens to practice. The little ghost cultivator and I experienced all the ups and downs of life in those days. Even the heavenly Tao Saint is going to attack the little ghost cultivator, so the little ghost cultivator's situation will only become more worrying. Now is not a good time to take the little ghost cultivator back to the ninth heaven, so I can only tell the little ghost cultivator not to do stupid things in the fifth heaven. I thought the little ghost cultivator would be obedient and cherish his life. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao is so despicable that he not only used Chang Yuan to put me under house arrest, but also used my safety to lure the little ghost cultivator out. After doing all these things, he actually had the nerve to tell me that it was to help me save my master. Bah, only a fool would believe him. Unfortunately, there was a fool at our Shillong Immortal Mountain. Not only did he believe his words, but he also sent me to the saint. Fortunately, during that time, the saint seemed to know how much my master valued me, and only imprisoned me in a dark cell. After hearing an immortal soldier accidentally mention that he wanted to disperse the female ghost cultivator who destroyed the Ghost Ridge, my first reaction was that the little ghost cultivator was in danger this time. Chapter 8:15 Extra. On the day when the little ghost cultivator was trapped in the ghost formation, many immortal servants and immortal lords from the nine heavens went to watch the execution. It is said that they all wanted to see what the ghost cultivator, who had only been lucky enough to catch the eye of immortal master Mengzhang, looked like. Some even dared to slander the master for practicing evil arts and practicing with the little ghost cultivator. I don't know what the people who spread such rumors are thinking, and I don't know what will happen if the master finds out. I only know that if I don't find a way to leave here, once the little ghost cultivator's soul is really scattered, no one can guarantee what the master will do in anger. Maybe the heavenly Tao feels that everything will be settled after today, so on this day, the heavenly Tao's supervision of me is a little more lenient than before. I successfully escaped from the dark prison of the heavenly Tao, turned into a stream of light, and returned to the Dragon Fairy Mountain. Chang Yuan was very protective of his master, and he didn't even remove the barrier. I thought for a moment, and decided to find a few guards, who were familiar with me in the past, and played a trick in front of them, morally kidnapping them, so that they couldn't help but stand on my side. In this way, with the help of the guards, and Chang Yuan didn't know I was back, it was within my expectation that he would fall into the trap. It seemed that he had some kind of connection with me, so I led Chang Yuan away, and the barrier set up by Chang Yuan was broken from the inside out by the master. When he came out of seclusion, his lips were pale, so I could guess that he must have suffered a backlash from the karma of the little ghost cultivator. Now he came out, I'm afraid it was also because... Before I could say anything, the master spoke first. Go to the first heaven. Master. I wanted the master to adjust his breath before taking action, but I didn't expect that after the master was stopped by me, he sat cross-legged instead of adjusting his breath, but personally chanted the spell to recall the bracelet and the long spell to his hand. As the master's fingertips scratched, a drop of pure dragon blood fell on the long Jew. Then, a complicated and complex formation gradually fell from the master's meditation position on the drop of dragon blood, and then the whole hairpin was full of light as if it was injected with vitality. Shan Shui, listen carefully, my love tribulation has not ended until today. It's not that I was contaminated by her karma, but that she was not tolerated by heaven and earth because of me. So, this karma needs to be ended by me personally. If anything happens to me, you take the long Jew and the bracelet, seal her memory with the long Jew, let her return to the previous node, help her escape marriage, and don't let her marry my original body in the mortal world. I was confused, and I didn't understand what the master was talking about at all. Master, Shan Shui doesn't understand. I can feel the struggle in the master's heart, so I don't understand why the master said such a thing inexplicably. In her dynasty, A monarch wanted to use his good deeds to exchange for a reunion with her. Since she was so obsessed with me because of guilt, let her go back to the node before she met me, let her meet the person who truly loved her. In order to prevent them from missing each other, I have let that person be reborn back to the time node where everything had not started. When the master said the following words, I could even hear his trembling voice. The master just said that his love tribulation has not yet been completed, and the little ghost cultivator is not tolerated by heaven and earth because of him. That is enough to explain. In the mortal world, the master failed to pass the tribulation. The master's evil spirit has not been cleansed, and the little ghost cultivator has a reason in it. The bigger reason is that the master can't give up this feeling. Okay. Knowing that persuasion is useless, I nodded with red eyes. As long as the master is happy, Shan Shui will listen to the master. If the master is really gone, Shan Shui will take good care of the little ghost cultivator for the master in the future. As the master expected, his love tribulation is really not over, otherwise, how could the punishment be so fierce? Looking at the little ghost cultivator, who was dragged away by me crying hoarsely, I was also heartbroken. But no matter how heartbroken I am, I must fulfill the master's wish. I took advantage of the little ghost cultivator's heartbreak to activate the seal on the Long Ju, and seal all the little ghost cultivator's memories in the Long Ju. After the death of the master, Tiandao looked at us with red eyes. At that moment, I knew that there was no place for me and the little ghost cultivator in the upper world. However, since the upper world has lost its master, it is no longer important for me to stay in the upper world, so I simply took the little ghost cultivator and went far away. When the time comes, we will return to the mortal world. Unfortunately, after all my calculations, I still forgot that I would encounter Tiandao, who came to stop me on the way. You can leave, but you can't take the things left by immortal master Mengzhang. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the things in my arms. In them were the long sutras that sealed all of little ghost Xiu's memories about the 9 heavens, and the bracelet that represented the master's intentions. Now, Heavenly Tao is so anxious for me to leave the things behind. Although I am reluctant, I also understand the principle of being under someone's roof. I left the things behind obediently. Fortunately, Heavenly Tao is also trustworthy. After seeing that I exchanged things, it did not make things difficult for me. According to the master, when little ghost Xiu wakes up, she will be able to return to the node of 7 years old. At that time, I will help little ghost Xiu escape from her home, take her all the way south, help her meet the person who has not yet sat on the throne in Bailing, and let little ghost Xiu achieve perfection in her life. Everything is ready, except for little ghost Xiu waking up. However, Shan Shui, where is your master? The first words that the little ghost cultivator said when he woke up really shocked me. You? Do you still remember me? The little ghost cultivator did not forget his master, nor did he forget everything that happened here. Was it his master's mistake or was it my mistake? In short, the little ghost cultivator kept asking me excitedly why. In the end, I couldn't help but tell her everything that the master had quietly paid for her. The result was just as I expected. Shan Shui, I beg you, help me get back the things he gave me, okay? I looked at her in embarrassment. Little ghost cultivator, now that the master is gone, what's the use of those things? Didn't he say that he would give me a chance to start over? I can go back to the place where he is. Looking at the burning eyes of the little ghost cultivator, I couldn't say the words of refusal. I just sighed, but you have to think about it. If you don't go back according to the node set by the master, everything will be full of unknowns at that time. It won't be unknown. As long as he is there, I will never miss him again this time, and I will never let him down. Actually, the master will arrange it for you. Before I could finish, the little ghost cultivator started crying like crazy and shaking his head. I only want him. If not him, I don't want anything. Seeing the little ghost cultivator's firm attitude, I finally decided to return to the 9th heaven. Although I said I was helping the little ghost cultivator, I was actually unwilling to do so. I was unwilling to see the master forgotten by the little ghost cultivator. It's not that the little ghost cultivator doesn't deserve to be perfect, but I really feel that only with the master can the little ghost cultivator be considered perfect. Chapter 816 Extra. I quietly returned to the 9 heavens and found Chang Yuan. When my master died, and I was about to leave the 9 heavens with the little ghost cultivator, he came to me with a guilty look on his face, saying that he was really used. I ignored him. Now, there are people from the heavenly Tao everywhere, so I can only take the risk to find him. The little ghost cultivator wanted to follow me, but I refused. It was because the ghost energy on the little ghost cultivator was really eye-catching. Fortunately, Chang Yuan was also sincerely repentant. After I explained my purpose, he agreed to help without saying a word. In one thrilling contest after another, I successfully put the bracelet and the long tactic, as well as the small gadgets that the master had collected for the little ghost cultivator, into the Chinkuan bag and took them away. When we returned to the first heaven, I was worried about the little ghost cultivator again, because those were immortal objects. If there were no powerful people like the master to mark them in advance, they would hide their normal entities and show their glory above the ninth heaven. The little ghost cultivator did not give up. He took me to hide his identity and took all kinds of risks, and patrolled the upper realm for nearly 100 years, just to find a way to cleanse the immortal energy of the bracelet. Finally, hard work paid off. After countless failures, we found the way to go to the extremely cold place, and use the ghost cultivator's hard blood to water the spirit bracelet in order to make the spirit bracelet lose its immortal aura. However, when we arrived at the extremely cold place, we found that it was not a place for people like us to stay. It is said that immortal bodies and ghost bodies are not afraid of cold or heat. But this extremely cold place, its cold air will penetrate into the soul body. After seeing the little ghost cultivator almost being frozen into an ice sculpture twice, I almost wanted to give up. Unexpectedly, just after I unfrozen him, the little ghost looked at me with pleading and determination. "Shanxue, let me try harder, I'm just a little bit away." Seeing the little ghost so determined, I couldn't say those angry words anymore. Because in order to have a chance to reunite with his master, the little ghost fought hard every time. I was woken up by the cold again, and I looked around blankly, but found that the little ghost had disappeared, and even the bracelet was gone. My first reaction was that something bad had happened. As expected, when I re-entered the extremely cold land, I saw that familiar figure from afar. When I got closer, I saw that the little ghost cultivator was already covered with frost, and his soul was faintly showing signs of dissipating. The bracelet made of the divine stone had lost its brilliance, and was no different from an ordinary bracelet. She succeeded. However, I didn't feel happy for too long, because the little ghost cultivator not only spent a lot of blood and sweat this time, but also lost all his cultivation. "Shanxue, please." Hearing her last weak request, my heart began to ache. This pair of star-crossed lovers just wanted to have a happy ending. Why is it so difficult? Think about how many people in the three realms have not cherished what they have. Little ghost cultivator. Just when I wanted to cheer her up, the little ghost cultivator's fading soul had already begged me to fall into a deep sleep. I know that this time, unless she returns to the dynasty node set by the master, she will continue to sleep, and it is a mystery when she will wake up. At this moment, the long talisman that I had been carrying with me moved, and I quickly took it out to have a look. The formation that the master had set up before once again sealed the little ghost cultivator's memory. I understood in my heart that this might be the backup plan that the master left in the bracelet. No wonder he asked me to wear the bracelet at that time. Thinking that everything that the little ghost cultivator had experienced in the Nine Heavens and Ghost Ridge was extremely unbearable for her, I simply did not restore her. As for the bits and pieces in the mortal world, how much the little ghost cultivator could remember depended on her luck. When I saw the large piece of coagulated blood on her chest, I knew that if she wanted to restore her memory in the future and touched on the sad things, I was afraid that she would be tortured enough. And I looked at her with frost all over her body, and couldn't help but frown. After being cold in the extremely cold land, I don't know if she will have the chance to have a child with a master in the future. But these are not what I should think about now. What I have to do now is to find a way to go back to that dynasty node as soon as possible. But now, the Nine Heavens have long lost our place to stay. Because of the persistence of the little ghost cultivator, the node set by the master before is definitely not going back. As for when the other person in that ancient martial arts dynasty will be reborn with memories, it is not what I should think about. After putting the soul of the little ghost into the magic stone bracelet, I had nowhere to go, and could only take risks, constantly consuming spiritual power to travel through various parallel worlds, trying to find some otherworldly masters who could help me. After leaving the Nine Heavens, even the Chinkuan bag lost its effect, so I could only carry my bag and set off. By chance, I drifted to Huaxia. The people here all dressed strangely, most of them had short hair, and didn't wear a bun, even women didn't wear a bun. I walked on the road with my bag on my back, like an alien. There were also several women who smelled strange and looked to be in their early 20s, holding a square box, and painted my face inside it, saying that they were taking a photo with me. Coming to this completely unfamiliar country, I didn't even know what I would do next. In addition to facing this unfamiliar environment, I was also attracted by all the new and strange things in front of me. But blessings and disasters are interdependent, and the saints never lie to me. Not long after I was stranded in Huaxia, I was blinded by the colorful world, and was targeted by an evil cultivator. Only then did I realize that my original body, and the things I carried with me were extremely attractive to other cultivation objects. I began my dark escape. I never thought that I, a mountain and water fairy servant above the ninth heaven, would end my short escape with a fishing net. The one who caught me was a girl, who looked to be in her early 20s. When I was caught, the girl who caught me smiled obscenely at me. "Don't worry, I just want to make a deal with you." Just like that, I was brought back to a basement full of spells and all kinds of strange gadgets by the woman in black clothes, or more accurately, a black windbreaker. When she took off her windbreaker, I was almost stunned. It wasn't because she was ugly, on the contrary, she was very beautiful. But her body. I'm afraid she can't be called a human anymore. Basically, except for her head, right hand and heart, which are flesh and blood, her whole body is made of metal. Are you surprised by my body, aren't you? She was not affected by my eyes at all, but smiled at me. "That's why I brought you back." I immediately put my whole body on alert, ready to fight to the death with the other party at any time. Chapter 817 Extra. The other party didn't seem to want to have a conflict with me, but smiled and said, "Don't worry, I really have no ill intentions, I just need your immortal servant, really." Seeing that I didn't say anything, she patiently and sincerely said to me, "You carry a remnant soul that is very important to you, right? In addition to the remnant soul, you also carry a lot of things. Any of your things can cause an uproar in a place like China where spiritual power is scarce. By then, no matter how strong your ability is, you will eventually be unable to fight against four hands. By then, let alone the remnant soul you carry, I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself." I continued to remain silent. It's not that I'm so cold, but what she said is true. Apart from other things, I encountered those evil cultivators, and was exhausted for years without a good rest. My spiritual power has not been restored. It is only 20% to 30% of the ninth heaven. If I continue to consume it like this, it will be like self-destruction. You carry that remnant soul, and those small items. Do you have unfinished business? Want to trace back to the source and return to a certain time point to seek a perfect result? If this is true, I can help you achieve it after using your immortal servant body. In addition, I will give you an imaginary space, so that your things can be preserved intact. Is that okay? Perhaps she saw my hesitation and entanglement. The girl in black clothes walked to a blurred portrait, and neatly cut a deep mark on her right index finger and middle finger with a dagger, and bright red blood dripped down her 2 fingers. I, Hongwei, the master of the hermit sect of Huaxia, hereby swear that every word I said to this fairy servant just now is a promise, and there is no falsehood. If I break it, I will be tainted with countless causes and effects, and fall into the Avicii hell forever, and suffer the pain of the 18 levels of hell. I had never expected her to swear an oath with blood. To me, nothing else matters, but being able to take the little ghost back to her world, and let her and her master be reunited is really attractive to me. Moreover, from what she said, she should also be a Taoist cultivator. This kind of people value cause and effect the most. Since the other party swore with blood, it means that to some extent, this person is temporarily trustworthy. In the end, I nodded. The other party was very happy. "My name is Hongwei. What's your name? Since you can promise me, we will be friends from now on." "Don't worry, I have always been loyal to my friends." I just heard her self-proclaimed name, and now I heard her say a lot. I only remembered that her name was Hongwei. I nodded gently, Shanxue. Perhaps because of her anxiety, Hongwei quickly helped me integrate the imaginary space into the bracelet. To show her sincerity, she also entered the space with me. "After your immortal servant body is used by me, I can build this space world with you according to your ideas." Seeing the few potatoes in the space, I suddenly remembered that a long time ago, the little ghost cultivator also roasted them for me to eat. My nose suddenly felt sore, and I pointed at the potatoes and asked Hongwei, "Can you give me some more of those things?" "So you like to eat potatoes?" Hongwei waved her hand generously. "No problem, there has always been a shortage of food in ancient times, and I will prepare sweet potatoes and some other food for you when the time comes." Her frankness and sincerity gave me no reason to hesitate. That day, I agreed to Hongwei, and was willing to follow her arrangements. The pain of leaving the body of an immortal servant is no easier than the pain of being torn apart. There were several moments when I wanted to give up. However, every time I was about to give up, I could always think of the master's dragon armor peeling off piece by piece, the dragon bones being broken inch by inch, and finally even the spiritual consciousness being crushed to nourish all things in the world. The little ghost cultivator was lying beside the spirit stone covered in blood, and his body was already covered with frost. He was willing to give up all his cultivation to cleanse the spirit of the spirit stone, just to return to the world with his master and have a perfect life with his master. At that moment, I found that it turned out that I was not the most miserable person in this world. My consciousness gradually blurred, and my eyes went black, and I felt nothing. When I woke up again, I felt that I couldn't move. I looked up and gasped. I had actually turned into an ugly half-finished robot egg, and Hongwa had now become my fairy servant. She also flexibly shook her hands and feet in front of me. I feel much better. You helped me, and I must be grateful. By the way, do you have any other wishes to fulfill? Seeing that I couldn't say anything, she slapped her head. Oh right, I forgot that there are still many places to improve this egg. Wait, I will help you to improve it. Me, I suspect you did it on purpose. Finally, after some time, my egg body finally took on a new shape, and the color is much better and more vivid than the stainless steel color at the beginning. Although I suspected more than once that Hongwa was hiding her clumsiness from the beginning, it did not affect my ability to adapt to this egg body. After all this time of running in, I can grow small wings that can fly at will, and my speech has emotional fluctuations. This adaptation is better than my phenomenal experience. The physical problem was solved, and Hongwa helped me implant her imaginary space into the bracelet with spiritual power, so that I could enter and exit at will. You can enter and exit here at will now, but once you return to the time node of the ancient martial arts dynasty, you can't get out after entering. Hongwa reminded me. Seeing that I hesitated, she spoke again. In fact, it's not too late for you to regret now. No regrets, I said. Since I have decided to go on, there is no regret. Hongyu seemed to be moved by me. Okay, just for your persistence, I will help you to the end. After that, she pretended to sit in front of her bookshelf and flip through those colorful books. I asked curiously, what are you reading? Those gaudy covers are not good books at first glance. Hongwa didn't even raise her head. If you don't find a better reason, you won't even have the chance to stay with that ancient man, believe it or not. Although what Hongwa said was a bit strange, she also made sense. Then how can I find an excuse? Have you read a time travel novel? Have you read a system novel? I was confused and shook my head. What the hell is this? Hongwa said TSK to me with disdain and went out. Not long after, she brought me a pile of storybooks. Here, my sister's collection, take good care of it, don't damage it. System quick travel, chasing husband, time travel, domineering princess training husband, high color, 108 ways to flirt with a sickly prince. What are these colorful hardcover books? Seeing my disdain, Hongwa took all the books back into her arms. These are all good things. I advise you not to be ungrateful. I coughed twice and tried to touch my nose to ease the embarrassment, but I found that I had no hands and no nose, which made me even more embarrassed. Why is it always about training and chasing husbands? Don't you want that soul to make up for the regret? How can you make up for it if you don't take the initiative? Hongwa said it confidently. I immediately understood, and what he said was true. Although the master looked perfect in front of others, he was slow to warm up. If the little ghost cultivator was still hesitant, how long would it take for the two of them to achieve the right result? What do you hope they will achieve? Hongwa asked me again. It must be a happy ending with many children and grandchildren. A large family with many children and grandchildren? Hongwa reached out and touched her chin. Suddenly, she looked at me and smiled. Then you can train yourself into a system. Just call yourself Gongjing number 3. Try to make yourself more meaningful. Gongjing, I don't need to explain it, it's, well, a man's hard work, you see. This metaphor is very meaningful. Chapter 8:18 Extra. Hearing this, I suddenly remembered the beautiful dream of Xiao Guoxiu. I think I must be blushing, otherwise how could Hongwa be willing to change the subject? As for how you appeared. Before, you said that the soul was too heavy, so let's say you came back from the future, saying that she had committed too many sins of killing, and we helped her reduce her sins of killing, so that she could get what she wanted again. In short, these are the reasons that sound like the truth, and she must not dare to doubt it. Emma, I really admire my genius brain. At this point, Hongwa did not forget to praise herself a few words, and at the end, she reminded me, there is one more thing, Shanshui, you must remember that things that are too easy to get will definitely not be cherished, so when you give her something, it is best to let her pay something. After all, there is no gain without paying, and rewards must coexist with punishments. However, I am still struggling. I don't care about the future or not. I only care about whether my name is too ugly. Why is it called Gongjing number 3? I really don't like this name. Shanshui sounds better. Hongwa didn't seem to want to talk nonsense with me, and answered my question in a very evasive way. Do you understand the principle that failure leads to success? 3 times is the limit, and you failed twice before, which makes your appearance precious. Alas, you don't understand. Okay, now we have decided on the name. You are a system with rewards. There must be something to encourage her. That's just what you think is good. I don't think it's good yet. But what is the reward for Xiaoguixiu? When Hongwei asked me this question, I immediately got worried. Now I am so poor, what else can I give her except some of the small things that my master collected before, his 100 blades, and the long whip of the little ghost cultivator? Seeing my embarrassment, Hongwei pulled out a big box with, and I knew it would be like this. Look. Let me show you some good stuff. I spent several years collecting them, and now I'm giving them to you at a discount. Inside the big box were piles of small boxes. I opened one at random. I found that it was full of transparent gauze and transparent rags, and 2 small things with tassels. What is this? I thought that in Hongyue's eyes, I must look like a country bumpkin from China, otherwise Hongwei would not have shown such a meaningful smile. It made me feel like I had stepped into a trap. I saw her smile mysteriously, took out the rectangular box called mobile phone, and opened an orange software for me. See this? I almost had a nosebleed when I saw the little people in the pictures wearing those thin scarlet fabrics that were as good as nothing. Oh my god, the people of China are too good at playing. This is a must-have for men. Even the most cold and slow-moving men would be abnormal if they didn't react when they saw their beloved women wearing this. Anyway, if a girl is chasing a boy, it's better to have a few more sets. I blurted out, what if she finds something wrong? No matter how bold the little ghost cultivator is, she has read the female commandments and female rules. This? Stupid, can't you take the initiative and say that these are all prepared by her? Hongwei knocked my eggshell and rolled her eyes at me. If she is entangled, you can say that her memory is incomplete and she probably forgot it, but you have to remember that these things are prepared by her in advance. The initiative is in your hands, use your brain. Anyway, if she is entangled with you, you can say that her memory is incomplete. It works every time. Women, as long as they get what they want, everything is easy to talk about, and they won't entangle with you too much. I was petrified on the spot. Although it was a perverse logic, it made a lot of sense. I couldn't refute it. Ignoring my reaction, Hongwei stuffed a lot of information about Huaxia into my space after she finished speaking, and some booklets that were even better than the fire avoidance map. When she gave it to me, she also asked me to read more so that I could train the little ghost cultivator in the future. I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and I have never seen a woman as bold and unrestrained as Hongwei. Okay, I send you some more rice, food, meat, etc., and we be even. These days, there are not many immortals as stupid as you. Ahem, so easy to talk to. I wish you success, and I also wish that Soul Body can get what it wants. How long has it been since I encouraged someone? I even forgot it myself. All the dissatisfaction was swept away, and I was touched. Okay, I will work hard. By the way, in order to avoid being exposed and make you more like a real system, I helped you implant some high-tech analysis of pharmacological components or similar to paternity testing. Is it okay? Hongwei asked me again. I couldn't help but complain. You have done it. Is it useful for me to oppose it? Of course it's no problem. That's good. Also, in order to make you a qualified system more naturally, I will hypnotize you. Don't fall asleep before you feel that you have completed the task, otherwise when you wake up, it is very likely that you will be another you. Hearing Hongyue's words, I murmured, another me? What is this? Anyway, don't worry about it. When you wake up, you will remember what happened when you were hypnotized, so don't worry about the connection. If the soul body is suspicious, just say it's a system upgrade. It won't affect your cultivation in the space. I didn't touch your cultivation barriers, but after changing your shell, how much of your previous skills can be used depends on your own luck. Okay. It's come to this point. I don't believe Hongwei. With the help of Hongwei, Xiaoguixiu successfully returned to a certain time node of the node dynasty of the master's existence, and I soon ended up in a jewelry store of this dynasty. As soon as I appeared, I heard people around me talking about the regent, who seemed to be choosing some jewelry. The node identity of the master's tribulation, isn't it the regent of the ancient martial arts dynasty? Originally, according to the appearance of the bracelet, it was impossible for me to be selected by those who sold bracelets and presented to the regent's palace. But the bracelet was originally a fairy item that I and the little ghost cultivator worked hard to refine the fairy aura. Even though the aura was gone, the fairy item still had special abilities. It was not easy for it to go somewhere. I successfully mixed into the pile of jewelry that was about to be presented to the regent of the dynasty. The jewelry seller was enthusiastically saying something to an old man, but the old man just said nonchalantly, and did not express any opinions at all. Suddenly, all the sound stopped and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. Continue. Hearing the familiar voice saying these two cool and light words, I wanted to stand out among all the bracelets immediately. But I found that the bracelets were so low-key that no one liked them at all. No, I have to do something. However, my spiritual power is so thin that I cannot directly control the boss's consciousness with spiritual power, which means that I must disperse some of my spiritual energy in order to control other people's words and deeds. But once I disperse some of my spiritual energy, I will definitely fall into a deep sleep. After falling asleep, unless it is the blood of the little ghost cultivator, I can't wake up again. Moreover, after waking up, I can't even tell who will appear first, me or the hypnotize me. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to trust in God's will. At this point, if I don't even have the chance to get close to the master and meet the little ghost cultivator, then what's the use of having a complete spiritual essence and spiritual power? The man at the top has a strong aura, and the familiar breath makes me feel at ease. I know that he is the original body of the master in this world. I dispersed some of my spiritual energy, controlled the consciousness of that person, took out the bracelet and said boldly, this bracelet is round and full, implying perfection. If a man puts it on a woman, he can lock the woman by his side, hold hands and grow old together, and live a perfect life. As soon as I finished speaking, I was immediately bounced back into the bracelet due to my lack of spiritual energy. My consciousness was buzzing. It's not that I'm picky, but Hongyue's technology is really bad. I felt that the robot egg was about to be broken by this shock. Fortunately, my efforts were not in vain. After returning to the bracelet, I immediately felt that I was picked up and gently stroked by a slender hand with distinct joints and thin calluses. Is it perfect? Although the owner of the hand spoke softly, I knew that I had successfully attracted the owner's attention. Unfortunately, the hand did not hold me up for too long and soon put me down again. Then, another older voice sounded, bracelet, keep it. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As my consciousness relaxed, all my five senses gradually became blurred. It didn't matter who was talking. What mattered was that I got the result I wanted. I felt like I was put into another box, and I fell into a deep sleep with relief. Master, I came back with the little ghost and your love, and this time, you will definitely be able to be happy with the little ghost.